Ring. Ring. Ring.
The moment the school bell at Midtown High rang, Kain bolted out of the classroom, his backpack slung over one shoulder as he made a beeline for the exit.
Hey Kain.
You promised to play video games with me today, called out his friend Carl from behind. Kain paused just long enough to poke his head back through the doorway. Actually, Carl, I said next time, which means the day after tomorrow.
He smirked.
Next time, Carl.
Carl groaned. Cunning Kain.
Are we even sure he means tomorrow? A passing classmate chuckled. If you remind him every day, he might eventually figure it out, maybe next year. Carl sighed, gathering his things. He loves guns more than hanging out with his best friend, he muttered under his breath. It was becoming a pattern, Kain dodging their gaming sessions.
Still, Carl was determined.
If he didn't beat the level by his 200th try, he swore he'd drag Kain over, no excuses. But there was more to it than just ditching video games.
Kain had changed. Carl could feel it.
Over the past 3 years, something about him had shifted. Something deeper than just a change in hobbies. Year 2000, 3 years in the Marvel Universe. Kain had been in this world for exactly 3 years. When he first realized he'd crossed into a universe filled with superheroes and world-ending threats, he had cycled through shock, fear, and exhilaration. Now, he had settled into this new life, adapting to the extraordinary as if it were normal. How did he know for sure that this was the Marvel world? The clues had been everywhere, but the real confirmation came when he used his inherited wealth to invest in Stark Industries. Watching the company's meteoric rise and the familiar events unfolding around him erased all doubt. This was the Marvel Universe. It had taken time and effort to claim his inheritance. His parents, having planned for the worst, had arranged for a lawyer before their passing, ensuring a smooth transfer of assets. Kain ended up with 34% ownership in a private hospital, $1 million in cash, 3 homes and 2 cars. While taxes and legal fees ate into his fortune, he was left with enough to secure his future. Determined to make the most of his situation, Kain invested $600,000 into the stock market, leveraging his insider knowledge. The dot-com boom had worked in his favor, and by the year 2000, his net worth had soared into the tens of millions. With this wealth, he could have easily chosen a life of luxury. Villas, private chefs, and expensive cars.
But he knew better.
This was a world of gods, monsters, and cosmic-level threats. Money alone wouldn't keep him safe. Preparation for survival. Thankfully, he had an advantage: his mind. His new body came with an enhanced memory and sharper focus, allowing him to absorb information quickly and excel academically. At Midtown High School, he had secured the top spot in his senior year, practically guaranteeing his pick of any university. But that wasn't where his real priorities lay. Every week, Kain spent hours training at a shooting range in the suburbs. Without superpowers, firearms were his best bet for self-defense. After school, he hopped on his motorcycle and headed straight for the range, where someone was already waiting at the entrance. Right on time as always, greeted Jimmy, the shooting coach. He had grown accustomed to Kain's near-obsessive dedication. Having a wealthy client with a passion for firearms was great for business, so he made sure to offer Kain personalized attention. Same as usual?
Jimmy asked.
Same guns, same drills, Kain replied.
Jimmy chuckled.
You know, with your skills, you could enter competitions. You might not win every time, but you'd place in the top 10. Kain grinned but didn't answer. Competitions weren't his goal.
Survival was. Bang. Bang. Bang.
The rhythmic sound of gunfire filled the air. By the end of the session, Jimmy shook his head in amazement. You're getting scary good at this. Kain wiped the sweat off his brow, took a sip from his water bottle, and leaned in slightly. So, about that thing I asked you to look into? Jimmy hesitated, glancing around before lowering his voice. Kain, what you're asking for, those are restricted weapons. It's risky. Why not just hire bodyguards?
Kain smirked. Come on, Jimmy.
You know I have a house in the suburbs. I'm not stockpiling for a war. I just want to be prepared. And hey, you'll make some extra cash out of it. Jimmy sighed, knowing he wasn't going to change Kain's mind. After a moment, he slipped a small note into Kain's hand. Go to this address, he muttered. Tell them you're a friend of Jimmy's. They'll help you out. Kain pocketed the note and gave a nod of thanks. In a world like this, being prepared wasn't paranoia, it was survival. He didn't know when chaos would erupt, but he wasn't about to be caught off guard when it did. And when the time came, Kain intended to be ready. Kain drove through the dimly lit streets of New York, following the address Jimmy had given him. The location was tucked away in a quiet district, not far from the suburbs but just isolated enough to avoid unwanted attention. After parking his car, he stepped out and approached a rather unremarkable storefront, a typical American gun shop, its exterior blending seamlessly into the urban landscape. Inside, rows of rifles, shotguns and handguns lined the walls, all perfectly legal. But Kain wasn't here for the items on display. He was after something far more discreet, and far less legal. Stepping through the entrance, he called out, "Boss." From behind the counter, a man slowly emerged, his appearance as unkempt as the store itself. He was middle-aged, with a scruffy beard that nearly merged with the tangled mess of his hair. He looked more like a caveman than a gun store owner. "If you're old enough to buy, feel free to browse," the man grunted, barely sparing Kain a glance. He had seen plenty of young guys walk in, eager to buy their first firearm, usually a cheap pistol they'd never learned to use properly. Most of them barely had enough cash for a basic shotgun, let alone something more serious.
First time here?
"I'll even knock 10% off," the man added lazily. Kain walked straight to the counter and pulled a folded piece of paper from his pocket, placing it down. "I've already chosen." The shopkeeper unfolded the note and scanned the list. His casual expression stiffened as he read through the items, several of them highly illegal. Kain leaned in slightly.
"Jimmy sent me."
The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed. "If you need this much firepower, why not just go to Stark Industries?" he asked, voice thick with sarcasm.
Kain smirked.
"Stark doesn't break the law for small money."
"Now name your price." The mood shifted.
The shopkeeper's suspicious gaze softened slightly. This was familiar territory now. Money talked, and Kain was speaking his language. Without hesitation, Kain pulled out a thick wad of cash and dropped it onto the counter. $30,000 deposit, he said firmly. "The rest in cash when the deal's done." The shopkeeper's fingers twitched at the sight of the money. Even in the year 2000, that was no small amount. The total deal wouldn't exceed $150,000, but that was still a fortune for a gun store owner operating in the gray. Kain's request included pistols, rifles, an excessive amount of ammunition, and even a few grenades, definitely not items found in a standard shop inventory. The man hesitated for only a moment before nodding.
5 days.
"Leave an address." Kain grabbed a pen and scribbled down a location. It wasn't his primary residence but one of the extra houses his parents had left him, an empty property with a large garage, perfect for keeping deliveries out of sight. The shopkeeper took the cash and pocketed it. "I'll call when it's ready." Preparation and plans. Kain left the store, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he drove back home. The rush of adrenaline was fading, leaving behind a familiar feeling, anticipation. The moment he got home, he wasted no time and dived back into his studies. His status as top student at Midtown High wasn't just because of natural intelligence. His memory and focus had improved ever since he arrived in this world, allowing him to absorb information rapidly. But unlike his classmates, Kain wasn't interested in playing video games or goofing off in his free time. He had bigger priorities.
Among them, medicine.
He wasn't just studying medical texts because he owned shares in a hospital. He studied because in this world, injuries weren't a matter of if, but when. Guns could protect him from external threats, but medical knowledge could save his life when no doctor was around. His parents had left behind a library of medical books, covering everything from first aid to surgery. He devoured them, practicing bandaging, suturing, and diagnosing ailments using dummies he set up at home. So far, he had a 100% success rate. But practice on dummies wasn't the same as real-life injuries.
He knew that.
And soon, he'd have the perfect opportunity to test his skills.
The system, key to the multiverse.
That night, as Kain sat in his dimly lit study, a half-finished glass of red wine in hand, he called up the system interface. A translucent blue panel flickered into existence before him, visible only to him. Kain's mysterious cheat, his greatest advantage, wasn't just a tool for survival, it was a gateway. The system allowed him to connect to other worlds and establish trade deals, but there was a catch. The first trade in any world had to be done in person. No guarantees. No second chances. If the deal failed, he could die before ever making a profit.
But if he succeeded?
The system would permanently unlock that world for him, allowing free travel. Kain's eyes flickered to the available trade world section. The first world selection was pending. He had yet to activate it. The system also had another powerful function, inventory storage. He scrolled through its specs. 50 storage slots, each capable of holding an absurd amount of materials. One slot could store up to 999 units of a single item, with each unit being up to 100 kilograms. That meant if he were to store flour, He could transport over 5,000 tons of it across dimensions in one go. The logistics potential was insane. And Kain knew exactly how to exploit it. This wasn't just about making money. It was about power. A quiet life of luxury didn't interest him. He had no intention of hiding in some mansion while superhumans and cosmic entities fought over the fate of the universe. He wanted more. He wanted control. He wanted to see what other worlds had to offer. His fingers hovered over the interface, ready to select his first trade world. A smirk played on his lips. I'll take the risk. The glass of wine swirled in his hand before he finished it in one smooth motion. The Marvel Universe was just the beginning. His real empire had yet to be built.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Hey, Kain, you've been avoiding me lately. If you don't come over and help me beat that video game, you'll lose the best trader you've got. Carl Shelton playfully slung his arm around Kain's neck, trying to guilt-trip him into hanging out. Carl's father was a well-known stockbroker on Wall Street. Growing up with a father immersed in trading, Carl had become skilled in navigating the stock market. Kain, aware of his talent, had entrusted him with some of his money. Carl, with his father's connections, had helped him open a stock account far quicker than Kain could have managed on his own. Now, Carl followed Kain's instructions and handled trades, and both had profited handsomely from it. Carl, cautious by nature, had only invested modest amounts because of his father's constant warnings about the unpredictability of the stock market. Kain, on the other hand, was more daring, and as a result, his returns were far greater. Although Carl didn't manage most of Kain's funds anymore, the $1 million or so Kain had entrusted him with was still significant. I'm not avoiding you, Carl. I just think you need something more than the game. Kain pulled out a stack of study materials from his bag, marked with his own handwritten notes. He had been using them to prepare for school exams. Carl flipped through the pages, his eyes widening at the extensive notes. Kain, I'm not aiming for Columbia University or anything. You know I'm not the studious type. Kain shot him a serious look. You saying you don't need this? Look at these notes, man. Do you know how long it took me to prepare this for you? Carl gave an apologetic grin. Bro, you know me. I'd be sent straight to the ICU if I tried to study all this. He could see how much effort Kain had put into compiling the material, but studying was the last thing on Carl's mind. Forget it. Maybe I misjudged your dedication to academics, Kain said, brushing it off. But I do need your help with something. Carl, always quick to help when it didn't involve schoolwork, jumped at the chance. Anything, man. You know I've got your back. Kain smiled. I need you to find me a warehouse, something with good security. Also, track down a reliable supermarket supplier. I might need it soon. Carl raised an eyebrow. You opening a supermarket now? Dude, this isn't a smart move. You're going to ditch our Wall Street Lightning Group. Kain rolled his eyes. There is no Lightning Group, Carl. And I'm not opening a supermarket. Just do this for me, all right? With that, Kain ended their conversation as it was nearly time for class. His days at school had become more relaxed since he was one of the top students. As long as he didn't disrupt anyone or break any laws, the teachers left him alone. After all, a kid already accepted into Columbia University wasn't someone they worried about. But Kain was growing tired of school. It felt like a waste of time when there was so much more to learn, especially with his recent acquisition of the trading system. The thought of spending another 4 or 5 years stuck in a classroom, waiting to use the system's potential, made him impatient. It was like being a game fan holding a brand new game but being told to practice skills before playing. He simply couldn't wait. A few days later, Kain arrived at his parents' unused house. The place was large but isolated, which made it perfect for what he had planned. When night fell, a minivan pulled up in front of the house. After flashing the headlights 3 times as a signal, Kain opened the garage door to let the vehicle inside. All your stuff is here. Bullets in the boxes, firearms, and rocket launchers in the cases. Once I leave, I don't know you, and I never sold you anything, the owner of the gun shop grumbled as he helped unload the goods. Kain inspected everything closely. Pistols, rifles, submachine guns all in pristine condition. He had experience with guns, but the rocket launcher was new territory. He heft it once, just to feel the weight. Everything seemed perfect. No problems here, boss. Pleasure doing business with you, Kain said, handing over the remaining balance to the gun shop owner. Call me George, the man said, pocketing the cash. Next time you come, you'll get a fair price. I don't cheat my regulars. As George drove off into the night, Kain began organizing the firearms and ammunition. He loaded all the clips and carefully stored the weapons in the system's space inventory. The trading system's space was vast, allowing him to store large quantities of goods. The sheer convenience of being able to summon or stow weapons in the blink of an eye brought a satisfied smile to his face. Now, let's search for the first trading world, Kain muttered to himself, eager to see what lay ahead. The system's panel blinked to life, displaying a chaotic whirl of stars and lights. After a few moments, a bright star materialized on the screen, indicating the target world. Kain tapped the starlight, and a scene unfolded before his eyes. It was a battlefield, unlike any he had ever seen. Instead of guns, the fighters used strange hand signs to manipulate elements fire, water, wind, and lightning. Some hurled shuriken and kunao, while others engaged in hand-to-hand combat. In another part of the world, civilians went about their daily lives, shopping in markets, and traders laughed together in izakayas. This is the world of shinobi, Kain murmured, intrigued by the strange yet familiar imagery. A thrill of excitement coursed through him. This was the first world the system had located, and he was about to step into it, armed with weapons from Earth. The thought of what opportunities and dangers awaited him made his heart race. But he was ready. Danger and opportunity coexisted, and Kain was determined to make the most of both. The world of Naruto, once a thriving indigenous planet, could have evolved with a harmonious coexistence of extraordinary powers and advancing technology. However, the arrival of the alien Atsutsuki clan drastically altered the course of this planet's development. The first significant change came when Atsutsuki Kagaya planted a sacred tree on the planet. After betraying her fellow Atsutsuki, Ishaiki, she performed a ritual to offer sacrifices to the sacred tree and eventually consumed the chakra fruit herself. Her ideals, however, clashed with those of her sons, Atsutsuki Hago Romo and Atsutsuki Hamura, leading to her eventual sealing. Hago Romo, also known as the Sage of Six Paths, later spread chakra across the world. After his son Indra developed the art of ninjutsu, shinobi, or ninja, began to rise to prominence, shaping the history of the world with their battles and exploits. Kain pondered over the images he had just seen from the system. It looks like a war is going on. I'm not sure which one though. If it's the Fourth Shinobi World War, one should probably hold off for now. But it can't be those ninjas were wearing different forehead protectors. Konoha, IWA. This has to be a conflict between villages, not the unified force of the Fourth War. He recalled that the Fourth Shinobi World War was a massive, cataclysmic event. If he misjudged the timing and got caught in it, he might not even make it out alive, especially with the looming threat of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Since it's still wartime, I should reconsider my initial plan for trading food supplies. I'll adjust the inventory and include more medicines, leaving behind detailed instructions, he mused. Kain's father had taken him to various private receptions over the years, and he had made some useful connections, including several individuals working in pharmaceutical companies. He could source a large batch of medicines from them, including antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, and vitamins, not to mention essential medical equipment. While Kain could carry a significant amount of supplies into the shinobi world, he faced a critical question: what could he get in return? The currency in the ninja world would be useless once he returned to his own world, and the value of their money would be equivalent to toilet paper in the modern economy. Gold was a potential option, but gold wasn't widely used in the shinobi world, at least not in the anime he had watched. The only time gold was ever significant was with the fourth Kaze cage in the Sand Village, and I'm not exactly equipped to mine or trade for gold. Plus, it's too risky to deal with gold just for some returns. I might as well stick to business on Wall Street for that, Kain thought. His real goal wasn't simply making money, he had plenty of that already. What Kain wanted was access to the extraordinary powers of the shinobi world. Chakra, the energy that fueled the ninja's abilities, was the most mysterious and alluring power in that world. But chakra was native to that universe, and even if Kain could somehow learn how to extract it, his chakra reserves would likely be minuscule compared to the shinobi born and raised in that world. If I want to obtain true extraordinary power, I'll probably need something like Hashirama cells, Kain muttered. He knew that Hashirama Senjo, the first Hokage, had cells that were famous for their regenerative and chakra-boosting properties. If he could get his hands on something like that, his chances of gaining real power would increase significantly. But for now, all of that was still just wishful thinking. He couldn't even determine the exact time period in the shinobi world yet, so making detailed plans was premature. All he could do was focus on his preparations, stockpiling medicines, weapons, and gear. Good thing I already know Japanese, Kain thought with a smirk. That would at least save him from the hassle of dealing with language barriers. Kain grabbed his phone and called Carl. Hey, Carl, how's the warehouse and supplier situation coming along? It took a moment for Carl, groggy from sleep, to respond. Kain, dude, do you know what time it is? The American Constitution protects my sacred right to sleep. It's noon, Carl. Are you still half asleep? Should I call your dad and tell him you've been gaming all night again? Carl woke up immediately, his tone shifting. Kain, I was just joking, man. The warehouse and the people you asked for are all sorted. I can show you the place this afternoon. Perfect. I'll be there in half an hour. Kain hung up and headed to his father's study. He found an old phone book that listed the contacts of various business associates. Scanning through it, he found the name and number of a pharmaceutical manager he remembered from a while back. He dialed the number. Jess, it's Kain Pent. I'd like to do some business with you. Jess, the department manager, wasn't particularly high-ranking, but Kain held some sway as a major shareholder in a private hospital in New York. For someone like Jess, Kain was a valuable client, especially when the order involved $500,000 worth of medical supplies. After making arrangements with Jess, Kain met Carl in the afternoon to check out the warehouse. It was secure, spacious, and located in a quiet area with few people around, perfect for what Kain needed in the early stages of his plan. Once he had more funds, he'd invest in a network of secure warehouses, but for now, this would do. Too many goods appearing and disappearing too frequently from one location would attract suspicion, so it was crucial to stay under the radar. With the warehouse rented, Kain dropped Carl off and made his way to finalize the pharmaceutical order. After that, he planned to gather other essentials like food and clothing. In the shinobi world, it wasn't just medical supplies that would be in high demand. If the war he entered was the Second or Third Shinobi World War, food could become just as valuable. Kain knew he had to establish a foothold in the shinobi world, much like Kato had. But unlike Kato, who died after relying on hired samurai and rogue ninjas, Kain planned to be smarter. He would use modern weapons, firearms, and ammunition to defend himself and expand his influence. Even a Chunin-level ninja could fall to the sheer firepower of a well-coordinated firearms team. Guns may not be as flashy as jutsu, but they're just as deadly if used correctly, Kain thought. Rifles, with their rapid-fire capabilities, could easily match or surpass the lethality of the average shinobi's shuriken. Even a Chunin without proper defensive jutsu would struggle against a barrage of bullets. Kain requested a long-term leave from school, preparing to dive into the shinobi world fully. Before setting off, he gave Carl some extra funds to invest in the stock market. War was brewing on the global stage once more, and whether it was oil or gold, there was always profit to be made. With his preparations almost complete, Kain's mind was already in the world of ninjas. Soon, he would take his first step into a new world filled with both danger and opportunity. It's really desolate during the war, Kain muttered to himself as he took in the empty, war-torn landscape around him. He had just arrived in the world of Naruto via a trading system that allowed him to travel between dimensions, but he hadn't been able to choose his exact landing location. Now, he needed to find a suitable trading partner quickly. Only then could he place the trading tokens required to keep him in this world. I've only got 2 days, Kain thought, and every time I shuttle back and forth, I have to appear within 50 miles of the transaction mark. The mark is tied to the trading partner, too. What a ridiculous rule. He grimaced at the thought. I need to find someone who'll stick around for a long time, but I only get this one chance. If I mess it up, I can't come back. Kain was anxious. If he didn't find a trading partner within the allotted time, the world would be lost to him, and the trading system would reset, sending him off to a new, unfamiliar world. Finding a person who was both willing to trade and had a long lifespan seemed like an impossible task, especially given the war-torn state of the world. On top of that, once the trading token was bound to this world, Kain would be stuck for at least 2 years before he could replace it with a new one. Why does this system have to be so complicated? And this weather? Kain glanced up at the sky, raindrops falling steadily on his face. It's been raining ever since I got here. He was grateful that he had packed a full set of daily necessities, including umbrellas and rain gear, but after 2 hours of trudging through the wilderness, he was getting frustrated. He had yet to encounter another soul, let alone someone who might make for a viable trading partner. He had no clue where he was, and the idea of missing out on the shinobi plane made his stomach churn. As a wealthy man with time to spare, Kain wasn't out of shape. He had trained in martial arts and firearms, so the physical act of walking for hours wasn't a problem for him. The real issue was not knowing how long it would take to find someone, and whether that person would be a suitable trading partner. If things went south, he could always retreat to the Marvel world he knew and give up on the shinobi world. Am I really going to be this unlucky with my first trade? The Pent family has believed in God for generations, and yet here I am, the only heir, wandering around in the rain in some war-torn world. Where's the divine protection? He walked for another hour before he finally came across a ruined building in the distance. It wasn't much, but it offered temporary shelter from the rain. Kain noticed the remnants of battles, scorched earth, and debris littering the ground. The war had left its mark on this place. He didn't know which direction would lead him to a village, or even a battlefield where he might find someone to trade with. Still, he reasoned that if he found himself in real danger, he'd return to the Marvel universe as soon as possible. There was no point risking his life for a failed transaction. Anyone there? Kain called out, keeping his hand close to his gun, his voice echoing through the ruins. After waiting a few minutes with no response, he decided to release a drone to scout the area for potential threats. Once the drone confirmed the coast was clear, Kain sat down to rest. He was running low on energy. If he wasn't so close to a potential battlefield, he would have treated himself to a steak, but for now, he could only snack on some chocolate, jerky, and energy drinks. As he ate, Kain monitored the drone's feed, but it didn't reveal anything useful. 4 hours down, 44 to go, he said to himself, glancing at his watch. Suddenly, a soft noise caught his attention. Kain immediately dropped the energy drink, grabbed his gun, and pointed it in the direction of the sound. Who's there? He shouted. For a tense few seconds, there was no response. Kain fired a few warning shots into the ground, the bullets making sharp, loud sounds as they struck the earth. I'll say it one more time. Come out, or I won't hesitate to shoot. Don't shoot. I'll come out. A small, frightened voice called out from behind a large boulder. Slowly, a boy with orange hair emerged. He couldn't have been older than 10, with a stubborn but scared expression on his face. Kain didn't lower his guard, keeping the gun trained on the boy. Are you alone? What are you doing here? I scanned this area earlier, and there was no one around. I was just looking for something to eat, the boy replied nervously. I'm homeless. I was too hungry, so I came here to see if I could find any food. Kain eyed the boy suspiciously. There aren't any villages nearby. You're out here by yourself looking for food? Sounds like you're not being honest with me. Even though the boy was just a kid, Kain knew better than to trust him completely. He kept his distance, ready to return to the Marvel world at a moment's notice if things took a turn for the worse. The boy, sensing Kain's distrust, raised his hands in a defensive gesture. I'm telling the truth. I came here because I want to find a ninja and become an apprentice. I'm just trying to learn ninjutsu. I was passing through and saw this place, so I hid from the rain, looking for a ninja apprentice. Kain raised an eyebrow. He took a closer look at the boy's orange hair and asked, What's your name? Yahiko. My name is Yahiko. Kain's eyes widened slightly. Yahiko. That name meant something to him. He quickly deduced that this was the time of the Second Shinobi World War, and Yahiko, along with his two companions, had yet to meet Jiraiya. All right, Yahiko. Call your two friends over, Kain said, rummaging through his backpack. He pulled out 3 pieces of bread and ham, throwing them over to the boy. I've got food for all of you. Yahiko's eyes widened in surprise. He glanced at the bread and ham and then back at Kain, realizing that this stranger knew more than he let on. The fact that he had enough food for 3 people told Yahiko that Kain knew about Konan and Nagato, his companions. After a brief hesitation, Yahiko called out, Konan. Nagato? Come out? He's got food, he's a good guy. Kain scoffed inwardly at Yahiko's naivete. A good guy? He was a businessman, a capitalist. Goodness wasn't in the job description. But for now, he had found the trading partners he needed. It's so delicious, mister. Yahiko exclaimed with his mouth full of buttered bread and ham. He was struggling to speak clearly with the food spilling out, which made Kain frown and take a step back, visibly uncomfortable. Noticing this, the blue-haired Konan quickly intervened. Yahiko, swallow before you speak. I'm sorry, Uncle Kain. We've just been so hungry for days, and your bread is amazing. Konan apologized with a polite bow. Kain sighed and corrected her. Don't call me uncle. I'm not that old, and we're not that close. Just call me Mr. Kain. He then shifted the conversation. So, where are you 3 headed? And which shinobi are you planning to learn ninjutsu from? Yahiko, who had barely swallowed his food, replied with renewed energy, We're not sure exactly where, but we saw Konoha shinobi fighting Hanzo last time, and they survived. We want to find them and learn ninjutsu to change the land of rain. Kain shook his head slightly, causing Yahiko to narrow his eyes in annoyance. What, Mr. Kain, you don't believe us? Yahiko asked, clearly feeling challenged. No, it's not that. Your dream is admirable, keep at it. Kain wasn't interested in arguing with the boy. He found it pointless to debate with idealistic children, especially when they lacked the wisdom to see beyond their immediate desires. What he was really after had nothing to do with their childish dreams. Yahiko, undeterred, continued, We saw the Konoha shinobi didn't leave any of their dead behind after fighting Hanzo. If we keep heading toward the land of fire, we'll catch up with them eventually. That's helpful, Kain mused to himself. He knew Yahiko was most likely leading him toward the legendary Sannin Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Ideally, he would prefer to bind his world trading contract with someone like Tsunade or Orochimaru. They were bound to stay in Konoha before the Third Shinobi War erupted, and they wielded enough influence to be valuable trading partners. Jiraiya, on the other hand, might stick around to mentor Yahiko and his friends. Either way, establishing a relationship with Konoha shinobi was a strategic move. If things went south, Kain could always retreat back to his home world without hesitation. Konan, who had been observing Kain's thoughtful expression, gently asked, Mr. Kain, what are you thinking about? Kain smirked slightly. I was just considering a deal. How about this, I'll follow you 3 and help you find the Konoha shinobi. In return, you help me find them quickly. As payment for your services, here's some milk and chocolate, he said, pulling out 3 boxes of milk and some candy from his backpack. Yahiko's eyes lit up at the sight of the treats. Milk and chocolate were luxuries even before the war, and now they were nearly impossible to find. Still, he couldn't help but be cautious. What do you want with the Konoha shinobi, Mr. Kain? Yahiko asked, his wariness showing through. Kain chuckled and waved a hand dismissively. I'm a businessman, kid, not someone looking to become a ninja like you. I'm just here for a potential trade, nothing more. Do I look like someone who's going to train to become a shinobi at my age? Be mature. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yahiko nodded. All right, Mr. Kain, we agree. Thank you, he said, immediately dividing the milk and chocolate among Konan and Nagato. They all pocketed the chocolate, knowing it was too precious to eat right away. With the deal set, Kain stood up and dusted himself off. Good. Now let's move. I don't have much time left, he urged. He was down to just over a day to secure a trading partner. If Tsunade or Orochimaru were unwilling to work with him, he'd have no choice but to bind the trade to one of Yahiko's companions, Nagato or Konan. The group set out toward the Land of Fire, where they hoped to find the Konoha shinobi. Though Yahiko's idealism made him seem naive, Kain had to admit the boy had good instincts. Yahiko had correctly deduced the direction the Sannin would take after their battle with Hanzo, which was impressive for a kid who hadn't received formal training yet. The trio's lack of physical stamina, however, was a problem. They were often exhausted and had to stop frequently to rest. Kain, always impatient, used chocolate and other small treats to motivate them to keep going. His tactic worked. Fueled by the promise of more food, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato pushed themselves harder than ever before. After hours of walking through the rain, the sun began to set, and they finally spotted movement ahead. There they are, up ahead. Yahiko whispered excitedly, but his eagerness was tempered with a sense of responsibility. Mr. Kain, should we just walk straight up to them? You're looking for their help, right? The only advantage you have is your youth and sincerity. I'm a businessman, not some spy. Moving suspiciously will only make them more wary, and that could ruin any chance of negotiating with them. Besides, they've probably already noticed us, Kain advised, brushing past Yahiko. Yahiko frowned but ultimately agreed with Kain's logic. All right, Konan, Nagato, stay back for now. If something goes wrong, you two run, he instructed before hurrying after Kain. As they approached, they heard voices coming from what looked like a makeshift shelter in the ruins of a building. Kain caught snippets of a conversation between two people. The war's finally winding down, a woman's voice said. Once Sand Shinobi retreats, we can return to the village for some much-needed rest. Let's hope the other villages calm down too. We can't handle another long battle, Tsunade, replied a man's voice, though it was cut off as they noticed Kain and Yahiko approaching. Kain decided to speak up before things got tense. Shinobi of Konoha, we mean no harm. We're not from a megakur. I'm just here to discuss a business proposal. The man they had heard speaking earlier, Jiraiya, appeared in the rain with his hands ready for combat, but the woman, Tsunade, looked at them suspiciously. She didn't sense the chakra of a ninja from either of them. After a moment of assessing the situation, Tsunade called out from the shelter, come inside and talk. As Kain and Yahiko made their way into the ruins, they noticed a figure stepping out from the shadows. Orochimaru. The trio had now officially encountered the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, signaling that there was no immediate intention to attack. Perhaps they had determined that Kain wasn't a threat since he wasn't a ninja. The mere fact that they were willing to talk suggested that the first step was a success. Kain let out a small sigh of relief and walked forward with Yahiko, though they maintained some distance even after entering the sheltered area. This cautious behavior was entirely natural in Orochimaru's view, especially as he, too, remained wary of Kain. Jiraiya, ever curious, quickly posed a question. What's your purpose? Kain, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, I'm a businessman who lost his way in the Land of Rain. I happened to meet these children and learned about the skirmish between Konoha shinobi and Rain shinobi from them. I asked them to bring me here to meet you. Jiraiya looked at him skeptically. A businessman? Near a battlefield. I got lost, Kain explained again, his voice even. Honestly, this is my first time in the Land of Rain, and I didn't know there was a war nearby. The goods I carry have great value for shinobi, so I'd like to propose a trade. I can show you samples from my backpack, but I'll need a promise from the three of you not to suddenly attack me. Kain's hand moved into his backpack, though it wasn't for the physical samples inside. Instead, using his backpack as a cover, he retrieved supplies from his space backpack, out of view of the others. I have two categories of items for trade, medicine and food, Kain began. The medicines include anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, antipyretics, vitamins, and various medical supplies. As for food, I carry staples like rice, flour, oil, sugar, and salt but in large quantities. As Kain held up the medicine boxes, which bore labels written in Japanese, he made a note of the unfamiliar packaging. Even though the shinobi might not recognize the description, the value of the contents was unmistakable. Tsunade's attention piqued as she leaned in to examine the medicine. Being one of Konoha's most skilled medical ninjas, Tsunade was familiar with the stark limitations of Konoha's current medical resources. The village's medical systems had yet to develop fully, with most remedies still made from basic herbs. Capsules, pills, or anything resembling modern pharmaceutical products were practically unheard of. What do these medicines do? She asked, carefully inspecting the boxes. Kain explained, there are instructions on each of the boxes. The effects are just as the labels describe. These are samples, so you're welcome to test them on your wounded shinobi to verify. Jiraiya and Orochimaru remained quiet as they observed Tsunade's reaction. Her focus deepened as she read the descriptions, and when she reached the final box, her expression grew serious. Are the effects really as described? Tsunade asked, her tone demanding clarity. Of course, Kain replied confidently. These are not for show. I am a businessman. You can test them on the injured. I wouldn't mislead you. Deception is bad for business. It was clear that the medicine intrigued Tsunade. As the three shinobi from Konoha considered the possibilities, Kain pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Tsunade. This is the list of available items and their quantities. Beyond that, there's nothing more to discuss for now. Jiraiya, still observing Kain closely, asked, are you from the Land of Lightning? No, Kain responded flatly. I'm not affiliated with any of the known nations. I come from America, across the sea, though I doubt you've heard of it. Tsunade glanced up from the list and said, if these medicines work as you say, I'll buy the entire first batch on behalf of Konoha. Konoha was wealthy enough to afford the purchase, and the scarcity of medical supplies during the war had proven disastrous for their wounded. If the medicines Kain offered could save lives, they would be invaluable, even potentially replacing the need for lower-level medical ninjas. One more thing, Tsunade added. It would be best if you came back with us to Konoha's camp. I don't mind, Kain agreed, but you must ensure my safety. I am not a shinobi, but I do have ways to escape. If I sense any danger or mistreatment, I will cancel the deal immediately, and you will never get your hands on my goods again. Tsunade gave a firm nod. I guarantee your safety in the name of Konoha's Jonin, Tsunade. With that assurance, Kain confirmed, so, the deal is set. Tsunade responded decisively, yes, let's trade. As soon as the agreement was sealed, the trading system Kain relied on indicated that the world trading coordinates were successfully bound. The name Tsunade appeared as the bound recipient. Tsunade then turned to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. We need to head back as quickly as possible. Jiraiya glanced at Yahiko, who had stood silently beside Kain. And what about this kid? Kain quickly stepped aside, putting some distance between himself and Yahiko. He's not with me. We were simply traveling in the same direction. With Kain disassociating himself from the young boy, all eyes fell on Yahiko. Under their collective gaze, Yahiko hesitated for a moment, but remembering Kain's earlier words and fueled by the burning dream inside him, he summoned his courage. I want to learn ninjutsu. Yahiko shouted, his voice trembling but filled with determination. I want to change this crying country and make it a better place. Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged silent looks. They were unimpressed by what they saw as a child's naive dream. To them, Yahiko's ideals seemed ill-suited to the harsh realities of the shinobi world. Orochimaru dismissed him. We don't have time for this, Jiraiya. We still have tasks to complete back at camp. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Yes, we need to return immediately. But Jiraiya, whose expression had grown more serious, couldn't help but be swayed by the boy's words. He looked into Yahiko's eyes and saw something more than just a childish wish. He saw resolve. Jiraiya, ever mindful of the prophecy of the great toad sage about the child of prophecy, felt the tug of fate. I think I'll stay, Jiraiya announced, surprising both Tsunade and Orochimaru. The war is almost over, and I can take care of these kids. Just then, Konan and Nagato emerged from behind a stone pillar, making their presence known to the three legendary shinobi. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru's expressions shifted to disbelief. Jiraiya, Tsunade shouted, her voice full of frustration. Do you even understand what you're saying? The war between Konoha and the Land of Rain had ended just over a day ago. Konoha's legendary Sannin Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had recently engaged in a fierce battle with Hanzo the Salamander, leader of a megacorps. In the aftermath, while Orochimaru and Tsunade prepared to return to Konoha, Jiraiya made a surprising decision. He chose to stay behind in the war-torn Land of Rain to care for a group of orphans he had just met. This guy Jiraiya chose to stay in the Land of Rain. Can't he see what the situation is now? Tsunade complained as they made their way back to the Konoha camp. We've just fought Hanzo, the war is barely over, and he's going to stay behind to care for a few kids. What if Rain Shinobi sees this as provocation? We could reignite the war, and then what? What if Konoha sees this as desertion? He could be labeled a traitor. Orochimaru, walking beside her, remained indifferent. Don't look to me for help. I'll speak on his behalf to Sarutobi-sensei when we get back, but that's it. If he wants to throw his future away for a few orphans, let him. He shrugged, showing little concern for Jiraiya's decision. To Orochimaru, Jiraiya's actions were an unnecessary risk, and he had no intention of defending his comrade's decision beyond a few words. Tsunade sighed, realizing she wouldn't get much sympathy from Orochimaru. Fine. Let him explain himself to Sarutobi-sensei when he returns. As they continued their journey, Tsunade slowed her pace to walk alongside Kain Pent, the merchant they had encountered. She had been intrigued by the medicines Kain had shown them, wondering about their effectiveness. These medicines seemed years ahead of anything Konoha could produce, particularly for battlefield injuries. Kain, a non-shinobi, had been cautious throughout their interactions, keen to avoid suspicion or conflict. Despite his wariness, he had willingly shared knowledge with Tsunade, explaining how his medicines could be used for emergency treatment, even by non-medical ninjas. Kain also provided detailed information about basic battlefield first aid techniques that could be employed by ordinary ninjas. His explanations impressed Tsunade, who saw great potential in applying such knowledge across Konoha's forces. The deeper they delved into the discussion, the more Tsunade's respect for Kain grew. Though he was not a medical ninja, his understanding of battlefield medicine and first aid techniques was advanced. This knowledge could save countless lives, especially when combined with the medicine he offered for trade. You've got some impressive knowledge, Tsunade praised, her tone lightening. Your name is a bit strange, but I have to admit, your medical skills are nothing to scoff at. Kain chuckled softly, it's just a deeper understanding of this specific field. After all, I do need to know how to sell these medicines. As they approached the Konoha camp, Tsunade reflected on Kain's knowledge and the potential it had to revolutionize how they approached battlefield care. The idea of training more ninjas in first aid, coupled with Kain's supplies, could be a game changer. It was much more feasible than training more medical ninjas, a process that required rare talent and extensive time. Kain's knowledge, in contrast, was simple but effective. When they finally arrived at the camp, the guards at the entrance scrutinized the trio as a matter of routine. Kain, although under Tsunade and Orochimaru's protection, was still subject to inspection due to the ongoing war. After the security check, they allowed him to pass, though with some wariness. Tsunade led Kain to a tent, explaining, "This is where I rest. You can stay here for now while I take care of the arrangements. Don't worry, no one will trouble you here." Before leaving, she ensured a Hyuga clan ninja was stationed outside the tent to keep an eye on Kain. This served both to protect Kain from curious or aggressive shinobi and to ensure he didn't stray into areas he shouldn't. As cautious as Kain had been throughout the journey, Tsunade knew he was no threat. Despite his insistence that he would leave if he sensed danger, Kain had been thoroughly checked. The censors and Hyuga guards had confirmed that he had no chakra or signs of any ninja training. His claims of being an ordinary person seemed legitimate. Tsunade headed to the conference tent where the war council was held. She was the last to arrive, greeted immediately by Konoha's war commander in the Land of Rain, Shimura Danzo. His sharp tone caught her off guard. "Tsunade, why didn't Jiraiya come back with you? And who is this person you brought back? We're still at war, and you brought a stranger into the camp." Tsunade didn't flinch at Danzo's words. She had long grown tired of his abrasive nature. "I've already reported Jiraiya's decision to teacher Sarutobi. As for the person I brought back, we'll discuss that in due time." Danzo's annoyance was evident, but he was powerless to act against Tsunade directly. Not only was she one of Konoha's greatest assets in battle, but her ties to the Senju clan and her recent battlefield success gave her a level of protection that even Danzo had to respect. Additionally, her grandmother, Lady Mito, was still alive, making any direct confrontation unwise. Fine, Danzo grunted, shifting the topic. "Let's focus on the war effort." The meeting shifted to updates on the battlefield. The Rain Village forces had retreated, exhausted, and unable to continue fighting due to their strained logistics. Only Sand Shinobi remained a significant threat, but Konoha was pushing them back. Once the general discussion of the war ended, Danzo turned his attention back to Tsunade, along with the rest of the gathered commanders. They were all curious about the medicines and supplies she had brought back. Tsunade wasted no time. She retrieved the samples Kain had given her and laid them out on the table. "His name is Kain Pent. He's a merchant from a distant land, lost in the Land of Rain. These are the medicines he's selling." Everyone in the tent examined the products closely. As they read the labels and descriptions, the atmosphere grew more serious. The potential of these medicines to revolutionize battlefield treatment was clear to all. Even Danzo, who had been skeptical, seemed intrigued. In the end, Tsunade's decision to bring Kain to the camp was vindicated. His medicines could save countless lives, and the knowledge he offered would help strengthen Konoha's forces. As discussions continued, it became clear that Kain's contribution would play a vital role in the future of the ongoing war. Are these medical supplies and medicine? The ninja in the camp, especially those with experience on the battlefield, easily recognized bandages, wound medicine patches, and similar basic supplies. However, some of the capsules, granular medicines, and even sprays were not immediately identifiable. Fortunately, there were instructions labeled on the packaging, so the ninjas began inspecting the items more closely. These were not ordinary supplies, they could change the course of how medical treatment was administered during the war. As the ninjas rummaged through the supplies, Tsunade, who had been keenly observing them, began explaining to the group. "These are emergency medicines designed specifically for the battlefield. They have various functions such as stopping bleeding, reducing inflammation, and treating fever. With these medicines, we can significantly reduce the current shortage of medical ninjas." She paused for a moment, letting the weight of her words settle in. "Combined with basic first aid techniques and simple suturing methods, we can reduce the casualty rate on the battlefield by several times." A Jonin from the Nara clan raised an eyebrow. "Is this medicine really as effective as it's described to be?" Tsunade replied calmly, "I'm not certain yet. These are just samples for us to try. But if the results align with the descriptions, I would strongly recommend we purchase these in bulk. Otherwise, with the current state of our medical corps, we simply won't have enough manpower to treat all the wounded in the camp." Her tone grew more somber, and though she didn't finish her sentence, everyone in the tent knew the grim reality of what she was implying. The medical team had been stretched thin, with some ninjas succumbing to their injuries simply because there weren't enough resources to treat them in time. The weight of her words was heavy on the minds of those present, especially after witnessing firsthand the overwhelming number of casualties and the immense toll the war had taken on their medical staff. Among the wounded were countless members of prominent ninja clans, and the thought of being unable to save their comrades was too much to bear. Shimura Danzo, ever the skeptic, spoke up, his voice low and serious. "And what about the man who provided these? What do we know of his origins?" Tsunade shrugged slightly. "He claims to come from across the sea from a place called the United States, but who knows what really exists on the other side of the world? One thing I can confidently say is that these medicines didn't come from another ninja village. If they had, Konoha would have heard something about them by now." She leaned back and crossed her arms. "That said, he's a strange one. He has no chakra and doesn't appear to be trained in ninjutsu. He doesn't seem to be affiliated with any other village and certainly doesn't have the look of a spy. He's just a businessman, or so he claims." Danzo wasn't convinced. A businessman? And yet he conveniently appears near the battlefield, offering us supplies? What if he's more than he seems? Yamanaka Jonin. He was about to issue a command to probe deeper when Orochimaru intervened with a sly grin. "Assistant Danzo, there's no need to be so hasty. If you scare him off or eliminate him prematurely, we might miss out on what could be a beneficial arrangement for Konoha. Let's face it, the man poses little threat by himself. His supplies, on the other hand, could turn the tide in this war. If we don't take advantage, it might be Rain Shinobi who benefit from this discovery instead." The room fell silent as Orochimaru's words sank in. The other Jonin present began to murmur among themselves, their skepticism starting to wane. There was wisdom in Orochimaru's assessment. If these medicines were as valuable as they seemed, and if range shinobi were to get their hands on them, Konoha's current advantage could be lost. Danzo's face darkened as he considered the possibility of range shinobi benefiting from their negligence. Fine, he muttered after a long pause. Tsunade, verify the effectiveness of these supplies. If they prove to be legitimate, send a report to Lord Sarutobi and the other elders. Large-scale procurement will require their authorization, and we must ensure everything is above board. Tsunade nodded. Understood. I'll also gather a list of all the supplies he provided, including food, and prepare a report on them as well. With that, the meeting came to an end, and the group dispersed. As Tsunade stepped out of the tent, she couldn't help but smirk slightly. Seeing Danzo frustrated always gave her a strange sense of satisfaction. That, and the thought of making a real difference with these new medicines, lightened her mood significantly. Orochimaru, she called out as she caught up with him. What's next for you? He glanced at her, his golden eyes thoughtful. If things go as planned, I'll be sent to deal with Sand Shinobi next. Tsunade nodded. Thinking of her younger brother, she hesitated for a moment before asking, Orochimaru, when we get back, would you consider taking on Noaki as your disciple? He's been dying to train under you. Orochimaru smirked. If he can pass my evaluation, perhaps. At the very least, he has already proven his discernment by not choosing Jiraiya as a mentor. With that, the matter was settled. Tsunade returned to her tent, where Kain was waiting patiently. The meeting went well. If the medicines check out, Konoha will make a large-scale purchase. I hope you don't mind waiting for a while longer. Of course, Kain replied with a calm smile. Inspections are a necessary part of any transaction. Internally, however, Kain was already calculating his next moves. The deal with Konoha had progressed smoothly so far, and soon, he would have an established presence in this world. From there, he could expand his operations, perhaps even setting up trading posts in other countries. The potential profits from selling materials between the two worlds were astronomical, especially if he could maintain a monopoly on these medicines. He had bigger plans too. If he could learn more about the advanced medical techniques in this world, particularly the unique blend of chakra-based healing, he could revolutionize medicine back in his own world. It wasn't beyond reason to think that with the help of skilled medical nin, he could cure previously incurable diseases or even extend lifespans. Back at the medical camp, the harsh reality of the war was all too evident. Hundreds of wounded shinobi lay in rows, and the few medical nin available were struggling to keep up. As Kain observed the state of affairs, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of admiration and sadness for the ninja around him. These were warriors trained to fight, but here they were, some barely clinging to life due to a lack of medical resources. After assisting with suturing the wounds of 3 shinobi and applying some of his own medicine, Kain walked out of the tent, frowning slightly. He washed the blood from his hands and took a deep breath, calming himself. When Tsunade approached him, he spoke quietly, the medicine's effectiveness is just about confirmed, Tsunade. But I need to reiterate, I'm just a businessman, not a doctor. Of course, you've worked hard these past 2 days, ahaha. Tsunade laughed awkwardly, trying to lighten the mood. However, Kain's expression didn't change, so she continued, well, it has been confirmed in the past 2 days that your medicine is indeed as effective as described. I've already sent a message to Konoha, and we'll definitely purchase it in large quantities soon. Kain let out a small sigh of relief and replied, that's good. To be honest, I've been away for quite a while. It would be great if we could finalize the transaction quickly. Tsunade smiled, trying to reassure him, don't worry. If there are no complications, a group will be returning to Konoha in 3 days. I'll be going back with them, and we can conclude the negotiations then. Kain glanced at her, hesitating for a moment, before he asked, I was just curious. Given your strength, do you really need to go back right now just to oversee a transaction? If it's not convenient to answer, you can just ignore the question. Tsunade shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. There's no issue in answering. The war is almost over, so I'm going back with the wounded. Sand Shinobi is retreating, and they've lost the will to continue fighting. Under the combined pressure from Konoha and Rain Shinobi, Sand Shinobi's casualties have far surpassed ours, all thanks to Danzo's strategy. If the fighting continued, Konoha would suffer heavy losses, but Sand Shinobi would collapse. That's why they've conceded. She paused before continuing, my role here is no longer as critical. At this point, the best thing I can do is to return to the village and contribute at Konoha Hospital. Kain nodded, accepting her reasoning. He didn't know if time flowed differently between his world and the ninja world, but he had already been in the ninja world for 5 days. He estimated that he could only afford to stay for about 20 more days before his absence in his own world might raise alarms, possibly leading to police involvement and missing person reports. Several days later, Tsunade led a group of wounded back to Konoha, with Kain among them. Since he wasn't a ninja, Tsunade made arrangements for him to travel in a carriage. She understood that Kain would soon be a distinguished guest in Konoha and should be treated accordingly. The journey took some time, and by the time they arrived in Konoha, it was already late afternoon. As they entered the village, Tsunade looked back at Kain with a hint of pride. Here we are, this is Konoha. How do you like it? Kain looked around, unimpressed. It's not bad. So, what's next? Tsunade clicked her tongue, seemingly annoyed by his lack of enthusiasm, but she continued, first, I'll find you a place to stay. There are still plenty of vacant houses available. Your house. Kain's expression stiffened, and he quickly interjected, that's not necessary. Any hotel will do. I'm here for business, not to overstay my welcome in someone else's home. Living in Tsunade's home, in the heart of the Senju clan's territory, was the last thing Kain wanted. He had no desire to entangle himself further in the affairs of Konoha's elite. Tsunade waved off his concerns. There aren't any hotels in Konoha, and the only other options are unassigned houses or ninja apartments. Neither of those is suitable for you. My house has plenty of space, and it's in the Senju compound, so you'll be well protected. Kain was momentarily taken aback. Konoha, a village without a single hotel? What had she been so proud of earlier? Konoha had only existed for a little over 30 years, and it was still primarily a military village. Civilian businesses were a recent development, and inns simply didn't exist. Tsunade's suggestion to have Kain stay in her home was more than just hospitality. In truth, she had already informed 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, about Kain's arrival, and he had given his approval. The real reason was more strategic. Tsunade's grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, had the unique ability to sense the malice in people's hearts. By having Kain stay in the Senju compound, Mito could easily monitor him without his knowledge. Mito's perceptive abilities had recently uncovered several spies within Konoha, and there was no doubt that if Kain harbored any hidden animosity toward the village, it would be detected. Given the importance of the medicine Kain had brought, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not taking any chances. The medicine could shift the balance of power in the ongoing war, and if Kain were an agent of another village, particularly range shinobi, it could spell disaster for Konoha. Kain studied Tsunade for a moment, realizing that this was not a matter for debate. He sighed, fine. I suppose I'll accept your hospitality, Tsunade-san. Despite his initial discomfort, Kain knew that continuing to press the issue would be pointless. Under Tsunade's guidance, he was led to the Senju clan's compound. The wars had decimated the once powerful Senju clan, and the clan lands now felt vast and empty. Once Kain was settled into one of the vacant houses, Tsunade gave him a final set of instructions. You can rest here for the day. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet Sarutobi-sensei, the 3rd Hokage. Got it, Kain replied. I'll stay here unless something urgent comes up. You don't have to be that cautious. If you want to go out and explore, just let me know, Tsunade remarked, feeling a bit exasperated by Kain's overly cautious behavior. He seemed to have no interest in spying on Konoha or meddling in their affairs. Meanwhile, in another part of the Senju compound, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood next to Uzumaki Mito, holding a crystal ball. With great respect, he asked, Mito-sama, would you kindly use your ability to sense good and evil? We need to know if this man harbors any malice toward Konoha. Uzumaki Mito closed her eyes and focused on Kain's presence. After a few moments, she opened her eyes and said calmly, he bears no malice. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, visibly relieved. Thank you, Mito-sama. I'll make the necessary arrangements for tomorrow's negotiations. With that, Sarutobi left Mito's side, preparing for the important business dealings that lay ahead. The medicine Kain had brought to Konoha could change the course of the war, and ensuring a smooth transaction was now his top priority. After breakfast in the morning, Kain was taken to the Hokage building by Tsunade to finalize the transaction as soon as possible. Tsunade explained that there were new patients arriving at Konoha Hospital daily, and the demand for medicine had surged. Without Kain's supplies, Hokage would have no choice but to request medicinal support from various ninja clans. Although Konoha Hospital lacked the deep resources of some larger clans, Tsunade's medical ninja training reform was gradually strengthening its capabilities. As Kain listened to Tsunade, he began to understand more about Konoha's situation. However, he also felt that Tsunade was being a bit too open with an outsider like himself. Shouldn't this kind of information be kept confidential? When they arrived at the Hokage building, Kain was introduced to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a man in his prime, with an aura of authority that immediately impressed Kain. Sarutobi Hiruzen was only in his 30s at this time, a seasoned ninja with an extensive reputation for both starting wars and suppressing other powerful shinobi, such as the Rain Shinobi Village and the Sand Shinobi Village. His moniker, the Professor, was certainly fitting. Kain greeted him respectfully. 3rd Hokage, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kain Pent. Are there any questions or concerns about the medicine deal? Sarutobi Hiruzen, already having reviewed the terms of the transaction the previous day, seemed thoughtful. The prices, though fair, were still a bit high for Konoha's war-torn economy. However, before he could respond, an elderly woman sitting beside him, Yudiden Koharo, a member of Konoha's advisory council, interjected. The prices are far too expensive, Koharo stated firmly. We think a 40% reduction would be more reasonable. The bluntness of her remark took Kain by surprise, though he remained composed. He couldn't help but internally curse the abruptness of her demand. Tsunade, too, looked momentarily taken aback but quickly masked her reaction. 3rd Hokage, Kain said, tilting his head with a thin smile, may I ask who this is? He knew very well that no one would dare interrupt the Hokage without permission, but he wanted clarification. Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced her. This is Elder Yudiden Kohara, responsible for Konoha's logistics and the hospital's management. Kain acknowledged her with a nod but made his stance clear. It seems we cannot agree on the price of the medicine. If that's the case, should we discuss other trade items? Or will there be no further negotiation? Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen were visibly shocked. It wasn't common for someone to walk away so decisively from a deal, especially in the middle of a war when supplies were desperately needed. But Kain wasn't someone who could be pressured. He knew that his goods, especially in a time of war, were in high demand. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed to regain control of the conversation. Mr. Kain, is there really no room for negotiation on the price of the medicine? Kain smiled again, unfazed. I'm afraid not, Third Hokage. I don't have the authority to change the price. Koharu wasn't pleased with this. Konoha is taking a significant risk by purchasing a large volume of medicine from an unknown source. Kain remained calm, but his tone grew firmer. In that case, I apologize for not considering the situation more carefully. If there are no other matters to discuss, I will prepare to leave. Kain's confidence came from the fact that the demand for food and medicine during the ongoing Second Shinobi World War made his goods indispensable. Whether it was Rock Shinobi Village, Sand Shinobi Village, or even Konoha's other enemies, someone would be eager to buy what he had to offer. Kain wasn't interested in playing games with Konoha's leadership. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly reassured him. Please, wait a moment, Mr. Kain. He sent Tsunade to escort Kain out of the room while they discussed the matter internally. Back inside the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the council members deliberated. They couldn't afford to lose this deal, as Konoha's wounded required immediate medical care, and without these medicines, the situation could grow dire. Finally, they reached a consensus and called Kain back. Mr. Kain, Sarutobi Hiruzen began, we've reconsidered. We agree to purchase the medicine at the original prices, but we need your assurance that you won't sell these medicines to other ninja villages. Kain pondered for a moment before responding. I can agree that large quantities of the medicine will only be sold to Konoha. However, I cannot prevent civilians from purchasing smaller quantities. Additionally, I would like permission to open a medicine shop and a grain store here in Konoha. The terms seemed reasonable to Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Kain set up shop in Konoha, it would actually make it easier for Umbu to monitor him. Furthermore, it would stabilize the supply of both medicines and food in the village. With the deal settled, Kain provided the first batch of medicines, which were worth around 100 million ryo. Kain had cleverly structured the deal so that only a portion of the payment would be in cash, with the remainder being covered by Konoha's gold reserves and real estate properties. The total gold he acquired was over 50 kilograms, enough to comfortably offset his costs. As for the real estate, Kain knew that the land he was being given wasn't of the highest value, but it was still a valuable investment. Kain's decision to open a shop in Konoha meant he could continue profiting from the war-torn economy, and with his access pass granted by the Hokage, he was now free to move about Konoha and conduct further business. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, the success of this transaction meant that Konoha's wounded would receive the treatment they needed, at least for the foreseeable future. The negotiations, though tense, had ended successfully. Kain left the Hokage building with the knowledge that his position in Konoha was now secure, and the wealth he had amassed would only grow as the war dragged on. He would return soon with the medicines, ready to take advantage of the ongoing conflict and cement his role as a key supplier to one of the most powerful ninja villages in the world. Didn't notice anyone else. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again, his expression solemn as he confirmed the situation with Umbu. Despite repeated questioning, the response remained the same. Yes, Lord Hokage, Umbu replied while half kneeling in front of him. We checked all individuals entering and exiting Kain's rented warehouse in town. We still haven't identified who delivered the medical supplies. Umbu's tracking mission had, by all accounts, failed, and they had come up empty-handed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed in thought, murmuring, he managed to hide it from you three? Whoever it is must be incredibly skilled. Which ninja could it be? Who would go to such lengths to help him in Konoha? In less than a day, hundreds of boxes of medical supplies had arrived in town. Although they might have been prepared beforehand, Umbu had already thoroughly inspected the warehouse that Kain had rented. The fact that they found nothing was troubling. Mitokado Homura spoke next, his voice thoughtful. If a ninja from another power is behind this, it's hard to believe they'd go through all this effort just to help Konoha. Koharu has already instructed Konoha Hospital to meticulously check all the medicines. There's little chance they'll find any foul play. Udaten Koharu added, these medicines are unlike anything we've seen in the ninja world before. Hiruzen, should we continue sending Umbu to other nations to gather intelligence on this mysterious supplier? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe before responding. For now, let's proceed cautiously. We're still in the middle of the war. As long as the medicines are legitimate, Konoha stands to gain. The deal was relatively small in terms of cost 30 million ryo, some houses in Konoha, and a portion of the gold seized from the battlefield. The gold came from rich veins in the Land of Wind, often looted during skirmishes with the Sand Shinobi village. Konoha regularly raided Sand Shinobi village's logistics and domestic caravans, collecting gold and other ores. Just then, an Umbu member entered the Hokage's office and immediately reported, Lord Hokage, there's news from Konoha Hospital. Lady Tsunade has inspected half of the medicine, and all of it is qualified for use. The wounded have already begun receiving treatment. The remaining half should be fully tested by noon tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, finally allowing himself a small smile. Inform Tsunade to send some of the medicine and supplies to the medical ninjas heading to the Land of Grass battlefield. The pressure on the front lines is intense. Yes, Lord Hokage, the Umbu responded before disappearing from the room. With the influx of medical supplies, Konoha Hospital was able to ease some of the burden it had been under. Tsunade had also employed numerous careful Konoha women, training them in bandaging, suturing, and other supportive roles alongside the medical ninjas. This greatly reduced the workload on the medical ninjas, improving overall efficiency. Meanwhile, Kain was unaware of the hospital's progress. His focus was on a different goal: opening 2 stores in Konoha. After surveying the area, he realized that the location of his stores wasn't too remote. With the right investments, he could even develop the area into a bustling street of business and entertainment. However, he needed to recruit staff to help manage his enterprises. Kain knew he couldn't personally oversee the day-to-day operations of the stores, especially considering the scale of his activities in both worlds. Unsure of how to proceed, he decided to seek advice from Tsunade. That afternoon, Kain went to Konoha Hospital, hoping to catch Tsunade when she finished her work. After asking around, he learned that she was still busy, so he waited patiently at the hospital entrance. As dusk settled, Tsunade finally emerged. "Kain, what are you doing here?" Tsunade asked as she approached. "I have something I'd like to consult with you about, specifically recruiting staff." Before Kain could continue, Tsunade interrupted him. "Let's talk about it over dinner. I'm starving and haven't had a chance to eat yet." Kain followed Tsunade to a local izakaya, where they sat down for a meal. Once Tsunade placed her order, Kain explained his situation. "I need to recruit some staff to help run my stores. It's nothing too complicated, but they need to be trustworthy and detail-oriented. I'll start with 5 people for now, but I'll need more as the business grows. Of course, they'll be fairly compensated." Tsunade thought for a moment. "That sounds simple enough. I can help you find some people by tomorrow. By the way, thank you for sharing your first aid methods for the battlefield. They've been invaluable." Kain nodded, appreciating her gratitude. "I'm glad to hear it." As Tsunade sipped her drink, a thought crossed her mind. Many families in the Senju clan had lost their primary breadwinners due to the war. Although Konoha provided pensions, they were hardly enough to support these families long-term. The Senju clan had been supporting these widowed families, but even the clan's savings were not endless. With Kain's offer in mind, Tsunade realized this could be a perfect opportunity for those families. "I have a suggestion," she said. "I'd like to recommend some people from my clan. Most of them are widows whose husbands died in battle. They could really use the work, and they're reliable." Kain considered her offer and then nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. Let's go with them. I'll meet them tomorrow." "Thank you for the help, Tsunade." After settling the bill, Kain stood up to leave. "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll head out now." Tsunade watched him go and then muttered to herself, "That guy, always leaving as soon as business is done." The following morning, the women Tsunade had recommended arrived at Kain's store. There were 5 of them, all from families that had suffered greatly in the ninja wars. Although they no longer carried the Senju surname, they remained a resilient and active group, even after losing many of their men to the battlefield. Kain took the time to ask each of them their names before appointing the most stable-looking woman as the store manager. The others were assigned roles as clerks, cashiers, and cleaners. He then spent a little time explaining how the store would operate. For now, it would primarily sell non-staple food items, but as business grew, they would expand to other snacks and goods. Kain had meticulously planned the entire operation and knew exactly how much profit he could generate by purchasing and reselling items. Once everything was in place, Kain left the village to prepare the next shipment of food for his stores. With his new staff in position, he was ready to begin the next phase of his business venture, all while keeping a close eye on the ongoing war and its opportunities. Come back smoothly. Upon his return, Kain took a moment to assess his surroundings. He was indeed back in his living room. Glancing at the clock, a look of surprise flashed across his face as he exclaimed, "It's only been 2 days? The time ratio is 5 to 1. Kain quickly opened the panel of the trading system, reading through its descriptions. He began to understand the situation more clearly. The time difference between the 2 worlds was initially set this way upon the establishment of the world trading goal. However, with the frequent deepening of transactions, the time ratio between the 2 worlds would gradually shift back to normal, and this time differential was bidirectional. "It'll sort itself out eventually," Kain muttered to himself. For now, it is what it is. The trading system operated by its own rules, and Kain couldn't change that. He could only use this cheat to make himself stronger as quickly as possible. Although his first transaction didn't yield much in terms of personal wealth, Kain's greatest gain from his venture into the ninja world was more than 50 kilograms of gold. He also managed to save his few life-saving firearms, although they would be more useful for building his power later on. Kain had ambitious plans for the future. Once his influence in the ninja world grew, he could establish contact with Orochimaru. He knew that the main reason Orochimaru cooperated with Danzo was because of the resources provided by the root, namely, money, materials, and Hashirama cells. While Kain couldn't provide the last one, he could certainly offer the first 2. Additionally, Kain believed that some of the biological research from the Marvel world would be highly appealing to Orochimaru. "I need to establish a trading company to cover up my activities, a biotechnology company, and a channel to sell gold," Kain thought aloud. Selling gold in small quantities, tens of kilograms at a time, could be managed through contacts. However, if he continued trading in larger amounts, Kain knew he would eventually attract unwanted attention. He made a mental note to take action before that happened. It's only been 2 days, and nothing significant has happened. Before heading back to the ninja world, I need to register these companies and hire a lawyer, he reminded himself. After checking his mailbox and finding nothing of concern, Kain's thoughts shifted back to the ninja world. He realized the scarcity of supplies during wartime, particularly food and medicine, which were essentially hard currency at this point. The vegetable market in Konoha village had been completely empty due to the shortage of supplies, making it a prime opportunity for him to capitalize on. Kain made 2 quick phone calls, ordering another batch of supplies. Then, he called Carl's father, Connor, and planned a visit to his house that evening. Carl, Kain's friend, couldn't help much when it came to finding a lawyer or registering a company, but Connor, a well-connected gold broker often seen on Wall Street, could. That evening, Connor knew that Kain had something important to discuss, so he turned down other appointments and prepared a dinner, albeit not a particularly delicious one, but something he had made himself. He served steamed sea bass with a dipping sauce, a dish he'd come across somewhere and decided to try. Despite Carl once deceiving Connor into thinking his cooking skills were great in exchange for pocket money, Connor had come to genuinely believe it over time. So, when Kain arrived, Connor had prepared 3 sea bass, each with its own dish of sauce. Upon Kain's arrival, Connor led him straight to the dining table. Kain, try my cooking. The sea bass is fresh today. If I can get my hands on such fresh fish again, I might even try eating it raw with mustard. Thanks, Uncle Connor, Kain replied awkwardly. He cut a small piece of the fish, swallowed it quickly, and washed it down with juice before moving directly to the topic at hand. Uncle Connor, I want to start 2 companies, and I was hoping you could help me find someone in this line of work. I'm also looking to recruit managers. Do you know where I should go? Before Connor could respond, Carl enthusiastically chimed in, waving his knife and fork. That's awesome, brother. I always thought lightning wasn't as good as Wall Street lightning. You're finally. Wait a minute, Carl. This has nothing to do with lightning, Kain interrupted quickly, referring to Carl's exaggerated financial nickname. We'll talk about that later. For now, I want to focus on registering a trading and biotechnology company. Connor thought for a moment, then nodded. Registering a company? I know someone who specializes in that field. Let me grab their business card for you, he said, getting up to search for it. As he rummaged around, he asked, Are you sure you want to register a company in trade and biotechnology, and not a securities firm? I'll likely get into that at some point too, but these 2 are more important for me right now, Uncle Connor, Kain affirmed. Connor, seeing Kain's confidence, knew that his son's friend had made up his mind. For years, he had admired Kain's assertiveness and quick learning. Kain had been making smart financial decisions long before his peers, and a year ago, Connor had stopped viewing him as a mere teenager and started treating him as an equal. Kain had even gotten Carl involved in a profitable venture recently, and Connor had analyzed the situation himself, concluding that there was indeed a lot of money to be made. In fact, he had mobilized a considerable sum to capitalize on the opportunity. After dinner, Kain obtained the contact information for the business specialist from Connor, who promised to reach out to the person before Kain made contact. The next day, Kain visited the address on the business card and was warmly welcomed by the company Connor had recommended. He explained his needs, and registering the company turned out to be a trivial matter for them. If left to their capable hands, they could complete the process within 3 days. Additionally, they offered to help rent office space, which would only take 2 extra days. Wanting to save time, Kain decided to delegate the entire process to the company. Although it would take a few more days, it spared him the trouble of handling the details himself. The trading company was essential to Kain's plans, not for making money, but for its ability to move large quantities of goods without drawing attention. However, building the infrastructure from scratch would take time. Kain needed to hire more people to execute his vision. At this stage, his priority was to find obedient and efficient staff who could carry out his instructions flawlessly. As the company grew, Kain would eventually need a manager who could oversee the big picture, someone akin to Pepper Potts at Stark Industries, an executor who could manage the operations complexities and lead it to success. After hearing Kain's question, Aya turned to look in the direction of the door, then waved to the red-haired girl standing outside. Boss, this is Kushina. She has been coming to the store frequently these past few days to buy chocolates and candies, Aya said, introducing Kushina to Kain with a slight smile. Kain immediately recognized her. Kushina, a Jinchuriki. While he didn't want to get too close to her, he also had no intention of avoiding her. Ah, I see. A regular customer. You can take care of her, Aya. Kushina suddenly spoke up. Are you the boss? I want to buy a lot of chocolates at once. Is that okay? Kain, slightly amused, looked at Kushina and asked, as long as you have the money, you can buy as many chocolates as you want. You can even buy the whole stock. Really? Thank you, boss. Kushina exclaimed. She quickly pulled out a stack of Ryo notes from her pocket and placed them on the table. Kain counted the money. Kushina had brought out 5,000 Ryo, which was quite a large amount for a child. She intended to buy chocolates, which previously cost 200 Ryo each. Kain glanced up at her. It was quite a sum for someone so young, but he knew better than to underestimate her. 5,000 Ryo? That would get you 25 pieces of chocolate, Kain announced, his tone neutral as he called over Aya. Aya, help pack up the chocolates for her. But before he could finish, Kushina slammed her hand down on the table, her voice rising in protest. 25 pieces? Last time, I bought 10 pieces with 1,000 Ryo. This time, I should get 50. Kain raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Well, you're pretty sharp with numbers, he remarked. Kushina scratched the back of her head, suddenly looking bashful. That's right. But don't try to flatter me, boss. I know how much I'm supposed to get. Unfortunately, the price has increased, Kain said, shrugging helplessly. Just before you came, we decided to raise the price on some items. Chocolates are now 200 ryo each. If you don't want to pay the new price, I can return your money. Kushina's face fell. Chocolates were a luxury, and while she loved them, they were now much more expensive. She had borrowed money from Tsunade and Noaki, but asking for more was out of the question. The idea of asking Grandma Mito for money for snacks was embarrassing beyond measure. After a long pause, she finally sighed and muttered, "Fine, I'll buy 25 pieces." Seeing her disappointment, Kain pretended to think for a moment before smiling. "Tell you what, since you're a regular, I'll throw in an extra 5 pieces. From now on, for every 5 you buy, I'll give you 1 extra, no limits." Kushina's eyes lit up instantly. "Really? Thank you so much, boss." She beamed at Kain, bowing gratefully. "Thank you, boss. You're a good person," she added as she grabbed her bag of chocolates, her earlier frustration forgotten. After all, she had ended up with 30 pieces instead of 25. As she left the store with her bounty, Kain chuckled to himself. It was easy to manipulate customers by giving them small favors after raising prices. People like Kushina, who felt like they were getting a good deal, were always eager to come back for more. After Kushina was gone, Kain gestured for Aya to follow him to the neighboring store. "We need to prepare this shop. I'm thinking of selling basic medical supplies like bandages, swabs, and daily medications here." Aya was slightly surprised by the plan. "Boss, you're going to sell medicine here too?" Kain nodded. "That's right. We'll recruit a few more people to help run the place. We can start cleaning up now and aim to open the store in 3 days. Aya hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Boss, I know someone who might be a good fit for the job. His name is Mirai. He used to be a ninja, but he lost his hand in battle and had to retire. He knows some medical ninjutsu, but, well, he hasn't been the same since his injury." Aya looked a bit uneasy. Mirai was the husband of her friend, and despite receiving compensation after his injury, it hadn't lasted long. Unable to work, he had fallen into a state of depression, ashamed to rely on his wife for support. Kain thought for a moment. If he knows medical ninjutsu, that could be useful. Tell him the pay will be the same as yours, and ask if he's interested in joining us. Aya smiled, clearly relieved. "Thank you, boss. I'll talk to him right away." "Good. We'll also need 2 more people for physical work, but make sure they're trustworthy. I don't want anyone who steals or slacks off." "Understood. I won't let you down." With that, Aya left to find Mirai and the other potential employees. Kain, meanwhile, busied himself with the inventory and customer transactions while Aya was gone. Kain knew he couldn't stay in Konoha forever. Once the war subsided, his plans would take him beyond the village's walls. His goal was to establish a foothold in the Land of Fire and then slowly expand his influence into the smaller surrounding countries. Medicine and food were profitable industries, but they had their limits, especially with Konoha's monopoly on medicine for the time being. The entertainment industry, maybe that's something worth exploring, Kain mused aloud. He remembered how much money Jiraiya had made from writing a few popular novels. Behind Kain was an entire world of stories that hadn't been introduced to this one yet. If he played his cards right, he could trigger a cultural renaissance in the ninja world. He had already brought 10 novels with him, enough to start a small revolution in entertainment. If he introduced them slowly, allowing demand to build, it could be a lucrative side business. "Let's see where this goes," he thought with a smirk, already envisioning the possibilities. With control over both goods and culture, he could gradually influence the flow of public opinion across the ninja world, one step at a time. "Sure enough, you're back. How about going for a drink tonight?" Tsunade's voice came from the entrance as the sky darkened. She had stopped by Kain's food store and found him overseeing some workers who were packing up items next door. She greeted him with a friendly smile. Kain shook his head politely. "There's no need for that, Tsunade-san. I'm still busy organizing my place, and I don't think I have much time tonight." Just as he finished speaking, Aya, the store manager, stepped forward. After bowing slightly to both of them, she respectfully interrupted their conversation. "If you're talking about cleaning the yard where Kain-san lives, you could leave that to me. I know where to buy household items and how to organize them quickly." Kain suppressed a sigh. While Aya's intentions were good, she had completely misunderstood him. He had been making an excuse to avoid going out, and now she had unwittingly backed him into a corner. Tsunade had already tracked him down that evening, no doubt. She'd been tipped off by someone, and Kain had a pretty good idea of who that might have been. Tsunade chuckled, stepping closer and patting Kain on the shoulder. "Aya's right. You should come with me." Resigned, Kain nodded. "Fine. I'll leave my place in your capable hands, Manager Aya." He handed Aya some money for shopping and cleaning supplies before turning to follow Tsunade. She was known for 2 things, her love of gambling and her passion for drinking. It seemed she was determined to indulge in the latter tonight. Aya watched them leave, feeling somewhat pleased. "This is the first time Kain-san has called me Manager Aya. Maybe that means he's recognizing my abilities," she thought to herself. With that in mind, she returned to the store, planning to enlist a few more hands to help tidy up Kain's living quarters. While the space was already clean, it lacked proper furniture. At the izakaya, Tsunade effortlessly ordered a few bottles of sake and several plates of skewers. Kain, on the other hand, kept it simple. He ordered tea and a bowl of noodles, feeling genuinely hungry. Since he couldn't eat at home, he figured he might as well have something substantial here. When the sake arrived, Tsunade offered him a drink, but Kain politely declined. She grumbled something about him being boring and happily downed a few glasses on her own. Tsunade-san, Kain began after taking a few bites of noodles, we've known each other for a while now. Why don't you go ahead and tell me why you're here? Tsunade's face was slightly flushed, likely from the alcohol. Did you figure it out already? She said with a slight slur. Since you've already seen through me, I won't waste time. Konoha needs another batch of medicines, Kain-san. This time, we need a lot more. Kain paused. He had anticipated that Konoha might come to him again, given the constant flow of wounded ninjas from the battlefield. Supplies were always running low, especially with the ongoing conflict in the Land of Grass, and now the skirmishes with other villages were ramping up once more. Although the war in the Land of Rain had mostly ended, tensions with Cloud Shinobi and Kirigakure were rising, creating new demand for medical supplies. Kain leaned back in his chair and asked, the same type and quantity of medicines as before. Is that what Konoha wants? Yes, Tsunade confirmed. She hesitated for a moment, then added, we hope you can sell the entire batch to Konoha. Kain gave her a long look, sensing there was more to the story. But Konoha's finances are tight, and there's no money to buy medicine right now, correct? Tsunade sighed, rolling her eyes as she poured herself another glass of sake. I really can't hide anything from you, can I? It wasn't easy for her to admit the village's financial struggles, and negotiating with Kain had never been simple. He was always direct, and last time, he had firmly refused any deals that weren't clear-cut. So, you want me to provide the medicine on credit? Kain asked. Tsunade set her glass down and gave him a pleading look. Yes. Would that be possible? Kain's expression hardened. I'm sorry, Tsunade-san, but I can't extend credit for medicine. If Konoha doesn't have the funds, I'd be willing to accept gold, jewelry, or other valuables in exchange. Tsunade grimaced, knowing this was exactly what she had feared. Gold and jewelry, huh? I'll need to ask the Hokage about that. But the village is really struggling right now. The daimyo hasn't provided any funding in quite some time. Before she could continue, Kain raised his hand to stop her. Please, Tsunade-san, don't share confidential details about Konoha's financial situation with me. I'm just a businessman. The inner workings of the village are none of my concern. Tsunade blinked, realizing she had nearly let slip too much in her slightly tipsy state. She apologized softly. I tend to lose control of my mouth when I've had too much to drink. I'll be more careful. By the way, how's Aya doing with her work? She's doing well. I've already promised her that when the business expands, her relatives will be prioritized for employment. Thank you for that, Kain. Honestly, the Senju clan can't accommodate them anymore, Tsunade said, sounding relieved. Many of her clan members had fought bravely on the battlefield, and the Senju clan's resources were stretched thin. The fact that Kain was offering them jobs was a huge help. Kain nodded. Speaking of expansion, if I decide to open shops in other parts of the Land of Fire, would people like Aya be allowed to leave the village to help? Of course, Tsunade replied casually. Some of them know ninjutsu, but they're not full-fledged ninjas, so they can leave the village without restrictions. Kain felt a sense of relief. Having trustworthy people like Aya and her family working for him, even outside Konoha, would give him more peace of mind. After a few more minutes of casual conversation, Kain excused himself, leaving Tsunade to enjoy her sake. The following day, Kain checked in with Aya about the progress of the pharmacy and began making plans for a trip to the capital of the Land of Fire. The capital had the largest bookstore in the region, and Kain was confident that the 10 novels he had brought with him would be well received. In a world plagued by war and uncertainty, he believed that literature, especially entertaining and even risque content, would offer people a much-needed escape. Just as Kain was about to leave Konoha, however, an Umbu ninja appeared in front of him. Mr. Kain, Lord Hokage wishes to meet with you, the masked figure said. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Kain noticed that in addition to Tsunade, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Yuditen Koharu, and Mitokado Homura were also present. Kain-san, I apologize for the sudden invitation, but we have an important matter to discuss. Hiruzen Sarutobi greeted him with a polite tone, even though the situation was quite urgent. Konoha's medical ninjas were spread thin, and the village heavily relied on the medicine that Kain provided. His medicines had proven to increase the survival rate of the wounded by 50 to 60%, which was crucial in the ongoing war. Without these medicines, the village risked suffering greater losses. Kain's supplies had become vital for Konoha to sustain its forces and prevent heavy casualties. I understand what the third Hokage means, Kain responded. However, I cannot offer the medicines on credit. In fact, I had to pay a large sum for the last batch of supplies. If I can't recoup those funds, I won't be able to provide further medicines in the future, and you might have to find another supplier. Kain wasn't interested in hearing a long explanation. He wanted to cut to the chase. Credit and price were non-negotiable for him. If he agreed to loosen his standards now, it would set a bad precedent. Future negotiations could easily become more difficult if he showed leniency, and it was clear to him that Konoha would take advantage of that. Hiruzen sighed internally, understanding the businessman's standpoint. He was trying to navigate the fine line between Konoha's financial difficulties and Kain's firm stance. Still, the third Hokage forced a smile and asked, "Then, what kind of collateral would you accept?" It was clear that Konoha didn't have the upper hand in this situation. They needed Kain more than he needed them, but Hiruzen couldn't afford to let those medicines slip away to another village. Despite numerous attempts, Hiruzen's Umbu had failed to uncover how Kain was smuggling the medicines in. It remained a mystery. "I'm willing to accept various forms of collateral," Kain began, including jewelry, jade, gold ornaments, or even utensils that are a few hundred years old. "However, the pricing power remains with me, and I assure you, I won't deliberately undervalue them." As soon as Kain mentioned setting his own prices, Yudin Koharu's expression soured. She had tried inflating the value of a few houses during a previous transaction, and she assumed Kain was subtly calling her out. "Alternatively, you can offer me protection," Kain continued. "I'm heading to the capital of the Land of Fire for some business negotiations, and I could use some guards." Although Kain had firearms in his backpack for protection, he knew they wouldn't be enough if he encountered a Jonin-level attack. He needed skilled ninjas to ensure his safety. Mitokado Homura, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked, "Would you accept ninjutsu scrolls as collateral? Konoha has a vast collection." "Ninjutsu scrolls?" Kain shook his head. "No, Elder Homura. I'm not a ninja. Ninjutsu scrolls hold no value to me. A best-selling novel would be far more appealing." With that, Mitokado Homura seemed to accept Kain's position and fell silent. After this exchange, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. "Very well, Kain-san. Konoha will require the same amount of medicine as before. We'll send you a list of collateral for you to review." Kain agreed, and an Umbu agent escorted him out of the Hokage building. The medicines were stored in the warehouse behind Kain's food store, ready to be distributed between the pharmacy and Konoha's immediate needs. Later that afternoon, after a meal, Kain was again summoned to the Hokage building. This time, however, he wasn't taken to Hiruzen's office. Instead, Umbu led him to a different house, where only Mitokado Homura was present. "Kain-san, here is the list of collateral for this transaction," Homura said, handing Kain a detailed inventory and gesturing toward a box on the table. The box contained 40 kilograms of gold, 100 pieces of jewelry, a separate box of accessories, and over 30 antique utensils. Kain examined the items closely. Some of the antique utensils were more casually arranged, clearly indicating they had been passed down through generations. Mitokado Homura confirmed this, explaining that they were contributions from the Senju clan, dating back at least 500 years. These antiques had a long heritage, but for the most part, they didn't hold much value to Kain. However, he realized that, with the right marketing, he could present them as cultural treasures and turn a considerable profit. Moving on, Kain inspected the jewelry and gemstones. Most of the gems appeared legitimate, though some had visible cracks or poor quality, which he promptly rejected. This clearly embarrassed Mitokado Homura, who silently cursed Yudin Koharu for including them. Finally, Kain opened the box of accessories, most of which seemed authentic. But when he picked up two pieces that still had traces of dried blood, he paused. These items were probably looted by the Root Division, and Mitokado Homura, recognizing Kain's reaction, quickly diverted his gaze, pretending to notice something wrong with the room's corners. The situation was clear Danzo's division had been involved in some illicit activities. "Other than what I've set aside, this looks acceptable, Elder Homura," Kain finally said, closing the box. Mitokado Homura nodded in agreement. The remaining rejected items would likely be used to settle housing debts. After all, Konoha had plenty of houses, especially with the village expanding. "The next thing to discuss is the commission tasks," Kain reminded him. "Of course," Mitokado Homura replied. "We'll need to involve the mission team to provide a more detailed assessment." Hiruzen Sarutobi might allow some flexibility when it came to trade items, but the missions were Konoha's reputation on the line. Neither Sarutobi nor Mitokado Homura would tolerate any tampering when it came to the village's credibility. Konoha's missions are categorized into 5 levels: D, C, B, A, and SA level, and S-level tasks are extremely difficult, typically involving sensitive matters related to other nations, and they usually require at least Jonin-level expertise to complete. Therefore, individuals or common entities rarely have the authority to issue such missions unless they hold high-ranking positions, like the daimyo of the Land of Fire or similarly influential officials. These figures, due to their strong sway over Konoha, can commission A or S-level missions, but for ordinary people, the highest they can request is a B-level task. Kain's upcoming mission was assessed as a B-level task, primarily due to the inherent dangers that come with traveling across the Land of Fire. The potential for encounters with wandering ninjas, rogue samurai, and bandits after the war was high. Conflict inevitably breeds these groups, and Kain's journey could expose him to such threats. Since Kain's mission would take a considerable amount of time, the mission team in Konoha set the reward at 200,000 ryo. 2 teams, each led by a Chunin, would accompany Kain on his journey starting the next day. However, this single mission was not enough to settle the medical debt Konoha owed to Kain. He would need to commission several more missions like this to balance the scales. Kain planned to return to his store to inform Aya about his impending departure. She would be responsible for managing the 2 stores in Konoha during his absence. Fortunately, the shops weren't facing any major challenges at the moment, aside from routine tasks like restocking merchandise and bookkeeping. They had recruited 8 employees to help run the stores smoothly. While walking into the store, Kain noticed several Ninja Academy students shopping. "Aya, there are guests right now. We can talk later," he said before heading to the living quarters in the backyard. A short while later, Kain heard someone approach the door. Assuming it was Aya, he said, "Come in, Aya." However, to his surprise, it wasn't Aya who entered but a girl with red hair and a round face, Uzumaki Kushina. She looked slightly flustered as she entered. "Oh, you're Kushina, right?" Kain asked, pretending to recall her name after a brief moment of thought. "If you're here to buy something, please go to the front of the store. This is my private living area." Embarrassed, Kushina bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, boss, but I actually wanted to ask you something." Kain waited for a few moments, hoping she would realize her mistake and leave. However, after a few seconds of awkward silence, he realized she wasn't going anywhere. With a resigned sigh, he stood up and said, "All right, come in and sit down. I'll make some tea." "Thank you, boss," Kushina replied, taking a seat and curiously glancing around Kain's living space as she waited. Kain poured the tea and, eager to resolve the situation quickly, asked, "So, Kushina, what did you need my help with?" Kushina, looking hopeful, said, "Boss, the chocolates you sell are so popular. I was hoping to reserve some for myself." It turned out that she had come to Kain's private area because the store had been too crowded earlier, and she hadn't been able to get her hands on any of the chocolates before they sold out. "Already sold out again? I didn't realize the business was doing so well," Kain mused aloud. It dawned on him that he might be able to capitalize on the growing demand by opening a candy factory in the ninja world. To his knowledge, there wasn't a particularly famous sweet in this world, with the most iconic treats in Konoha being dango and anko dumplings, largely due to someone's endorsement. Considering his monopoly on desserts like chocolates and lollipops, Kain realized there was immense potential in this untapped market. In the American market, sweets generated billions of dollars in revenue. If he could replicate even a fraction of that success in the Land of Fire, Kain could dominate the confectionery industry within a few years. This thought sparked a new business plan in his mind. He would need to scout for suitable locations to open a factory after leaving Konoha. "Boss, boss." Kushina's voice interrupted his thoughts, and Kain snapped out of his reverie. "Sorry, I got a little distracted there," Kain apologized. "You mentioned making a reservation. How many chocolates are you looking to order?" Kushina thought for a moment and then replied, 100. "All right, 100 chocolates will be 20,000 ryo. Plus, I'll throw in the extra 20 pieces I promised you last time, so a total of 120, Kain said, nodding. He then added, "But don't forget, if you eat too much chocolate, you'll gain weight, so make sure to balance it out with enough exercise." That's right, that's right." Kushina agreed eagerly, completely unconcerned about the weight warning. She recalled how quickly the 30 chocolates she bought last time had been eaten, with even Tsunade and Noaki taking some from her stash. With her intense daily training, Kushina felt no guilt about indulging in her favorite treat after a hard day of work. "Okay, be sure to pay Aya at the counter when you leave, and I'll let you know as soon as the next batch of desserts arrives," Kain said, mentally preparing to wrap up the conversation. Kushina blinked in surprise. "You mean I still have to pay?" "Of course." Kain responded with a raised brow. "A reservation is still a purchase. You need to put down at least a deposit." Seeing the surprise on Kushina's face, Kain asked suspiciously, "You don't have the money, do you?" "Of course I do," Kushina declared, but her guilty tone gave her away. Without waiting for a response, she quickly stood up and made her way out, presumably to find some money to pay for her order. As Kain watched her leave, he reflected on how the first batch of chocolates had barely gained recognition, but now, there was a frenzy surrounding his products. The customers today were mostly Ninja Academy students, a demographic that could actually afford the expensive snacks thanks to their ability to earn money from simple D-level missions. Even the youngest genin could easily complete 3 such missions in a day, earning between 500 and 10,000 ryo per task. The ninja world was truly a land of opportunity, with vast, underdeveloped markets. Kain's mind buzzed with plans to expand his business. In the next 3 to 5 years, he was determined to establish a business empire so influential that it could sway decision-making in Konoha village. His ultimate goal, however, was to use this power to extend his influence into the Marvel world. After explaining his departure plans to Aya, Kain prepared for his journey. The mission included 2 teams of Konoha ninjas, consisting of 2 chunin and 4 genin. Given that Konoha was still in the midst of the war, ninja teams were smaller than usual, with 1 chunin typically leading 2 genin. Still, with 6 ninjas in total, Kain felt confident about his safety during the trip across the Land of Fire. In addition to the ninja guards, there was also a coachman. Kain had purchased 2 carriages for the journey, one for transporting supplies and the other, a more luxurious model, for his personal use. The latter was spacious enough to allow Kain to travel comfortably and even sleep soundly at night. Okay, what a good book. The owner of Lishun bookstore, located in the capital of the Land of Fire, exclaimed in excitement as he finished reading the manuscript Kain had given him. The manuscript engrossed him so thoroughly that he was unable to pull himself away until he reached the end of the first volume. Realizing he had been swept up in the story, the owner, Mickey, regained his composure and smiled sheepishly at Kain. After a moment, still intrigued by the manuscript, Mickey couldn't resist asking, "Kain-san, is there more to this book? A sequel perhaps?" Kain, sensing the owner's eagerness, responded with confidence, "Of course, the entire novel is complete. But Mickey-san, shouldn't we discuss business first?" Kain was fully confident in the potential of his novels. The literary landscape of the ninja world was, at best, barren. Before arriving at Lishan bookstore, Kain had perused several bestsellers, only to find them lackluster and unappealing. They were predictable, full of excessive moral preaching, and overall devoid of the thrilling elements that make for a captivating story. Given this, Kain knew that his books originating from another world had the potential to become instant hits. "Of course, let's talk business," Mickey said with a smile. "With your level of writing, Kain-san, I can offer you 20% of the profit." However, Kain shook his head, cutting Mickey off. "Mickey-san, this offer feels a bit lacking in sincerity. Before coming here, I took a look at the so-called bestsellers in your store. Frankly, they don't hold a candle to what I have to offer. Moreover, I have 2 more novels of the same caliber as the one you just read. If this is your best offer, I'm afraid I'll have to take my leave." Wait. Mickey quickly interjected, alarmed by the prospect of losing such a valuable opportunity. "Kain-san, did you say you have 2 more novels of equal quality? Could I perhaps take a look at them?" "Of course," Kain replied, "but I advise you not to read them all at once. Otherwise, you won't have time to get any work done." With that, Kain pulled 2 more manuscripts from his backpack and handed them to Mickey. Unable to contain his curiosity, Mickey eagerly began reading the first manuscript. It wasn't long before he was completely absorbed in the story, just as he had been with the first book. Mickey was not just any bookstore owner. He prided himself on his ability to recognize good literature, and his instincts told him that these manuscripts were special. After a few minutes, Kain cleared his throat, bringing Mickey out of his reverie. Embarrassed, Mickey chuckled and picked up the last manuscript to read. By the time he finished, he was left breathless, both from the compelling narratives and from the realization that he had stumbled upon 3 gold mines. "I'll offer you 37% of the profits, Kain-san," Mickey said, now wearing a serious expression. "This is the highest offer you'll find anywhere in the ninja world. I guarantee it." Kain smiled, knowing that he had gotten the best deal. "It's a deal, Mickey-san. Once the contract is signed, I'll hand over the first 3 volumes of each novel." Mickey and Kain quickly drafted and signed a contract. True to his word, Kain handed over the manuscripts for the first 3 volumes of each novel. He also suggested that Mickey consider opening a branch in Konoha, as it represented a significant untapped market. Jiraiya had earned hundreds of millions from just 3 books, and Kain saw no reason why he couldn't replicate that success. With minimal effort, he could generate a continuous stream of revenue. After sealing the deal with Lishan bookstore, Kain decided to explore the capital of the Land of Fire. The city was many times more prosperous than Konoha, with a population that dwarfed that of the hidden village. Accompanied by 2 teams of Konoha shinobi as guards, Kain indulged in the city's finest food and entertainment. Although the team leader, a Chunin, initially refused Kain's offer to join him for a meal, Kain and the 4 genin in the group managed to persuade him. They assured him that as long as he avoided alcohol and maintained his composure, there would be no violation of shinobi protocol. After all, they were in the capital of the Land of Fire, a relatively safe place. Their camaraderie, fueled by good food and company, ensured that when they returned to Konoha, the shinobi's report on Kain's mission would be favorable, even slightly embellished in his favor. For 2 days, Kain wandered through the Land of Fire's capital, gathering information about the region's economy and development. He concluded that the ninja world's economy was roughly equivalent to that of Earth in the 1970s. Industrialization had only just begun, and many essential goods were in short supply. However, the nobles and daimyos paid little attention to industrial growth, allowing Kain ample opportunity to establish a foothold. The dessert factory was only his first step. Next, Kain planned to control food production and labor. Once he had accumulated enough resources within the Land of Fire, he would expand his influence to smaller, less stable nations without strong ninja villages. These countries would be easy to dominate, providing Kain with an opportunity to amass political and economic power effortlessly. After leaving the capital, Kain visited several prosperous towns in the Land of Fire, taking notes along the way. Eventually, he settled on a town near Konoha to establish his dessert factory. It was close enough to the hidden village to ensure safety but far enough to avoid unnecessary attention. Moreover, the local civilian population would provide a steady source of labor. To manage the factory, Kain planned to recruit more people from the Senjo family, much like Aya. The family's reputation and values would ensure that his business was in good hands. The only thing left would be to train the new recruits in the necessary professional skills. Kain immediately set about acquiring land for the factory. He met with officials from the Land of Fire, hired a construction team, and had a large workshop and warehouse built to his specifications. The initial investment cost him several million ryo, but the land, factory, and warehouse were only the beginning. Kain still needed to acquire specialized production equipment, which the ninja world did not yet have. For that, he planned to return to the Marvel world, where he could purchase outdated but functional machinery at a fraction of the cost. In the meantime, he arranged for the cultivation of cocoa trees near the factory, ensuring a local supply of raw materials for his dessert production. After spending 3 more days overseeing the construction of his factory, Kain returned to Konoha. By that time, the construction was nearly complete, and he had already laid the groundwork for his next major venture. "Boss, you're back." Aya greeted Kain with a smile when she saw him returning. Following close behind her was another individual, missing an arm. Mirai. It had been a while since Kain left Konoha, and during his absence, the Kain pharmacy had opened for business. Mirai, who had trained in medical ninjutsu, joined the workforce shortly after its launch. Yeah, I'm back, Kain replied, then turned to Mirai. I'm counting on you for the Kain pharmacy. Having a store manager who knows medical ninjutsu really puts my mind at ease. Mirai felt moved by Kain's words. Despite his disability, Kain entrusted him with significant responsibilities, which made him feel valued. He quickly saluted and said, "Don't worry, boss. I'll work hard." Kain nodded in approval and walked into the store to check the recent sales reports. The snack sales remained strong, reaffirming the age-old wisdom that children and women are the biggest spenders. Once the dessert factory opened, Kain's desserts could be distributed across the entire Land of Fire. Although other food items sold reasonably well, Kain noticed that the demand for food had reached a ceiling. The ninja population in Konoha had their own established supply chains, and most of the customers who bought from Kain's store were civilians, a group that wasn't particularly large. Going forward, Kain decided to phase out selling food from his space backpack. Although American food was cheap, importing it and selling it with the backpack wasn't worth the trouble. Instead, he planned to focus on reselling food in smaller countries that could yield more significant profits. Kain smiled to himself, noting that while he might take a similar approach as the notorious Kato in dominating small countries, he wasn't foolish enough to meet the same fate. "Boss, Kushina mentioned that you allowed her to pre-order desserts," Aya reported, pulling Kain out of his thoughts. After others found out, many people started doing the same. "Here's the list of reservations and the total orders." Aya handed Kain the list. After skimming through it, he raised an eyebrow. "Over 80 people? That's more than 3 million ryo. I didn't realize Konoha had this many people interested in desserts." Aya nodded, adding, "Yes, even some ninjas have made reservations. Many of them have developed a liking for chocolate, even me." She cleared her throat, embarrassed to admit she had secretly bought some for herself and her children. The desserts were so delicious that it became hard to resist indulging. "I see," Kain said with a small chuckle. "I'll handle this. For now, I have something else to ask of you." Aya's face turned serious as Kain continued, "I need you to take charge of a business outside Konoha for me. You'll need to leave the store in the hands of someone else, and I want you to recruit more staff." Kain was referring to the dessert factory in town. It was crucial to have someone trustworthy oversee its operations, and while Kain hadn't known Aya for long, she had proven herself reliable and honest. The only person he could entrust with this job was her. Aya took a moment to think before nodding decisively. "I understand, boss. Many people from the Senju clan don't have much to do. If there's a job for them, they'll definitely be willing to help." Kain smiled. "Good. You'll be in charge of hiring. The salary is 80,000 ryo a month, almost as much as several high-quality D-rank missions." Aya's eyes widened slightly at the generous offer, but she quickly composed herself. Kain continued, "Although town isn't far from Konoha, accidents can happen. Be careful when you go, and I'll recruit some guards to protect the factory." Aya smiled, grateful for the concern. "Don't worry, boss. We'll be safe. After all, we do know some basic ninjutsu. The Senju clan may not be what it once was, but we can still handle ourselves." This current generation of the Senju clan still carried a sense of duty to protect Konoha. Aya, for instance, planned to send her child to the ninja academy once he turned 6. In the meantime, like many other Senju parents, she was personally handling her son's pre-academy training. Kain chuckled. "I underestimated you all. Well, that's good. I'll take you to town myself. Besides you, there will be 8 others joining. You can pick the team yourself. I trust your judgment." Aya smiled gratefully. "Thank you, boss. I won't let you down." Feeling an even greater sense of responsibility, Aya was determined to prove herself worthy of Kain's trust. Without him, she and many of her relatives would still be struggling to find stable, well-paying work. Once Aya gathered the team, Kain planned to take them to town to begin working on the dessert factory. 4 of the staff members would manage the factory's operations, while the remaining 5 would oversee the cocoa tree plantations. The land around town wasn't perfect for growing cocoa, but it would suffice for now. Kain had bigger plans for the future, expanding his influence into the land of tea, which was much better suited for cocoa cultivation. As he managed his growing business, Kain also kept a close eye on the brewing Second Shinobi World War. Recently, many ninjas had returned to Konoha, especially those from the Land of Rain battlefield. After Rain Shinobi's surrender, Sand Shinobi soon followed suit, retreating to their borders and signaling the end of the conflict. Despite the retreat, Sand Shinobi was far from fully cooperating. They hadn't yet signed the peace treaty Konoha had proposed, likely because the terms, largely influenced by Danzo's hawkish faction, were highly exploitative. Though Konoha had shown leniency toward Rain Shinobi, they sought to extract compensation from Sand Shinobi. While the battlefield seemed to be quieting down, there was one topic Kain heard discussed repeatedly among the returning ninjas: the terrifying Jinchuriki unleashed by Sand Shinobi. While no one explicitly mentioned its name, Kain could infer from their descriptions that they were talking about Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. Shikaku's wind-style jutsu, described as natural disasters in their own right, spread like wildfire among the Konoha ranks. Thankfully, Danzo and Orochimaru had managed to find a way to counter the beast. Otherwise, Konoha's forces would have suffered devastating losses. However, Kain knew this level of conflict was beyond his current influence. His goal remained clear: expand his power base as quickly as possible. Ninjas were a strange group, Kain mused. Though many possessed extraordinary power, they were still bound by the identity of being ninjas' servants to the powerful and wealthy. Even a figure like Madara Uchiha had nearly escaped this fate, only to be brought back down by the might of Hashirama Senju. For now, Kain's ambitions would have to simmer in the background. There was still much work to do in expanding his business and laying the groundwork for his future endeavors. Kain, where did you find all these amazing things? Carl asked, his eyes wide with amazement as he followed Kain into the Caltex auction house in Washington. Kain had been warming up these items for over 10 days, and the buzz they created had already attracted a number of art enthusiasts and collectors. The appraisers at Caltex were intrigued as well. According to one of them, the items might represent an undocumented piece of history, a simple statement that dramatically increased their value. My grandfather inherited them from his great-grandfather, and they've been stored in the deepest part of our basement for generations. If I hadn't stumbled upon my father's old notebook, I would never have known they existed, Kain replied casually, fabricating a plausible backstory as he continued to observe the auction proceedings. Although it was the early 21st century and auction technology was not yet as advanced as it would later become, even a prestigious auction house like Caltex retained a certain old-world charm. Kain's main interest wasn't in purchasing anything but in observing how much his items could sell for. His current assets were still modest, and his focus was on expansion, not personal indulgence. He knew that once his wealth multiplied 100 or 1,000 times over, he might consider engaging in the opulence that often corrupted those who came into power. For now, though, Kain was focused solely on developing his business and expanding his influence. Carl, on the other hand, was attending his first auction and was amazed by the variety of items on display. Despite this, he couldn't help but lament the absence of a collector's edition manuscript of Kid Lightning. The disappointment didn't last long, however, as he became more interested in the spectacle of the auction itself. The items Kain brought to auction were not particularly rare, but they were large and carried historical significance, making them valuable. Most of his collection consisted of jewelry, which he had already sold separately for more than $6 million. It wasn't quite the windfall he had imagined, but considering the lack of an official provenance, it was the best he could manage. As more pieces of his collection were sold, the smile on Kain's face grew brighter. He had originally anticipated earning around $3 to $4 million, given that a significant portion of the items were simple jewelry. However, by the end of the auction, he had managed to pull in nearly $9 million. Combined with the jewelry sales, Kain had made over $15 million in total, which was more than he had earned from stock investments over the past 3 years. On the flight back, Carl could hardly contain his excitement. Kain, you're a multi-millionaire now. You should upgrade your car, maybe get a sports car that matches your new net worth. Kain shook his head, chuckling. Carl, I've been worth tens of millions for a while now. My car works just fine. I don't need to change it yet. Carl, however, didn't take the hint and continued to nag about sports cars until he eventually wore himself out and fell asleep on the plane. After returning to New York, Kain briefly returned to school to take care of some personal matters, but he soon took another month-long leave to focus on his business. His pharmaceutical wholesale and trading company had officially been established, and Kain had hired a few international businessmen to help manage operations. The company quickly began running smoothly, thanks to these professionals. Kain himself took charge of the finances, purchases, and warehouse management, ensuring everything was handled meticulously. He maintained strict control, especially since some of his trading partners came from other worlds. Kain knew the next logical step was to establish a biotechnology company. It was an idea he had been toying with for a while, though he hadn't yet decided on a specific research direction. I can't just build an empty shell of a company without knowing what to focus on, he mused to himself. Although he had a long list of personal goals, enhancing his physical strength, studying gamma radiation, or even achieving eternal life, Kain lacked the technical background to pursue these ideas directly. He had done well in high school, but his knowledge of biomedicine was practically non-existent. He knew that his role would be better suited as an investor and collaborator rather than a researcher. The funds and manpower for the biotech company were ready, and even the construction drawings for a research base had been prepared. However, Kain was still searching for a suitable project to invest in. Tony Stark, he wondered aloud, briefly considering collaborating with the genius inventor. But then something else clicked. The extremis virus. The extremis virus seemed like the perfect project for his biotech company's first venture. Aldrich Killian had likely been rejected by Stark late last year or earlier this year, meaning he and Maya Hansen had only just begun their research. Kain knew that both of them were geniuses in the field of biotechnology, and the extremis virus represented a potential evolutionary leap for the human body. Most importantly, both Killian and Maya were experts in human biology. Kain could use their research to make deals with Orochimaru, a ninja with his own expertise in human evolution. The synergy between these researchers could yield groundbreaking results. If Kain could aid Orochimaru in making advancements in his work with Hashirama cells, it would bring Kain one step closer to achieving extraordinary power. If successful, he might not have to spend years stuck as a genin-level ninja. Still, the basics of chakra control could be useful to him. Techniques like the three-body technique or the shadow clone jutsu might be enough to keep him safe in minor skirmishes in the Marvel world. All Kain had to do was learn from the ninja world experts. As Kain mulled over his plans, he realized one key element was missing. I need an assistant, someone who can handle all the trivial matters perfectly. He immediately contacted a headhunting firm to find 2 capable assistants, which would free him from the burden of micromanaging everything. With assistants taking care of the day-to-day details, Kain would have more time to focus on the bigger picture, whether it was managing his pharmaceutical wholesale business, establishing his biotech company, or networking with Killian and Maya. The $15 million he earned from the auction was allocated wisely. Kain invested in materials to fill his space backpack, used some to fund the construction of his 2 companies, and entrusted a few $1 million to his business associate Connor. While Carl was a close friend, Kain knew that Carl sometimes struggled with decision-making when Kain wasn't around, and he wanted to avoid any potential issues. By now, Kain's net worth had climbed to nearly $40 million, excluding his hospital shares. In just under 2 months, most of his wealth had come from trading with the ninja world. It was a rate of return that would be difficult to match through traditional means like the stock market. Weapons can wait, Kain thought as he reviewed his next steps. For now, I need to focus on securing production lines and planting cocoa trees. Once I've established myself, I can start thinking about building a private military force. For the time being, Kain knew he had to stay under Konoha's radar. Expanding his influence meant being cautious about attracting too much attention from powerful factions like the ninja villages. He would bide his time until the moment was right. After Kain returned to the ninja world, Aya greeted him with good news. While he had been away for a few days, she had successfully negotiated with the commoners in 4 surrounding villages to begin planting cocoa trees. The incentive was clear: the cocoa beans would be bought at high prices, and in return, Kain's food store would offer them grains at lower prices. The math was simple, and the potential profit far outstripped what they could make by growing ordinary crops. As long as there's money to be made, even the commoners of the ninja world will jump at the chance, Kain thought, pleased with the outcome. The villagers had already agreed to plant cocoa trees, a positive step forward in his plans. Good job, Aya. It was definitely the right choice to put you in charge of the dessert factory, Kain praised her. Aya smiled, a bit embarrassed. It's nothing, really. It's what I should be doing. The news was indeed excellent for Kain, saving him time and energy. The dessert factory was nearly completed, and Kain had already discreetly moved the chocolate-making machines into the warehouse. He had done so without drawing attention, although a few people had begun speculating that he used some method akin to a sealing scroll. People from Konoha were already suspicious of his background, and such rumors only fueled their curiosity further. Once the production line was set up, Kain called Aya and 4 other workers over. He handed them the instruction manuals for the machines and proceeded to teach them personally how to operate the equipment. This is the switch. Press it, and the machine starts. Pour the raw materials here, and let it work its magic. Once the process is done, you package it, and voila, you've got chocolate, Kain explained patiently. After a few demonstrations, the workers began to grasp the basics, but Kain knew they needed more practice to fully master operating the machines. This step couldn't be rushed. When Kain expanded with branch factories in the future, these 4 would be the managers of those new locations, and Aya had even more important responsibilities awaiting her. Kain stayed in town for 2 more days, overseeing the workers and finalizing the cocoa tree planting plan. The first harvest wouldn't happen until the following year at the earliest, but it was a solid start. For now, the chocolate produced with the limited resources he brought would last for just over a month. He still needed to source milk and sugar within the ninja world. Next time, Kain planned to bring more raw materials into the ninja world in bulk, or perhaps he would create a special line of ninja chocolate. He mused about the possibilities: Konoha-shaped chocolates, shuriken-shaped sweets, or fudge-shaped like forehead protectors. With some new molds, these novelty items would undoubtedly be popular. Ninjas commanded significant attention in this world, and whenever war erupted, it affected the livelihoods of entire countries. Once everything in town was settled, Aya headed back to Konoha. Upon reaching the gates, Kain and his convoy were briefly interrogated, but they were allowed entry without much delay. As Kain entered Konoha, he noticed an unusual atmosphere in the village. There was a mixture of joy and sorrow in the air, with many people dressed in black. It seemed as though they were mourning their fallen loved ones. Kain guessed that the ninjas who had fought in the Land of Rain had returned both the living and the dead and were being honored as heroes. Hero chocolate, perhaps. Kain briefly entertained the idea before shaking his head. Capitalizing on such tragedies would only invite trouble, with boycotts and conflicts sure to follow. After returning to his food store, Kain asked Miwa, the new store manager, to move all the goods into the warehouse. Miwa had taken over from Aya and had proven herself to be reliable, keeping the store running smoothly. Business was still good, but Kain knew that a single store in a village had its limitations. The desserts produced at the factory in town would eventually need to be distributed across the ninja world, reaching not only ninjas but also the wealthy merchants and nobles, whose numbers far exceeded those of the shinobi. Miwa-san, later on, arrange for deliveries based on the last reservation list. You can handle the rest, Kain instructed. After 3 days of non-stop work, Kain felt exhaustion setting in. Despite being worth tens of millions, he was still running his business himself, making him the least typical capitalist. Ever since he acquired the system, he hadn't had a proper rest. Noticing the weariness on Kain's face, Miwa suggested gently, "Boss, if you're feeling tired, perhaps a hot spring bath would help. It's great for relieving fatigue." In the ninja world, soaking in hot springs was widely recognized as a method of rejuvenation. There was even a small nation known as the Land of Hot Water, famous for its natural hot springs. Many believed that regular soaks could extend one's lifespan, an idea that attracted aristocrats and wealthy merchants from across the land. However, Kain was not convinced. In his view, all the talk about hot springs and longevity was merely a gimmick. "No thanks, Miwa. I'll just go rest in the back for a while. If anything comes up, let me know," he said, dismissing the idea of a hot spring bath. He headed toward the courtyard behind the store, not just to rest but also to contemplate his next steps. Orochimaru had likely begun researching forbidden techniques by now, as the Third Shinobi World War loomed on the horizon. At this point, Orochimaru hadn't yet experienced the death of someone close to him, which meant his obsession with immortality wasn't fully formed. Kain recalled that Orochimaru's initial dream had been to master every jutsu in the world. It was only after the death of Noaki that his thoughts turned to eternal life. Orochimaru was undoubtedly gifted in biological research. He was naturally inclined toward this field, and in a span of 50 years, he would transition from being a shinobi to a leading expert in biological research. His advancements in gene transplantation, human cloning, soul transfer, and regeneration were impressive, culminating in his ability to rejuvenate his own body, and he had done most of it with only Kabuto assisting him. Kain calculated that within 6 years, Orochimaru would have made significant strides in human biology. By then, Kain could entice him into a partnership. Once Kain had amassed enough manpower and financial resources, Orochimaru would be instrumental in developing groundbreaking technology. Kain was confident he could share in the success of each stage of research. Moreover, if Orochimaru ever attempted to withhold findings, Kain could always recruit top experts from the Marvel world to further his own biological research endeavors. After some rest, Kain planned to enjoy a cup of black tea and unwind. The war was nearing its end, and Konoha would likely stop purchasing large quantities of medicine from him soon, given their depleted funds. Kain's next move would be to open a drug store in the Land of Fire. However, he wanted to hire a retired medical ninja from Konoha, someone with even basic medical ninjutsu skills. He'd have to ask Mirai about potential candidates. As Kain mulled over these thoughts, footsteps approached from outside. Miwa appeared at the door, saying, "Boss, Tsunade Jonin is here to see you. Should I let her in?" To be honest, it was a bit inconvenient, but Kain got up and answered because he understood the value of Tsunade's visit. He let her wait outside for a while. After Kain changed his clothes, he welcomed Tsunade in. After they sat down, Kain asked, "Tsunade-san, what can I do for you?" He hoped it wasn't about medicine, as it would be inappropriate for Konoha to send Tsunade to him. Kain had always refused to mix business with friendship. Tsunade waved off his question with a smile, though poorly acted. "I just want to hear your opinion on something. After all, you are a master with some medical skills, and the battlefield first aid manual has some of your credit." Kain quickly shook his head, denying the compliment. "I didn't do anything. It has nothing to do with me." "You're too modest," Tsunade continued. "Besides, I'm asking for a personal favor. It has nothing to do with Konoha officially, but as a friend, please help. I'll buy your chocolates." Kain raised an eyebrow and replied bluntly, "We're not friends, Tsunade-san. And besides, chocolates are easy to sell. If you buy them all, the others won't have any, and they'll blame my store." He noticed that despite his straightforward answer, Tsunade continued smiling and showed no intention of leaving. Kain sighed, realizing she wouldn't be deterred easily. "Fine, tell me what you need. But if it involves Konoha's government, I'll pretend I didn't hear it." "You're really cautious," Tsunade remarked. She knew from her conversations with Grandma Mito that Kain wasn't hostile toward Konoha, but his reluctance to engage in its political matters was quite clear. "It's about training medical ninjas. I mentioned it to Sarutobi-sensei in private, but he didn't seem interested at all. Reforming the medical system could greatly reduce the number of casualties among Konoha's shinobi. Don't you think I should bring it up at the next Jonin meeting? Surely, many would support it." Kain, however, was not optimistic. "Give it up. It won't work, even if you have the backing of every Jonin." "Why not?" Tsunade asked, clearly unconvinced. "This battlefield has already proven how important medical ninjas are." Kain leaned back in his chair and explained, "I'm not an expert on war, but training medical ninjas will cost a lot of money and resources. Konoha isn't exactly flush with cash right now, are they? Remember, they paid me millions in Ryo just by handing over a few properties." Tsunade winced at the reminder. It was true, and the transaction had the flavor of exploitation. "Beyond that, do you have any concrete plans?" Kain asked pointedly. Tsunade was silent for a moment before she admitted, "Well, no detailed plan yet. I thought we'd discuss it." Kain shook his head. "You should have at least a basic outline. What's your goal? How young do you start training? Will it be a new class in the ninja school or an entirely separate medical school? What are the selection criteria, the course syllabus, and the costs? And once they're trained, what's the incentive for people to become medical ninjas? What's their salary, and how does that compare to regular ninjas?" Without those answers, even if the third Hokage wants to help, it'll be easy for him to find reasons not to. Tsunade's was struck silent by Kain's questions. They made perfect sense, and her lack of preparation became glaringly obvious. However, she now felt inspired. You're right, I'll need to figure these things out. As thoughts whirled through her mind, Tsunade realized that Kain's words had given her a clear idea of what to do next. Kain sipped his tea and added, but don't get any ideas about asking me for more help. What I just said was to give you direction. The rest is your problem. Realizing Kain was politely showing her out, Tsunade chuckled. She hadn't expected much from him, but his advice had been invaluable. Still, she took her leave, though not without teasing. Don't think you can get rid of me so easily next time. After Tsunade left, Kain sighed in relief. Dealing with her was exhausting, even though he had managed to avoid getting drawn into Konoha's affairs. Meanwhile, Tsunade rushed back to Konoha Hospital, brimming with ideas. She called two of her best medical ninjas, Yano and Kenji, to help her put together a detailed proposal. She began outlining everything Kain had mentioned: criteria for selecting medical ninjas, the difficulty levels of different medical techniques, and how to classify them in a practical way. Start with basic chakra control and minor healing techniques, Tsunade instructed. Then, gradually move into advanced areas like surgery and intensive care. If we standardize these courses, we can start producing skilled medical ninjas continuously. Her team worked diligently alongside her, and Tsunade took it upon herself to clarify the structure of medical ninjutsu. Healing jutsu was the most commonly used technique, but its requirement for precise chakra control made it difficult for most ninjas to master. She planned to develop a set of techniques that could be taught to a wider range of students, even those with less refined control. The more she worked, the more Tsunade realized that the training process needed to be rigorous. Carefulness and patience should be the primary traits we look for, she said aloud to herself. Maybe we should introduce basic medical training in ninja schools first, just to screen for those with natural aptitude. Tsunade knew that establishing a separate medical ninja school might be too much to ask, especially in Konoha's current financial state. She would need to be more realistic. Perhaps we can integrate medical training into the existing academy, she mused. We can start small, test their healing abilities with simple tasks. By the time it was late into the night, Tsunade was still at Konoha Hospital, writing down notes and refining her plan. Many medical ninjas passing by were surprised to see her working so diligently. Normally, Tsunade would be at an izakaya or a casino at this hour, not stuck in the hospital. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, Tsunade paused, realizing that something was bothering her. She had been thinking about routine surgeries and felt uncertain about a particular detail. She considered going back to Kain's shop to ask for his advice but decided against it, given the late hour. Tisk, I also forgot to buy chocolate, she muttered to herself. I wonder how much Kushina has left in her stash. Tsunade's sudden craving for sweets distracted her from her work for a moment. She hadn't even bought any chocolate during her visit to Kain's shop, despite promising to clear out his stock. But the slight unease she felt didn't just come from forgetting to buy treats. Something deeper was stirring inside her, an unshakable sense of foreboding. Maybe it's just nerves, she said to herself, shaking her head. The war is over, so what could possibly go wrong now? Master Tsunade, hurry up, go to the emergency room, your brother. Boom! Before the medical ninja could finish his sentence, Tsunade dashed past him, her footsteps creating a small crater in the floor as she sped towards the emergency room. Her heart pounded in her chest, fear and panic gripping her tightly. When Tsunade arrived, she found her brother, Noaki, on the brink of death. His injuries from the battlefield were severe, the detonation talisman had wreaked havoc on his body. Although the medical ninja on the scene had provided immediate care, they weren't skilled enough to stabilize him fully. Master Tsunade, one of the medical ninjas said, relief evident in his voice as Tsunade entered the room. The others, clearly overwhelmed by the severity of Noaki's condition, quickly stepped aside to let her take over. Tsunade barely had to look to assess the gravity of the situation. Noaki's body was littered with injuries, but the internal damage was far worse. The golden time, the critical window for life-saving interventions, was rapidly slipping away. Without wasting any more precious moments, she summoned 2 shadow clones to assist her and began administering 3 medical ninjutsu techniques simultaneously, pouring all her energy and expertise into the operation. If only she had perfected the regeneration technique earlier, she would feel more confident in her brother's survival. But there was no time for regret now. Luckily, the battlefield medics had done enough to keep him alive until she arrived. Without them, she knew she wouldn't even have had a chance to save him. Minutes passed, then hours. As the procedure dragged on, Tsunade's chakra reserves began to deplete, and she had to ask her assistant to feed her special military ration pills to maintain her energy. The operation was grueling, stretching on for 7 or 8 hours. Finally, she completed the surgery, but by then, her chakra was nearly exhausted, and she slumped into a nearby chair, her willpower being the only thing keeping her conscious. The rest, you handle it. Clean, suture, and bandage, Tsunade muttered, her voice weak but authoritative. She could barely lift her head as the medical team quickly moved to finish the operation under her guidance. Leave it to us, Master Tsunade, one of the medics said, taking over. Noaki, his body now wrapped in bandages from head to toe, still hadn't woken up. Tsunade knew the truth, though. Even if he regained consciousness, he would likely never be the same again. His injuries were so extensive that he might never become a ninja again, a devastating blow to a boy who had always dreamed of becoming Hokage. I know, thank you, Tsunade murmured as she stood up, her face pale and her legs trembling from the exertion. Despite her best efforts, she knew Noaki's chances of returning to a normal life were slim. His body was alive, but the future that he had once envisioned for himself was likely gone forever. The war had taken so much from them all. Yet, as Tsunade thought about the young medical ninjas who had treated Noaki on the battlefield, her mind was already racing. If there had been more trained medics, if they had been better prepared, then maybe Noaki wouldn't have been so close to death by the time he reached her. The need for medical reform within Konoha had never felt so urgent. As she stepped out of the emergency room, she crossed paths with Orochimaru, his eyes sharp and inquisitive. "How is he?" Orochimaru asked, his usual calm tone hiding the faintest hint of concern. "He's stable for now, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's talk more about it later, Orochimaru." Tsunade was too exhausted to discuss it further and had to inform Grandma Mito as well. She barely had the energy to keep moving. Kain, meanwhile, remained unaware of the situation. In his timeline, Noaki was supposed to die. The fact that Noaki survived this time was a deviation, perhaps influenced by the presence of Kain's medical supplies, which had alleviated the pressure on Konoha's medical system. The abundance of medicine had allowed the hospital to treat more patients quickly and efficiently, helping them save countless lives, Noaki's among them. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, had even sent additional medical support to the front lines, and it was that timely intervention that had kept Noaki alive long enough for Tsunade to treat him. But Kain didn't know this. He was busy with his own plans. After a day of rest, he was in the process of discussing the purchase of 2 more properties nearby to expand his business. One would be a barbecue restaurant, the other an izakaya. Kain had noticed that Konoha's commercial district was still in its early stages, with shops and homes intermixed haphazardly. He envisioned building a proper commercial street, anticipating that the surviving ninjas, flush with war-earned ryo, would have money to spend once the economy rebounded. Once the war ended, these ninja would need food, clothing, housing, and entertainment. Kain was determined to meet those needs, starting with his new restaurants. In the back of his mind, he even considered the possibility of opening a casino in Konoha or, at the very least, in the Land of Fire. After all, what better way to help battle-weary ninjas unwind than a bit of high-stakes gambling? However, this would take time. First, Kain needed to secure the necessary properties, and he had left Miwa to handle the house purchases after learning that Konoha's higher UPS had overcharged him on previous transactions. Miwa, with her sharper business acumen, managed to complete the purchases at a far lower price than Kain would have paid. As Kain busied himself with these preparations, he was interrupted by a familiar face. "Kushina. Boss, are you here?" Kushina called out, stepping into the food store. "Yeah, but I won't be around for long. If you need something, talk to the new store manager. She's handling things while I'm away," Kain replied, not looking up from his work. Kushina hesitated for a moment before approaching him. "Boss, I need to get a gift for someone who's bedridden. What should I buy?" "Fruit. There's a fruit shop in Konoha, you know where it is," Kain said absent-mindedly. Kushina frowned, shaking her head. "He's older than me, probably not a fan of fruit." Kain sighed inwardly, wondering why she was asking him for advice when he clearly wasn't the best at these things. After a moment's thought, he turned to her and said, "If you're not sure, just give me 100,000 ryo, and I'll prepare a suitable gift for you." 100,000 ryo. Kushina's eyes widened in shock. She immediately thought, is this boss trying to scam me again? "Boss, your price is too much. How can a child have 100,000 ryo?" Kushina said indignantly. The amount seemed outrageous, and no student could possibly afford that. "Children? Nonsense. I've always treated you like any other customer. In this shop, you and I are equals. You pay, I deliver goods or services. There's no big or small between us." Kain's words, half boastful, half playful, made Kushina feel a little pleased. Everyone else saw her as a child, a troublemaker, or called her names like Tomato. Yet, here was the owner of the food store treating her as an equal. Even so, 100,000 ryo is too expensive. Kushina's voice softened, though her right hand clutched her wallet tightly. Kain, a keen observer, noticed the subtle gesture. She really had 100,000 ryo. The truth was, Kushina had recently coaxed that money out of Tsunade. Tsunade had been in high spirits after receiving praise from many medical ninjas for her success in saving lives at Konoha Hospital. Kushina seized the moment, offering Tsunade a few pieces of chocolate and left with 200,000 ryo. Though she had already spent some, she still had 140,000 ryo left, and that day she had planned to spend a bit at Kain's food store. Kain, however, had other plans. His steep price tag of 100,000 ryo wasn't just about the gift, it was also about making Kushina understand the value of his unique products. 100,000 ryo is steep for someone with no income, Kain acknowledged. But the gift I have in mind is one of a kind in the entire ninja world. The dessert I'll make is worth every bit of that money. A unique dessert. Kushina's eyes widened. Her mouth watered slightly, and she swallowed with a gulp. She wondered if the experience of tasting something so unique was worth 100,000 ryo. "If you're not interested, I'll be on my way," Kain said nonchalantly, beginning to walk away. "There are many places outside the Land of Fire waiting for my business." Before he could get far, Kushina, with a determined look on her face, stepped in front of him. "I'll take it, boss," she said resolutely. 100,000 ryo, pay up first." Kain stretched out his hand. Though she had agreed, Kushina still felt a pang of regret as she slowly pulled out her wallet. 100,000 ryo almost emptied her savings. When she finally handed over the money, she did it reluctantly, nearly turning her head away from the sight. Once Noaki recovered, she vowed to make the money back. Good. The deal is done. Wait here while I prepare it. Kain pocketed the money and headed to the back of the shop to begin baking the cake. Boss, can I watch? Kushina asked hesitantly. It wasn't just curiosity, she wanted to ensure Kain didn't run off with her money. Sure, just don't get in my way, Kain replied as he fetched some ingredients from his space backpack and began his work in the kitchen. Kain had spent much of his time learning a variety of skills, including cooking and baking, during his solitary years. With his knack for picking things up quickly, he became proficient in making desserts, and even his previous companion, Carl, used to praise his efforts. Baking a cake wasn't a challenge for him, and as he worked, Kushina watched in awe. The cake was more intricate and beautiful than anything she had ever seen. The skill and craftsmanship that went into it were astonishing, and Kushina was now convinced it was worth the price. After finishing the cake, Kain stood back, satisfied. That's all I can do with the materials and the price you paid. If you ever want something fancier, a 3-tiered cake with custom designs, it'll cost you more. Is there a better one? Kushina asked, astonished. She had thought this cake was already impressive. Of course. A high-end cake starts at 500,000 ryo. The more you pay, the better it gets. With my skills, it's not unreasonable to call me the god of desserts, Kain boasted, trying to plant the seed for future sales. Kushina took the cake and left, her heart lighter despite the cost. She was excited to bring it to Noaki, who was still recovering from his injuries. She knew that Noaki, Tsunade, and Grandma Mito weren't big fans of sweets, which likely meant she'd get to enjoy most of the cake herself. For now, the price felt worth it, though she knew in a few days, she'd probably regret spending so much. Once Kushina left, Kain packed up, ready to depart from Konoha. He visited the Hokage building to arrange for a B-rank protection mission before heading out. Konoha quickly dispatched a Chunin team to escort him, and with everything settled, Kain began his journey to his next destination, the Underground Gold Exchange. Kain wasn't just interested in the exchange itself. His true target was Kakuzo, a powerful ninja known for his love of money. Kain had grand plans. He envisioned Kakuzo as both a financial manager and a bodyguard for his future ventures. With the casino idea in mind, Kain was confident that the profits would lure Kakuzo into joining him. Upon arriving at the town where his dessert factory was located, Kain checked in on the progress. Aya, the manager he had left in charge, had done an excellent job recruiting staff and managing operations, though more manpower was still needed. Aya, I'm leaving this place in your hands. Here's 5 million ryo. Use it to buy 2 shops, one for a dessert store and the other for something a bit more luxurious. I've got other plans for that one, Kain instructed. And start taking in some homeless children. I'll provide for their food, drink, and education. Aya took the money and nodded. Kain's plan was ambitious. Alongside opening a dessert shop, he also intended to open a casino in another major area. With the technology available, he could bring in modern gambling machines from his world, making them a hit in the ninja world. The casino would not only make quick money but also allow him to build influence rapidly. With the ninja world's economy recovering from war, Kain's businesses were poised for success. He saw an opportunity to invest his resources wisely and continue growing his influence, using the funds from the ninja world to build a network of loyal followers. As he expanded, he knew that even greater ventures awaited. Guys, the next part of this journey is a bit private, so please wait here for me, Kain told the Chunin team guarding him. There was an underground gold exchange in the small town, a place he learned about from the owner of Lishun bookstore. The owner had connections with some noble backers, as Kain had assumed, given that they were able to afford a chain of bookstores across the Land of Fire. These backers likely had dealings with darker forces, like the underground gold exchange. Konoha was certainly aware of this place, but the village tended to turn a blind eye to it. The two sides had an unspoken agreement not to interfere with each other. In fact, sometimes even Konoha's own bounties found their way into the underground gold exchange, and when bounty hunters completed a mission, intermediaries from the exchange would send innocent people to Konoha to collect the reward. Additionally, many nobles in the Land of Fire utilized the underground exchange's darker services for their private matters. After Kain left, one of the genin in the group couldn't help but ask curiously, "Captain, what is our employer doing? Why all the secrecy?" "It's probably a private affair," replied another genin, their gaze wandering over to the food in front of them. The journey had been surprisingly comfortable so far. Every time they arrived at a town, they were treated to good food, warm beds, and sometimes even the luxury of a hot spring. This didn't feel like a typical mission at all. It was more like a vacation with occasional work. "Don't ask too many questions about the employer," the Chunin captain warned. "And besides, this town is special. If he doesn't want us following him, we respect that." Sensing the curiosity of his subordinates, the captain added, "This town has an underground gold exchange. Our employer is probably headed there. That place doesn't welcome shinobi from the 5 great villages, so if we followed, it would make things more difficult for him. Let's just wait here and enjoy the meal, he'll probably be back soon enough." The 3 genin exchanged glances, now understanding the situation. "An underground gold exchange, huh? I've heard of it but never seen one," one of them said. With their curiosity satisfied for now, the team focused back on their meal, eager to continue enjoying their unexpected luxuries. Meanwhile, Kain had arrived at the location of the underground gold exchange, cleverly disguised as a bathhouse. He was glad it wasn't hidden behind something as unpleasant as a toilet. He was a stickler for cleanliness and would have been uncomfortable in such a setting. After following the instructions provided by the owner of Lishun bookstore, Kain successfully navigated his way into the underground gold exchange. This wasn't where bounty hunters themselves came for jobs. Instead, this was the place where bounties were posted and deals were made. Once inside, Kain quickly explained his purpose for being there and left after placing a rather unique request that raised some eyebrows. The bounty he placed was a substantial 1 million ryo and it had a specific target, Kakuzu. Known for his formidable skill set, including mastery over 5 elements, advanced ninjutsu, and his ability to prolong his life through his grisly techniques, Kakuzu was the perfect candidate for what Kain had in mind. He was also notorious for his obsession with money, making him a likely candidate for recruitment. Kain didn't need Kakuzu full-time, only as a muscle for hire when the need arose. Kakuzu, being a practical man, would have a hard time saying no to such a lucrative offer. After placing the bounty, Kain continued to visit various towns across the Land of Fire. This tour wasn't just for sightseeing. He was conducting thorough research on the region's economy and business opportunities. With a clearer understanding of the commercial potential in various areas, Kain was laying the groundwork for his future endeavors. Half a month later, Kain returned to the main town, ready to put his plans into motion. His time away had been fruitful, and he now had a more concrete vision of his path forward. Upon his return, the Chunin team that had been guarding him completed their assignment as agreed. The team members, despite their professionalism, seemed a little reluctant to leave. They had grown quite fond of the comfortable accommodations and lavish meals during their time with Kain. "Thank you for your protection during this journey," Kain said respectfully as the team prepared to depart. "It was reassuring to have you by my side. I hope we can work together again in the future." The leader of the Chunin team smiled and bowed in return. "The pleasure was ours, Kain-san. Until next time." As the Konoha team left, Kain's assistant, Aya, approached him. "Boss, there's someone who says you asked him to come. He's been waiting for 3 days. But, he's a missing nin, and he seems quite strong." 3 days, huh? That's earlier than I expected. "Bring him in." I'm the one who called him." A few minutes later, Kakuzu appeared, visibly annoyed. "I've been waiting for 3 days, he grumbled. "If you weren't going to be here, you should have said something. I could have used that time to take care of other business." Kain responded by placing a small, heavy box in front of him. 2 million ryo, in addition to the 1 million I posted as a bounty for you. Consider it a meeting gift, Kakuzu-san. I want to discuss a long-term business arrangement." Kakuzu's annoyance faded quickly as he opened the box to reveal the neatly stacked banknotes inside. He didn't trust the amount without counting it himself, so he meticulously thumbed through the money, ensuring every ryo was accounted for. Kain patiently sipped his tea, accustomed to Kakuzu's obsession with money, while Aya looked on in disbelief. She had never seen anyone so fixated on money, to the point of ignoring everyone else in the room. Once Kakuzu finished counting and was satisfied, he leaned back and asked, "So, what's this business you're proposing?" "I'm not interested in anything that doesn't involve making money." Kain smiled and replied, "I'm planning to open several casinos across the Land of Fire. I want you to serve as a flexible guard and debt collector for these establishments. You won't need to stay there permanently, just be available when I need you to handle problems. For instance, if someone causes trouble or refuses to pay their debts, you step in. The minimum payout is 200,000 ryo per job, equivalent to an A-rank mission in any of the major villages." Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. "Casinos, huh? I'm not joining any organization or force, but if it's just this kind of work, I might consider it." Kain continued, "That's all I'm asking. You'll still be free to take on bounties from the underground gold exchange. This job won't interfere with that. You'll only be called in when absolutely necessary." With the offer on the table, Kakuzu leaned forward, his interest piqued. A deal like this, where he could make easy money without giving up his autonomy, was exactly what he was looking for. Kakuzu finally agreed to Kain's proposal. The deal was beneficial to him and posed no risks. Even if complications arose, Kakuzu had the power to resolve them effortlessly. By cooperating with Kain's casino, Kakuzu was guaranteed a stable income. Even if no trouble occurred in a month, Kain promised him 3 million ryo. This condition improved Kakuzu's mood significantly. Although he wore a mask that concealed most of his face, his green eyes revealed a subtle satisfaction that both Kain and Aya could sense. For Kain, the 3 million ryo per month was a small sum. As long as his casinos operated smoothly, that amount would be a mere fraction of the total earnings. More importantly, having a powerful ninja like Kakuzu, who was cage level in strength, at his disposal was invaluable. To ensure efficient communication, Kakuzu arranged for one of his subordinates to stay in the town. This way, if the casino needed his assistance, he could return within a day or two, barring any long-distance missions outside the Land of Fire. In the early stages, Kain planned to open casinos in 2 key locations, the town and Main Street. He had already scouted the locations and sent Aya to handle the preliminary preparations and recruitment. During the 15 days Kain was away, his dessert factory had also made significant progress. They had successfully produced desserts that matched the flavors of the samples Kain had brought. The recipe and raw materials remained consistent, ensuring the quality of the products. Kain was particularly pleased with the factory's performance, but he was aware that the raw material supply was limited. The first batch of chocolates was soon ready for distribution. Part of it would be sent to Kain's food store in Konoha, while the rest would be sold locally. The pricing matched that of Konoha's market, which wasn't cheap. Kain's business strategy was clear from the start. While most civilians would focus on basic necessities, there would always be those willing to spend extra on luxury items like sweets, allowing him to profit. After handling matters in the ninja world, Kain returned to the Marvel world. There, his pharmaceutical wholesale and trading company had been operating smoothly in his absence. His sales team had secured 3 deals, bringing in the company's first substantial income. Furthermore, market research revealed a strong demand for medicines in several countries. If Kain's company could dominate those markets, the business could generate annual revenues of $500 to $600 million. Kain encouraged his team to continue expanding, especially through aggressive recruitment efforts. He also took time to interview 3 potential assistants, eventually hiring one to act as his administrative assistant. This person would oversee daily operations and ensure that Kain's orders were executed promptly, freeing him up to focus on broader strategies. Despite these successes, Kain still faced some challenges. He had not yet made contact with Aldrich Killian and Maya Hansen, 2 key individuals he hoped to recruit into his growing network. Their current whereabouts remained unknown, and Kain wasn't sure if they were even in the United States. During this time, Kain also arranged for the purchase of gambling machines and other equipment for his casinos. Since the equipment required some language modifications, the delivery took nearly half a month. In the interim, Kain focused on sourcing raw materials for his dessert factory and maintaining key relationships within his network. Even with all these responsibilities, Kain found time to unwind. He fulfilled a promise to his friend Carl by finishing a video game they had started together. However, Carl quickly lost interest after completing it, pointing out that several new games had been released while they were still playing last year's titles. For now, the Marvel world remained relatively stable. S.H.I.E.L.D. was busy dealing with Hydra and other pressing matters, and their surveillance hadn't reached the point where they could monitor every individual across the country. Still, Kain was always cautious, especially about the possibility of being discovered by the Sorcerer Supreme. With the Time Stone in her possession, the Sorcerer Supreme could potentially see into multiple future timelines. Kain feared that if she became curious about his frequent disappearances, it could lead to unwanted scrutiny. While the threat of death wasn't immediate, the idea of having his biggest secret exposed was unnerving. Despite these concerns, Kain continued to move between the 2 worlds, driven by the need to gain strength as quickly as possible. Compared to the ninja world, the Marvel universe was far more dangerous. Alien invasions, the looming threat of Thanos' snap, and even the well-meaning but often destructive actions of the Avengers made the Marvel world a constant source of tension for Kain. Even staying hidden in a remote part of the country wouldn't guarantee safety, especially not for someone living in New York, a frequent battleground for superhero conflicts. Once Kain had all the necessary equipment, he returned to the ninja world to oversee the casino preparations. He brought the gambling machines and equipment to the town and had them installed in the casino. Once the staff was fully recruited, the casino would be ready for business. However, Kain knew that security would be critical. Casinos attracted troublemakers, especially those who couldn't handle their losses, and Kain anticipated many would try to cause disruptions. He also needed a professional manager to oversee the casino's operations, but unfortunately, Konoha lacked experienced individuals in this area. Kain asked Aya to start looking for potential candidates. In addition to managing the casino, Kain was also training the homeless teenagers he had recruited to work in his food factories. However, it would take at least 4 to 5 years before they could be entrusted with important tasks. There are too few capable subordinates to recruit, Kain thought to himself. If possible, he would have liked to recruit skilled ninjas in future like Kimimaro and Haku. However, their loyalties and circumstances made that difficult. Sighing, Kain considered his options. While some of his recruits had potential, they weren't yet reliable enough to be given major responsibilities. Aya was competent, but she wasn't someone who could handle everything. Kain was stuck in a situation where he had the money and the plans, but lacked the personnel to execute them efficiently. Suddenly, Kain remembered someone, Yakushi Nono. Known as the Wandering Nun in the future, Nono possessed significant talent and ability. She could become one of Kain's most powerful allies if he could recruit her before she fell under Danzo's influence and joined the Root organization. Based on her age, Nono would likely be around 10 years old at this time. Kain knew that Danzo had recently been involved in the war in the Land of Rain and hadn't yet begun expanding the Root. This gave Kain a window of opportunity. If Nono was currently attending Konoha's academy, Kain could discreetly inquire about her through Kushina, who was notoriously gullible and might not even realize she was being manipulated. Determined to act quickly, Kain decided to return to Konoha. The sooner he found Yakushi Nono, the higher the chances of recruiting her before Danzo could. With this in mind, Kain set off on his journey, eager to secure another valuable piece in his ever-expanding network. Damn old man. After storming out of the Hokage building, Tsunade couldn't help but curse under her breath. She had prepared for weeks, meticulously planning every detail of her proposal for a medical system reform. Yet, during today's Jonin meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, had outright rejected it without giving her a proper reason. As she walked away, seething with frustration, she heard someone calling her from behind. Tsunade. Turning around, she saw the man who had supported her during the meeting. It was Kato-dan. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? Though still in a foul mood, Tsunade suppressed her irritation, greeting him with a calmer tone. He had, after all, backed her in the meeting. My name is Kato-dan, he introduced himself with a polite smile. I think your proposal was excellent. Reforming the medical system could indeed save the lives of countless Konoha comrades. Tsunade softened slightly at his kind words, but he wasn't finished. However, Kato-dan continued, Konoha is in a tough spot right now. The war has only just ended, and true peace hasn't settled in. I believe the third Hokage took this into account, which is likely why your plan wasn't implemented. Tsunade's mood soured again. She understood the village's precarious situation, but the fact that her long-prepared medical reform was dismissed so easily infuriated her. Even so, there are priorities. The old man just couldn't see the bigger picture, so he refused my proposal without any legitimate reason, she retorted, her frustration clear in her voice. Kato-dan smiled awkwardly. While Tsunade could get away with criticizing the Hokage being the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of Sarutobi's own students, he wasn't in a position to speak as freely. I'm sure the third Hokage had his reasons, he said diplomatically. What reasons? He just has no vision. Tsunade shot back, clearly not appeased by Dan's calm reasoning. As she vented her frustrations, Tsunade couldn't help but think of Kain. She had been waiting for him to return, eager to discuss her ideas for the medical system with him. Even though he was just a civilian, Kain had an unconventional perspective that often inspired her. She wondered when he'd be back. The two continued chatting as they walked, eventually nearing Kain's food store. Do you live nearby? Kato-dan asked, noticing her change in direction. No, are you offering to walk me home? It's not necessary. I need to do some shopping before I head back, she replied. Just then, Tsunade noticed several carriages parked outside Kain's store. Her eyes lit up. He was back. What perfect timing, she had been meaning to consult with him about her proposal, and here he was. Let's talk another day, Kato-jonin. A friend of mine just returned, she said, her excitement bubbling over. Friend? Kato-dan asked, but before he could say more, Tsunade was already making a beeline for Kain's shop. Curious, he followed after her. Kain, who had been busy instructing his workers to unload goods, froze when he heard Tsunade's voice. It was filled with such intensity that it almost sounded like she was coming for revenge. He turned to see her marching toward him with purpose, and instinctively, he took 2 steps back. Tsunade-san, what's wrong? He asked cautiously. Nothing, really. I just wanted to talk to you. I got mad at the old man today, Tsunade said, realizing she had come off a bit too strong. She softened her tone. Oh, and give me a box of chocolates. We can talk while eating. A box of 20 chocolates is 4,000 ryo, Tsunade-san. You're 1,000 short, Kain replied bluntly, holding out his hand for the full payment. Tsunade's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had casually tossed some money in his direction without thinking, but clearly, Kain wasn't one to let such things slide. Quickly, she added the extra 1,000 ryo, not wanting to be mistaken for someone who didn't pay her debts. If it weren't for the fact that she needed to talk to him, Tsunade might have considered showing Kain a bit of her infamous strength for his cheeky remark. Once the payment was settled, Kain handed her the box of chocolates. So, Tsunade-san, what did you want to talk about? A box of chocolates can't be the only reason. Tsunade raised the report she had brought, waving it in front of him. I want to talk about what we didn't finish last time. Kain feigned confusion, his face deliberately blank. Last time? What last time, Tsunade-san? I don't recall any unfinished business. Tsunade frowned. She could tell he was pretending not to remember. He was dodging the conversation, especially since it involved Konoha's medical reforms. He had always been cautious about getting involved in Konoha's politics, and this time was no different. Don't act like you don't remember, she said, her frustration rising again. As a businessman, satisfying your customers' needs is your most basic responsibility. Ah, you're talking about that. All right, we can chat, but I'll remind you again I don't want to get involved in Konoha's political matters, Kain responded quickly, noticing Tsunade clenching her fists. But wait, is that man outside your friend? He asked, pointing to Kato-dan, who had been lingering outside the store. Oh, Kato-dan. You're still here. Though she had enjoyed talking to him earlier, Tsunade now had more pressing matters to attend to. She wasn't in the mood for small talk with Kato-dan. Just then, Kato-dan walked in, smiling. Tsunade, so the owner of this shop is your friend. I've bought chocolates from here before, they're really delicious. Kato, I'm discussing something important with Kain now, but, actually, why don't you join us? You supported my medical system reform in the Jonin meeting earlier, Tsunade said, tilting her head toward Kain to gauge his reaction. After all, it was his shop. Kato-dan raised an eyebrow, surprised. He hadn't expected Tsunade to be discussing such a serious topic with a civilian, even one who sold medicine. Let's talk about it inside, Kain said, not refusing the idea. He led Tsunade and Kato-dan to a small room at the back of the shop and went to make them some tea. After serving the tea, Kain got straight to the point. Tsunade-san, what's that you've got in your hand? This? It's the revised medical system reform plan. I put it together based on the suggestions you gave me last time. Do you want to take a look? No, that won't be necessary, Kain said with a wave of his hand. But you mentioned the Jonin meeting earlier. I take it your proposal was rejected by the third Hokage. At this, Tsunade's temper flared again. Yes? The old man has no vision. If we implement the medical reforms, Konoha won't have to fear casualties in future wars. That's a meaningless statement, Kain countered calmly. If Konoha could suddenly train 3,000 Jonin, then no one would have to worry about war either. Tsunade scowled, but Kain continued. Let's stick to the point. Tell me what happened at the Jonin meeting, only the parts related to the medical reform. Leave out the rest. After listening to Tsunade's explanation, Kain finally understood what had happened at the Jonin Council meeting. Tsunade had spent several days preparing a detailed report on reforming the medical system, but it seemed that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was hesitant. Although he likely found the plan beneficial, the costs involved were probably too high, and with no clear reasoning to reject it outright, he chose to delay the decision. However, for Tsunade, this issue couldn't be postponed. Her urgency likely stemmed from her brother's injury, which fueled her determination to push the reform forward. She believed that a fully established medical system would save many ninja lives, especially during times of war. If you think about it, the third Hokage shouldn't have refused such a good proposal. In the early stages, it doesn't require much funding, Kain said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Kato-dan, who had been quietly listening, felt the need to defend the Hokage. From his perspective, Kain, a common civilian, didn't understand the complexities of Konoha's leadership. Before Kato-dan could voice his thoughts, Kain continued speaking. Tsunade, do you think maybe you overwhelmed the Hokage by proposing too much at once? Tsunade frowned at his suggestion, feeling somewhat puzzled. Overwhelmed? I only proposed what was absolutely necessary for the reform. It's not my fault the old man lacks vision. Kain shook his head gently. Even necessary reforms need to be taken step by step. If the Hokage had agreed to everything at once, you'd be overburdened. You'd be the first to burn out from exhaustion. He continued, laying out a more structured plan. For example, adding medical classes to the Ninja Academy could be one of the first steps. Assigning 2 medical ninjas to teach older students would be manageable, and it wouldn't cost much. In the aftermath of war, Konoha Hospital is still fully staffed, so it should be feasible. Tsunade began to listen more intently as Kain explained his reasoning. For the development of medical ninjutsu, you could lead that effort within Konoha Hospital. It could be done without disrupting the treatment of patients, and there's no reason the Hokage should object to that. Kain added, the first aid training you mentioned? It might be wise to focus on female ninjas, who are often more inclined to learn these skills. If some choose not to, there's not much you can do about it. But at least those who learn can save lives on the battlefield. He concluded, the key is to focus on the parts of the reform that don't require immediate financial investments. Once these initiatives start showing results and the medical ninja team expands, the Hokage will be more open to your other proposals. Kain's insight into the phased approach to the reform resonated with Tsunade, who now saw a clearer path to achieving her goal. She smiled for the first time that day. You're right. This way, I can make progress, even if it's slower than I'd like. But what if the old man still refuses? Kain replied in a half-joking tone, if he still refuses, it means the problem isn't the reform, it's personal. And if that's the case, you might as well quit and work for me. I'll pay you 500,000 ryo a month. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly, and she laughed. 500,000 ryo? Are you serious? Before she could entertain the thought further, Kato-dan interjected, clearly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Tsunade, the Hokage won't hold anything against you. Konoha Hospital depends on your leadership. Sensing the tension, Kain quickly reassured Kato-dan, don't worry, Kato-san. I was only joking. Even if Tsunade wanted to work for me, I wouldn't accept her. This is purely business. Kain's calculated response was meant to ease any potential suspicions Kato-dan might have. While Kain maintained a delicate balance as a businessman in Konoha, he knew that being seen as too close to Tsunade, a prominent ninja, could draw unwanted attention from figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen or even Danzo. Tsunade also realized Kain's cautious stance and chimed in, Kato, it's just a joke. Besides, I have a lot of work to do in Konoha. With the tension somewhat diffused, Tsunade shifted the conversation. By the way, Kain, are you going to treat us to some of those pastries Kushina was raving about? Kain raised an eyebrow. You also know Kushina. He then added with a grin, well, 100,000 ryo for the regular pastries, and I've got a new batch of premium cakes for 400,000 ryo. Do you want some? Tsunade coughed, nearly choking on her tea. 400,000? What are you, a bandit? Kain shrugged. You're paying for the best cake in the ninja world. A commoner like me can't just steal money from ninjas, can I? The conversation became more lighthearted, and they moved away from the heavy topic of medical reform. Kato-dan, who was still somewhat new to the dynamic between Kain and Tsunade, remained mostly silent. He was still getting to know Kain, and his connection with Tsunade was not yet strong enough to contribute much to the conversation. He sipped his tea and nodded in agreement occasionally, but it was clear that his presence was more as an observer. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Kain's assistant, Miwa, entered to report something. Boss, there are 3 orphanages in Konoha village. Shall I take you to see them? Kain nodded and quickly wrapped up his chat with Tsunade. Let's go, Miwa-san. We should bring something for the kids. He grabbed a box containing several stacks of ryo, a total of 1.5 million, which he planned to donate to the orphanages. His intention was not only to help but also to build a good reputation. Feeding hundreds of war orphans for a month with that amount of money was a small price to pay for the goodwill it could generate. As Kain visited each orphanage, he was warmly welcomed by the headmasters. They were overjoyed by his generosity and made sure the children expressed their gratitude. At each stop, Kain discreetly asked if there was a girl named Yakushi Nono among the orphans, but he had no luck until the third orphanage. At the final stop, Kain found a girl who matched the description. When he inquired about her, the headmaster explained, "Her name is Nono. She's very bright and was attending the Ninja Academy, but she recently dropped out to help out here because we're short on funds. She insisted on returning to help her friends." Kain smiled and said, "It would be a shame to let her talents go to waste. Why don't I cover her expenses so she can continue her education? In fact, if there are any other children with the potential to go to school, I'll support them too." The headmaster was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Mr. Kain. You've helped us more than I could ever express." In addition to Nono, there were 2 other children who had the potential to attend the ninja school. Kain brought them all back to the food store. He understood that competition at the Ninja Academy would be intense, especially for children from orphanages. These kids would face many challenges, as they lacked the privileges that came with being the descendants of established ninjas, and the orphanages couldn't provide them with allowances like Konoha did for ninja families. Being a ninja required more than just attending school. It meant managing the increased food intake due to rigorous training and handling the wear and tear of weapons like kunao and shuriken, which added up to a considerable annual expense. Yakushi Nono, after spending over 2 years in ninja school, had already burdened the orphanage to the point that it struggled to make ends meet. That was why she insisted on dropping out once she realized the financial difficulties of the orphanage. As Kain took the children back, he considered how things might have unfolded if he hadn't intervened. Yakushi Nono, in particular, could have ended up being recruited by Danzo's Root, a secretive organization that preyed on orphans and underprivileged children with talent. Once they arrived at the food store, Kain offered them tea and desserts. Then, with a smile, he reassured the children, "From now on, you can focus on your studies at the academy. Every month, my staff will deliver the necessary funds to the orphanage to cover your expenses. If you excel, there may even be extra rewards." The 2 younger children smiled brightly, filled with excitement. They were clearly more naive and inexperienced, simply grateful for the opportunity. Yakushi Nono, however, looked more skeptical. Her young face betrayed concern as she asked, "Mr. Kain, why are you helping us? What do you gain from this?" Kain leaned back, speaking confidently, "I believe in your potential. You could grow up to be someone important, maybe even the Hokage or the head of the medical department. When that time comes, you'll know how to repay me." At the mention of Hokage, the 2 younger children perked up, enthusiastically declaring their desire to become as strong as Hokage. Yakushi Nono, though quieter, understood the weight of Kain's words. She knew that the orphanage's survival depended on his help. Without it, even her dropping out wouldn't have eased the orphanage's burden. She stood up and bowed deeply. "Thank you very much, Mr. Kain." "You don't need to be so formal," Kain replied. "If you're interested in medical ninjutsu, you can visit the Kain Pharmacy. The manager, Mirai, used to be a medical ninja. Perhaps he can guide you." Kain was pleased with Yakushi Nono's composure. At 8 years old, she already exhibited maturity beyond her years, willing to drop out of school to support the orphanage. Kain understood that by giving her help she couldn't possibly repay on her own, he was ensuring her loyalty. With her intelligence and talent, she'd be invaluable once her emotional ties to the orphanage and her gratitude to him grew stronger. After a brief stay, the children left, and Miwa returned. She had visited the 2 other orphanages earlier, informing the directors about Kain's offer to sponsor children with the potential to attend ninja school. The news was met with immense gratitude. For the directors, this sponsorship represented hope for a better future for their children, even if, from the perspective of the 3rd Hokage, it might seem a minor matter. After all, even after graduating from ninja school, these orphans would be genin with no inherited jutsu, making their prospects limited. However, Kain believed that, in the world of ninjas, money could solve almost any problem. He was convinced that even world peace could be bought, given enough financial resources. His faith in the power of wealth was reflected in his plans. His enforcer at the casino was Kakuzu, a ninja of great renown and power, proficient in all 5 elemental jutsu. Kain figured he could buy whatever skills or knowledge he needed from Kakuzu. "Miwa, has the 3rd shop been set up yet?" Kain asked. Miwa nodded. "Yes, boss. The shop is ready, and we've hired all the staff as you requested." "Good. Make preparations for the opening. Aya should be delivering the game console soon. Make sure everything is in order." Kain was strategizing carefully. He had decided to put the opening of his casino in Konoha on hold. Despite the potential, there wasn't enough foot traffic to justify it at the moment. He figured that opening a casino in one of the larger towns in the Land of Fire would be more profitable. Tsunade hadn't yet become the compulsive gambler she was known to be, and the other ninjas of Konoha didn't seem drawn to gambling as much. On the other hand, a gaming hall was a more suitable option, something that would appeal to children and women. That was where Kain saw his financial opportunity. "Got it, boss," Miwa responded, leaving to finalize preparations for the game hall's opening. As Kain reflected on his progress, he noted that it had taken nearly 2 months to open 3 shops, not a bad pace. Still, he knew it was almost time for him to turn his attention to learning some basic ninjutsu. His goal was simple, to master the 3 basic techniques: substitution jutsu, transformation jutsu, and shadow clone jutsu. While these were rudimentary in the world of ninjas, they would be invaluable for him if he returned to the Marvel Universe. The combination of transformation and shadow clone techniques would be a game changer for evading detection. Even SHIELD would have difficulty seeing through it. However, he knew he had to be discreet. It wouldn't do to let Konoha's higher UPS become suspicious of his motives for learning ninjutsu. As a non-ninja, he could more easily fly under the radar, but if he became proficient in these techniques, it could raise eyebrows. I'll ask Aya first, he thought to himself. If she doesn't have a way to help, then I'll turn to Kakuzu. At that moment, Kain heard footsteps approaching. He was momentarily taken aback, wondering who might be visiting at this hour. The door creaked open, and Miwa's head poked in. She smiled cheerfully. Boss Kain, she greeted him. Without hesitation, Kain pulled out his submachine gun and fired several rounds at the floor in front of the door. His expression was cold as he demanded, "Drop the transformation jutsu immediately, or I will." Wait, it's me, Kushina." Miwa's voice suddenly changed to Kushina's. "I was just playing a prank." With a puff of smoke, the form of Miwa vanished, revealing Kushina standing in the doorway, her eyes wide with shock. The few rounds Kain had fired had landed dangerously close to her. She glanced nervously at the bullet holes in the floor. Had Kain's strange weapon hit her, the damage would have been severe. It was far more dangerous than any kunao she had thrown. Kain exhaled in relief, though his stern expression remained. "So it was you, Kushina. Do you know that scaring people like that can get them killed?" Kushina sat down at the table, her head bowed in a posture of admission. It was evident that she felt remorseful for her earlier actions. She may not have many friends at school. If we look back at previous years, it would be accurate to say that Kushina has almost no friends at all. Kain had said a few kind words to her, treating her as an equal, which unknowingly led Kushina to see him as a friend. Unlike the gang at ninja school who often mocked her physical appearance, Kain offered her respect and companionship. Although Kain had skimmed a considerable amount of money, Kushina didn't seem to notice, perhaps because Kain was adept at disguising his commercial motives. Even some adults in Konoha couldn't distinguish between his authentic praise and his ulterior motives. Therefore, it was no surprise that, after seeing Miwa leave, Kushina attempted to play a joke on Kain. However, Kain's keen instinct sensed something was amiss when he heard her call out, "Boss Kain." Moreover, it was uncharacteristic for Miwa to make such a childish move as merely sticking her head in the door, prompting Kain to see through Kushina's transformation technique with ease. "Please don't make jokes like that again, Kushina," Kain sighed helplessly. He felt a hint of annoyance, but he recognized that she meant no harm. It was essential to communicate that this type of behavior was unacceptable, especially given the potential consequences. He thought it necessary to learn some ninjutsu skills himself, if only to be better prepared for any future encounters. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Kushina replied, her tone tinged with agitation as she lowered her gaze. She cherished her few friendships, and the idea of losing one over a misunderstanding was not something she could bear. Kain, however, did not immediately respond to her apology. Instead, he glanced at the damaged floor, muttering softly to himself about how much the repairs would cost, particularly given the bullet holes he had inadvertently created. Kushina, still bowing her head, picked up on his comments and quickly realized she should take responsibility for the mishap. However, she was unsure how much to offer as compensation. In her small orange wallet, she had a limited amount of money, but she decided to put it on the table, slowly pushing it toward Kain. "Forget it. Today was just an accident. Just make sure to pay more attention next time," Kain said, his tone relaxing a bit upon seeing the wallet. Upon hearing this, Kushina thought he had forgiven her. She raised her head, a smile breaking across her face as she reached for her wallet. Yet Kain was quicker, slipping it into his own pocket. He weighed it in his hand, finding it surprisingly heavy. "Let's consider this compensation," he stated. "Repairing the floor and replacing the hidden weapons will cost quite a bit, and I was so startled just now that I might need a hospital checkup afterward." "Do you really want so much?" Kushina protested, a frown on her face. She had only just filled that wallet today, and the thought of losing that money made her feel uneasy. "Let's not dwell on this," Kain replied, waving off her concerns. "Once I fix the floor and replenish my supplies, there will still be enough left over. I'll treat you to a meal, and that'll cover it." By now, it was approaching dinner time, and Kain wanted to put the issue behind them. "What do you want to eat?" he asked. "I'm in the mood for barbecue." Kushina's eyes lit up. "I want to eat barbecue too." Kain shook his head. "No, let's do ramen. Once my barbecue restaurant opens, I promise you can have whatever you want there." He wasn't rejecting her request due to lack of funds but rather his own disinterest. As a resident of the United States, he had tasted many varieties of barbecue, and he had no desire for Konoha's offerings. Kushina scrunched her face in discontent, thinking that since she had lost over 100,000 ryo today, she deserved at least a barbecue dinner. However, when they arrived at the ramen shop, Kushina quickly forgot her grievances as she happily devoured 3 large bowls, piling on extra ingredients. Kain couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. She consumed so many sweets and meals every day without any visible sign of gaining weight. He wondered if the chakra she possessed had a good effect on weight management. After finishing her meal, Kushina clutched her stomach and bade Kain farewell, heading back home. It wasn't particularly late, but Kain decided to return directly to the food store. The recent war had just ended, and he suspected that many spies from other shinobi villages might still be lingering in Konoha. It was best for him to be cautious and return early. Upon arriving back at the Senju tribe, Kushina noticed the lights still on in her house. She lived with her grandmother, Mito, in the largest house in Senju territory. As she entered, she noticed that the lights in Tsunade's room were also illuminated. After the incident at Konoha Hospital, Tsunade had been dedicating herself to researching and developing medical ninjutsu, hoping to find a way to heal her brother Noaki's injuries. During her last visit with Noaki, Kushina had observed that he was recovering but sounded considerably weaker than before. Tsunade's advanced medical skills would surely aid in Noaki's recovery, and Kushina was confident that her aunt could work wonders. Having recently returned home from training outside, Kushina was aware that her timing might not be precise, so Tsunade and Mito were unlikely to notice her entering. After calming down from the excitement of dinner, Kushina recalled her small orange purse, feeling distressed about its loss. Climbing the stairs, she remembered the chocolate box she had bought and considered using it to bribe Tsunade. 1, 2, 3, they were stolen again? Damn you, Miss Tsunade. Kushina fumed, counting the chocolates only to find that 7 or 8 were left. The last time she had hidden them in the refrigerator beneath some eggs, but it seemed that her attempts were in vain. With a sigh, she reluctantly pulled out 3 pieces from the box, making her way to the kitchen to prepare a cup of tea. She placed them on a tray and headed towards Tsunade's room. Miss Tsunade, you've worked hard staying up all night. Here's a little refreshment for you, she said cheerfully as she entered, attempting to mask her annoyance. Upon entering, Kushina was taken aback by the chaos. The bed and floor were cluttered with scrolls and documents. Tsunade, who was buried behind the pile, had to stand up just to greet her. It's you, Kushina, Tsunade said, her expression shifting from mild annoyance to curiosity. Initially, she thought Kushina had come to confront her about the missing chocolates, but the sight of the refreshments made her realize the girl must have a favor to ask. Their relationship had flourished over the years, marked by blood ties and shared temperaments, allowing them to bond easily. Are you still studying medical ninjutsu at this late hour? Kushina asked, noticing the disarray around Tsunade. Not having a clear space to set the refreshments down, she placed them aside and began to assist Tsunade in organizing the mess. It's not too late, Tsunade replied, shaking her head in frustration. I feel like I can develop a healing regeneration technique, but this medical ninjutsu is turning out to be more complicated than I thought. Kushina sensed the weight of Tsunade's disappointment. She had promised Noaki she would help him, and the severity of his injuries, a permanent damage to his bodily functions and nerves, was posing a significant challenge that typical medical ninjutsu struggled to address. Kushina watched her aunt intently, recognizing her determination and the burden she bore. It was a stark reminder of the struggles they faced and the bond that would keep them striving for a better future together. Noaki missed the best time for treatment. In the days following the operation, his injury had stabilized. Even if it were cured, Noaki's body would lose the potential to become a ninja, leaving him to live as a common person in the future. Therefore, what Tsunade was currently studying was not conventional healing medical ninjutsu but rather regenerative repair techniques. Tsunade felt that what had happened to Noaki was largely her fault. If she hadn't given Noaki his grandfather's necklace, he might not have been so excited and careless, failing to notice the trap laid out for him. Now, she was determined to develop a regeneration technique that could provide Noaki with a glimmer of hope for reclaiming his status as a ninja. Kushina, are you out of money again? Tsunade asked, noticing Kushina's hesitation, as if she were shy about requesting something. It was clear that the young girl had something to ask for, most likely pocket money. However, the costs had become exorbitant. Hadn't she just given Kushina 100,000 ryo a few days ago? Kushina shifted uncomfortably. I got into a little trouble today, she admitted, finally deciding to share the events that had unfolded. As Kushina recounted her day, Tsunade could hardly suppress the twitch at the corners of her mouth. What kind of precious wooden planks cost 100,000 ryo? A few hundred ryo would be more appropriate. And about those hidden weapons, while they sound impressive, I doubt they would cost nearly that much. This stupid girl just got tricked by that guy, she thought to herself. Kushina's description of the incident led Tsunade to think of cat's creatures that were often cautious around strangers. It seemed that Kain had acted similarly, likely taking all of Kushina's money as a lesson after being frightened. If the situation had escalated further, it might have turned far worse. Forget it. Let's just chalk this up to a lesson learned. However, you have overdrawn your allowance for next month, so you'll need to save from now on, Tsunade concluded. She fished out her wallet and handed Kushina 50,000 ryo. Despite not undertaking many missions lately, Tsunade had a fair amount of money from her work at the hospital. Many noble families from the Land of Fire would visit Konoha seeking her medical expertise, often compensating her handsomely for her services. With her exceptional skills, Tsunade had gained quite a reputation as Konoha's most renowned medical ninja. If not for her commitment to reforming the medical system and researching regenerative surgery, making money would have been a simple task for her. With her hands full of ryo, Kushina felt a wave of relief wash over her. Now she wouldn't need to ask Grandma Mito for money, she could simply rely on Sister Tsunade. Meanwhile, during his time in Konoha, Kain had generously funded the orphanage and invested in various businesses. He replenished several stores and opened a game hall, with plans for a barbecue restaurant and izakaya underway. Recently, Konoha had asked him to purchase another batch of medicine, though the quantity was not as extensive as previous orders. It had been over a month since the last purchase, and the need for medicine had likely diminished by now. However, while Kain was buying supplies, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked, "Kain-san, I heard you planned to donate to the orphanage some time ago." "That's correct," Kain replied. "During my travels for business, I've seen countless tragedies involving homeless children, so I wanted to help. Although the money isn't a fortune, it's enough for them to eat and have clothes to wear." Kain's expression revealed his war weariness, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself sighing quietly in response to his tone. "Konoha should have taken responsibility for these children long ago. I never imagined it would fall on your shoulders, Kain-san. As Hokage, I realize I have been somewhat negligent in this regard," Hiruzen said, his voice heavy with concern. "Please don't say that, Third Hokage. I'm just trying to do my part, it's really nothing special," Kain replied modestly, though his words caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to choke slightly. Funding 3 orphanages would cost 1.5 million ryo a month, 18 million ryo a year. If it had been Hiruzen's responsibility, he would have been reluctant to allocate such substantial resources, particularly since it could fund Umbu's equipment expenses for 3 months. Following this exchange, Sarutobi Hiruzen steered the conversation toward Kushina. Kain responded casually, pretending not to recognize her importance, describing her simply as an ordinary girl with a knack for attracting wealth. Kain didn't linger in the Hokage building long. Most of the conversation had revolved around Kushina, revealing Hiruzen's underlying concerns. However, very few people in Konoha were aware of the truth behind Kushina's lineage. With the protection of Uzumaki Mito and Kain's recent charitable acts, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not press further. After Mitokado Homura arrived, Hiruzen smiled and asked Umbu to escort Kain out. Once Kain had left, Danzo emerged from a side door of the Hokage's office, having just returned from the front lines. "Danzo, you heard what he just said. Stop being suspicious," Hiruzen said, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Danzo responded coldly, "Hiruzen, you must be careful. There's no great mistake yet, but Tsunade met this man on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. We need to stay vigilant against him. Kushina is the next Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails, it's best not to let him get too close. This situation hinges on Kushina's own choices. Do you intend to control her actions?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shot back, his voice firm as he regarded Danzo. With a glance at Danzo, he continued, "Kain doesn't spend much time in Konoha, and when he does visit, he rarely goes out. You can't restrict Kushina from going to the dessert shop. If you believe otherwise, you should take it up with Mito-sama directly." Danzo felt a wave of frustration. He wouldn't dare to discuss this matter with Mito. If he did, she would undoubtedly chastise him for his concerns. Danzo's true intention was to cultivate Uzumaki Kushina swiftly, ensuring she could harness the power of the tailed beast as a strategic deterrent for Konoha in future conflicts. However, as long as Uzumaki Mito was alive, Danzo knew he could never be allowed to take control of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Hiruzen-san shinobi didn't use tailed beasts this time because they couldn't ascertain the movements of Konoha's Nine Tails. If they learn that the Jinchuriki is unable to fight on the battlefield, Konoha will face dire consequences in the next war, Danzo warned loudly. "I have my own plans regarding this matter, Danzo. Our fundamental responsibility is to cultivate talent for Umbu while performing tasks outside the village. Please don't interfere with other matters," Sarutobi Hiruzen stated firmly, raising his voice slightly. Unlike the indecisive Hokage of years to come, he was resolute. "Now that I'm Hokage, I will handle Kushina and Kain," Hiruzen added with finality. Danzo clenched his teeth in silence, the frustration boiling within him. He had been sidelined this time, missing out on the Hokage position due to Hiruzen's ascent. Tobirama-sensei, selecting Hiruzen as Hokage was the worst decision you could make, he thought bitterly. "Hiruzen, you will come to regret this," Danzo muttered under his breath as he plotted his next move. Kain had meticulously arranged everything in the industry, overseeing the handover of medicines and other essential items. This time, Konoha had received funding from the daimyo, which resulted in only a small portion of gold being given, the rest was settled with currency from the ninja world. In total, there was an impressive sum of 70 million ryo. Realistically, Kain knew he couldn't spend all that money at once. He allocated part of it as preparation funds for store openings and reserved 2 months' worth of financial support for the orphanage to give to Miwa. Kain took the remainder for himself. In his view, money that sat unused was nothing more than wasted paper. As he made his way from the village, Kain began to strategize how to spend his newfound wealth. He decided to leave 20 million ryo to Aya to continue expanding her business in the Land of Fire. He earmarked 10 million ryo to invite Kakuzo to teach him ninjutsu and intended to use the rest to buy gold and jewelry, passing them on if he stumbled upon anything rare. Ancient artifacts intrigued him, and he believed he could purchase them all, then resell them to the Japanese people at a profit. During Kain's stay in Konoha, Aya had made remarkable progress. She had identified 2 suitable candidates to guard the casino and brought them directly to the town. Additionally, she recruited several wandering warriors and thugs, totaling 23 individuals. However, only 4 of these recruits possessed knowledge of chakra, and none were ninjas. Recruiting ninjas with knowledge of ninjutsu proved to be incredibly challenging. Generally, only rogue ninjas would agree to such requests. With the strict control each ninja village maintained over ninjutsu, it wasn't easy for outsiders to learn even the basics, let alone join a small ninjutsu village. Konoha was known to be one of the more open ninja villages for common people, yet even there, during their 6 years of schooling, students typically learned only a few basic techniques, indicating the high bar set for ninjutsu mastery. Otherwise, Kakuzu wouldn't have become a prominent figure in the underground gold exchange, as there were very few powerful bounty hunters like him. Good job, Aya. I truly feel reassured leaving the outside to you, Kain said with a smile. Over the course of this time, he had witnessed Aya's continuous improvement as she adapted to business management. At first, she had even inquired about the location of various goods. Now, Kain could trust her with many responsibilities. Aya, your salary will be tripled from now on, and the year-end bonus will be calculated separately, he declared. Joy illuminated Aya's face upon hearing this. Her previous salary had already provided a comfortable life for her children, but now, with it tripled, she felt she could consider preparing a medicinal bath for her child, a luxury typically reserved for genius ninjas. This was something she could finally afford with her new salary. As for dividends, Kain had given it some thought but decided to withhold that information for now. He believed others should work diligently for him for at least a decade before discussing dividends. Moreover, he intended to reward them progressively over time. The subsequent tasks would be straightforward. With staff, machinery, premises, and security in place, the casino would soon open. It was expected that initially, the customer turnout would be low, but with time, the nobles would surely develop a taste for gambling, thus increasing patronage. Kain planned to continue recruiting guards, as the town featured not only a casino but also a dessert factory and cocoa tree planting supplies among other shops. According to his calculations, 30 to 40 personnel would suffice to keep the peace and dissuade troublemakers. Later, Kain reached out to Kakuzu once more, but before Kakuzu arrived, he asked Aya about chakra and ninjutsu. Boss, are you looking to learn ninjutsu? Aya questioned, skepticism etched across her face. With Kain's financial resources, he could easily hire ninjas for protection. Learning ninjutsu at his age seemed like a thankless endeavor, yet she explained everything she knew about it. To learn ninjutsu, you must first learn to embody chakra and then manipulate it through meditation to traverse your meridians. Once that's achieved, ninjutsu can be displayed. Chakra is a combination of physical and spiritual energy, she explained. After providing this overview, Aya demonstrated the clone technique and shared the main points of the chakra refining technique, encouraging Kain to try it himself. However, Kain felt ill-prepared to tackle this challenge. Despite Aya's clear instructions, he couldn't grasp the concepts of physical energy and spiritual energy. He awkwardly smiled and asked, Aya, could you help me feel your chakra? Maybe if you could let it flow inside me or something. Is that so? It should be fine, Aya responded. She placed her hand on his back, refined her chakra, and sent it into Kain's body. Instantly, Kain felt a rush of energy pouring into him from her touch, a sensation both miraculous and invigorating. That's the feeling, he noted, as he sensed a surge of newfound strength. He quickly formed a seal, hoping to use this invigorating sensation to aid in his chakra refinement. At this moment, Kain perceived his body as remarkably agile and his strength significantly heightened. He believed he was on the brink of understanding the physical and spiritual energies Aya had mentioned. Well, Aya, why did you stop? Kain inquired, feeling the connection of chakra between them dissolve abruptly. He turned to find fine beads of sweat on Aya's face, a clear indication of her exhaustion. I'm going to take a break, boss, she admitted, her voice strained. Kain nodded apologetically, saying, you should rest for a while. Let me know if you need anything. Regrettably, he had felt so close to successfully extracting chakra, but with Aya fatigued, he couldn't press her further. He was acutely aware that overexertion of chakra could be detrimental. The following day, after Aya had rested, Kain made another attempt to request her assistance. Unfortunately, the outcome remained unchanged. Aya fell victim to fatigue once more, and Kain was still unable to extract chakra. The repeated failures prompted Kain to cease asking her for help. This could be attributed to Aya's limited chakra or perhaps to his own body's limitations. However, once Aya transmitted her chakra, she would require a full day's rest. If this experimentation continued, she would have little time for anything else. Days later, Kakuzu arrived at the town after completing his task. Upon hearing Kain's request, his expression soured. This matter. I just have nothing else to do right now. I'll attempt to transmit chakra later, he replied curtly. The situation was complicated, partially due to the box Kain had presented. Kakuzu opened the box Kain had pushed toward him, his eyes widening as he assessed its contents. Let's see, over 9 million ryo, no, it's likely rounding up to 10 million. What a generous client. Kakuzu's mood brightened considerably as he counted the money. While he mulled over the task at hand, he reminded himself that teaching ninjutsu was within his realm of expertise. After all, he was a top ninja from Taki Ninja Village who had once fought against the first Hokage. It feels good to learn chakra. After Kain returned to the Marvel Universe, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of excitement as he practiced using ninjutsu. Having come from an ordinary background, the experience of wielding such a remarkable, mystical power was exhilarating. This extraordinary ability was something few could even imagine, and Kain couldn't shake the thrill of learning to harness it. The amount of chakra he had acquired from Kakuzu was far beyond anything he could have hoped to generate on his own. Reflecting on it, he realized that comparing his abilities to those of a seasoned ninja like Kakuzu was almost laughable. The moment Kain accepted Kakuzu's chakra, it was like diving into a vast ocean of energy. He could feel every vein in his body filling to the brim with this life force, as though he had tapped into an endless reservoir of power. It made him feel, for the first time, something more than human. Kakuzu's transmission of chakra was continuous, taking nearly an hour for Kain to refine and stabilize the chakra within his own body. For him, the experience was transformative and awakening to a power that few outsiders ever experienced. Unlike the native inhabitants of the ninja world, who had refined this energy over centuries and generations under the guidance of the Sage of Six Paths, Kain was approaching this power as an outsider. As someone not of the ninja world, he had none of the genetic predispositions that enabled the people of that world to produce chakra naturally. For Kain, the process was laborious and required Kakuzu's constant guidance. Yet, it was exhilarating. After observing Kain's first few efforts, Kakuzu had even commented that, while he showed potential, his body wasn't exactly suited to ninjutsu. In Kakuzu's blunt words, even with considerable talent, Kain would likely reach only the rank of Chunin, the second rank in the ninja hierarchy. But Kain wasn't discouraged. After all, with the ability to cross worlds and seek new opportunities, he didn't need to rely on the conventional path to mastery. With this initial training under his belt, Kain negotiated with Kakuzu to continue tutoring him in ninjutsu over the next half-month, offering a sum of 5 million ryo in return. Kakuzu, enticed by the lucrative deal, readily accepted. To him, this was a far more enjoyable way of making money than his usual dealings in underground markets. During his stay, Kain focused on mastering the basics, learning the essential three-body technique and the shadow clone technique. His execution was far from perfect, but over time, he knew he could improve through practice. For now, Kain's chakra reserves were limited, barely enough to produce a single shadow clone that could last a mere 30 minutes. His chakra level was comparable to that of a 10-year-old academy student in the ninja world, and even that was on the lower end. Still, he was optimistic. In the Marvel world, where few wielded such powers, his current abilities would make him an elusive figure, hard to track and even harder to catch. Transformation technique, in particular, became one of his most valuable tools, serving as a perfect means to disguise himself and stay hidden. Beyond his newly acquired skills, Kain found himself in a relatively stable position financially. His recent investments were progressing well, and his pharmaceutical wholesale company was beginning to stabilize. Although he also owned a biopharmaceutical company, it was currently little more than a placeholder, an empty shell, as he awaited the right opportunities to grow it. On returning to his company, Kain reviewed a series of emails that had arrived in his absence. Most were routine updates on work and progress reports, but one message immediately caught his attention. A headhunter had successfully contacted Professor Maya Hansen. Excited by the prospect, Kain promptly sent her a collaboration proposal, keeping the tone respectful and sincere. Both Maya and her associate, Aldrich Killian, were people Kain believed to be crucial to his plans. With the email sent, he made his way to his pharmaceutical trading company, eager to assess the current state of affairs. In the few weeks he had been away, the company had made significant strides, particularly in overseas markets. Demand for pharmaceuticals was booming in Mexico, with local suppliers struggling to meet demand. Interestingly, Kain's company had managed to secure partnerships not with public hospitals but with private entities, including local organizations and syndicates. The marketing department reported that trade volume had tripled within just 2 weeks, yet the demand remained far from satisfied. Kain projected that, within a year, his company could dominate the pharmaceutical market in Mexico, with similar growth potential in Asia, Australia, and South America. However, this rapid expansion required a more extensive sales team. At present, the company only had 7 overseas salespeople, a number far too low to meet growing demand. After discussing with department heads, Kain outlined a plan to increase the sales team tenfold, believing that even if only a fraction of the recruits succeeded, the company's presence in international markets would strengthen substantially. With his company's immediate goals and future plans set in motion, Kain received an email response from Maya. She mentioned that she was also in New York and suggested a meeting that very afternoon at a coffee shop in Queens. The email included detailed directions and a specific time. Checking the clock, Kain noted he had ample time, so he finished his office work before heading out. Arriving early at the coffee shop, Kain settled into a quiet corner. Before long, he noticed 2 individuals approaching his table. He stood up, greeting them with a polite nod. Kain Pent, the woman asked, and Kain recognized her immediately. Miss Maya, Mr. Killian, please have a seat, he replied, gesturing to the empty chairs. Maya and Killian settled into their seats, and Kain could see that while Killian maintained a somewhat gloomy expression, Maya appeared more composed, albeit cautious. Killian's attire was modest, likely reflecting the financial struggles of his organization. Kain guessed that while they may have been collaborating on the extremis project, their funds were far from sufficient. Mr. Kain, we've heard you've been looking for us for some time, Maya began, her tone direct. That's right, Kain replied. I'm planning to establish a biological research center, one dedicated to unraveling the mysteries of the human body and developing targeted treatments for diseases deemed incurable. Although the center is still in its early stages, I've already made considerable headway with preparations. He handed over 2 documents detailing his plans and the progress made so far, hoping to demonstrate his sincerity and the seriousness of his intentions. Killian appeared interested, flipping through the documents with growing intrigue. Kain knew that despite his ambitions, Killian's resources were stretched thin. His initial attempt to secure funding from Tony Stark had failed, leaving him in search of alternative support. Maya, meanwhile, looked up after skimming the papers. Mr. Kain, I'm currently working on a project in collaboration with AIM. If you're interested, we'd be open to your investment. Kain met her gaze, understanding the significance of this opportunity. This was the opening he needed, a partnership that could propel his plans forward. And in that moment, he realized that this collaboration could mark the beginning of something far more significant than he had originally envisioned. The extremis virus, discovered by Maya, is a theoretical breakthrough in biological research. She has already conducted experiments on plants, laying the groundwork for more ambitious tests. If the human body's biological system is compared to the internet, Maya's research essentially hacks into it, enabling modification on a cellular level. This manipulation bypasses traditional medicines, instead directly altering the body's natural defenses and immune functions. Maya recently accepted Killian's proposal to work together on the project. She realized that tackling the extremis virus alone was proving too complex and that collaboration was essential. Killian, already well versed in her research, had followed her progress for some time, understanding the potential intricacies of her work. With this foundation of knowledge, he was an ideal collaborator. However, their partnership hadn't been a long-standing one, and with Killian's team lacking financial backing, the need for investors became urgent. Maya was transparent with Kain, sharing a substantial amount of information about the project. Despite her openness, Kain took her words with a grain of salt, intending to verify them through his own resources. Kain's chakra attributes mirrored Kakuzu's, possibly due to prolonged exposure to Kakuzu's energy. Unfortunately, Kakuzu didn't possess the Earth-style stealth technique that Kain wished to learn, though he was assisting in locating a scroll with that technique, albeit for a steep fee of 10 million ryo. As Maya finished outlining her work, Kain adopted a thoughtful expression, nodded, and responded, "I'm very interested in this project. I'd like to learn more about it, and if everything aligns, I'm prepared to fund the entire initiative, including facilities and equipment." Kain paused, then added, "However, I want a 50% stake in the project and 100% oversight of its progress. I've already been admitted to Columbia University with a focus on biology, so I'll be studying this field closely. I'd like to be kept informed as a partner in the research." Maya responded immediately, "I see, Mr. Kain, that you're a professional in this field. I don't foresee any issues with this arrangement." She turned toward Killian, who nodded in agreement. In truth, Kain's involvement added a sense of stability to their project. Their research was complex and cutting-edge, making it challenging to gain the trust of typical investors. With Kain's initiative and funding, they would no longer need to scramble for support. Though they were ceding a large stake, Kain's offer to provide full sponsorship was an exceptional opportunity. Any more demands might compromise Maya and Killian's enthusiasm for the research. As for Kain's wish to monitor research progress, that was an understandable request from an investor. It seemed he wanted them to mentor him, providing him with insights into the study as it unfolded. With all parties aligned in their intentions, the remaining negotiations proceeded smoothly. Killian's team was small, and Kain proposed that they be relocated to his biological research center, already under construction and slated for completion within 6 months. In the interim, he would secure a temporary lab space and cover team salaries. Without financial security, he knew it would be difficult to keep the team focused and productive. Finalizing the partnership took more than a month, with negotiations, fine-tuning details, and drafting contracts. Interestingly, Maya and Killian chose different paths in the collaboration. Maya opted to join Kain's biological research center, embracing a more integrated role in his organization. Killian, on the other hand, decided to represent his own team in the collaboration, likely preserving a degree of independence. Kain didn't mind this arrangement. Killian's motives were somewhat transparent. His resentment toward Tony Stark had likely deepened over time. Once the extremis virus was refined for human application, Killian would probably be eager to confront Stark, driven by past grievances. Since Killian didn't count his own team members as a priority, Kain felt no responsibility for their fate should things go awry. All he sought was a perfected version of the extremis virus. This enhancement could neutralize potential adverse reactions from transplanting Hashirama cells, and if the research proved successful, it might even counteract the side effects of other biological augmentations. Once the contract was signed, Kain allowed Maya and Killian to use the rented lab and covered the costs for additional equipment. Supporting a biological research team was proving more costly than he'd anticipated. Between constructing the research center, purchasing lab equipment, and acquiring materials, he had already spent over $1 million. Despite this, Kain realized that future expenses would likely increase as the research advanced. Following his investment in the extremis project, Kain discreetly assumed a new identity using the transformation technique, enabling him to liquidate a collection of jewelry. This transaction yielded around $10 million, which he planned to reinvest in the research center. As Maya and Killian's team settled into the lab, Kain expanded his support staff, recruiting personnel in management, finance, and assistants who would report directly to him. His current income streams from his pharmaceutical trading company, private hospital, and stock investments weren't sufficient to sustain the research center's financial needs. And with plans to hire more scientists, he realized he would need to find additional revenue sources. He resolved to push his resources further, capitalizing on his shadow clone and transformation techniques to undertake riskier ventures and establish his presence in markets previously inaccessible. The extremis project is secured, Kain thought with satisfaction. Next, I need to contact Orochimaru. His work should be advancing in the years leading up to the Third Shinobi World War. Connecting with him at the right time will be key. Kain speculated that the extremis virus could have a complementary effect when combined with Hashirama cells, possibly enhancing each other's benefits. While this was a theory, obtaining samples for testing and research would soon provide concrete data. In recent months, Kain had frequently taken time off from his work responsibilities to focus on expanding his operations. He recognized that his burgeoning responsibilities might limit his time for formal study, though he was determined to continue learning. Although Kain wasn't inherently gifted with chakra, a fact both Aya and Kakuza had remarked upon, he viewed biological evolution as a pathway to transcend his limitations. The extremis virus and Hashirama cells represented just the first steps in his journey to becoming an extraordinary figure. The World Trading System, an interface Kain frequently monitored, was continuously scanning for other accessible worlds. However, he'd only successfully explored one alternate world thus far and hadn't yet fully deciphered the trading rules of the system. If the process required years of waiting, Kain would intensify his efforts within the resources he had, focusing his energies on augmenting his abilities with Hashirama cells and the extremis virus. Yet he knew these enhancements alone wouldn't guarantee his survival, especially in a world filled with formidable threats. After securing his current assets, Kain meticulously organized his space backpack, filling it with essentials. Although his preparations were progressing steadily, he couldn't shake the feeling that his backpack, though packed, still lacked something crucial. Kain knew there was much more he needed to gather, learn, and accomplish before he felt fully prepared for the challenges ahead. It seems business is booming, don't you think, Aya? Kain commented as he approached the casino. He noticed several carriages parked outside, a sign of increased traffic, and upon entering, he saw the place was packed. Tables designed for 10 people now held 20, and every corner of the room was bustling. The noise level made it nearly impossible to hear oneself think. Aya managed the accounts herself, handling the impressive daily profits that now exceeded 400,000 ryo. Given the sensitive nature of the casino's success, Kain trusted no one but Aya with the finances. The casino's earnings were substantial, and Kain was intent on leveraging these profits to fuel his larger ambitions. Buy all the buildings behind and adjacent to the casino, he instructed Aya, laying out his plan for expansion. Renovate the VIP boxes and expand the main floor. Spend the casino's cash reserves every 2 weeks on upgrades. I'll leave a detailed plan for you to follow. As profits grow, we'll gradually branch out, first across this town and then outward. Understood, boss, Aya replied, listening intently. She nodded as he continued. Also, set aside 20% of the revenue as working capital. To Kain, money was a tool, valuable only insofar as it could be converted into resources and influence. In the ninja world, Ryo alone held little power unless it could be traded for something meaningful. Since the casino's recent opening, its luxurious decor and unique gambling machines had captivated ninja and civilian gamblers alike. However, Kain was aware that copycats were already cropping up, eager to emulate the casino's success. But without access to the specialized gambling machines, any imitation would pale in comparison to his own establishment. Still, Kain knew he would have to keep an eye on his rivals. Once Kain finished outlining his strategy, Aya voiced a new concern. What about the casino over on Main Street? Kain paused, weighing the situation. Put that on hold for now. We need people we can trust and who are also capable. Do you have anyone in mind? In a world where loyalty was paramount, managing a casino worth tens of millions of ryo required trusted allies. Kain recognized that if his business was confined to this town and Konoha, he could handle it. However, as he expanded further afield, he would have less time for personal oversight. Aya had proven herself worthy of Kain's trust and mentorship, but he also understood that pushing her too hard could be counterproductive. After a moment of thought, Aya suggested, Boss, Miwa and Nanami are both talented, especially Nanami. Her arithmetic skills are actually better than mine. Kain nodded thoughtfully. I know them. When I get back, I'll see if they're willing to leave Konoha for this role. Miwa and Nanami were both connected to the Senju clan, though neither had any particular talent as ninjas. Nanami had even adopted a civilian identity, marrying outside the clan. However, they both had families and ties in Konoha, and Kain understood that they might not be willing to uproot themselves, unlike Aya, who had shown remarkable commitment. By the way, boss, Aya added, someone from the Land of Fire came looking for you 3 days ago. He's from Lishun bookstore and said he had something to give you personally. Oh, do you know where he is now? He's probably waiting in Konoha. I told him to head there since I wasn't sure when you'd come to town. Kain nodded. It's likely about the release of the new book. Looks like I'll have to return to Konoha. As Kain considered this, he mentally calculated the timing. His 3 novels had likely been on the market for a while now, and if Lishan Bookstore followed his advice, they would have included impressive illustrations to captivate readers. This representative had probably come to deliver the latest sales numbers, along with samples and revenue updates, and to discuss plans for the second volumes of each book. After briefing Aya on the rest of his plans for the town, Kain set out for Konoha without delay. While traveling, he contemplated the broader future of his business interests. With an official identity recognized by the Fire Daimyo, he could wield considerable influence, and even the third Hokage would have to treat him with respect. As for Danzo, Kain knew that despite his cunning, Danzo's influence was limited to Konoha's shadowy operations. Though dangerous, he was merely a weapon, wielded for Konoha's darker missions. Upon arriving in Konoha, Kain checked in with Miwa, who confirmed that someone from Lishan Bookstore had indeed been waiting for him. Kain immediately asked Miwa to send for the visitor, and while he waited, he noticed Kushina approaching. She had been tricked by Kain on multiple occasions, yet she greeted him with genuine excitement. "Boss, you've finally come back," she said, smiling brightly as she approached his table. "Business keeps me busy, especially with so much travel around the ninja world," he replied, managing a weary smile. Kain's approach with Kushina had always been one of casual engagement, neither seeking her attention nor discouraging it. She was close to Tsunade and had considerable potential in the art of sealing techniques, making her an asset worth keeping close. "You get to travel all over the ninja world? That sounds amazing," Kushina replied, her eyes lighting up. "It's not as glamorous as it sounds, it's actually quite tiring," Kain countered. He decided to change the subject. "By the way, the game shop next door hasn't opened for a while. As my loyal customer, you can play for free for the day only today, though." Kain needed to meet with Lishan's representative soon, and he hoped his offer would gently encourage Kushina to leave. However, she shook her head, saying, "No, thanks. I'm not interested in that. Can I eat whatever I want in the store instead? 300,000 ryo, and you can have a full day of desserts in my food store. A buffet just for you," Kain replied without hesitation. Kushina's face fell. "That's way too expensive," she exclaimed. "Last time, you even took my wallet, and you didn't even treat me to barbecue afterward." Kain chuckled, responding, "Correction, you were happily eating ramen last time. If we'd had barbecue, you might not have enjoyed it as much as the ramen. That's the choice you made in your heart." Kushina hesitated, caught in Kain's playful logic. She genuinely loved ramen, but she had wanted the barbecue partly to regain her lost money. His comment left her torn between her love for ramen and her annoyance over the money she'd spent. Before she could think too much about it, Miwa returned with the representative from Lishan Bookstore. "Kain, I finally found you," the Lishan representative exclaimed, looking visibly relieved. "I thought I'd be waiting for months. It's been a long time since you disappeared." Kain smiled, gesturing for the man to join him. "Come inside, we'll talk in the back." They moved to a private room where they could discuss business matters without interruption. The representative wasted no time, explaining that Kain's novels had been a major success for Lishan Bookstore. The interspersed illustrations, as Kain had recommended, had captivated readers and boosted sales, and his 3 books had become bestsellers. The representative presented Kain with sample books, revenue reports, and a request for the second volumes. Kain reviewed the figures, pleased with the outcome. He had taken a creative risk with these books, weaving compelling stories with the mystique of the ninja world, and it had clearly paid off. The earnings from this venture would provide another stream of resources for his expanding projects. As Kain finalized the business with Lishan, his thoughts shifted to his future plans. He knew he would need to devote more time to developing his influence outside Konoha. A recognized identity from the Fire Daimyo would open countless doors, and it would solidify his standing within the Land of Fire. His larger goal was clear, to establish himself as an indispensable figure, respected and feared in equal measure. With each step, Kain grew closer to achieving that ambition. After the tea was served, Kain frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. How did Kushina manage to follow him so naturally, taking the initiative to serve tea and then sitting off to the side, watching with an inquisitive look in her eyes? "Mr. Kain, the sales of your 3 books have been excellent. The first printing batch sold out quickly, the second batch is nearly gone, and as I left, a third was already in production." The voice came from the assistant of the Lishan bookstore owner, who spoke with both respect and excitement. He placed 3 sample books on the table along with a share of the sales profits from the first 2 batches, pushing them toward Kain. Alongside the books, he handed over a passbook where the bookstore had already deposited Kain's share of the earnings. "It seems your bookstore is making good money. So, you're here for the content of the second volume?" Kain asked as he examined the passbook. The profits from the first 2 batches had earned him roughly 25 million ryo, which meant that Lishan bookstore had likely made close to 70 million ryo. This was a staggering figure, especially considering that the ninja world didn't have a huge reading population, nor the levels of literacy it might decades from now. The bookstore's confidence in Kain's work was impressive, and he suspected they weren't confining sales to just the Land of Fire. With their network, they were probably selling in regions like the Land of Lightning, the Land of Earth, and even smaller countries. "We've done well, but it's all thanks to your incredible writing, Mr. Kain," said the assistant with a polite, slightly flustered smile. "By the way, Mr. Kain, about the second volume." "Just a moment." Kain stood, walked back into the house, and returned with the second and third volumes of his 3 novels, handing them to the assistant from Lishan Bookstore. These are the second and third volumes. Each series will have 7 volumes. If Lishan Bookstore continues performing well, I'll consider deeper collaborations with you in the future. After hearing this, the assistant beamed, promising to report back to the owner immediately. With the new volumes in hand, he left, eager to keep up with the high demand. Bookstores around the world had been receiving numerous inquiries about the next installments. Many readers, unfamiliar with this style of novel, were engrossed as though discovering a whole new world. Once the assistant departed, Kushina turned to Kain, her eyes sparkling. "Boss, you're a writer too? That's amazing." In Kushina's eyes, it was extraordinary to see Kain treated with such deference by the bookstore staff, though she didn't fully grasp Lishan Bookstore's influence. In the ninja world, there was a cultural expectation, originating from the daimyos and nobles, that writers should be respected. Even ninjas were taught to respect writers, as their works were seen as valuable contributions to society. Kain waved his hand modestly. "If you study hard, Kushina, you could be a writer someday," he said. Though he didn't see himself as particularly exceptional, he was aware that the ninja world lacked cultural diversity, making it surprisingly easy to gain fame with his books. The popularity of his content filled with action and intrigue was all he needed. "I don't think I could," Kushina admitted. "I already struggle with my ninja school lessons." She eyed the sample books on the table. "Boss, can I read your books?" "No, these are for adults. Children aren't allowed to read them," Kain replied, shaking his head firmly. "These books are like forbidden techniques. Reading them could lead to serious consequences. But, to satisfy your curiosity, I'll let you see something else what a writer earns." He opened the passbook, showing her the figure deposited by Lishan Bookstore. Kushina's eyes widened, her mouth dropping as she counted the zeros. "This many zeros," she whispered. She remembered asking Tsunade for a mere 100,000 ryo, which had made her feel rich at the Ninja Academy. But Kain's earnings dwarfed that, showing just how successful he was. "Boss, if you're this rich, why do you keep cheating me out of my pocket money?" Kushina's initial excitement dimmed as she recalled a recent occasion when Kain had demanded payment from her. "That's money for repairs and damages you caused, plus the psychological distress," Kain replied without any guilt. His finances were carefully managed, which allowed him to grow his wealth. He had no interest in pretending to be overly generous. He aimed to invest his earnings wisely, creating a snowball effect to build even greater wealth over time. Kain's focus was on the long term, reinvesting the millions earned from his novels to grow his business empire. In a world where most were stuck with traditional business methods, he felt almost futuristic, harnessing products and strategies decades ahead of the rest. By the time Kushina returned to the Senju compound, night had fallen. Not only had she enjoyed a free day of games at Kain's, but she'd also left with a pastry, a rare treat. However, her joy faded slightly as she entered the clan area. Grandma Mito's age had begun to show, and her talks with Kushina were mainly about training in sealing techniques. Noaki, her cousin, had returned from a mission and was currently recovering. His spirits dampened. Tsunade, meanwhile, was busy with her work, often leaving Kushina feeling isolated. The Ninja Academy hadn't been a great place for her either. As an outsider with a fiery temper, she struggled to get along with her classmates, who tended to tease or avoid her. This lack of companionship was why she liked visiting Kain's store. He hadn't mocked her looks or attitude, and he spoke with her like a true friend, someone who took her seriously. The visits cost her a good amount of money, most of which she borrowed from Tsunade, but Kushina didn't mind. When she returned, Kushina mentioned Kain to Tsunade, recounting his success as a writer. Tsunade raised her eyebrows, shocked. For her, 25 million ryo was a staggering amount. She'd have to complete 20 high-level missions to earn a similar sum. And the idea of him writing adult-oriented novels reminded her of Jiraiya, who had a penchant for such reading material. "Kushina, your boss is right," Tsunade warned, a slight grin on her face. "Don't be curious about these novels. They're not for children." It was clear Kain's books were selling incredibly well, but knowing they were adult novels added a layer of humor for Tsunade. After chatting for a while, she noticed something. Kushina frequently brought up Kain in conversation. "Kushina, you've been seeing him a lot recently, haven't you?" Kushina went silent for a moment. "People at school don't like me," she said in a quiet voice. Ever since a fight with a classmate's older sibling, Kushina had noticed her classmates deliberately avoided her, or worse, talked about her behind her back. Tsunade felt her heart soften as she listened, stroking Kushina's hair. "If anyone bullies you again, don't hold back. Teach them a lesson. And if it becomes a problem, come to me. I'll have your back," Tsunade said with a reassuring smile, her voice warm. "Time skip. How's the progress? Any new breakthroughs with the extremis virus?" Kain asked as he entered the biological research center he'd established over a year ago. Currently, the sole focus was on the extremis virus project. Despite Kain's efforts to bring in more researchers, progress had been slow. Yet, he had managed to fill all management and logistics positions, keeping the operation steady. Killian, one of the lead scientists, sighed and rubbed his temples. "Not very promising so far. We're limited by the data we've gathered from experiments on plants and animals. We need to start human trials to obtain more relevant information." Killian was eager for this next step, seeing it as critical to progressing. While plants and small animals had provided some insights, their reactions differed vastly from what could be expected in human tests. Without human data, the project risked stagnation. Maya, another senior scientist, immediately raised her voice, countering Killian's suggestion. Conducting human experiments now would be catastrophic. The failure rate is close to 90%, which would make human trials almost unethical at this stage. We shouldn't even consider it without more breakthroughs. Killian looked at Kain for support. Boss, if we don't start human trials, we might be stuck for years. We're at a deadlock, and without real human data, we're just circling the same results. Kain interrupted before the argument could escalate further. Let's file an application for an institutional review board, IRB, review, he suggested calmly. He turned to Maya, who seemed slightly more at ease with this approach. This will allow us to conduct human trials with volunteers who understand the risks, and it typically takes about 3 months for approval. If there's no significant breakthrough by then, we'll consider Killian's recommendation. Though reluctant, Maya nodded, realizing the financial pressures and the need for progress. The IRB application would at least ensure that volunteers were fully informed and compensated, reducing her ethical concerns. However, she knew that recruiting suitable candidates could be costly, with each volunteer costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Typically, volunteers would be recruited from impoverished areas, but even then, finding willing participants might prove challenging. Once the human trials began, the costs of the project would escalate dramatically. If the current team couldn't make the necessary advancements, Kain planned to explore alternative options. The ninja world, he reasoned, held a few experts in human body research who could potentially contribute to their understanding. Changing the topic, Kain pulled out a university-level biology assignment and casually offered it to the team. Anyone want to help me complete a biology report? I've already studied the content, but I'd rather not spend time writing it. One of the researchers stepped forward, looked at the paper, and replied, $2,000. Done, Kain replied, handing over the cash. I need it by tomorrow morning. With that, he leaned over the experimental data, studying the latest round of results. Despite his busy schedule, Kain had been carefully following the extremis virus project, understanding its principles and mechanisms. In the past year, he had acquired 2 tubes of the serum and access to a full set of experimental data, fueling his determination to become stronger through this technology. After reviewing the data, he left the center, somewhat disappointed by the limited progress since his last visit. At Columbia University, where Kain was enrolled, he had quickly gained a reputation as the most elusive student. Except for mandatory classes, he would often arrange substitutes to attend on his behalf, keeping a low profile as he juggled numerous responsibilities. His pharmaceutical wholesale company was growing rapidly, expanding into the markets of Mexico, South America, Australia, and Southeast Asia within just 2 years. Revenue was projected to surpass $100 million this year alone, yet competition from other pharmaceutical wholesalers was increasing. To maintain his edge, Kain knew he would eventually need to develop his own products. For now, however, he planned to maximize his profits from the current market, reinvesting in the extremis virus project as part of his long-term strategy. Thanks to his business acumen and stringent cost management, Kain's personal wealth continued to grow. With assets totaling around $700 million and nearly 2 tons of gold, his patience with the extremis project was finite, but the financial investment was manageable. To safeguard his operations, he had moved into a larger, more secure residence with a basement that he converted into a hidden safe room. This safe room provided a place to retreat whenever he needed to shift between worlds, maintaining his anonymity and security from agencies like the IRS, FBI, or even SHIELD, which could potentially take an interest in his activities. Reflecting on his plans, Kain decided it was time to approach Tsunade about the extremis virus and some unique treatments for terminal illnesses. He had maintained a good relationship with her, learning about her family's circumstances from Kushina. Noaki's recovery, he knew, would pique her interest in the virus's potential. Kain had also brought along samples and data on various diseases, hoping to leverage her medical expertise. With that plan settled, Kain finalized his tasks in the Marvel world. He assigned a substitute to manage his affairs and replenished his supplies before shifting his focus back to the ninja world. In the next moment, he arrived there, ready to continue his work. Miwa, isn't Aya here? Kain asked, scanning the room as he stepped into his office. Someone's causing trouble on Main Street. She went to handle it. Afterward, she might have to go to the Land of Waves, so she won't be back for a while. Boss, should I send a message to Aya? Miwa inquired, her head slightly lowered as she awaited further instructions. No, let her handle it. Other than Main Street, is everything running smoothly? Kain took the ledger from Miwa, reviewing the financials. Recently, he had noticed increasing interference from local nobility in the Land of Fire, likely due to his growing influence. While they hadn't acted overtly against him yet, there were clear signs they might soon make their move. The town remains secure, and revenue is increasing across the board. Other than Main Street, only the Land of Waves is experiencing issues. Miwa paused, then continued. There have been rumors that someone hired wandering ninjas specifically to target us. Kain's gaze hardened. Contact Kakuza's team. Offer 7 million Ryo, and if Kakuza feels that's too low, raise it to 10 million. But make it clear that whoever is behind this needs to be eliminated. He closed the ledger. While Kain wasn't a financial expert, he had become familiar with the economic landscape in the ninja world. His ventures in Konoha weren't reflected in this particular ledger, but the figures showed a steady increase in monthly profits, now surpassing 70 million ryo. His businesses included 3 casinos, 4 dessert shops and a factory, 4 izakayas, 3 restaurants, and 3 food stores. Notably, the casinos accounted for nearly 70% of the income, while the other establishments served as additional revenue streams. Aya managed the bulk of these enterprises, operating with a level of autonomy. She had shown a keen eye for opportunity, expanding their operations significantly since the initial izakaya that Kain had established. Now, she was working on building a supply chain from the ground up, planning to buy grain directly from farmers to supply local stores and a soon-to-be-built winery. Kain had already purchased modern brewing equipment, as he wasn't satisfied with the traditional brewing techniques of the shinobi world. Lishan Bookstore was another profitable venture, pulling in close to 20 million ryo monthly. Kain had provided them with 7 novels, and the bookstore had expanded to over 20 branches, with distribution agreements in other major countries. It was a highly successful business that dominated the market. By comparison, the annual allocation from the Land of Fire daimyo's mansion to Konoha village was only around 200 million ryo. Kain's personal monthly income was approaching 90 million ryo. While it was too bold to claim he could finance Konoha entirely, he certainly had the resources to contribute significantly at least during peacetime. Wartime, however, would demand an entirely different scale of funding, as expenses would include weaponry, ninja equipment, mission payouts, pensions, medical supplies, and more. During conflict, Konoha fully reimbursed ninjas for their gear and expenses. They also cared for the children of fallen ninjas until they completed ninja school or could support themselves independently. Without such support, the Will of Fire ideology would lose its meaning. Miwa-san, I'm heading to Konoha. I'll leave things here in your care, Kain informed Miwa, but she quickly interjected, Boss, please consider bringing the Konoha Ninja Guard team with you. Even if there haven't been any recent assassination attempts, better safe than sorry. Miwa worried about Kain's safety, knowing that if something were to happen to him, their entire operation could collapse. Good point, Miwa, but no need for it this time. My movements are hard to trace, he reassured her, hinting at the unique transportation method he used to travel to this world. His trading system's shuttle function brought him here, always placing him in a forest near Konoha village, which provided both privacy and security. You and Aya have limited guards. While your people are capable against regular civilians, they may struggle with bounty hunters. Consider sending a message to Konoha and issuing 2 B-level guard missions. Moving forward, I want 2 Chunin squads assigned to protect both of you, Kain instructed. Adding 2 Chunin and 6 Genin to their security would enhance their defenses. Konoha village would likely avoid assassination contracts against them, and other villages would have to think carefully about risking conflict with Konoha by targeting its ninja teams. Miwa felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, boss. I'll arrange it immediately. Please, though, be cautious yourself. Kain acknowledged her concern and, after delegating further responsibilities, activated the shuttle function of the trading system, arriving moments later in the forest near Konoha. Entering the village, he headed towards his commercial street, a project he had poured significant resources into. Over the past 2 years, he had opened 13 stores in Konoha, covering a wide array of goods and services, food, drinks, entertainment, clothing, and more. Though slightly off the main area, it was still the only dedicated commercial street in Konoha. The person in charge of managing these businesses in Konoha was Nanami. Known for her discipline and reliability, she kept operations running smoothly and was actively pursuing additional property purchases on the street to further expand Kain's commercial footprint. Of the 13 stores, all but the pharmacy had been doing brisk business, capitalizing on the lull in conflicts and the brief peace that the shinobi world was enjoying. Medicine sales had slowed, as people weren't purchasing in high volumes outside of wartime, but Kain was considering expanding his pharmaceutical business to smaller, less stable countries still experiencing turmoil. After Nanami reported the business details, Kain felt reassured about the state of his affairs in Konoha. However, he had one more question. Anything unusual recently? Nanami hesitated briefly before responding, there is something. Uzumaki Kushina has been visiting the stores daily, asking us to inform her as soon as you return. I thought it best to notify you first, so I haven't agreed to anything yet. Nanami was unfazed by Kushina's persistence. Though they shared a friendly rapport, Nanami's loyalty to Kain was unwavering. For her, nothing justified compromising his privacy without his consent. Kain chuckled at her loyalty. Thank you, Nanami. You did the right thing. He considered Kushina's recent behavior. Her curiosity and determination to locate him had undoubtedly grown, likely fueled by personal or clan matters. It was a reminder that his connections in Konoha were both a resource and a potential complication. Satisfied with the state of his affairs, Kain pondered his next steps. Though he had allies and influence across various domains, he knew he couldn't afford complacency. For now, his focus remained on expanding his enterprises and strengthening his network, all while navigating the complexities of the shinobi world and the looming challenges that might soon arise. Kushina, don't worry about it. Just let her be, Kain said, then turned to Nanami. By the way, Nanami, is Tsunade still in the village? Nanami paused, recalling her recent encounter with Tsunade. Yes, Master Tsunade hasn't left the village. I actually saw her just the other day. Kain nodded thoughtfully. Alright, could you reach out to her? If she has the time, I'd like to invite her for a drink. Let's say, in the private room on the second floor of Kain's izakaya. Understood, Nanami replied, then moved on to discuss other matters concerning their establishments. Kain's businesses in Konoha were thriving. All 13 shops he owned were drawing in steady profits, with only the pharmacy showing a bit of a slump. This wasn't unexpected. The ninja world had entered a period of temporary peace, reducing demand for medicine. Still, his other ventures, particularly the game store, dessert shop, and izakaya, had essentially become staples in Konoha's commercial life. These popular spots had made Kain's commercial street the go-to area in Konoha for food, drink, and entertainment. Even the typically reserved Uchiha clan members were known to visit for desserts, apparently drawn to the confectionery selection. As more people gathered here, his shops continued to flourish, and with that, Kain's influence in Konoha grew as well. Kain's reputation also extended beyond commerce. For over a year, he'd been consistently sponsoring the local orphanage. His monthly contribution of 2.1 million ryo allowed the orphanage to care for countless war orphans, children who would otherwise have been homeless. About 6 months ago, the sponsorship amount had been increased from 500,000 to 700,000 ryo to meet the needs of the growing number of children. Now, 3 orphanages were sheltering more than 300 war orphans, something Konoha's budget wouldn't have been able to sustain alone. The impact was visible. 13 children from the orphanage had already entered the ninja academy, thanks to Kain's support. Among them, Yakushi Nono stood out as exceptionally gifted, ranking 4th in her class. Though her performance in physical combat needed some improvement, she consistently topped her class in theoretical studies. She even took it upon herself to occasionally pass on small pieces of information she overheard at school, regarding the families of her classmates. Though Kain hadn't asked her to do this, he appreciated her initiative. After Nanami left, Kain waited for evening, hoping Tsunade might be available. He knew she was likely busy with her medical reforms, which had made her more prominent recently, though it had little to do with her reputation as one of the Sannin. Despite his frequent travels, Kain kept his Konoha residence meticulously clean and under surveillance, with cameras set up around the property. So far, no one other than the cleaning staff had trespassed. Soon, a familiar voice called out from outside, followed by a rapid succession of footsteps. After one incident involving a pricey situation, Kushina had developed a respectful habit of knocking before entering his home. Come in, Kain called. The door opened, and a small head of red hair poked through. Upon seeing Kain seated at the tea table, Kushina broke into a smile, entering and pouring herself a cup of tea as she took a seat across from him. Boss, I didn't think you'd be back so soon, she greeted cheerfully. Kain smiled, half joking. What surprises me more is that you seem to know the exact moment I return. You graduated from the academy, right? Congratulations, Kushina. Kushina's face lit up with pride as she flipped her hair, revealing her forehead protector. Yep. And not just that, I graduated 3rd in my class. Impressive, Kain praised, reaching into a nearby box to hand her a piece of chocolate as a gift. Kushina's excitement deflated. She looked at him with an exaggerated pout, clearly displeased. Boss, seriously? A single piece of chocolate? Kain chuckled at her reaction and stood up. All right. Wait here, I'll find something a bit more special. With a hint of expectation in her eyes, Kushina sat back, watching as he disappeared into another room. Kain scanned his space backpack, looking for something suitable. After a moment, he emerged carrying an extravagant multi-layered cake. Kushina's eyes widened as she beheld it, her mouth dropping open in delight. Boss, is this really for me? She asked, her voice tinged with excitement as she restrained herself from reaching out too soon. Yep, Kain said with a smile, setting the cake before her. It's all yours. Just remember to eat it tonight, it won't last much longer. Kushina nodded enthusiastically. Then I'll invite my teammates to share it. Will you join us, boss? Kain shook his head. I'll pass this time. I have other things to take care of tonight. Go and celebrate with your friends. Kushina stayed for a while, chatting about her recent achievements at the academy, before finally saying her goodbyes. Kain walked her to the door, watching as she struggled to carry the large cake. The sight was amusing, Kushina, her face almost hidden behind the towering dessert, craning her neck to see past it. As they approached the street, Kain sensed a subtle shift in the air and noticed a figure lingering near a telephone pole in the distance. He nudged Kushina and whispered, "Do you know that person over there?" Kushina squinted at the boy trying, rather unconvincingly, to look nonchalant. "That's Namikaze Minato, a classmate from the academy," she replied, clearly unimpressed. "But he's always so shy when he talks, and he even laughed at me once. What's he doing here?" Kain chuckled. "Maybe he's here to celebrate with you." Kushina scrunched her nose. "I'm not celebrating with someone who laughed at me. I'll see you later, boss." With that, she took cautious steps down the street, balancing the cake carefully to avoid damaging it. Kain stayed where he was, watching with a faint smile as she made her way home, occasionally glancing back to make sure she was on track. Kain lingered a moment longer, his thoughts briefly on Kushina and her growing skill and confidence. He turned, his mind shifting back to business matters. Soon enough, he'd have to follow up with Tsunade about the sponsorship plans and medical initiatives he'd discussed with her. For now, though, he let himself savor the moment of peace. Back inside, he resumed his preparations, his thoughts settling. Tonight, his work was far from over. It's rare for you to come to me. Is there something I can help with? As Tsunade spoke, she poured herself a glass of wine and downed it. After a busy day at Konoha Hospital, a quiet night was a rare chance to unwind. She finished the glass, then asked, "Is someone bothering you?" "Not exactly. But there's something I'd like to ask. Of all the people I know, you're the best in medical ninjutsu," Kain replied, taking out several case histories detailing terminal illnesses from his bag and handing them to Tsunade. "Is there any possibility of developing a cure for these diseases?" Tsunade said nothing, taking the documents Kain offered and reading them with deep concentration. After almost half an hour, she rubbed her forehead, closing her eyes for a moment to think. The day had been long, and without much rest after work, she spent the next half hour reviewing Kain's documents. It's not impossible to cure some of these, but developing an outright cure will take extensive research and testing. The first two conditions aren't overly difficult. I recall my grandfather did some studies that may be helpful. I'll need to track down some records. Did the second Hokage also study medical ninjutsu? Kain was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected the second Hokage to have researched illnesses like cancer or high blood pressure. It wasn't medical ninjutsu exactly, but some of his research overlaps with what you're asking about. Tsunade seemed unwilling to elaborate and shifted topics, saying, "Lately, I've been focused on developing medical ninjutsu. This will have to wait." "Is this about your brother?" Kain asked gently. Over the past year, news had quietly circulated that Tsunade's younger brother, Noaki, might not be able to become a ninja. Yakushi Nono had mentioned it, sharing rumors from the village. "I'm surprised that you, who are rarely in Konoha, know about this." Tsunade's tone became more subdued, and she poured herself another glass, clearly frustrated. Noaki's struggle at home was a source of anguish, pushing her to accelerate her regenerative medical ninjutsu research. Even Mito Grandma couldn't fully console him. Noaki's inability to pursue the ninja path weighed heavily on him. "The second reason I wanted to speak with you is actually related to Noaki. You might want to hold off on the wine, it could cloud your mind for what comes next," Kain said. Tsunade reluctantly set down her glass, her pride pricling slightly. She didn't think a few glasses would faze her, but when Kain mentioned Noaki, she composed herself quickly. "Here, take a look at this," Kain said, handing her a document on the extremis virus. The details were technical, but based on her understanding of human physiology, Tsunade would comprehend it. "What is this?" Tsunade began, her curiosity piqued. The document contained detailed information on the development and theory behind the extremis virus, including algorithms and experimental results. Explanations of technical terms were provided, and the last sections held crucial experimental data. For the next 2 hours, as the izakaya's customers dwindled, Tsunade was engrossed in the material. The shop was now closed to the public except for their private room, but since it was Kain's establishment, no one rushed them. "I see you've done animal trials. Next would be human trials," she murmured, though more to herself than Kain. She recalled that her grandfather had been the foremost proponent of human experimentation, and although she resisted such methods herself, she found her resolve slipping when she thought of Noaki. "This project is remarkable," Tsunade finally said. "In many respects, it surpasses the medical ninjutsu I know. Some aspects even resemble my own regenerative ninjutsu research." Her evaluation was high, and then she leaned in, eyes sparkling. "You're looking to collaborate, right? To perfect the extremis virus together." "Yes, that's exactly it. The virus doesn't just repair physical damage, it can enhance human limitations. If perfected, the extremis virus could benefit us both." Kain didn't hide his ambition. Perfecting the virus was essential, not just for Noaki's sake, but for the potential advancements it could bring to Konoha's medical system. If they succeeded, Noaki could not only return to his path as a ninja but potentially become stronger than he had ever hoped. The document outlined the main challenge with the extremis virus: the host's self-regulation. Test subjects, whether plant or animal, couldn't achieve the level of self-regulation required, something that would hopefully change with human trials. If self-regulation was still unachievable, alternative approaches to enhance human metabolism and prevent cellular overload would be necessary. A memory came to Tsunade. Her grandfather's cells that were known for their extraordinary vitality and regenerative capabilities might offer a solution to the extremis virus's risk factors. Her grandfather, the first Hokage, had cells that could potentially enhance the virus's fusion with human tissue, improving cellular metabolism and organ function. Could this really work? Tsunade chewed her lip thoughtfully. The possibility of a breakthrough was within reach, but using her grandfather's cells felt complicated. She wondered if she should consult Grandma Mito first. "Tsunade." Kain's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. "So, are you interested? Would you like to collaborate? I'll have to ask for permission first. But I think Grandma Mito would approve." Tsunade rubbed her brow, feeling the weight of a long day. Reading dense documents while tipsy had left her slightly dizzy. "If that's the case, I'll wait for your answer, Tsunade." Kain noticed her hesitation but was confident that with Uzumaki Mito's approval, any remaining doubts would dissolve. "Are you leaving already? It's late, but I haven't even had dinner yet," Tsunade remarked, slightly tipsy as she stood to leave. She paused at the door as Kain handed her a food box. "Inside are packed food and some wine, take it home and enjoy." Kushina also brought back a large cake today, so I'm sure there'll be plenty left for you, Kain said with a smile. Alright then, I'll be heading back. With that, Kain exited. When Tsunade walked out of the izakaya into the cool night air, the breeze sobered her up a little. She looked down at the food box in her hands, hearing the clink of the wine bottles inside. A faint smile crossed her lips. This guy really does know how to look after people, she thought to herself. It was late when Tsunade returned home. Kushina, Noaki, and Grandma Mito had already gone to bed. As she looked through the refrigerator, she found a small piece of cake marked with a note that read, Sister Tsunade, remember to eat. This little girl, Tsunade chuckled as she picked up the cake and note. Then she glanced over at a bigger, unmarked slice of cake. Knowing how much energy she needed to replenish after exhausting her chakra daily, she decided to take the larger piece. Kushina's little tricks couldn't outsmart her. After enjoying her snack and a drink, Tsunade tidied up and went straight to bed. The next morning, Tsunade was stirred awake by Kushina's exclamation from the kitchen. She pretended to stay asleep, even when Kushina came in and slapped her playfully on the back. After a bit, Kushina left for her team's assembly, leaving the house quieter. Tsunade finally got up, stretching as she noticed Noaki had set breakfast on the table for her. Sister, breakfast is ready, he said quietly, then began to walk back upstairs. Ever since he learned he could no longer become a ninja, Noaki had been deeply saddened. Though a year had passed, the wound still lingered, only allowing him to return to a semblance of normalcy. Noaki, Tsunade called to him, stopping him on the stairs. When he turned to look at her, she said firmly, I promise, you will become a ninja within a year at most. A glimmer of hope returned to Noaki's eyes as he saw the confidence in her face. In the past, when Tsunade reassured him, she often seemed uncertain, but today, her expression was firm, as if she truly had found a way. Thank you, sister. But, don't push yourself too hard. Don't worry. This will be easy for me. Tsunade replied, flashing a determined smile. After finishing her miso soup, she headed upstairs to speak with Grandma Mito. She emerged a while later with a satisfied expression, changed her clothes, and set out toward the Hokage's office. Tsunade, let me get this straight. He's proposing a collaboration to develop a serum capable of enhancing human constitution and healing nearly anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, his tone laced with both astonishment and skepticism. He knew Tsunade had been researching regenerative medical ninjutsu lately, and he worried her eagerness to heal her brother might cloud her judgment. Yutaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura, the other two village elders, shared Sarutobi's disbelief. Tsunade's explanation suggested that this serum could heal even broken limbs, a feat that would rival the physical resilience of the first Hokage himself. To be precise, it's not a typical medicine. It's a serum, something that could alter the body's natural mechanisms, Tsunade clarified. Koharu, frowning thoughtfully, suggested, perhaps we should use Ui Makoto's genjutsu and the Yamanaka clan's techniques to investigate his true intentions. We need to know if this outsider poses any threat to Konoha. The suggestion made Tsunade's jaw tighten. No, she responded firmly. Forget about that. Kain isn't someone who could pull this off alone. This kind of research takes a skilled team and plenty of time. Besides, if we go poking around, it could provoke whoever's backing him, and I don't think any of us wants that. Her words hit their mark, silencing Koharu for a moment before she retorted, and what if he harbors ill intent toward Konoha? Tsunade scoffed, ill intent? He's been here for 2 years, and all he's done is earn an honest living. If that's ill intent, perhaps we should round up and interrogate all the other merchants who've come to Konoha. Koharu's face reddened, and she struggled for a response. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, putting a halt to their bickering. Tsunade, I understand the importance of this research to you, but I must be honest, the village's finances are stretched thin. We can't afford additional funding for this project. Tsunade's frown deepened, though she had anticipated his refusal. Understood. I'll find the funds myself if I must. I'm merely informing you of this project as a courtesy. Hiruzen continued, even so, I would appreciate regular updates on your progress. Remember, Danzo was left severely injured in the Second Shinobi World War. He, too, could benefit greatly if this serum were to succeed. The reminder of Danzo's injuries, one eye and part of a shoulder lost in battle, made Tsunade pause. Yet, Hiruzen's words were unmistakable. He wanted the serum's benefits for the village, but without putting forth any financial investment. Tsunade couldn't help but smile bitterly at this, realizing the Hokage's veiled request for free access to the serum's results. I'll keep you posted, she replied shortly, then turned to leave the Hokage's office. Out on the street, she considered her options. She'd have to discuss the funding situation with Kain. If necessary, she'd consider selling some of the Senju family's collections. After all, this research would help her brother and bring unprecedented medical advancements to Konoha. As she returned home, Kain was waiting to hear her decision. Tsunade could see he was just as motivated. After all, the project's success would bring both of them significant benefits. If Tsunade agreed, he could also bring in Nono Yakushi, a promising young medical nin, to assist. Kain decided to visit the pharmacy next door to check on Nono's progress. When he entered, he found Mirai assisting a villager, explaining the dosage and effects of a particular medicine. After the villager left, Mirai turned to Kain, greeting him respectfully. Good morning, boss. Do you need anything? Kain motioned for him to wait, letting Mirai finish his task with the customers. Once they were alone, he said, "It looks like the shop is getting steady business lately." "Yes," Mirai replied, nodding. "Many villagers come in for essential supplies. The man just now, for instance, has been here 3 times for the same medicine." "You remember him?" Kain asked, a little amused. "He must stand out, then." Mirai chuckled. "Well, he's rather unique. It's hard not to remember him." Kain acknowledged this with a nod. The villager's appearance was certainly striking, even by local standards, but he didn't dwell on it further. Instead, he turned the conversation to Yakushi Nono, curious about her progress in her medical studies under Mirai's guidance. Despite having lost a hand in battle, Mirai's expertise in medical ninjutsu remained sharp, and he'd taken it upon himself to mentor Nono over the past year. Nono, a talented but still young and inexperienced medic, had shown promise and determination under his instruction. "Yakushi Nono has improved a lot," Mirai told him with pride. "She's taken to her studies with diligence. I'd say, in time, she'll surpass me." "Good to hear," Kain replied thoughtfully. "I'm considering bringing her onto a research project soon, one that could benefit to her skills and dedication." As they continued to discuss Nono's future, Kain felt a renewed determination. Both he and Tsunade had clear reasons to make this research a success. For Tsunade, it was a chance to restore her brother's future as a shinobi. For Kain, it represented a new frontier in medical science. The days ahead would be challenging, but with the right resources and people in place, they were more than ready to take them on. Yakushi Nono's talent for learning has been exceptional. Over the past year, she has mastered all the medical knowledge Mirai imparted, and even learned 2 medical ninjutsu techniques. While her practical experience is still limited, she has essentially absorbed all the skills Mirai could offer her. To continue improving, however, Nono would need further training at Konoha Hospital, as Mirai's medical repertoire includes only 2 ninjutsu techniques. Kain was very pleased with Nono's progress and considered recommending her to study under Tsunade. Although Nono has already been assigned to a team, Tsunade's influence within Konoha makes it easy for her to request a genin for special training. This arrangement could also help Nono avoid becoming entangled with Danzo, as he would be unlikely to interfere directly with Tsunade. If Danzo attempted to take Nono from Tsunade, her notoriously fierce temper would almost certainly lead her to fight back. While Kain pondered these ideas, Tsunade arrived at his place, though she seemed to be in an unusually foul mood. Her expression wasn't one of disappointment but of genuine anger, which struck Kain as odd. He couldn't resist teasing her. "What happened, Tsunade? Did you run into a dog on the way?" His light-hearted question elicited a chuckle from Tsunade. She took a sip of the iced lemon tea he handed her, then sighed. Thinking back, the behavior of Hiruzen and the others indeed felt like an unpleasant encounter. Although Tsunade didn't relish thinking about them this way, their actions had been frustratingly greedy. "I wanted to discuss our cooperation," Tsunade began hesitantly. Although she had come to terms with asking for help, she found it hard to express her frustrations. Just before coming over, she'd reviewed the Senju family's remaining assets and realized that most of their wealth was tied up in property or her grandfather's research notes. Apart from a few valuable items, there wasn't much left that could be liquidated easily. The modest funds they had would be insufficient to cover the necessary equipment costs. Kain noticed her hesitation and quipped, "Tsunade, I don't think I've ever seen you look so bashful. Are you saying you've agreed to collaborate but don't have much to bring to the table?" "Not exactly," Tsunade replied, slightly flustered. She quickly explained the reaction she'd encountered from Sarutobi Hiruzen and his advisors. Although she softened her account, Kain could easily pick up on their underlying avarice. "Keep your family's possessions safe," Kain said, sounding determined. "I'll handle the research equipment and the acquisition of test subjects. I can purchase condemned prisoners from various regions in the Land of Fire for a fair price. It shouldn't cost much." Kain calculated the likely expenses. In the ninja world, life was sometimes tragically undervalued. Depending on supply, prisoners might cost no more than 50,000 ryo each. Regarding equipment, Kain planned to bring advanced instruments from elsewhere to use in their experiments. The serum, however, was another matter. "The serum for the extremis virus is extraordinarily precious," he emphasized. "Even if we succeed, I'll only be able to provide you with a small amount. The cost to produce just 1 vial is close to 100 million ryo. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even consider sharing it." Tsunade immediately assured him, "I understand. I'll make it clear to them." She knew that if Kain backed out, her brother Noaki's dream of becoming a ninja would be all but shattered. With the basics settled, Tsunade and Kain discussed logistics. They agreed the laboratory should be established outside the village, but not so far as to impede Tsunade's obligations at Konoha Hospital. The facility would need to be discreet since transporting human subjects could be unsettling for villagers. Once a site was chosen, Tsunade would recruit Earth-style ninjas to construct the base, while Kain would procure the necessary equipment and prisoners. They planned to test the compatibility of the extremis virus with Hashirama cells once everything was in place. Although the serum was limited, Kain would provide Tsunade with small amounts periodically to maintain Konoha's interest in the project. Keeping this serum valuable and scarce would discourage the village from attempting to replicate it independently. Tsunade left Kain's house feeling cautiously optimistic. She knew that accessing Hashirama cells would be relatively simple. Her second grandfather had sealed a batch away after his own unsuccessful research. Securing Earth-style ninjas, however, could be more challenging. She considered asking Orochimaru, one of Konoha's most talented ninjas. Given their friendship, he would likely be willing to help her with the construction. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was devising his own plans. Yudin Koharu, concerned about Konoha's long-term defense, questioned Hiruzen's intentions. Hiruzen, are you sure this strategy is safe? Master Mito's health is deteriorating, and if anything were to happen to Kushina, we might lose our next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Don't worry, Hiruzen replied with calculated confidence. I've stationed additional umbu around the village and tightened security along the borders, especially the one leading to the Land of Lightning. There's no way they'll escape. This plan was partly Danzo's idea. He saw an opportunity to test Kain's intentions without implicating Konoha directly. By using Cloud Shinobi's spies as a cover, Konoha could learn more about Kain's medical research without taking any direct action. Danzo argued that if anything went wrong, Cloud Shinobi could bear the blame, while Konoha would remain uninvolved. Hiruzen liked this approach, seeing it as a low-risk way to deepen Kushina's loyalty to the village and potentially uncover valuable information. Satisfied with the arrangements, Kain returned to his work, delegating tasks to prepare for the upcoming experiments. That afternoon, however, Kushina made an unexpected visit. Kain had assumed she would be busy with her new team, so he was surprised but glad to see her. After offering her tea, he asked, "How was your first day as a ninja?" Kushina rolled her eyes and sighed. "Honestly, it was kind of boring. We introduced ourselves and then had a practice exercise. Our leader, a Jonin, has this idea about teamwork. He's making us prove ourselves before officially acknowledging our team." Kain chuckled. "Sounds like your leader is committed to developing your teamwork." Before Kain could continue, they heard someone shouting from outside. "Is the boss here? I want to buy something." Kushina, excited to help, jumped up. "I'll take care of it." She ran toward the door, only for Kain to grab her collar and pull her back. "Stay here," he said with a hint of seriousness. "I'll go see what they want." Kain had shut the shop for the evening, so anyone entering uninvited was unusual. This wasn't the pharmacy, and most customers wouldn't be so eager for dessert at this hour. As he went to the front, Kain mentally prepared himself for an unusual encounter. He sensed that this day's events might be only the beginning of a much larger plot involving Tsunade, Kushina, and himself. With various interests and schemes swirling around Konoha, he knew he'd have to stay alert. Kain heard the footsteps before seeing anyone. A man was at the door of the shop, trying to enter without permission. "What's your business?" Kain asked, blocking the man's way. The man looked vaguely familiar. He'd been around earlier, lingering near the pharmacy with an odd curiosity. It was his unusually dark skin tone that made him stand out rare in the village, and an immediate red flag to Kain, who recalled that most Cloud Shinobi had similar features. "Boss, the children at home are fussing for sweets," the man replied, inching closer to Kain. "Stop right there," Kain commanded, eyes narrowing. The man's explanation sounded too convenient. Plus, he was getting far too close for comfort. Kain sensed something was wrong, his suspicions sharpening into certainty. This was no innocent villager. Cloud Shinobi were known for stealth, but this man's behavior was clumsy, raising all kinds of alarms. Just then, Kain noticed movement behind him. Kushina had peeked her head out, catching the man's attention. A grin crept onto the man's face. "Both mission targets in one place, excellent." Before he could continue, Kain whipped out 2 submachine guns from his space backpack, aiming and unloading a volley of bullets at the intruder. The close range made accuracy a non-issue. The shots tore through the man's supposed disguise. In a cloud of smoke, the man transformed into a log. "Body replacement technique," Kain muttered, scanning the area. He soon found the Cloud Shinobi nearby, wounded from the bullet spray, blood dripping from his arms. "Didn't expect you to have weapons like these," the spy sneered, "but the captain was right about you." Kain wasn't interested in listening. With a fluid motion, he dropped the empty guns, grabbed a new weapon from his space backpack, a Thompson submachine gun, and opened fire once more. The spy's eyes widened as he struggled to form a hand seal, his injuries making it nearly impossible. Forced to brace himself, he raised his hands in a futile attempt to shield his body. But it was too late. The bullets tore through his flesh, a shower of crimson staining the ground. Kain aimed for the chest, ensuring every critical organ was hit. Even as the spy collapsed, Kain pulled out an assault rifle and blasted a final hole through the man's chest, just to be certain. He was dead. Satisfied, Kain cleaned up the weaponry, slipping them back into his space backpack. To attract attention, he tossed a few grenades outside. The explosion would draw the village's attention quickly enough. "Get back," he said, grabbing Kushina by the arm and leading her into a concealed basement at the rear of the shop. The explosions echoed in the village, followed by silence. Kushina was visibly shaken, and she managed a hushed, "Boss, was that an enemy?" "Yes, and he might not be alone," Kain replied in a low voice, tossing another grenade as a deterrent. "Stay quiet." The explosion's impact soon became apparent. Members of the Konoha Guard, who were still patrolling nearby, quickly identified the source of the disturbance. They sprang into action, dashing across rooftops towards the flames. The Uchiha guards, in particular, were enraged. Someone daring to cause such chaos within the village boundaries was an open insult to their authority. Activating their Shurinon, they prepared to take down whoever was responsible. From their hideout, Kain monitored the street outside. His gambit had worked. The loud blasts had driven other potential attackers back, ensuring the shop was clear, at least for the moment. Boss, what now? Kushina whispered. Stay close, and don't talk, he replied, continuing his surveillance. After several tense minutes, he spotted the Uchiha guards combing the area, along with other shinobi, their eyes on high alert. Knowing their basement hideout could be compromised if the Hyuga clan joined the search, Kain made a quick decision. He led Kushina out of the basement and into the open. Once outside, he called out to the Uchiha guards, who immediately regarded them with suspicion. I'm the owner of the dessert shop, Kain explained. We were just attacked by a cloud shinobi. I request that you inform Tsunade Jonin right away. The guards relaxed slightly but remained cautious as they conducted a routine interrogation. Kain recounted the encounter with the cloud shinobi, adding some intentional embellishments to underline the threat. He explained how the intruder had openly admitted his intentions, emphasizing the audacity of cloud shinobi spies infiltrating so close to the village's core. Just then, Namikaze Minato arrived, jumping down from the roof with a look of concern. He rushed over to Kushina, who was still visibly shaken. Kushina, are you all right? He asked, his voice full of relief. Kushina managed a small smile, reassured by his presence. I'm fine, Minato. Thanks for coming. Minato explained, I was on my way back from training when an umbu intercepted me. He said there was trouble here, so I rushed over. Kain listened carefully, a slight frown forming as he processed Minato's words. Something wasn't adding up. He stepped forward, interrupting the conversation. Minato, just to clarify, you said an umbu told you about Kushina's situation specifically. Minato nodded, his expression innocent but clearly caught off guard by the question. The surrounding Uchiha guards also noticed the discrepancy, exchanging suspicious glances. Why would an umbu have prior knowledge of the attack and relay it to Minato of all people, unless this was somehow orchestrated? The guards closed in, their attention now focused on uncovering the truth. How is this going? Tsunade asked, her brow slightly furrowed. She had been busy preparing for her work in the laboratory when she received the urgent notice. The moment she arrived, a wave of relief washed over her upon seeing that neither Kain nor Kushina was injured. The thought of either of them getting hurt was intolerable for her, especially since Kain was connected to her brother's hope for recovery, and Kushina was someone she cared about deeply. I was attacked by cloud shinobi spies, but I feel there's something more going on here. You can investigate it yourself, Kain replied, his face calm despite the turmoil brewing within him. Konoha's politics had reached a level of corruption that deeply unsettled him. He could bring benefits to Konoha, but it seemed the village couldn't help but plot against him. Even if he wielded immense power, he couldn't stop the insatiable greed that surrounded him. What happened? Tsunade pressed, sensing Kain's growing disdain toward Konoha. She was eager to know the details. Surely, it couldn't have been just a straightforward spy attack. I won't say much more about it, you should look into it yourself, Tsunade-san. Kain shook his head. He then gently patted Kushina on the head and added, since you're here, please take Kushina with you. Let's go back. You bastard, Tsunade muttered, feeling a twinge of irritation at Kain's use of honorifics. This incident was not her fault, why was he blaming her? Then what do you suggest I do? I have no idea if there are more spies lurking in the village. Why don't you come with me to the Senju clan's land? I can arrange for your safety there, Tsunade proposed, her tone becoming more serious. Before she could finish, Kushina eagerly nodded to Kain like a chick pecking for feed, urging him, yes, boss. Go to the Senju clan. Sister Tsunade will protect you. No, Kain replied flatly. How could he trust Konoha after everything that had just happened? He'd rather return to the Marvel world and be at ease. If possible, Tsunade-san, could you please send me out of the village? I'd prefer to leave now, but it seems the security team needs to ask me questions first, Kain stated, a hint of urgency in his voice. Tsunade frowned, her concern evident. It would be dangerous to leave the village at this moment. I'll be safe, I assure you. If you can, Tsunade-san, Kain pleaded. He understood her worries, she would likely not cease her research on the extremis virus. A businessman like him wouldn't let others' animosity dictate his decisions. Regardless of whether this incident involved Tsunade, he still needed her research on the extremis virus combined with Hashirama's cells. Kain's return now served as a statement to Konoha, he would no longer provide medicine exclusively to the village. Should the situation demand it, he would use the excuse of not wanting to be targeted again to justify supplying medication to other nations. For Kain, the drug trade was akin to gambling. Konoha had already broken the contract first, so he wouldn't feel guilty for doing the same. Of course, it's fine to arrange for you to leave the village, but right now, well, let me talk to them. Tsunade reluctantly agreed, though she cursed under her breath. Who could be behind this mess? Danzo, perhaps. The explosion had also attracted Nanami, and Kain seized this opportunity to relay some important information to her. Unable to purchase the death row inmate himself, he instructed Nanami to inform Aya. Once Tsunade spoke with the security team, they initially wanted to interrogate Kain about the Cloud Shinobi spy. However, Tsunade's insistence and her authority made them relent. After all, the body of the spy was in their possession, and they planned to hand it over to the interrogation squad for the Yamanaka clan to extract memories. After gaining the necessary permissions from the security team, Tsunade led Kushina and Kain out of Konoha. They stepped into the forest, where Kain asked Tsunade and Kushina to return home. Once they were out of sight, he discreetly moved behind a tree and activated his system to return directly to the Marvel world. Kushina, tell me exactly what happened just now, Tsunade said solemnly on their way back. She needed to understand why Kain's attitude had shifted so dramatically. If she mishandled this situation, it could have serious repercussions for the reform of Konoha's medical system. Konoha had become heavily reliant on Kain's medicines, and the hospital had yet to analyze their components. A sudden disruption could be catastrophic. After our team disbanded, I went to the dessert shop to find the boss, and we didn't talk for long, Kushina recounted, sensing Tsunade's seriousness. She relayed everything, particularly the moment Kain had questioned Namikaze Minato. Upon reflection, she realized that there was something off about Minato's words. While she didn't want to suspect him, it seemed the real issue lay with that Umbu. Kushina thought back, how could the Umbu possibly have had time to inform Minato? Was this Umbu simply incompetent or acting under orders? Who in Konoha could command the Umbu like this? Damn bastards! Tsunade exclaimed angrily, her desire to confront those responsible intensifying. She wanted to storm the Hokage building immediately and demand answers from those behind this chaos. Kushina, I'll take you home first, she stated firmly. After dropping Kushina off, she planned to confront those old-timers and demand clarity. Miss Tsunade, will the boss come back? Kushina asked uneasily. Kain's mood had shifted so drastically, she feared he wouldn't return to Konoha. If he left, she would lose the only friend she felt she could confide in. He will definitely come back. You don't need to worry about that, Tsunade reassured her. After dropping Kushina off, she hurried towards the Hokage building. On her way, she unexpectedly encountered Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Tsunade asked, her expression shifting from annoyance to curiosity. Orochimaru smiled, his demeanor relaxed. I came because you left so suddenly in the middle of your work. The old man asked me to wait for you, so here I am. It really has something to do with them. Tsunade's anger flared up again. The extremis virus that Kain possessed was directly linked to Noaka's health, those bastards. Do you want to stop me? Tsunade demanded, her voice sharp. No, Tsunade. I'm on your side. If you need me, I can accompany you to meet the old man, Orochimaru quickly interjected, not wanting to provoke her ire. He had no desire to be on the receiving end of Tsunade's rage, especially since his body modification technique was still a work in progress. I hope you'll allow me to participate in the experimental research. I'm very curious about what you've mentioned, and Noaki is my student. I want to help, he added earnestly. Tsunade's anger began to simmer down a bit upon hearing Orochimaru's plea. She finally relented, saying, okay, I agree, but first, let's head to the Hokage building together. And with that, the two of them headed off, determined to uncover the truth behind the troubling events that had unfolded. That night, the ninja on duty in the Hokage building heard a furious roar emanating from the Hokage's office. After a short while, the sound vanished, suggesting that a sound insulation barrier had been activated. Ultimately, Tsunade was seen leaving the Hokage building, her expression furious, followed closely by Orochimaru. Tsunade, don't be angry. Mr. Sarutobi is just being a bit more cautious. If I were in his position, I would likely test all possibilities concerning an unknown and potentially uncontrollable force. It's the instinct of a hunter. After all, the other party didn't allow Mr. Sarutobi to see it as an irresistible threat, Orochimaru explained, attempting to calm her. However, Tsunade's face contorted with anger again as she retorted, Orochimaru, whose side are you on? Of course, I'm on your side, Tsunade. I was just in the Hokage's office, advocating for you, he insisted, taking a step back. He recognized that continuing the argument about politics at that moment was futile. His real aim was to participate in the research. Then when will the research start? I will prioritize it against the missions in the village to accommodate it, Orochimaru pressed. I don't know, we'll just have to wait, Tsunade replied, shrugging. She eyed him carefully, her voice steady as she said, don't think I'm lying to you. I genuinely don't know when it will start. The extremis serum, research equipment, and experimental subjects, all of these are handled by Kain. We only ventured out for the venue, and this incident occurred. Now, he can't feel safe and has left Konoha overnight. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned by this news. Realizing that Kain had indeed departed, he mentally chastised Mr. Sarutobi. This is truly bad news. I'm more anxious about this than anyone else, Tsunade exclaimed. I've already made a promise to Noaki, and now this happens. I fear this will create trouble for Konoha in the future, Tsunade, Orochimaru remarked thoughtfully. The implications of Kain's business weighed heavily on his mind. It was clear that he would not limit his medicinal supplies to Konoha alone, they would likely appear in other ninja villages. If a war broke out at that time, Kain's medicines could significantly alleviate the shortage of medical ninjas. Tsunade felt even more upset, frustrated by the reckless decisions made by those in power. They understood Kain's value but still acted irresponsibly. I'll let you know when he returns to begin the experiment, Orochimaru, she stated, waving him off. Tsunade walked toward the Senju clan's compound, her head swirling with thoughts of the medicines, such a headache for those who played political games. She wished to distance herself from it all. Kain, who had previously expressed care for her, was now in a precarious situation, nearly losing his life due to their own incompetence. How could she explain this to him? Kain was a cautious individual, she knew he wouldn't take this lightly. Returning to the Senju tribe, Tsunade found Kushina and Grandma Mito still awake. Kushina, why are you still up? And Grandma, you should be resting, you're getting old, she said, concern etched on her face. Kushina, anxiety evident in her voice, interrupted, Miss Tsunade, will he come back? Of course he will. If you're just waiting for an answer, you should go rest, Tsunade assured her, hoping to calm her nerves. It wouldn't be right to involve Kushina any further, she was already a victim of tonight's events. Once Kushina left, Tsunade sighed heavily and turned to Uzumaki Mito. Grandma, can you warn those fools? They're starting to plot against Kushina. Uzumaki Mito fell silent for a moment, gathering her thoughts. Tsunade, I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Noaki and Kushina will need your care moving forward. If Noaki isn't cured, please don't blame yourself too much, and don't get stuck in the past. Despite her high status, Uzumaki Mito recognized her limitations. If this situation had arisen a few years ago, she would have confronted the Hokage without hesitation. But times had changed. The political landscape could corrupt even the noblest of hearts. Even a skilled ninja like Senju Tobirama hadn't escaped this fate. Mito recalled that before Hashirama's departure, he had warned Tobirama not to target the Uchiha clan. Yet after nearly 2 decades as Hokage, Tobirama had grown increasingly distrustful of the Uchiha, prioritizing his judgment over his brother's wishes. The same went for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regardless of what Mito advised or how much he promised, it was futile. Once she was gone, Sarutobi would return to trusting his own judgment, leaving Tsunade as the only one capable of protecting both Kushina and Noaki. Tsunade fell into silence, comprehending Grandma Mito's concerns. Yet, her current position was insufficient, she needed to implement medical reforms and gain control of the medical department to have any significant influence in the village. I understand, Grandma, Tsunade finally said, a steely determination settling in her heart. She had managed to handle the situation at the Hokage building earlier, and she vowed that once she gained more power, she wouldn't back down from the old men's authority. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. For now, Tsunade could only hope Kain returned swiftly, allowing her to initiate the extremis experimental project without further delay. After Kain returned to the Marvel world, he finally felt a measure of relaxation. This was the first time he had taken a life, especially that of a ninja. Although his mentality had not shifted significantly, he simply didn't want to remain in Konoha after such a chaotic incident. The Cloud Shinobi spies had been misinformed, they didn't grasp the strength of modern firearms. While guns did exist in the Hokage world, they were still primitive compared to contemporary weapons, and it would take decades for their development to catch up. Konoha had miscalculated this time, but as they gathered intelligence, the next encounter would likely be different. Kain understood that he wouldn't stay in Konoha unless absolutely necessary, perhaps only if he could reside in the clan lands of either the Senju or Uchiha clans. Those old bastards? They're using Cloud Shinobi spies to test me, he thought, anger boiling within him. Initially, Kain had only wanted to conduct honest trade and acquire the resources he desired. Yet after being deceived by those in power, he felt compelled to seek revenge. He couldn't allow this slight to go unaddressed. Contact the Uchiha clan when I return, he resolved. Kain had no illusions about forging friendships within that family. Beyond medical resources, he lacked anything the Uchiha truly needed. They were a self-sufficient clan with their own medical ninjas. While they might be short on battlefield medics, they were never in want of practitioners for their own. Still, Kain would do his best to make connections. If money fell short, he would rely on his reputation. The Uchiha clan, known for their pride, had a vulnerability there, one that could be exploited. But for now, Kain needed to unwind and prepare the serum and research equipment for extremis. The future loomed uncertain, but he was determined to face it on his own terms. For more than half a month, I thought you weren't coming. After seeing Kain again, Tsunade finally breathed a sigh of relief after hanging in uncertainty for so long. She then punched Kain lightly on the arm, complaining, Kushina has been asking about your whereabouts. She's been quite depressed lately. When did you guys become so close? Kain shrugged, trying to downplay the situation. It's just that the other kids don't seem to like her much. You know how it is, if you find a taller person among a group of shorter ones, it can appear as if we have a close relationship. Tsunade frowned at Kain's casual demeanor. She could sense the underlying seriousness in their conversation, and he quickly redirected her focus. Let's get back to business. I brought some serum and experimental equipment with me when I returned, but I need to make a request. A sense of unease washed over Tsunade as she heard Kain's words. What request? As long as it's reasonable, I'll agree to it, she replied cautiously. Kain smiled, seemingly relieved. Great. It shouldn't be a problem for you. I want to relocate the laboratory and build it outside Konoha. Why outside? We've already chosen the current location, Tsunade countered, perplexed by his request. It will be safer to build it outside Konoha. Please, Tsunade, I rarely ask you for anything like this, but I think it's necessary. I will install a lock on the door of the new lab, and only relevant personnel will have access, Kain insisted firmly. Tsunade sensed that Kain's insistence stemmed from recent events that had made him wary of Konoha's security. After a moment's hesitation, she sighed and agreed. Fine. I'll ask Orochimaru to oversee the construction of an underground laboratory. I want him to participate, though. That should be fine. Kain nodded, relieved. Of course, having Orochimaru involved will ensure better security. If we only use Earth style for defenses, it would be too easy for someone to sneak in. We need to reinforce the walls, floors, and ceilings with materials like iron sheets to fortify the foundation of the underground lab. I'll leave the rest to the construction team. As Tsunade listened, she felt a growing unease. The death row prisoners have also been contacted. There are 30 people in the first batch, all detained in the town. You can go directly to Nanami for the funds needed for the lab. I have more than a dozen shops in Konoha. Besides that, the orphanage should provide enough resources for our experiments. Tsunade's frown deepened as she processed Kain's words. This sounds awfully detailed. Are you planning to avoid Konoha completely in the future? Kain shook his head. I will still visit, but only after I've finished my work. As a foreigner, it's not safe for me to stay in Konoha for long periods. I hope you can understand that this won't affect the research on the extremis virus. I'll continue sending serum regularly. Okay, I understand, Tsunade replied, though a hint of reluctance lingered in her voice. It seemed absurd that Kain, now a friend of Konoha, felt compelled to avoid the village altogether. Kain then produced several gifts and letters intended for Kushina, Yakushi Nono, and others. I won't be visiting Konoha often, so I thought I'd send these along, he explained. Tsunade's dissatisfaction grew as she noticed Kain's gift for the Uchiha clan. You're sending something to them too? What for? She inquired. Kain explained, the last time I encountered Cloud Shinobi spies, the Uchiha were the first to respond besides Umbu. While it was their duty, they did provide some intimidation to the other spies. Despite her reservations, Tsunade accepted the decision. She sent a member of the Senju clan to deliver the gifts to the Uchiha. Kain had made a smart move. It would be foolish to put all his eggs in one basket. A wise businessman diversifies his assets, and Kain knew that focusing solely on Konoha could be detrimental. The market for medicines in Konoha had become saturated, leading to diminishing returns. With plans set in motion, Kain's mind drifted towards expanding his business beyond Konoha. His goal was to establish operations in the Land of Waves as a springboard to access the Land of Water and build relations with Kirigakure. Speaking of which, when did the Blood Mist policy start? Third Mizukage shouldn't have initiated it until after the Second Shinobi World War. If it hadn't started, I might have been able to recruit some bloodline heirs. Kain mused. After pondering this, he shook his head. It was easy to fantasize about recruiting powerful ninjas from prominent clans, but the reality was complicated. Bloodline clans often came with their own set of loyalties and grievances, making recruitment a challenging endeavor. Nevertheless, he could still recruit from other groups, as not everyone could withstand the immense pressure of their respective clans and villages. It's useless to dwell on what could have been. Let's focus on the current situation, Kain concluded. He was primarily waiting for the extremis virus research to succeed, as this would greatly enhance his survivability. Additionally, he aimed to build power within the ninja world and accumulate resources. Aya had been working hard in the Land of Waves. Not only had she recruited 2 Chunin squads from Konoha, but she had also enlisted more than 20 samurai guards. With adequate safety measures in place and sufficient funding, she quickly assembled a team of shipwrights and carpenters, acquiring a shipyard in the process. She remembered Kain's words about the shipping industry being the easiest to develop in the Land of Waves. Starting from there would facilitate quicker access to the Land of Whirlpool and the Land of Lightning, surpassing overland routes. Furthermore, it would open doors to trade with other territories, like the Land of Water and the Land of the Rainbow. Establishing a successful shipping business would effectively monopolize the trade of the port, enhancing cargo logistics and operations. Now that Kain was preparing to expand into other countries, he realized it would be beneficial to bring Aya back. Being from the Senju clan, she would likely avoid any negative attention upon her return. Later, Tsunade approached Orochimaru with a map and plan for the new experimental base. I need you to oversee the relocation of the original experimental base. This new location will be crucial for our research. After glancing over the map, Orochimaru chuckled softly, his interest piqued. It seems Kain is quite wary of Konoha now. Mr. Sarutobi won't let this go easily. Once prey is caught in the hunter's jaws, it's not so simple to escape. With a serious expression, Tsunade replied, I know. That's why we need to be cautious and make this new laboratory as secure as possible. As they discussed further details, both Tsunade and Orochimaru understood the gravity of Kain's request. They were stepping into uncharted territory, one that could have significant implications for their futures in Konoha and beyond. Master Third Mizukage, someone outside wants to see you. The other party is a businessman from the Land of Fire. He seems to want to do business with the village. The assistant reported respectfully to the Third Mizukage. Recently, the temper of the Third Mizukage had become increasingly eccentric. He had disposed of 2 Umbu directly under him. Under the influence of the Third Mizukage, the atmosphere in Kirigakure had become quite strange. A businessman from the Land of Fire? Let him go to Genji for this kind of thing. Do I, as Mizukage, need to handle everyone else's affairs? What are they doing for food? After hearing this, the Third Mizukage shouted coldly. This kind of interference was bothersome to him, and he felt it was time for the village to undergo some changes. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Third Mizukage completely forgot that he had issued an order a few days ago stating that he needed to be informed about everything happening in the village, regardless of its size. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The assistant lowered his head and replied, suppressing the trembling in his heart, and then slowly backed out. After the Second Shinobi World War, the Third Mizukage's temper had not improved. With the deaths of the Second Mizukage and the Second Tsuchikage, and Kirigakure's defeat by the Sand Shinobi, he was left to pick up the pieces as the next Mizukage. Kirigakuru's strength was not weak, but there were too many small factions, preventing them from effectively utilizing the power that Mist Shinobi should wield on the battlefield. As a result, they struggled even against the Sand Shinobi, who were fighting on two fronts. What a shame! It is necessary to use iron and blood methods to integrate the power of Kirigakure. Later, the third Mizukage came up with the concept of blood mist. He wanted to employ this strategy to weaken those disobedient bloodline families while simultaneously strengthening the civilian ninjas through harsh methods, thereby consolidating his power as Mizukage. Kain did not have the opportunity to meet the Mizukage. Not every leader of a ninja village has exceptional foresight, not even in Konoha. In the beginning, Tsunade, a professional, had crafted deals for Kain, enabling him to trade smoothly with Konoha. Now that he was being sent to another official, Kain had mentally prepared himself. Please wait here for a moment, I will report to Master Genji. After speaking, the assistant Mizukage knocked on the door and entered to inform the people inside. Upon hearing the name Genji, Kain suddenly recalled the significance of this individual. Although he appeared infrequently in the anime, his status was quite high. It was said that this man had assisted the second, third, and fourth Mizukages and held considerable influence in Kirigakure. After a short while, the assistant emerged and said to Kain, "Please come in." Genji was a middle-aged man with a bald head, a few years older than Sarutobi Hiruzen. He handled all the trivial matters in Kirigakure, including liaising with the daimyo and logistical arrangements. After Kain explained his intentions, Genji looked surprised but intrigued. Kirigakure had also dispatched spies to Konoha and was aware that a businessman was selling convenience medicine there. They had received reports from their spies. It was interesting to note that Cloud Shinobi were the most decisive and wanted to capture Kain and Kushina together. Genji was astonished that Kain was the one reaching out for cooperation. He had originally intended for the spies lurking in Konoha to make contact with Kain. Regarding the medicines, Mist Shinobi's spies in Konoha had already procured some and sent them back to Kirigakure for experiments, which proved to be effective. If such medicines were available on the battlefield, they could indeed be lifesavers. After considering Kain's intentions to sell medicines, Genji thought for a moment and readily agreed. This would greatly benefit Kirigakure. Even Konoha was feeling the lack of medical ninjas. How many medical ninjas could there be in Kirigakure? Apart from the bloodline families, commoner ninjas often had to wait in line when they fell ill or got injured, or they had to rely on their own experience to manage their ailments. Even common healers were hard to come by, as they were typically supported only by the nobility and wealthy merchants. If Kain's medicines were available, it would significantly alleviate the burden on Kirigakure's wounded. In addition to medicines, Kain had other businesses he could trade with Kirigakure, such as food, ironware, and more. At this time, Kirigakure represented the dominance of the nearby waters. Rock Shinobi had a joint earth style, while Mist Shinobi possessed a joint water style at sea. More than a dozen water-style ninjas could easily sink numerous large ships. In addition to discussing the terms of the deal, Kain also requested that Kirigakure ensure the safety of his shipping fleet in the Kingdom of Waters, stating that Mist Shinobi ninjas should not attack him. If any enemy did assault his fleet, Mist Shinobi would be responsible for finding the culprit. As for the payment and goods involved in the transaction, they were essentially the same as with Konoha. The daimyo of Mist Shinobi funded this area, which was even scarcer than Konoha's resources, forcing them to use gold and jewelry as collateral. However, Kain also made a stipulation that Kirigakure's mortgaged items must include chakra metal, which should appear once every 2 or 3 transactions. Upon hearing this request, Genji fell silent. For ninjas, chakra metal was incredibly valuable and could significantly enhance their strength. When forging weapons, it could improve the flow of chakra as well. Kirigakure did not receive much chakra metal each year, most of it being sourced from the Land of Rainbows, the Land of Tea, etc. There were many hungry wolves in the village who coveted these resources. Every bloodline family wanted a larger share of the chakra metal. However, with the availability of Kain's medicines, Kirigakure could ensure the survival rate of civilian ninjas, which was a necessity for most ninjas. The trading location would be established in a port in the Land of Water. After Kain's shipping ship was built, the Land of Waves would begin to transport goods. The first batch of transactions was scheduled for 2 months later. Kain planned to establish 2 factories in the Land of Waves, a pharmaceutical factory and a fresh food processing factory. Being a significant fishing nation, it was crucial to make the most of the resources available in the Land of Waves. People in the ninja world had a strong fondness for fresh seafood, but acquiring it in the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth was a challenge. If Kain could process these products into fresh cans for sale, he could develop a large-scale business. Kain was also considering recruiting more guards, aiming for a base of 2,000 personnel. They would be trained in the methods of a regular army and equipped with modern weaponry, such as submachine guns, assault rifles, and rocket launchers. This would give them a significant advantage. The Land of Waves was relatively small, making it suitable for business development while retaining a small number of guards. Therefore, Kain planned to establish a modern army in the Land of Tea. However, doing so would require him to bring the production line of the military factory, as repeatedly transporting equipment would be cumbersome, and buying large quantities of arms elsewhere would prove troublesome. Subterranean laboratory outside Konoha village in the Land of Fire. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and death row prisoners were reduced to a cloud of blood mist. The ground, which had been paved with iron plates, was slightly concave from the impact of the explosion. Orochimaru observed with great interest, his eyes glinting. After adding the target cells of the first Hokage, the power of the explosion has been reduced instead. A single extremis virus can emit terrifying high temperatures and shockwaves, but just now it manifested in the form of flesh and blood. Tsunade, how is the data collection progressing? The data has been collected, but the equipment was destroyed again, and we lost the serum. Tsunade scratched her hair and replied to Orochimaru. It had been a month. 3 tubes of serum had been divided into batches, 10 death row experimental subjects had been killed, and 3 devices had been destroyed, yielding minimal progress thus far. Contact him, the experiment can't stop. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he turned around, preparing to continue his research. Tsunade muttered a few words under her breath, feeling that the cost was too high and embarrassed to speak to Kain about it. Kain rushed back from his dealings in the Land of Waves and the Land of Water, heading straight to the underground laboratories of Tsunade and Orochimaru. The air was thick with anticipation, the fluorescent lights flickering above casting an eerie glow on the sterile environment. As he entered the lab, he was greeted by Orochimaru, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Mr. Kain, Orochimaru began, his voice low and conspiratorial, the serum has been used up. Although we've made some progress, we need to carry out the next test. He leaned in closer, his interest piqued. Kain nodded, sensing the weight of their shared mission. Tsunade stepped forward, catching Kain's gaze. Orochimaru is right. We have collected a considerable amount of useful data. We can confirm that the extremis virus suppresses my grandfather's immune cell erosion. Moreover, his cells seem to enhance the metabolic function of the subjects, creating a sort of equilibrium. Her tone was serious, but there was a flicker of hope in her eyes. What exactly does that mean? Kain asked, his brow furrowing as he leaned closer. Tsunade sighed, clearly frustrated. We thought the experiment was successful, but then they exploded again. It may have something to do with emotional states. If the subject is in a coma, they can recover from severe wounds. However, when they wake up and their emotions fluctuate, it triggers a violent explosion. Kain listened intently, processing the information. Judging by the explosion's scale, it seemed they had indeed made progress. At least a few intact bones had been recovered after the latest incident. The equipment for data collection and medical examinations should be replaced in the ninja world. Though it's more expensive, we should invest in that. As for the serum, I can arrange for a new batch to be delivered in a few days. First, let me review the data more closely. He rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of responsibility. Orochimaru, unfazed by the destruction, added, if possible, we need to send different subjects for testing teenagers, women, children, and ninjas. Kain raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Can I call you Orochimaru? Of course, just call me Orochimaru, he replied with a smile. All right, then you can call me Kain. The first 3 types of subjects are available, they're all in the prison of the Land of Fire. However, the last one might be difficult for me to procure. Do you have any ideas? Orochimaru smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief. There are many ninjas in Konoha prison. But if you want someone specific, it's likely that they will have a fair reason to intervene. I'm sure you wouldn't want to provoke that kind of situation. Kain nodded thoughtfully. Let me see what I can do. Perhaps I can have Kakuzu catch some wandering ninjas and clean up the rogue elements in the Land of Tea. Tsunade remained silent, refraining from participating in the darker aspects of their discussions. Although she accepted the necessity of human experimentation, she didn't want to initiate that kind of conversation herself. Her mentality was more protective, stemming from her commitment to her brother. She was willing to be passive but did not want to take the first step into the moral abyss. Even a ninja can do it. You truly are resourceful, Kain, Orochimaru praised, a hint of admiration in his voice. His curiosity about Kain's capabilities and the forces behind him was growing. The fact that they could even research something as complex as the extremis virus hinted at a well-funded and professional team. Can even the Wood-style bloodline be activated? Kain asked, his surprise evident as he observed some of the experimental subjects behaving unusually. Tsunade confirmed, yes, if the extremis virus remains under control, it may indeed be able to replicate my grandfather's wood-style ninjutsu. She paused, contemplating the implications. If this experiment succeeded, she would be eager to try it on herself. Yet, she understood Kain's nature all too well. He would likely want something of great value in return, something that would make his heart race. As time passed, Kain found himself frequently traveling between the experimental base, the town, and the Land of Fire. He had effectively become the logistics steward of the research facility, overseeing the delivery of research results on the extremis virus from Killian. Despite his progress, Kain was cautious. He and Killian had never encountered Hashirama's cells, and he had no intention of sharing Orochimaru and Tsunade's research data. Such a decision would be illogical and risky. Additionally, Kain devoted a significant amount of time to practicing ninjutsu. He had mastered the 3-body technique and shadow clone technique to a commendable degree, but he found forming seals a bit slower than he desired. Under optimal conditions, he could manage 3 body techniques per second, but his average was still only 2 seals per second. Kakuzu, upon learning about Kain's abilities, expressed both surprise and disappointment. Such a valuable attribute wasted on you, Kain, he lamented. You're not suited to be a ninja, neither in terms of chakra quantity nor ninjutsu talent. Kain speculated that his change in chakra attributes might be linked to Kakuzu's own chakra. He was, after all, not originally from the ninja world. Having never come into contact with chakra before, Kain's experience mirrored those who had received the first batch of chakra passed down by the Sage of Six Paths, albeit in a diluted form. However, he was unconcerned about his own strength. He had a clear vision of his role, to avoid direct confrontation and danger whenever possible. Instead, he used the system to travel between worlds in moments of crisis, a method akin to the invincible flying thunder god technique. No enchantment or sealing technique could limit him in that regard. Learning other ninjutsu was merely a way to conceal his identity and movements. His true interest lay in studying the extremis virus and Hashirama cells to enhance his own constitution. Kain had positioned himself as a boss, not a mere thug charging into battle. He had even spent 30 million ryo to have Kakuzu train him for a month just to learn the Earth-style Earth Dragon hidden technique. This would allow him to escape quickly in a critical moment in the Marvel world. "Calm down, Mr. Tushi," Orochimaru said, his voice low and calming. "If you can survive, we'll let you go and give you a sum of money. Just cooperate with us." The subject, agitated and overwhelmed, screamed in terror before. Boom! Before Orochimaru could finish his sentence, the experimental subject in the isolation area exploded again, but this time only one arm erupted, slowly recovering from the blast. The visible regeneration of bones, blood vessels, and meridians was astonishing. Successful. Tsunade gasped, her heart racing as she recorded the subject's physical reactions. She adjusted the ratio of Hashirama cells to the extremis virus, her scientific mind racing ahead with possibilities. "Hehe, it seems my hypothesis was correct, Tsunade," Orochimaru said with a triumphant smile. While many experimental subjects had perished in pursuit of knowledge, their sacrifices had not been in vain. This latest subject was a testament to their "What a good idea, Orochimaru." Tsunade couldn't help but praise him, her heart filled with joy. This was the first successful example of their experiments after so long. Even though the experimental subject had just exploded, it was limited to the arm, leaving important parts such as the internal organs and brain intact. "It seems that the serum is not enough," she continued thoughtfully. "The injection ratio needs to be tested a few more times. This might have something to do with the cells. Orochimaru, this subject is now in your hands. If he passes the next test, teach him how to refine chakra and try to learn wood-style ninjutsu. If he can learn wood-style, that would be a significant advantage for Konoha," she replied with interest. Before Orochimaru could finish his thought, Tsunade left to report the good news to Kain and to request additional extremis virus serum. Once she was gone, Orochimaru let out a low chuckle. While testing for wood-style was a certainty, he had no intention of handing this subject over to Konoha. If the experimental subject could indeed utilize wood-style, Orochimaru would ensure he met a swift end. Tsunade was a bit too naive in her beliefs, her eagerness would ultimately jeopardize Noaki's future. Although Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was invaluable for advancing their research on the human body, her lack of emotional intelligence put them at risk. Orochimaru would have to manage the fallout, or their cooperation could become problematic. A few days later, Kain received the update but did not rush back immediately. Instead, he finished his business nearby before heading to the experimental base. About 5 days later, when he finally arrived, he found Orochimaru and Tsunade training a person in ninjutsu in the woods outside the underground laboratory. "You're late, Mr. Tushi has been learning ninjutsu these past few days," Tsunade said happily as she waved him over. As Kain approached, he noticed Mr. Tushi looking at him with a hint of hatred in his eyes before quickly lowering his gaze. Kain understood that he was likely one of the first death row prisoners, and he had probably figured out who was behind the experiments involving death row inmates. However, Kain chose to ignore those feelings. After all, if he was a death row inmate, he would ultimately face death. Turning to Tsunade, Kain asked, "Has he started learning ninjutsu? The progress seems impressive. Is Mr. Tushi a genius?" "I'm not entirely sure," Tsunade replied, contemplating the situation. If he had white eyes, he might be able to see the flow of chakra clearly, but I think the extremis virus has given this experimental subject a natural instinct for wood-style from the first Hokage cells. Orochimaru elaborated, "Mr. Tushi spent 3 days attempting the simpler clone technique without success but managed to use wood-style ninjutsu in just 1 day. Kain nodded, beginning to understand. "So the wood-style bloodline tendency appears to be instinctive for him." "Exactly. If wood-style can be replicated, then so can Sharingan, Byakugan, Ice-style, and even Dead Bone Pulse," Orochimaru stated with excitement. Tsunade interjected, her voice sharp, "Orochimaru, you can't speak about that so openly. If the Uchiha and Hyuga clans hear about this, it will certainly lead to war. Bloodline clans have an obsessive desire to protect their unique abilities, which are foundational to their family legacy in the ninja world." Kain was taken aback. "I didn't realize extremis had this capability. The principle is that it allows for a new life to emerge amidst destruction," Orochimaru explained. "If a bloodline is transplanted at the cellular level using conventional methods, it often leads to the collapse of the living organism. However, the extremis virus circumvents this issue. After the destruction, it integrates with one's own cells." Tsunade continued, "Before injecting the extremis virus serum, the test subject's cells are cultured along with the extremis virus and Hokage cells to create a new serum. This reduces the associated risks. Her enthusiasm for the research was evident as she shared her insights with Kain. She had gained a deeper understanding of the bloodline limits through her studies of the extremis virus. Yet, what she truly wanted now was to help Noaki recover. Kain smiled and pointed to the experimental subject named Tushi. I see. Given these advancements, you two have worked incredibly hard. But about this person. The data and blood samples have been collected, and the records are quite thorough. With this information, we can greatly assist the next experiment. In other words, Orochimaru paused dramatically. He then waved his hand, and several pythons, as thick as forearms, slithered out of his sleeves. They wrapped around the experimental body known as Tushi, constricting around his neck and waist. In a swift motion, Orochimaru formed seals and, to Tsunade's surprise, unleashed Earth-style ninjutsu, crushing the body of the test subject and burying him deep underground. After finishing this grim task, Orochimaru chuckled. All right, Mr. Kain, Mr. Tushi is now buried over 10 meters deep. I believe he will become nutrient-rich soil in about 7 days. Orochimaru, why did you? Tsunade began, shocked by the suddenness of Orochimaru's actions. But he cut her off, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Calm down, Tsunade. The experiment isn't over. They are merely death row prisoners. Mr. Kain, let's go inside and talk. It just so happens that I want to know more about the extremis virus, Kain replied readily. If they could ensure a high success rate, he would consider injecting the new version of the extremis virus serum. Before entering the underground experimental base, Kain noticed Tsunade's hesitance and said, Don't dwell on it too much, Tsunade. I brought you a token of condolence. I believe you'll appreciate it. Orochimaru's decisive actions had won Kain's admiration. He had never intended to let the death row experimental subjects go. His plan would remain unchanged regardless of the extremis virus's success. Even if the experiments succeeded, their worth remained the same. The real value had always been in the extremis virus serum, not in a subject who could replicate wood-style bloodline techniques. Tsunade was only seeing the surface benefits of the wood style without recognizing the deeper implications. In contrast, Kain preferred Orochimaru's pragmatic approach. While Orochimaru cared about achieving his goals, Kain valued results above all else. The two shared a similar mindset. When their goals aligned, they could be excellent partners, though their relationship might falter if their aims diverged. Upon reaching the experimental base, Kain observed the testing process of the Tushi experimental body. Could you try a few more times? Orochimaru, I hope for a little more safety. The current success rate isn't reassuring. Orochimaru smiled knowingly. Of course. After all, Noaki is also my disciple, and I won't feel comfortable injecting him with the serum until we improve the results. After the first successful case, Orochimaru proceeded to conduct another 30 experiments involving the injection of the extremis virus. Kain had provided a significant amount of serum in one batch, but Orochimaru utilized all of it without hesitation. If this group of subjects proved successful, it would pave the way for the serum to be administered to both Noaki and Kain. During his time at the experimental base, Orochimaru approached Kain privately, expressing a desire to exchange a vial of the extremis virus serum. He was willing to trade all his accumulated ninjutsu knowledge for just one tube. However, Kain declined the transaction outright and handed him a vial of serum without any strings attached. The creation of the extremis virus posed no challenge for Kain. After all, Orochimaru had little to offer in return. As it stood, Orochimaru had not showcased the scroll of any forbidden technique, and his ninjutsu was still largely based on snake-based techniques. Orochimaru's greatest asset was his own intellect and capabilities. From this point until the birth of Boruto, which would occur approximately 40 years later, Orochimaru had developed biotechnology to levels that included rejuvenation and human cloning. It could be said that he was a character cursed by knowledge. The reason Orochimaru became a villain and garnered widespread animosity was simply that he had not achieved the position of Hokage. Had he become Hokage, he might have delved into the study of forbidden techniques, potentially surpassing the second Hokage in the realm of biological research. After all, once in power, Orochimaru likely would have lost interest in political maneuvers against the Uchiha clan. While Orochimaru conducted these batch serum experiments, Tsunade and Kain were also planning a return trip to Konoha together. Tsunade made it a point to return to Konoha periodically, as she had a responsibility to reform the medical system. Although many aspects were on the right track, thanks to Kain's advice wherein one plan followed another quite smoothly, Tsunade still needed to oversee everything personally. Unlike Orochimaru, who could afford to take long vacations, Tsunade couldn't. Even though he could use Shadow Clone to handle B-level and C-level tasks, he needed to rely on his physical body for A-level and S-level missions. In Orochimaru's eyes, the experiment concerning the extremis virus serum took precedence over any Konoha mission. On this particular trip, Tsunade intended to bring Noaki with her. If the experiment's success rate proved satisfactory, she hoped to restore Noaki's status as a ninja. With the injection of the extremis virus serum, Noaki might even rise to become a ninja comparable to his grandfather, the legendary Senju Hashirama. In this regard, Tsunade felt an immense gratitude toward Kain. Orochimaru had also clarified his reasons for insisting on eliminating Tushi, which made Tsunade realize her earlier naivete. Thankfully, with Orochimaru's assistance, she had avoided making a grave mistake akin to those of the past. Tsunade reassured Kain about their trip to Konoha, mentioning that Kushina frequently inquired about him. Kain also had matters to address in Konoha, including visiting the Uchiha clan and speaking with Yakushi Nono about various issues. Given that he might have landed on Konoha's blacklist, especially with the higher UPS, he needed to tread carefully. If he could not secure the Uchiha clan's support as guards in Konoha, he might not feel safe moving around. After all, those who had previously attempted to use Cloud Shinobi against him might not hesitate to employ Umbu next. I don't understand why Kushina has such a good relationship with you, Tsunade remarked, slightly exasperated. It seems she asks about you 10 times more than she asks me. Come on, Tsunade. Kushina is just a bit younger, but she's not foolish, Kain replied, shaking his head. I remember hearing that she hails from a foreign village. After coming to Konoha, she was met with animosity from her peers in the ninja school. Something particularly unpleasant happened recently. If Kain's plans had succeeded, those of Konoha's higher UPS would have faced significant disruption. Kushina had likely become deeply skeptical of Konoha's leaders due to the fallout from those events. While the Konoha executives might have some concerns about Kushina, they faced a dilemma. Uzumaki Mito's health was declining, and the village had no alternative options unless they were willing to relinquish the Nine Tails. However, no one would entertain the idea of giving up the Nine Tails, as losing it to another village would be a catastrophic blow to Konoha. The Sarutobi clan had witnessed Uzumaki Mito in her Nine Tails mode, which far exceeded Sarutobi Hiruzen's capabilities. Given these circumstances, no one else could become a Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails except for Kushina. When Namikaze Minato was at his prime, he had managed to seal half of the Nine Tails, but the exertion had left him nearly immobilized. If faced with the entirety of the Nine Tails, even Sarutobi Hiruzen would falter. Kushina, with her unique chakra, was the only viable candidate for the role of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Tsunade also found herself at a loss regarding Kushina's situation. This predicament stemmed from Konoha's mismanagement. After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned to Kain and asked, on this trip to Konoha, will you be staying on Senju clan land? Then I'll have to trouble you, Kain replied. Are you really that happy to accept this time? Tsunade queried, somewhat incredulously. Kain sighed, after all, safety comes first. I've done my best to avoid getting into trouble in Konoha, but I didn't expect it to come looking for me. Tsunade pondered for a moment but chose not to disclose Kushina's identity. While the village hadn't explicitly stated it, she was well aware of Kushina's significance. With the same red hair as Mito, combined with Kushina's occasional mentions of learning sealing techniques from Mito, it was evident that Kushina was likely being groomed as the next Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, her close association with Kain, a non-native of the village, complicated matters. The old man is probably in a hurry to make a foolish decision that could offend both of you. It's truly frustrating, Tsunade thought to herself, unsure how to convey her feelings about Sarutobi Hiruzen. As evening approached, Kushina spotted Kain returning home after a long day filled with mundane D-level missions. Her face lit up with surprise and delight. She had thought Kain would not return after being away for so long. Though he had sent gifts through Tsunade a few times and even written her a letter, she felt a tinge of anger, thinking he didn't consider her a friend. Her face shifted from joy to a mix of embarrassment and confusion. As they made their way to the dining table, Kain interrupted her thoughts. I'm sorry for my absence. I've been busy with various matters. But these are gifts for you, he said, pointing to a pile in the corner of the living room. Is all of this really for me? Kushina exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. Wow, but I guess there's nothing I can do about it since you've been busy. The moment she saw the towering stack of gifts, her initial disappointment faded away. However, realizing how quickly her mood had changed made her want to revert to her earlier sullen expression. Yet, with such a generous display from Kain, she found it impossible to hide her happiness. After washing her hands, she sat down at the dining table alongside Noaki and Kain, eagerly anticipating the meal. Kain had ordered a barbecue spread from his store, making it easy for Tsunade to simply unpack and serve it. The air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meats, and the atmosphere shifted to one of warmth and camaraderie as they gathered around the table to share their meal. Hiruzen, you got the message, right? In the Hokage's office, Danzo pushed the door open, waved away the Umbu agents standing guard on the left and right, and directly confronted Sarutobi Hiruzen. So what if you know, Danzo? Do you still want to do something small? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, still focused on the secret letter in his hand. Although the war between the major countries was over, the secret struggle for dominance had not ceased. To secure resources and missions from the smaller countries, the 5 great ninja villages continued to send out Umbu operatives or mission teams, engaging in covert operations on the territories of these smaller nations. Danzo had failed in his previous schemes, which had only increased the other party's vigilance. He used to visit Konoha regularly to check on business interests, but now he had nearly abandoned those pursuits, opting to stay away for an extended period. This time, however, he had followed Tsunade all the way to Konoha and even stayed at the Senju tribe during the night, which had caused some alienation between Hiruzen and both Kushina and Tsunade. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of regret. He had been in a position of power for so long that he had nearly forgotten that the most crucial asset for a ninja was information. Danzo, I need to consider the implications of your actions. I won't make the same mistakes this time. Hiruzen, Umbu found some unusual medicines in the Land of Water. This is from a shipment that was passed down, and it is said that Kirigakuer sent it there, Danzo explained, pulling out 2 vials of medicine brought back by his root ninjas and placing them on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Although they looked impressive, only Kain in the ninja world could produce such exquisite concoctions. Danzo's assertion indicated that Kirigakure was also purchasing medicines in large quantities. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. This was a direct consequence of the previous incident. Although the operation had ultimately failed, Namikaze Minato's inadvertent leak of information had provided a significant advantage to their adversaries. Hiruzen, what are you planning to do about this? Danzo pressed further. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette before shaking his head. Danzo, do you have any idea how many Umbu I dispatched to gather intelligence on Kain? There are 3 teams stationed outside Konoha village, but they have not discovered anything substantial. The only lead we had was when a perception ninja detected someone using Earth-style ninjutsu. However, the signal vanished in an instant. Earth-style ninjutsu. Danzo frowned, pondering the implications. A shadow flickered across his face as he spoke again. In that case, why not just capture him? If you haven't even investigated his background, don't make such reckless suggestions. If you can't gather intelligence, it's better to wait. Otherwise, with the financial resources at his disposal, Kain could become a serious problem for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen countered without hesitation. It was easy to eliminate an individual, but capturing Kain without gaining any intelligence would be foolish. By the way, Hiruzen, now that Kain and Tsunade have returned to Konoha, does that mean the research Tsunade mentioned is underway? After leading up to it for some time, Danzo finally voiced his real interest. He had been injured during the battle with the Sand Shinobi village, specifically at the hands of a puppeteer. Although he had received treatment, his right arm and eye were still incapacitated and wrapped in bandages. Even the best medical ninjas had been unable to restore him to his former self. After hearing the news about Kain's extremis virus serum, which could reportedly heal all injuries, Danzo's hopes reignited. I'll ask Tsunade, but you know that Kain controls the extremis virus serum, and Tsunade doesn't have much information on it, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, shaking his head. If the recent incident hadn't occurred, Tsunade might have intervened on Danzo's behalf, but now it would be a difficult task. I understand, I was merely inquiring. The village's interests must come first. Danzo's tone suddenly darkened, reflecting a man dedicated to his cause yet feeling sidelined. This shift in Danzo's demeanor softened Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. After all, his old comrade was suffering for the sake of the village. Taking a puff from his cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated for a moment before responding. I will discuss it with Tsunade, but I cannot guarantee any results. Sister, is this true? In the Senju tribe, Noaki asked excitedly. When he first heard the announcement, he thought he must have misheard. After confirming it, however, his eyes filled with tears of joy. It's true, Noaki, and it will grant you great power. You must use this power wisely when the time comes. Tsunade stroked Noaki's hair, her own heart swelling with happiness. Seeing her brother's genuine delight was perhaps the most rewarding outcome of her recent endeavors. When can I go? Noaki asked eagerly. Tsunade patted him on the shoulder, urging him to calm down. We need to wait for Orochimaru's notice. There's only been one successful case thus far. I will take some cells from your body, and once I have the final product, you will be fully restored, Noaki. So Orochimaru-sensei is helping me too, Noaki exclaimed, his laughter echoing through the room. However, Tsunade's expression shifted slightly at his words. With a playful strike on Noaki's head, she chastised, be careful about how you say that? Just because he's helping doesn't mean you should idolize him too much. Noaki rubbed his head, apologizing profusely as he continued to grin widely. Once Tsunade had finished sharing the news with Noaki, Kain had already returned to his guest room. He was set to meet Nanami the next day and planned to recommend Yakushi Nono to Tsunade. With her talent, she might be able to master Tsunade's techniques in a few years, becoming his most powerful assistant. Tsunade insisted on accompanying Kain. This was her strong request, as she didn't want any potential troubles caused by Danzo's roots. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a few knocks echoed on the door of Kain's guest room. When he invited the person in, the door opened to reveal a small head of red hair poking in. Kushina, next time don't come to a man's room late at night, Kain warned, recognizing it was her. It could easily lead to misunderstandings. Though he was a businessman, he didn't operate in that kind of business. It's fine, boss, Kushina muttered under her breath, stepping inside and closing the door. She then sat on the edge of the bed, curling her slender legs beneath her. Noticing that Kushina seemed a bit off, Kain couldn't help but ask, Kushina, is something bothering you? Kushina paused, contemplating her response. She remained silent for several moments while Kain patiently waited for her to find the words. After about 5 or 6 minutes, she finally spoke in a slightly aggrieved tone, Boss, what should I do if I become a monster? What monster? Kain pretended to be puzzled but guessed in his heart that Kushina would soon become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. This thought made him a little sad. Perhaps it would not be so easy to see this girl again in the future. He recalled the last time they met, and the weight of that potential separation hung heavily on his mind. Hearing Kain's question, Kushina struggled to find the words to describe the Nine Tails. In the end, she resorted to a few vague adjectives while waving her hands animatedly. It's just a very scary and terrifying monster. After a while, I might become a monster like that, she lamented. Kushina, the scariest thing for me is when someone trades and doesn't give money, Kain replied, trying to lighten the mood. He gently patted Kushina on the head, comforting her as he continued, "Thank you for your reminder. I just remembered, do you recall the last time I invited you to play games? You ended up eating a dozen boxes of dessert, and there was no bill for it." "Ah yes, did that really happen?" Kushina asked, her eyes widening as she pretended to be oblivious to the memory. "You are really not suitable for lying, Kushina. That guilty look on your face already shows that you remembered," Kain said, his expression transforming into a classic businessman's smile. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an abacus. "A piece of high-end chocolate truffles is 300 ryo. I remember that there were more than a dozen boxes that day, so let's count as 19 boxes. 19 boxes of high-end chocolate truffles, in total." Upon hearing Kain's calculation, Kushina quickly interjected, "There were only 13 boxes in total, and I didn't eat that many expensive things." Kain raised an eyebrow, maintaining his playful demeanor. "Really? Then let's calculate based on 13 boxes. I'm a businessman, after all. It's perfectly normal to calculate interest on any debt." As he continued to manipulate the beads on the abacus, the sound filled the room, turning Kushina's initial fear of the 9 tails into anxiety over the escalating total. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Kain concluded with a triumphant flourish. "A total of 763,700 ryo? Thank you for reminding me, Kushina. Make sure to pay me back as soon as possible, otherwise, the interest will only increase. I believe you are now a ninja, so you should be able to earn plenty of money, right?" Kushina's eyes widened to the size of saucers. "Boss, you are such a devil. The devil follows the principle of unequal exchange, whereas I adhere to the principle of equal exchange. It's completely different." Kain chuckled, patting her head with mock seriousness. "Remember to hand me your little orange purse tomorrow morning, so the interest won't be too steep." With that, Kain playfully pushed Kushina out of the room while giving her candies. Before closing the door, he reminded her yet again about the orange purse she owed him. After leaving Kain's room, Kushina felt dazed. She couldn't quite comprehend how she had managed to rack up a debt of hundreds of thousands of ryo seemingly out of nowhere. Had she even signed an IOU? The thought flashed in her mind, but as she looked down at the candy in her arms, her mood began to lift. Maybe, even if she became the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, she could go to Kain, and he would wave the IOU away, concentrating on her little orange purse instead. "Hey," Kushina chuckled at the thought, imagining that scenario as she clutched a lollipop jar. She planned to practice early the next morning, excited to see how her boss would find her. "Kushina, what are you smirking at? What's in your arms? Food?" Tsunade's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Kushina hadn't noticed Tsunade approaching. She instinctively tried to hide the candy but it was too late. Tsunade had already seen it and moved quickly toward her. "Don't hide it. I've seen it all. Those were given to you by Kain, give me half." "Miss Tsunade, half is too much," Kushina protested, shaking her head fervently. She felt like she had just stepped out of one dangerous situation only to walk straight into another, surrounded by what felt like a pack of villains. Despite her spirited resistance, Kushina was too small and too outmatched by Tsunade's determination. In the end, Tsunade managed to take half of the candies, leaving Kushina feeling both frustrated and amused. The next day, Kushina went out to practice quietly with her small orange purse before dawn. Meanwhile, Tsunade accompanied Kain to his shops. He was there to clarify some matters with Nanami and to recommend Yakushi Nono to Tsunade. The talent for medical ninjutsu displayed by Yakushi Nono astonished Tsunade. This student, who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, compared favorably against some 20-year-old medical ninjas in terms of skills and knowledge. After assessing Yakushi Nono's abilities, Tsunade decided to accept her as a student on the spot. However, she didn't have time to teach Nono personally at that moment, so she arranged for her to study with other medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital for a while. Once Tsunade finished her obligations regarding Noaki, she promised to return to teach Yakushi Nono herself. "I'll tell you right now, I will never enter the Uchiha clan. The last time I brought gifts by you was already the limit," Tsunade said to Kain, her expression reflecting her displeasure. The blood inherited from her body was not compatible with that of the Uchiha clan. While she might not be expelled on the surface, she knew that surveillance and judgmental eyes would be inescapable if she were to join them. "It doesn't matter, just getting me close to the Uchiha clan is enough. I believe no one will act recklessly in the base camp of the guards," Kain replied with a confident smile. He had learned a lot about the Uchiha clan from Tsunade, including details about the current patriarch and key members. The Uchiha clan had recently experienced turmoil instigated by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Setsuna. Now, the more aggressive hawks were scarce. Most of the Uchiha were peace-seekers, hoping to translate their battlefield successes into political standing within the village. Despite the long-standing rivalry between the Senjo and Uchiha clans, Tsunade held a favorable opinion of the current patriarch, Uchiha Hamada. "Just drop me off here, and then I'll visit them myself," Kain instructed, holding the gift he had prepared. The Uchiha guard was only 100 meters away, making it awkward for Tsunade to accompany him any closer. After Kain left the Uchiha tribe, he noticed that Tsunade was still waiting for him nearby, so he hurried over. When Kain approached, Tsunade asked, "Is the talk over?" If it's just about the visit, they treated it solemnly. As for other matters, it's neither a success nor a failure. Kain shook his head, explaining that he met with Uchiha Hamada, but that was all. He hadn't discussed anything further. After exchanging greetings and expressing his gratitude, Kain took his leave. Uchiha Hamada possessed considerable knowledge, having experienced the era of the Second Hokage. Currently, Konoha's views on the Uchiha clan were limited to a few high-level executives, and there were no significant developments regarding business cooperation or other matters. Thus, Kain decided to remain silent for the time being. The current patriarch was not easy to convince, so they would have to wait for the next opportunity. Fortunately, Uchiha Hamada appeared to be a reasonable man. Uchiha Fugaku, who was around the right age, was likely to inherit the position of patriarch soon. During the following days, Kain spent his free time in the Senju tribe. When he wanted to go out, he would call Tsunade. Meanwhile, Tsunade took the time to manage village affairs, utilizing shadow clone and transformation techniques to help Orochimaru clear some tasks. This was a condition for Orochimaru to remain in the research lab. After all, as a Jonin and a disciple of the Hokage, it would tarnish his reputation if he had too much free time. Moreover, following the end of the war, a surge in missions had resulted in a backlog. Almost every Jonin was assigned numerous missions, preventing Tsunade from accepting tasks in the name of reforming the medical system. She still had to assist Orochimaru in completing quests. One day, Tsunade returned from Konoha Hospital in the morning with good news for Noaki. Noaki, come with me? Orochimaru's side has succeeded. As soon as Noaki heard this, he understood the implications of Tsunade's words. He immediately sprang up, excitement coursing through him as he set off with Tsunade. Later, Tsunade conveyed the message Orochimaru had given her to Kain, allowing him to review it. The remaining test subjects had all succeeded, with none failing. Orochimaru had presumably dealt with the successful experimental subjects. These few words implied that Orochimaru had handled dozens of lives, yet both Tsunade and Kain chose to overlook this grim reality. The trio quickly cleaned up and set off. Originally, Tsunade intended to bring back serum to inject into Noaki, but Orochimaru argued that the research base had superior equipment to monitor Noaki's physical reactions. Thus, he persuaded Tsunade to leave the serum at the lab. At the gate of Konoha, Tsunade was interrogated by the guard. However, the two Chunin gatekeepers were frightened off by Tsunade's stomp on the ground. Although ninjas were generally not allowed to leave the village without proper certification, the circumstances dictated exceptions. After the Second Shinobi War, Sannin's reputation had spread far and wide, and Tsunade's lineage being the granddaughter of the first and second Hokages and the apprentice of the third Hokage made her a notable figure. Once outside the village, only two of the three were commoners. Noaki's physical fitness was not even as good as Kain's, so their speed was relatively slow. However, Tsunade split off a shadow clone to assist them, and with the combined effort, they reached the experimental base in less than a day. Upon arrival, they found that Orochimaru had already prepared everything. Orochimaru-sensei, Noaki exclaimed as he rushed over to greet him. Orochimaru smiled back at Noaki and replied, Noaki, come with me. After today, you'll be back to normal. Tsunade and Kain followed closely behind. However, Kain first checked the surveillance footage, concerned that Orochimaru might exaggerate the success rates to save the extremis virus serum. After reviewing the recordings, Kain felt relieved. All the test subjects had adapted to the new version of the extremis virus serum, with over 90% successfully awakening wood style. Those who struggled to use ninjutsu had met a grim fate, as Orochimaru lost patience and eliminated them. The extremis serum that Kain had previously given to Orochimaru had all been utilized, which only increased Kain's assessment of Orochimaru's capabilities. Once in the lab, Orochimaru asked, Kain, would you like to create a new extremis virus serum for yourself? Yes, I would appreciate your help. This is my intention. Kain gestured to his head and continued, I want a serum that rapidly repairs severed limbs, enhances physical fitness, and defends against illusion attacks. Anyone would want to inject it, and I might not get my share upon returning. Creating a well-organized background had become second nature for Kain. With the extremis virus serum injected, as long as he maintained consciousness, he could manipulate the ninja world to his advantage. It makes no difference to me whether I cultivate 1 or 2 serums, so I'll need to extract some of your cells for this process, Orochimaru stated. After finishing the conversation, Orochimaru began cultivating the new serum. Kain also took the opportunity to copy all the materials related to the new extremis virus for safekeeping. He had already discussed the Hashirama cells with Tsunade, and the cells Kain obtained should suffice for him to create 20 batches of the new extremis virus. Once the serum is successfully cultivated, you'll be the only other person in the ninja world who can wield wood style. If you wish to join Konoha, I can help you with the high-ranking officials so they won't trouble you regarding your wood style ninjutsu, Tsunade offered. Tsunade hoped to restore Konoha's relationship with Kain, believing that wood-style ninjutsu would serve as an effective lure. However, Kain did not place much value on it. The first Hokage's strength stemmed from his own abilities, and wood style was not the key to that strength. Even with the extremis virus serum and Hashirama cells, achieving the scale of the first Hokage would require an immense amount of chakra and miraculous feats. Forget it, Tsunade. If there's a first time, there will be a second time. Unless they come down and you go up, Kain replied, shaking his head. I don't trust many people in Konoha, only you and Kushina. Unless you two are Hokage, let's not discuss this further. Wood style doesn't hold much value for me, and I have other matters to discuss, so I can't give you a definite answer. Seeing Kain's resolute stance, Tsunade sighed inwardly, lamenting how those old men had no sense to avoid offending others. It would take about 2 days to cultivate the serum. When Orochimaru finally produced a successful batch, Noaki leaped up with excitement. Seeing Noaki's enthusiasm, Tsunade immediately scolded him. Calm down. I remember telling you that it's best not to get too emotional when injecting this serum. I understand, sister, Noaki replied, slowly managing to temper his excitement. Kain, however, felt more at ease. The success rate was almost 100%, and he had little to worry about, aside from a slight fear of pain. Afterward, both of them lay down on the beds, secured by restraints, while Tsunade prepared to inject them with the new extremis virus serum. In an instant, Kain felt as though he had plunged into magma, pain radiating throughout his body. The same was true for Noaki beside him. 30 minutes later, drenched in sweat and nearing the end of their bodily transformations, Kain suddenly felt an exhilarating change. The metal shackles that had previously felt unyielding were now as pliable as mud. His strength, speed, and physical perception had all significantly improved. Extremis introduction. Extremis enhances the user's physiological functions by rewriting their DNA. It utilizes bioelectricity within the human body to activate and chemically encode the part of the brain responsible for repair. This process allows users to essentially hack into their organism's basic operating system. If the user's body accepts the serum, they gain regenerative healing abilities, enabling them to heal all wounds, including previously amputated limbs and even psychological damage. As body parts regenerate, the wounds appear as burning embers, and lost limbs can regenerate within minutes, cooling down to normal flesh, blood, and bone. Bloodline limits can also enhance physical performance, granting superhuman strength, reflexes, and overall resilience. Wood-style thorn killing technique. Noaki quickly formed hand signs and pressed one hand against the ground. Tsunade, standing 10 meters away, suddenly noticed numerous tree roots with branches and leaves springing up from beneath her feet, entangling and binding her. Kain, who was watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of excitement at this display. The unconventional binding technique worked wonders for Tsunade. As Tsunade noticed Kain's intrigued gaze, she hoped that Noaki's demonstration of wood-style ninjutsu would spark Kain's interest. However, her naive brother's actions had unintended consequences. Stupid Noaki! Tsunade exclaimed, furious. She broke free from the only wood-style ninjutsu Noaki had managed to cast and swiftly used the body flicker technique to appear behind him, delivering a punch to his head that made him yelp in pain. Sister, you're too strong? Didn't you say you wanted to try out some ninjutsu? Noaki protested, rubbing the large bump forming on his head. He looked at her with a mix of indignation and confusion, perhaps suspecting that she had merely wanted to beat him up under the guise of testing ninjutsu. Hey, this is a warning not to be so careless in the future. You were lucky last time. There won't always be a miraculous serum to save you, idiot Noaki. Tsunade admonished, her tone firm yet protective. Clearing her throat, she found a justification for her actions. Noaki had slowly mastered the wood-style bloodline limit. Under Tsunade's guidance, he had learned a new wood-style technique in just 4 days, and it was no weak move. Without Tsunade's unusual strength, it would have been difficult for any average ninja to escape its grip. After testing his abilities, it was evident that Noaki was significantly stronger now, exhibiting improvements in strength, speed, physical fitness, and chakra volume. In terms of chakra alone, he was nearing the level of a jonin. Not to mention, he also possessed an astonishing recovery ability. The new extremis virus, now fused with Hashirama cells, granted him incredible resilience. Orochimaru had tested this on numerous subjects, and even if a major injury was inflicted on the heart, the subjects could slowly recover. Only decapitation or dismemberment could ensure death. Kain also enjoyed this extraordinary healing speed, but he knew that once Konoha learned about the effects of the extremis virus serum, they would not let it go lightly. While they seemed to maintain a facade of civility, Kain sensed that their patience might wear thin. Currently, the relationship between Kain and Tsunade was amicable, and with dozens of members from the Senju clan working with them, Konoha also benefited from the supply of medicine Kain provided. However, Kain believed that Konoha would continue their experiments in the dark, even if they could not act against him openly. Orochimaru had attempted to cast an illusion on Noaki, but the moment the illusion struck, Noaki's eyes glowed red. Orochimaru's technique failed before it even began. The extremis virus automatically repaired all abnormalities in the body, including brain neurons, which was crucial for its effectiveness. However, merely observing Noaki's performance was not enough. Kain planned to find an opportunity to let Kakuzu use an illusion on him so he could experience the effects firsthand. Aside from Noaki, Kain himself had undergone significant changes. He could now effortlessly lift weights exceeding 2,000 kilograms with one hand and could manage 7 tons with both hands. His senses, including hearing and sight, had also been greatly enhanced. Notably, all these feats were achieved without the aid of chakra. If he were to refine and apply chakra to his limbs, his capabilities would likely double or triple. In the context of the Marvel Universe, he was undoubtedly superhuman, ranking among the elite on the surface. Although this level of strength seemed relatively modest in the ninja world, it was an impressive feat within the realm of superheroes. Kain had no desire to engage in combat with others in the ninja world. If challenges arose, he could simply hire ninjas to handle them. With sufficient payment, he might even be able to recruit a Rinnegan user in the future. After spending some time at the experimental base, Tsunade, Noaki, Orochimaru, and Kain prepared to return to Konoha. Their research on the extremis virus serum had consumed a significant amount of time, and upon their return, they intended to avoid undertaking any immediate missions. Additionally, they had noticed signs of Konoha Umbu operatives in the vicinity. Once Tsunade and Orochimaru became aware of their presence, they decided it was time to head back to the village. Orochimaru had successfully obtained the serum he desired, but he chose not to use it immediately. Kain had also gifted Orochimaru the research base and all its equipment. The equipment was worth only a few $1 million, a modest sum considering the value of the knowledge it would provide. Kain saw it as a favor, knowing he could call upon Orochimaru in the future when needed. After they left, Kain planned to return to the Marvel world briefly. It seemed that Cheat was preparing to open the next world, so Kain methodically relayed his tasks in the ninja world. Aya should be capable of managing most issues, including those in the Land of Waves. However, Kain recognized that the transaction with Kirigakure still required his attention. Fortunately, there was no active conflict at the moment, and transactions typically occurred every 2 or 3 months. He felt assured that Kirigakure wouldn't demand goods from him anytime soon. When saying goodbye to Tsunade, Kain requested her to deliver a copy of the IOU to Kushina. With Kushina's calculative prowess, she should be able to assess how much she owed Kain, and if interest continued to accrue, it would be significant by the end of 3 years. Given that Hokage had to effectively sold Konoha village, repaying such debts would be challenging. Additionally, Kain had plans to address the Commission for Terminally Ill Medicine. Now that Nowaki's situation had been resolved, Tsunade would focus on that matter next. Kain, would you like me to see you off? It's no trouble if you want to leave a little later, Orochimaru offered, smiling. He had received a valuable gift and felt inclined to return the favor. With his unique perception ninjutsu, he could detect hidden individuals nearby through the movements of his serpents. Thank you, Orochimaru, but I have my own way of returning, Kain replied, declining the offer. He intended to use Cheat to travel back to the Marvel world. After Tsunade and the others had departed, Kain was approached by 2 groups of masked Konoha root operatives, who instantly surrounded him. Some even placed their hands on the short swords at their sides. Merchant Kain, please accompany us immediately, the leading root ninja commanded, but before he could finish his sentence, Kain suddenly vanished from view. Crow, scan the surroundings, the captain ordered. Obeying quickly, one of the root ninjas formed hand seals, closing his eyes to activate the chakra perception technique. After several tense moments, he reported, nothing found, Captain. No sign of intruders. Even the legendary Sannin had moved far enough away before they appeared before Kain. Disappeared without a trace, the captain mused. After considering for a moment, he ruled out the possibility of an illusion, a body flicker technique, or simple evasion. He could only conclude that it was the result of space-time ninjutsu. Only such a technique could allow someone to escape the root ninja's detection so swiftly. Let's return and report this to Lord Danzo. Noaki took control of Wood Style. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked upon hearing Tsunade's report and witnessing Noaki use Wood Style right before his eyes. He had not expected the extremis virus serum to be so potent. If he remembered correctly, Tsunade had initially described it as merely a strong resilience that could restore Nowaki's ninja abilities, but she had never mentioned anything about Wood Style. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen regretted his decisions profoundly. If he had known that the so-called extremis virus serum could allow control over the Wood Style bloodline, he would have never let Tsunade conduct the research alone. At the very least, he should have assigned a few more people to gather all the experimental data. Tsunade, Orochimaru, is there any serum left? He asked, his concern palpable. No more, Sarutobi-sensei, came Orochimaru's response, his tone uncharacteristically playful. The key to controlling Wood Style lies within the extremis virus serum. Without this serum, Noaki would never have been able to inherit the power of the first Hokage. Unfortunately, we have run out. Is there truly nothing left? Sarutobi pressed, hoping for some scrap of good news. The supplier of the extremis virus serum is meticulous about dosage during experiments. There was nothing left over by the end. All we have now is data, Orochimaru explained with conviction, thinking, as for my own serum, I plan to use it on myself. It's my reward for this venture. In the end, only Noaki and Kain received the new serum, he continued. Tsunade wanted to use Wood Style ninjutsu to entice him to join Konoha, but he was resolute and rejected her outright. To him, even such a rare bloodline is inconsequential. Tsunade shot Orochimaru an irritated look, but she knew it wasn't her fault. The older generation had turned allies into adversaries, while she had done everything she could for Konoha. One more ninja with the Wood Style bloodline wouldn't change the situation significantly. Is that so? I understand. Sarutobi said, his expression darkening. His only hope now rested on Danzo's success. If the root brought Kain back, he would promptly dispatch Umbu to retrieve him. As Hokage, he possessed the strongest control over the village. Danzo's root was intended to manage inconvenient matters for Konoha, yet they couldn't match Umbu in strength. Then Noaki. Sarutobi began. Leave Noaki to me, Mr. Sarutobi. I will handle his training and proficiency tasks. The practice of Wood Style will fall to Tsunade, Orochimaru interjected. Regardless of Nowaki's identity or potential, Orochimaru felt compelled to take him under his wing, something previously discussed with Tsunade. Furthermore, Nowaki's character required refinement. His last reckless act, triggering a detonator trap out of excitement, highlighted his unpreparedness as a ninja. If not for Noaki's wood-style bloodline, Tsunade would not have wanted him on the battlefield at all. Afterward, Tsunade and Orochimaru filled Sarutobi in on other matters, such as Orochimaru taking over the laboratory and requesting that Umbu not interfere with his operations. Once they were finished, they dispersed. During this time, Sarutobi also considered having Noaki team up with Kushina. After Minato's failure, he needed to forge a new bond for Kushina to keep her connected to the village, otherwise, a rift could form between her and Konoha. Noaki was an excellent candidate for this. He lived with Kushina, knew wood style, and embodied the will of fire, a pure spirit that could positively influence Kushina's perception of Konoha. However, Tsunade quickly shot down this idea, and Orochimaru, not wanting to complicate matters, backed her up. Although he didn't know Kushina well, her surname alone suggested a legacy that wouldn't be easy to navigate. Tsunade's objections hinted at deeper insights, prompting Orochimaru to agree with her stance. Once Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Noaki departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe against the table. Instantly, Umbu operatives appeared in the room. If any root ninjas return, have Danzo come to see me immediately, he instructed. Yes, the Umbu responded, then used body flicker technique to vanish from Hokage's office. Mr. Orochimaru, when are we going to carry out our mission? Noaki asked, excitement bubbling in his voice at the prospect of making a name for himself in the ninja world. However, before Orochimaru could respond, Tsunade punched Noaki on the head, exclaiming angrily, what mission? You just learned one of the simplest wood-style ninjutsu? You need to go back and practice for a while. Orochimaru's recent missions are not for you. Orochimaru felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had intended to take on some B or C level tasks, but based on Tsunade's tone, it seemed he was expected to handle only A level or higher missions. It was clear that Tsunade was not someone to be provoked. He felt like he was being dragged down by this naive disciple, who could have approached him about missions privately rather than in front of Tsunade. Yes, Noaki, I'm preparing to undertake some A or S level missions soon. You should focus on mastering wood style at home for now, Orochimaru said, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. Unwillingly, Noaki replied, fine, Mr. Orochimaru. Just remember to come back early. As they continued on their way, the trio unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. Tsunade, Orochimaru, long time no see. You've both been quite busy lately. Is this your younger brother, Tsunade? Kato Dan greeted them with a warm smile. Yes, Kato. He is my younger brother Noaki, who has just recovered from his injuries, Tsunade replied, recalling his name after a moment's thought. She had been preoccupied with researching the extremis virus serum, reforming the medical system, and assisting Orochimaru with various quests. Kato Dan smiled kindly. I've heard the cultivation of medical ninjas has been very successful lately. There are now many novice medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital, all thanks to you, Tsunade. Would you like to come to see it? Tsunade shook her head firmly. Sorry, Kato. I'm really tired and want to head back to rest. With that, she pulled Noaki along, heading toward the Senju clan's compound. Orochimaru offered a polite nod to Kato Dan before parting ways, leaving Kato standing there, slightly embarrassed. After they had walked some distance, Noaki asked, Sister, was that guy your suitor just now? Boom? Tsunade replied immediately and without hesitation hit him, he's just a colleague from the village. I feel the same way. Compared to Mr. Kain, that Kato Jonin isn't suitable for you at all, sister, Noaki said, reflecting for a moment. He remembered how Mr. Kain could easily make Tsunade clench her fists in anger with just a few words, and yet she seemed utterly powerless against him. Finally succeeded? A superhuman? Before the arrival of Thanos, no one should be able to threaten me. Kain felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his veins. 2 days without sleep felt like nothing to him now. With his current strength and financial resources, he realized that as long as he continued on this path of development, no one could pose a threat to him, and there would be no one foolish enough to challenge him directly. Although there's no need for wood-style ninjutsu, I can still practice other interesting secret techniques. Kain pondered to himself. He was aware that the limitations of traditional ninjutsu were quite significant. Unless a ninja had been training since childhood and had extensive battle experience, there was a considerable gap in strength between a jonin and those of Kage level. And Danzo, this old fool, can't let go, Kain thought bitterly. At the moment, he had no ability to retaliate against Danzo. Additionally, other ninja villages wouldn't recklessly attack him or any of ninjas merely for the rewards of a mission. Tasks involving enemy ninjas were typically A level or S level, and the reviews for these tasks were strictly enforced. Rarely would ninja villages take on these high-stakes missions voluntarily. Otherwise, taking on many such missions could easily trigger a war in the ninja world, and Kain knew that if the timing was wrong, even his wealth wouldn't be enough to protect him. As for rogue ninjas, they posed no real threat to Danzo's roots. I should relax for a while. I've been running back and forth between the two worlds recently, making myself too tense. Now that the extremis virus has almost released a new version, it's time to focus on the company in the Marvel world. Kain realized he also needed to manage affairs in this realm. He had accumulated significant capital, but if he didn't convert that capital into actual power, it would ultimately be worthless. Tsunade had agreed to help him research several specific drugs for incurable diseases, and 2 of these would soon yield results. This would be Kain's opportunity to push his biopharmaceutical company forward. However, he was acutely aware that Konoha had become aware of the existence of the extremis virus. This necessitated caution on his part when venturing into the ninja world in the future. If I go to Konoha again, it'll be far too dangerous unless Tsunade or Orochimaru accompany me. Kain knew that without their protection, he would be at risk. Yet, he understood that the ninja world still held many opportunities for him to seize chakra metal, blood limits, and tailed beasts were just a few examples. He now possessed some degree of self-preservation strength. It was unrealistic for anyone to subdue him in an instant. Moreover, the shuttle function of his system allowed him to appear like a ghost. The new extremis virus also exhibited significant resistance to illusions, making it even more challenging for Konoha's roots and Umbu to capture him quietly. And cheat, the next world should be coming soon. Kain opened the system panel to check the progress. The search for the new world had become increasingly promising. Although he had no concrete idea of when he could access it, Kain felt confident that he would be able to trade with the new world in a month or two. He reflected on the limitations of the chakra system in the ninja world, particularly the high requirements for bloodlines. Ultimately, every peak of power seemed to relate back to the Otsutsuki. In the ninja world, hard work often paled in comparison to the advantages of bloodlines. With that in mind, Kain decided to remove all the Hashirama cells and human experimentation data from the extremis virus, leaving only the experimental process and results before he drove to the Biological Research Center. Should I find drivers and assistants? What about a security company? This idea sprang into Kain's mind as he drove. Once his company reached a certain level of development, establishing armed security forces would be essential unless he intended to expose his strength beyond human limits. However, doing so would attract too much attention and lead to bigger problems down the line. Kain was acutely aware of the historical developments in the Marvel world. Although timelines diverged, the urgency exhibited by top officials in the United States remained unchanged. After experiencing substantial benefits during World War II, they gradually established themselves as the world police. Their desire to intervene in every situation led to frequent terrorist activities against the United States, more rampant than Kain had initially imagined. In this world, the US had invested significantly in counter-terrorism efforts. In a few years, these terrorists will become so bold that even Tony Stark will find himself in danger. Kain concluded. This realization solidified his determination to establish a military security company. Given his identity and background, starting an arms security company wouldn't be difficult, especially since he was wealthy. After the extremis virus became public knowledge, his company could potentially profit significantly. A recent survey indicated that the market for disabled individuals in the US alone boasted potential profits in the billions of dollars. Expanding to a global market could bring in tens of billions, consistently. However, Kain understood that the emergence of extremis would pose a devastating blow to companies that sold prosthetics. From this angle, establishing a military security company became more attractive. He wasn't afraid of typical terrorist attacks. His physical fitness was already superior to that of Captain America without chakra. When combined with his use of chakra, he believed he could stand against the Hulk in the Avengers. Still, he recognized the need to improve his combat skills. But what about his other employees and friends? Those who worked for Kain would require bodyguards as the company expanded. Upon arriving at the Biological Research Center, the security guard at the gate recognized Kain and let him through without hesitation. Human experiments had already begun here, and while a considerable amount of useful data had been gathered, the breakthroughs made by Orochimaru and Tsunade were largely due to the contributions of Maya and Killian. However, as experiments progressed, they had reached a standstill. The team couldn't guarantee the perfect integration of the extremis virus, leading to high casualty rates among the experimental subjects. This situation had compelled Kain to invest heavily in this area. After all, the subjects he had procured were all volunteers from reputable channels, with the cheapest subject costing around $800,000. As time passed, these costs would only rise. In larger biopharmaceutical companies, there were few experimental volunteers bought through conventional channels due to the exorbitant fees. With $1 million, I could buy at least 50 subjects among those impoverished Africans or illegal immigrants. As Kain entered the laboratory, he immediately sensed that the atmosphere was off. Research stations were scattered, and the usual research environment had vanished. "Gentlemen, have you quarreled again?" Kain inquired, noticing the tension in the room. When Killian spotted him, his previously gloomy expression lightened slightly. "Boss, we still need a batch of experimental subjects," Killian stated, concern evident in his voice. "Killian, I told you, you can't do this." Maya interjected, her frustration boiling over. "Continuing this way is futile. We need to re-evaluate our approach." Seeing that Killian and Maya were still bickering, Kain raised his voice to cut through the chaos. "Gentlemen, can you please listen to me? Before you argue about the experimental procedures, I urge you to read the information in my hand, then we can discuss other matters." What Kain held was the production process of the new extremis virus serum, a novel idea that could potentially turn their current struggles into a success story. "Boss, how did you get the results of this experiment? There is no process, no details, and no data support at all. Why do you believe this?" Maya frowned as she questioned Kain. Although the experimental method he presented was intriguing and sparked her interest, it lacked the necessary substantiation that scientists typically require. Without clear evidence or a methodology, she found it hard to accept his assertions. Ms. Maya, I can assure you that while you cannot see the detailed data right now, I will only share this experimental method with you after I have witnessed its success firsthand. Kain waved his hand dismissively and continued, this experimental idea is valid, but you need to focus on studying a second type of cells with greater regenerative properties, such as those found in salamanders and geckos. At the mention of these creatures, Maya, Killian, and the other researchers exchanged puzzled glances. Kain was aware that his comparison might come off as unorthodox, but he was convinced the direction he suggested was on the right track, as demonstrated by Orochimaru's previous successes. Boss, are you saying there are already successful examples out there? Killian asked, furrowing his brow. He found it hard to believe that any team could conduct research faster than they could. Yet, recalling Kain's recent inquiries into the extremis virus, he couldn't completely dismiss the possibility that Kain had encountered some breakthrough, even if he didn't fully grasp the principles and equations involved. Still, Killian's skepticism lingered. He wanted to see the experimental subjects for himself. Kain's history suggested that he was not entirely trustworthy. If Kain didn't value Maya's contributions, the subjects at the Biological Research Center might have ended up as little more than cheap laborers or illegal immigrants. I'm sorry, Ms. Maya and Mr. Killian, but I cannot show you the experimental subjects or the data at this time. However, I have already outlined the method for a successful experiment, Kain responded, feigning embarrassment. He knew that he was the only one in the Marvel world who could be regarded as an experimental subject, and he wasn't about to share the precious Hashirama cells he had left with Killian for experimentation. Mr. Killian, Ms. Maya, we have already established the direction for our research. If the first trial is successful, we can move on to the next stage, reducing the drug's efficacy, cutting costs, and achieving our goals with the extremis virus. Kain paused for effect before continuing, a smile creeping onto his face. When the time comes, you'll achieve your dreams, and I'll profit along the way. Kain felt a surge of relief as he left the Biological Research Center. He had managed to convince both Killian and Maya to move forward, but his instincts told him that Killian's obsession with revenge against Tony Stark remained a lingering threat. He suspected that once the research into the extremis virus bore fruit, Killian would resign from his position, potentially taking sensitive information with him. Should that happen, Kain would need to act swiftly, issuing a statement to clarify that Killian had no ties to the company. Given the current political climate, any connection to terrorism could cause massive repercussions. Furthermore, Kain couldn't let Killian sway Maya. Maya's expertise was invaluable, and as long as Kain could provide ample research funding, the likelihood of her betrayal remained low. Their personalities and motivations were distinctly different. Maya was a scientist through and through, while Killian was more focused on his personal vendettas. As Kain pondered the implications of their recent discussions, he realized that the Biological Research Center was entering a critical phase. He needed to remain hands-on to ensure progress, particularly regarding the procurement of experimental subjects and materials for the extremis virus serum. While the logistics manager was responsible for many aspects of the operation, certain tasks required Kain's direct involvement. Kain needed to recruit several high-paying, core assistants who could oversee multiple critical projects. To safeguard against potential betrayal, he considered employing a method to ensure the loyalty of his subordinates. I should consult Orochimaru about this matter, he thought. If I want to control the common people, I shouldn't resort to the immortal curse seal. Perhaps a more advanced method could strengthen my subordinates without compromising their autonomy. As he drove, Kain contemplated the nature of chakra. He understood that if chakra was attached to a person for an extended period, it could influence their thoughts and behavior. The will of the common people was inherently weak, and if Kain's curse mark were to take hold, it wouldn't be long before their thoughts began to align with his own, potentially leading them to exhibit signs of submission or affection toward him. With this in mind, Kain contacted an intermediary company, offering an annual salary of $1 million to attract suitable assistants. His requirements for candidates were high, emphasizing the importance of personal appearance in addition to professional capability. Hiring someone who was highly qualified but unattractive would be counterproductive, given that Kain would need to interact with them on a daily basis. The psychological burden of dealing with someone he found unappealing could negatively affect his performance and morale. While it was generally difficult to evaluate someone's potential, Kain believed that academic credentials and previous work experience could provide useful insights. Despite his stringent requirements, he offered a competitive salary. The headhunters, eager to fill the positions, quickly agreed to Kain's proposal, seeing it as a lucrative opportunity for themselves. Next on my agenda is to assess pharmaceutical wholesale trading companies. After that, I can take a short break before launching a military security company to prepare for the introduction of the extremis virus, Kain mused, calculating his next steps. He realized that rest would have to wait, especially during this crucial phase of entrepreneurship. Delegating certain tasks to others was not an option. He needed to be directly involved. Kain's examination of the pharmaceutical wholesale trading companies revealed what he had anticipated. There were numerous opportunities both inside and outside the United States. This was particularly true in regions that were less secure. The sales staff within Kain's company were the type of people who would take significant risks for a financial reward. Their fearlessness in the face of danger was matched only by their determination to make money. Apart from the challenges in West Asia, the marketing department was even eyeing potential markets in Africa. It was a gold rush mentality. The first to break into these untapped markets would reap significant rewards. Kain's sales department expanded aggressively, and he offered incentives that exceeded what other companies provided to stimulate overseas sales. Without these measures, it would have taken at least 2 years to achieve their current scale. Kain dedicated 2 consecutive days to the pharmaceutical wholesale trading company, learning about its recent developments and financial status. He conducted several meetings to ensure that the overseas sales staff were aware of the safety issues they faced. Recently, Americans had become primary targets for terrorist organizations, and Kain understood that even a single casualty among his overseas sales staff would create complications he could not afford. Once he addressed the urgent matters at the pharmaceutical wholesale trading company, Kain received encouraging news from the trading system. The search for a new world of trading could continue. Excitement surged through him at the prospect of new opportunities and advancements on the horizon. Wand, goblin, unicorn, centaur, dragon. These words conjured images of a world intertwined with magic and mythical creatures. Kain found himself contemplating a new realm that seemed to be steeped in wizardry, and from the pedestrian vehicles and electrical equipment scattered around in vision, he deduced that this world was set in the late 20th century. In a world where common people and wizards coexist, could this be the world of Harry Potter? Kain mused. This world seemed the most probable scenario, though he did not discount other possibilities. However, if it truly was the Harry Potter universe, it offered him an abundance of valuable commodities that could be traded. Just moments ago, Kain had glimpsed potions, dragons, unicorns, and other magical items in his vision. The items wizards need should primarily consist of magical artifacts. Beyond that, gold should be a significant consideration. Fortunately, I didn't liquidate my gold reserves earlier. Maybe I should even purchase more now, he reflected. After contemplating the situation, Kain began to strategize about what supplies he should bring with him. Firearms, he decided, were still the most effective protective items in his arsenal. Although his chakra had significantly increased, now comparable to that of a jonin practicing ninjutsu remained a cumbersome task. For instance, mastering the Earth Dragon hidden technique had consumed considerable time. In all honesty, Kain realized he wasn't suited for traditional ninja combat. Ninja battles relied heavily on intelligence and strategy, whether one was a genin or kagaya at the 6 paths level. Intelligence was paramount, and obtaining it necessitated sharp insight, a quality Kain lacked. There were infinite possibilities for Kain to become stronger, and some worlds might even grant him godlike powers in a single leap, allowing him to crush his enemies through sheer strength. But if he were to endure the rigorous training required, he might as well take a break and enjoy a good drink instead. Ultimately, he reasoned, he only needed to be strong enough to ensure his own survival. Now is not the time to dwell on such thoughts. I need to prepare for this venture and arrange everything here first, he concluded. Kain methodically organized his space backpack, carefully packing firearms, gold, and essential living supplies. He also included technical materials and items that were slightly ahead of that era's technological curve. In addition to wizards, Kain realized there would be many common people in this world, necessitating a wide array of resources. Moreover, Kain invested heavily in gold, purchasing a significant amount. Due to time constraints, he managed to acquire gold worth tens of millions of dollars. This transaction was substantial, especially in the United States. Acquiring more would require him to either look abroad or wait for a while longer. During the process of buying gold, Kain conducted interviews for potential assistants. After careful consideration, he ultimately selected 2 individuals, Betty Ross and Laura Jones. Both possessed impressive academic credentials. Betty had experience as a biological researcher and was highly regarded in her field, while Laura had a solid background in managing large organizations, overseeing companies with thousands of employees. After bringing both on board, Kain assigned them specific tasks. Laura was best suited for managing the company and handling official matters, so he entrusted her with overseeing the pharmaceutical wholesale trading company and establishing a military security firm. He promised her that as the company expanded, she would receive dividends and stock options, making the position highly attractive. Although Laura was technically serving as Kain's assistant, she was effectively acting in the role of CEO. The compensation was lucrative, and the potential for future earnings was considerable. Before joining Kain, Laura had inquired about him through her connections and learned that he had achieved remarkable success in just a few short years. His assets had multiplied from a few million to hundreds of millions, making the opportunity even more appealing for her. Betty Ross, on the other hand, was responsible for leveraging her connections to recruit biological researchers and oversee the Biological Research Center, as well as managing Kain's daily operations. While her workload appeared lighter than Laura's, she spent more time collaborating closely with Kain. Kain had dedicated a significant amount of time to arranging for these 2 assistants, but he felt confident that their presence would alleviate much of his burden in the future. However, for over a month, Kain had sensed something peculiar about Betty. She claimed to be at odds with her father and expressed a desire to break away and make her own mark, accepting Kain's invitation under the guise of it aligning with her academic background. To Kain, this story seemed dubious. Despite his suspicions regarding Betty's narrative, he found no other substantial flaws in her demeanor. As such, he resolved to consult Orochimaru about developing a spell, planning to prepare one for each of his assistants. Once Kain had acquired the gold, coupled with what he had obtained from the ninja world, he now had a total of 3 tons of gold. Assuming the magic items in the wizarding world were not prohibitively expensive, he expected to fill his space backpack to capacity upon his return. In the context of the Marvel Universe, there appeared to be only one location akin to Camartage, the magical stronghold on Earth. However, the magic system there seemed to emphasize hard work and discipline, with magical items being difficult to come by or popularize. The existence of another unknown magical system could offer unimaginable benefits to Kain, but he knew he had to tread carefully before diving in. As he arrived in London, England, Kain was struck by the juxtaposition of modernity and antiquity. Despite being in the last decade of the 20th century, a time of rapid urban development, he could still feel remnants of the previous century permeating the city. This trading rule is incredibly frustrating. If I can't locate a wizard within 3 days, I'll have to seek a common man to bound world trading coordinate. That could be perilous, he thought. Kain mused. Now, can I be certain that Queen Elizabeth is still alive? He shook his head. Choosing Queen Elizabeth was not as favorable as selecting Prince Charles. At least Charles was likely to have a few more years ahead of him than Elizabeth. Yet finding wizards in a world filled with common people was a real challenge. Since arriving, Kain had gathered enough information to deduce that he was indeed in the Harry Potter universe. Although he hadn't read much of the series, everything he observed and the data from the trading system made it nearly 99% certain. Kain considered his options for locating a dentist named Granger or the Dursleys in London. He knew of the Dursleys but was unclear about their profession or how to find them. He resolved that he didn't need to expend too much energy on this endeavor. Instead, he sought the assistance of a well-known private security company. The company he approached was a product of the merger of several private detective agencies over the years. Their established relationships meant they had reliable manpower and a solid reputation. Once he made contact with the private security firm, Kain clearly articulated his request. I'm looking for a dentist named Granger and the Dursleys, he stated. Sir, do you have any additional information regarding the Dursleys? Mr. Hasburn, the representative, inquired. Kain chuckled. If I had more information, I wouldn't need you to help me find anyone. You have 1 day to earn the rest of your reward. With that, he placed £2,000 on the table. Prior to his arrival, Kain had exchanged £500,000, ensuring he was well equipped with currency that was relevant to the end of the 20th century. Kain offered the security company a competitive price, £5,000 for locating 1 person and £10,000 for finding 2. For the private security firm, this represented one of their largest personal contracts outside of police work, with minimal risk involved. Leave it to us, Mr. Kain, Hasburn said, collecting the pounds from the table with a smile. As Kain prepared to delve deeper into the magical world that awaited him, he felt a mix of excitement and anticipation. His journey was just beginning, and he was determined to seize the opportunities that lay ahead. Although London is vast, it is quite convenient for local private security companies to locate individuals. They often maintain business contacts with the police, making it easy to verify a resident's information. A day later, Kain received a reply from the agency. There were 3 people of the Dursley family name. One was a bartender, another was a small building materials supplier, and the third was a train driver. The information provided was detailed, allowing Kain to confirm the identity of the Dursley family with just a single glance. He recognized Dudley Dursley and Harry Potter mentioned in the family records of the second Dursley. Additionally, a dentist named Granger was identified. Although many dental clinics exist in London, there was only one dentist by that name. It took less than half a day for them to find these 2 families, netting him an income of £10,000. If they could encounter such generous employers every day, their private security company would surely thrive financially. However, Hasburn knew that individuals like Kain, who treated money as if it were paper, were not frequent clients. It was rare to meet 3 such clients in a year. Typically, they assisted nobles in tracking down wayward relatives or in locating dangerous individuals sought by the London police. We will have opportunities to collaborate in the future, Mr. Hasburn, Kain stated. After speaking, he handed over the remaining sum and left Hasburn's private security company with the documents. Had there not been so many uncertainties in binding the world trading coordinates with common people, Kain would have opted to bind them with Hasburn's company. Common individuals are susceptible to various accidents, such as death from illness, car accidents, homicide, or even choking on water. Although the probabilities of such incidents are minimal, if they do occur, Kain would lose access to an excavable world, an irreplaceable loss. Apart from wizards, Kain knew that both the Dursleys and the Grangers were ordinary people who would continue to thrive over the next few years. However, the Dursleys attracted the attention of Dumbledore, and wizards were monitoring their household. If Kain were to approach them too boldly, it might draw Dumbledore's gaze. Let's establish a firm footing here first, Kain mused. The Grangers are both dentists, and it seems they run a private dental clinic. They are currently looking for a new supplier of dental equipment. I didn't expect Hasburn to investigate this matter so thoroughly. After pondering for a moment, Kain suddenly devised a plan. Fortunately, he had not gone far, so he retraced his steps back to Hasburn's private security company. To Hasburn's surprise, Kain entrusted him with another task. Kain planned to bind the world transaction coordinates to the Grangers. If memory served him correctly, the Grangers had lived at their current location for at least 10 years. He needed Hasbin to find a dental medical equipment supplier, negotiate a contract, and rent a warehouse to store the equipment all within a day. In addition to covering the expenses incurred during this endeavor, Hasbin's private security company would receive a remuneration of £20,000. This was a delightful surprise for Hasbin, who never imagined receiving two such lucrative contracts within 2 days. Although Kain's request fell outside their usual business scope, the potential profit was enticing. They would even entertain investigating Queen Elizabeth herself if the price was right. Given the tight time frame Kain had requested, Hasbin asked him to wait in the coffee shop downstairs for the morning while he handled the matter personally. Money undoubtedly motivates men more than women. Near noon, Hasbin arrived at the coffee shop, sweat glistening on his forehead. He handed Kain a purchase contract, a lease agreement for the warehouse, and the keys. Kain spent over £300,000 on this transaction. After paying, Kain took the documents and keys to the warehouse, leaving the coffee shop with everything he needed. Hasbin kindly assisted him in renting a commercial warehouse near the Granger Dental Clinic. Although Hasbin couldn't decipher Kain's plans, he suspected they had something to do with the clinic. Once outside, Kain hailed a taxi and headed to the Granger Dental Clinic. Granger Dental Clinic. The Grangers, though merely middle-class citizens in the UK, owned a small garden property and ran their own dental clinic, earning an annual income of around £70,000. They had standard working hours and, on occasion, only worked 3 days a week when they felt inclined. This lifestyle placed them above 92% of the residents in the UK. If the Grangers had a bit more ambition, they could easily reside in a luxurious villa. However, they were currently facing a minor dilemma. The equipment in their clinic required replacement, but they had recently experienced a conflict with their existing supplier. Until they found a new supplier, the dental clinic would likely have to close temporarily. While this posed a minor inconvenience for the Granger couple, they were eager to ensure a smooth transition, especially since their daughter was preparing to enter school. They planned to send Hermione to Eton College, and it was crucial that the dental clinic remained operational during this period. In the afternoon, as Mrs. Granger served potato pancakes and fried fish, she tapped her plate, reminding her husband, who was engrossed in the newspaper. "Husband, if I recall correctly, you were supposed to resolve the clinic's equipment issue today. Mrs. Haley is scheduled to visit in just 7 days. "I know, I'll take care of it after lunch," Mr. Granger replied. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and since their dental office was conveniently adjacent to their home, commuting was a breeze. "I'll answer the door," Mr. Granger said, assuming it was a regular patient. Given the equipment issues, he anticipated delivering his apologies. Upon opening the door, however, Mr. Granger was met by a young stranger. His youthful appearance initially provoked a sense of wariness, but the genuine smile on his face put him at ease. "Excuse me, may I help you?" Mr. Granger asked. "Kain Pent here. I heard that Granger Dental Clinic is planning to replace its equipment, so I came to make a proposal. Would you like me to introduce myself further?" After presenting his credentials and displaying some equipment manuals and quotations, Kain continued, "I believe I can offer you a very competitive deal." Mr. Granger felt a surge of relief. "Oh, it must be fate. Please, come in, Mr. Pent." He hadn't anticipated a sales visit, but the prospect of solving his equipment problem so easily was a blessing. The quotation Kain provided was approximately 15% cheaper than what he had been quoted previously. With Kain's intentional display of goodwill, the Granger couple quickly became interested in collaborating. They visited the warehouse with Kain, finalized the transaction contract, and Kain also placed the world transaction coordinates onto Mr. Granger. This secured a stable connection for the next few years, minimizing Kain's risk of losing a magical world due to unforeseen events. After completing the transaction, the Grangers invited Kain to stay for dinner. He hesitated momentarily but eventually accepted their warm invitation. That evening, Kain had the pleasure of meeting Hermione Granger, a bright young girl with an inquisitive mind. After greeting Kain, she held up a letter and asked her parents, "Dad, do you know where Hogwarts School is? Is it a magic school? Do they teach magic performance?" How coincidental, Kain thought to himself upon seeing the letter in Hermione's hand. He anticipated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, someone from Hogwarts would soon arrive to explain the magical world to the Granger family, either that night or the next day. After all, the Grangers had never been exposed to the magical realm before, and someone would need to guide them through this new journey. "Hogwarts? I've never heard of this school. Is it a new way to deceive people? Ignore it, Hermione, let's eat first." After Mr. Granger read the invitation letter from Hogwarts, he was completely puzzled by its content. The famous schools in London did not include a name like Hogwarts, so he thought it might be a lie. Tomorrow, he planned to inquire around the community to see if any strangers had come nearby. However, Kain was looking forward to the next developments. Once the Grangers accepted the situation, he hoped to find an opportunity to make a request to see the wizarding world. Once he found a way in, Kain could establish business dealings with wizards. Potions, alchemical items, and various magical artifacts excited him. The mere thought of these magical goods ignited his desire to trade, and if it were possible, he would have spent all the gold he had brought with him. The cells of those magical creatures alone held immense value for him. If the research went well, He believed that the common people in the Marvel world could acquire some abilities from magical creatures. Dragons, phoenixes, and other mythical beings could potentially be sources of extraordinary power, although obtaining these abilities would be challenging. Still, the prospect offered hope. It's not a trick, Mr. Granger. Suddenly, a void appeared in the house, and then a tall, thin wizard materialized in the living room. Though she appeared old, she stood upright in a medieval wizarding costume, exuding an air of aristocracy. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has been established for 1,000 years and has trained many outstanding wizards for the wizarding world. Hermione Granger is a natural wizard, which is why she received an invitation to Hogwarts. In the past, there should have been several unusual occurrences regarding Miss Granger. After briefly introducing herself and Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall took out her wand. With a flick, she transformed a piece of furniture into several puppies, which pranced around the Granger couple, only to be turned back into a sofa moments later. Oh, cool. The Grangers were awestruck by the transfiguration. It was their first encounter with such magical abilities, and through Professor McGonagall's words, they began to recall strange incidents involving Hermione from her childhood. Ms. McGonagall, are you saying my daughter is a wizard? Mr. Granger asked, still in disbelief. Yes, Mr. Granger. Hogwarts can help Miss Granger control the magic within her so that she will not experience the magical outbursts that occurred when she was 8. Even Hermione's peculiar behavior as a child was brought to light. Now, the Grangers were beginning to trust Professor McGonagall's words, but they had reservations about the idea of their daughter going to a magical school. The Grangers turned to Hermione for her opinion. Their daughter, who had always exhibited intelligence beyond her years, was understandably curious and excited. Can I go to the magic school? Are there wizards and magical creatures like in fairy tales? Hermione asked eagerly. Of course. Hogwarts is exclusively for wizards, and all students there are young wizards like you, Professor McGonagall replied. After hearing these words, Hermione Granger couldn't contain her excitement. She turned to her parents and exclaimed, Dad, Mom, I've decided, I'm going to Hogwarts. The Grangers took a moment to discuss it among themselves before agreeing to Hermione's request. Okay, but Professor McGonagall, can we visit Hermione at Hogwarts? Mr. Granger asked. In principle, Muggles are not welcome in the wizarding world, as it can be dangerous for them to enter without guidance. However, Hogwarts' holiday schedule aligns with that of other schools, allowing Hermione to return home during winter and summer vacations, Professor McGonagall explained. Seeing the Grangers still looked a bit confused, she added, Muggles are common people who do not know about magic, but they can still use messengers to communicate during school. The Grangers nodded in understanding and continued to ask questions about Hogwarts and the wizarding world. For them, it was a completely new realm, and Kain listened intently. Although he was already familiar with much of the information, it was fascinating to hear it from Professor McGonagall herself. Then, tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, I will lead the new students to purchase the necessary supplies listed in the notice. The Grangers are welcome to accompany us on this first trip, she added. After saying this, Professor McGonagall nodded slightly to the Grangers and then used apparition to vanish from the room. Oh, it's hard to believe that my daughter is a wizard, Mr. Granger said, still trying to wrap his head around the revelation. After Professor McGonagall left, the Granger family buzzed with excitement and happiness until they noticed Kain sitting quietly nearby. Excuse me, Mr. Pent, I understand, Mr. Granger. To be honest, I was equally shocked when I saw the sofa transform into a puppy just now. The legendary wizards truly exist among us, Kain replied, pretending to be amazed while smiling with a hint of embarrassment. Mr. Granger, although I made such a request not long after we met, I felt compelled to ask. Now that I've witnessed such magic, I believe that if I miss this opportunity, I will deeply regret it. May I experience the wizarding world with Miss Granger tomorrow? The Grangers exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond, then looked to Hermione for her thoughts. Hermione, feeling encouraged, spoke up, Dad, I think it's fine. He just wants to see the wizarding world, and since he was invited to dinner, I'm sure he'll be with us. Once Hermione gave her approval, the Grangers nodded in agreement. Kain thanked them profusely and made plans to meet them the following morning. Afterward, they enjoyed a delightful dinner together. For the Granger family, not only had the equipment issue for their clinic been resolved, but they were also excited about their daughter's newfound identity as a wizard. It was a time for celebration. The next morning, Kain arrived at the Grangers' home 5 minutes before the appointed time set by Professor McGonagall. When Professor McGonagall arrived, Hermione rushed forward to introduce Kain. Professor McGonagall paid little mind to the presence of another Muggle in the wizarding world, knowing that such an opportunity was rare. Without the guidance of a wizard, it would be impossible for Muggles to access the wizarding world, given that there were spells to repel them at every intersection leading to it. Moreover, the Ministry of Magic had personnel dedicated to erasing memories. If any Muggles attempted to investigate the magical world, they would attract the attention of these officials. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, they soon reached the Leaky Cauldron. Go in from here, bypass the bar, and you will find yourself on the way to Diagon Alley, where Miss Granger can purchase all the school supplies listed in the notice, she instructed. As they made their way to the small patio behind the Leaky Cauldron, Professor McGonagall demonstrated how to access the magical world by knocking 3 times on a specific set of bricks in the wall. The bricks rotated and opened a passageway into the wizarding realm. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," she announced. Diagon Alley and the outside world were like two different realms, each with its own unique atmosphere and charm. The sudden change transported the Grangers back to a time reminiscent of the Middle Ages. Almost everyone walking along the cobblestone street was dressed as a wizard or witch, their robes flowing behind them as they navigated the bustling thoroughfare. The buildings, adorned with intricate designs and aged stone, further contributed to the retro vibe that surrounded them. "The wizarding world can only use galleons, sickles, and newts," Professor McGonagall explained as they strolled. "Just now, we passed Madame Malkin's robe shop, a wand shop, and other establishments that sell new items. Now, we are going to Gringotts to exchange some money. I apologize, Miss Granger, but after Gringotts, I will need to take other young wizards under my wing." While leading the Granger family on a tour of Diagon Alley, Professor McGonagall explained the various shops they encountered, including tailor-made clothing stores, wand shops, magical potion stores, and, of course, the illustrious Gringotts. After reaching the imposing entrance of Gringotts, the Bank of the Wizarding World, Professor McGonagall bid them farewell, indicating that she had a tight schedule ahead. She would be escorting 7 young wizards from Muggle families, and there was much to accomplish in a limited time. As the Grangers entered Gringotts, they were taken aback by the sight of goblins bustling about. This was their first encounter with creatures other than humans, and the entire experience was nothing short of an eye-opener. The goblins, with their sharp features and keen eyes, moved with an air of authority, managing the wealth of wizards with precision. Hermione led the way to a service counter, where she presented the Hogwarts acceptance letter to the goblin on duty. After scrutinizing the document with his narrow eyes, the goblin looked up and said, £5 are exchanged for 1 galleon. Students at Hogwarts have an annual exchange quota of £200. This converted to approximately 40 galleons, which was more than sufficient for a first-year student. The most expensive items on the list would typically be wands and textbooks, while other essentials like clothing, cauldrons, and magical ingredients were relatively inexpensive. Additionally, the goblins only allowed the exchange of pounds for galleons under certain conditions, specifically for Hogwarts freshmen. "Excuse me, how do you exchange gold for galleons?" Kain inquired, keen to understand the process. The goblin eyed Kain with curiosity before responding. 5 grams of gold can be exchanged for 1 galleon, and there is no upper limit to the amount you can exchange. Kain had anticipated this conversion ratio, knowing that the gold content in 1 pound was only about 1 gram. He understood that the goblins had to consider the wear and tear of the coins, which could influence the exchange rate. After a moment's thought, Kain retrieved 10 500-gram gold bricks from the briefcase he was carrying and placed them on the goblin's counter. "Please exchange these for 1,000 galleons, and if possible, could you provide me with one of your extension purses?" Gringotts provides each of its major clients with a non-traceable extension purse, the goblin stated, a hint of surprise in his tone. "May I ask if this gentleman has plans to open a personal vault in Gringotts?" After seeing the 10 gold bricks, the goblin stood upright, astonished that a muggle could handle such a substantial transaction. The Grangers, too, were taken aback. The amount of gold Kain had presented was nearly half a year's income for their family. Kain, noticing their expressions, smiled and reassured them, "I plan to purchase more magical items, Miss Granger. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. Mr. Granger can treat me to a drink after you finish your business here, all right?" Following this exchange, the goblin, whose name was Sola, promptly opened a personal vault for Kain and handed him a money bag filled with 1,000 galleons. Once Kain finalized the arrangement for his personal vault, he exchanged another 2,000 galleons to store there, further impressing the goblin. In the goblin's eyes, the distinction between wizards and muggles was insignificant. What mattered more was wealth. Their social hierarchy leaned towards the affluent, and Kain's transaction positioned him favorably in their eyes. Exiting Gringotts, Kain stored the galleons in his briefcase, which was essentially a spatial backpack, and then handed Hermione Granger the seamless extension purse. "Miss Granger, this is for you. I prefer Gucci's latest briefcase to the one you have," he said, smiling. Hermione was taken aback by the unexpected gift, her eyes widening in surprise. She glanced back at her father, seeking his approval. After Mr. Granger nodded, Hermione accepted the purse with a beaming smile. She quickly learned that it contained 3 cubic meters of space, an incredible gift that was usually reserved for Gringotts' elite customers. This meant that she could go to Hogwarts without the hassle of dragging around a suitcase. She could simply carry this purse instead. Kain suggested, "Mr. Granger and Miss Granger, let's split up for a bit. I'm also very curious about the items in the wizarding world." However, Miss Granger should prioritize purchasing everything listed on her admission letter first. "That sounds good. Let's meet back at the bar we came to at noon, Mr. Kain," Hermione replied, her voice brimming with excitement. Perhaps it was the thrill of being in the wizarding world that made her feel as if she were a bird returning to its nest. Once they separated, Kain's first destination was Flourish and Blott's, the famous bookstore. Diagon Alley certainly lived up to its reputation. The narrow alley led directly to Gringotts at one end and Nocturne Alley at the other, a place Kain had no intention of exploring. Flourish and Blott's was a treasure trove of knowledge, offering both books about the magical world and past issues of the Daily Prophet. Kain spent a considerable amount of time browsing the shelves, ultimately selecting 170 magical books, as well as 100 issues of the newspaper. The bookstore also provided him with a non-trace extension suitcase, a valuable addition to his growing collection of magical items. After leaving the bookstore, Kain made his way to Slughorn's apothecary, where he purchased a variety of potions and magical ingredients. Unfortunately, there weren't many potions created by Slughorn himself available for sale. His creations tended to sell out almost immediately after hitting the shelves. Despite this, Kain managed to acquire some essential items for his upcoming ventures. On his way back, Kain stopped by Grangers once again to exchange more gold for galleons, eager to ensure that he had enough currency to last him throughout his time in the wizarding world. By the time he finished shopping, if the shop owners in Diagon Alley were to communicate, they would undoubtedly discover that one person Kain had significantly boosted their turnover that day. The entire experience was exhilarating, and Kain felt a sense of accomplishment as he navigated the enchanting world around him. This adventure not only expanded his knowledge but also deepened his appreciation for the wonders of magic. Each interaction and discovery was a stepping stone toward his larger goal of integrating the marvels of the wizarding world into his life. As noon approached, Kain prepared to reunite with Hermione and her parents, eager to share stories of his explorations and the incredible items he had gathered. "Kain, look, my spell is working," Hermione Granger exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she watched the bread float effortlessly in the air before her. After just 2 days of practice, she had successfully cast her very first spell. "That's amazing, Hermione," Kain praised, genuinely impressed. Since their visit to Diagon Alley, Kain had rented a small garden house located just a street away from the Grangers' home. This proximity made it easy for Hermione to visit him daily, with only a 20-minute walk separating them. Kain was aware of Hermione's passion for magic and her eagerness to learn more. After returning from Diagon Alley, she had implored her parents to allow her to spend time with Kain to read books and understand the wizarding world better. At first, Mrs. Granger was somewhat apprehensive about her daughter's frequent visits. To alleviate her concerns, she had accompanied Hermione to Kain's house a couple of times. However, it didn't take long for Mrs. Granger to realize that Hermione and Kain were simply engrossed in sorting through magical texts, discussing the daily profit, or examining various magical materials. When the discussions turned dry, they would read together, and lunchtime was spent in animated conversation. After observing their routine for a couple of days, Mrs. Granger grew bored. The topics surrounding magic were far beyond her understanding, so she eventually excused herself to return to the dental clinic she operated with her husband. Although she felt she had not gained much insight from her time there, she was comforted by the fact that Hermione was safe with Kain. Despite their limited interactions, it was clear to her that Kain and Hermione shared a deep passion for magic, even more intense than her husband's. Meanwhile, Hermione's collection of books remained insufficient. Although the Grangers had borrowed some galleons from Kain during their outing in Diagon Alley, these funds had only covered the cost of a few new clothes for Hermione. In contrast, Kain's extensive collection included hundreds of magical books, roomfuls of magical materials, and advanced textbooks that would be far too costly for her family to acquire. The cheapest items in the bookstore were Hogwarts textbooks, which were still a financial stretch for families like the Weasleys. Kain welcomed Hermione's visits with open arms. He recognized her remarkable talent, especially her aptitude for potion making, as she had successfully brewed a potion during her second year at Hogwarts, a feat that even seasoned graduates struggled to accomplish on their first attempt. With such a gift, if Hermione dedicated herself to potion making, she could easily become a master, perhaps even surpassing the renowned Severus Snape. "Hermione, can I try it too?" Kain asked, picking up one of the second-hand wands he had purchased. After watching Hermione's demonstration, he felt inspired. However, his enthusiasm was tempered by frustration. The wand selection at Ollivander's had been disheartening. The old man had refused to sell him a wand, assuming Kain was merely a muggle. "Wingardium Leviosa!" Kain shouted, his voice filled with determination. Boom! The wand shattered in his hand, echoing the disastrous result of his earlier attempt. In total, he had spent 7 galleons on wands that now lay in ruins. "Oh my gosh, it exploded again!" Hermione exclaimed, her excitement mixed with concern. "You must not be a muggle. According to Origins of Magic, you have to have magical power. But if that's true, then why can't you use it? If you were a true muggle, the wand wouldn't even react like that." Kain could only shrug in response. Hermione, full of enthusiasm, turned the pages of a hefty magic tome and read aloud, "Maybe your technique is incorrect. Or perhaps the wand just isn't a good fit. But why can't Mr. Ollivander see that?" Hermione's words flowed rapidly, almost like a machine gun, as she continued to speculate. Kain pondered the issue, knowing that magic in the Harry Potter universe was far more complex than he had initially believed. It would truly be a pity if he couldn't learn even a fraction of it. Without magical power, activities like potion making or flying on broomsticks would be completely beyond his reach. In the past 2 days, Kain had absorbed a significant amount of information from the books. He had initially assumed that magical power was an inherent ability possessed by wizards. However, he soon discovered that many texts suggested it was actually derived from one's bloodline passed down from parents or grandparents. This concept bore a resemblance to the idea of chakra. Like chakra, magical power was determined at birth and could not be cultivated unless granted by an external force. Kain speculated that wizards might inherit their magical abilities from ancestral connections to magical creatures or other races known for possessing innate magical powers. He felt that this theory was plausible, especially considering that he seemed to lack any trace of magical power himself. While the offensive magic found in the Harry Potter world might not be extraordinarily powerful, there was a wealth of practical spells to learn. The disillusionment charm, apparition spell, and transfiguration were just a few examples of magic he desperately wanted to master. He drew a comparison between ninjutsu and wizarding magic, observing that while one focused primarily on combat, the other was oriented towards life enhancement and assistance. Kain was determined not to miss out on magic just because he lacked innate power. He considered the possibility of utilizing the extremis virus as a means to unlock his potential. In Kain's eyes, the extremis virus held tremendous promise. Its most impressive feature was its ability to reprogram the user's DNA, effectively activating the sections of the brain responsible for bodily repair. To illustrate, he likened the human body to a computer. Extremis served as the core antivirus and repair software. Any new software installation needed to be scanned by Extremis. If the scan was successful, the installation could proceed without issue. However, if the scan failed, there was a risk of explosion, though the likelihood of this occurrence was significantly reduced due to Kain's fusion with Hashirama cells. Kain contemplated the potential of collecting blood from magical creatures to conduct further research on his own flesh and blood. If he could achieve a successful fusion without causing a disaster, he might be able to inject himself with the blood serum of magical beings to gain magical power. Kain? Mr. Kain. Hermione's voice broke through his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Concerned that he seemed lost in thought, she approached him with an air of sympathy. After I get to Hogwarts, I promise to investigate your situation. Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard of this century, will definitely know about your unique circumstances. Just wait for the good news. Hermione reassured him. Kain smiled at her optimism. Thank you, Miss Granger. That means a lot. Just call me Hermione. I think we're friends now, and friends help each other out. With a determined expression, she continued, you've been so generous with the magic books in this room and the materials here that you've practically opened a library for me. Helping you with this is the least I can do. Kain nodded, feeling grateful for her willingness to assist. Hermione, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Invest in me? Kain, am I really that good? I mean, I'm just a student right now, Hermione said, trying to look calm as she addressed Kain. Kain shook his head. You learned 3 spells in 10 days, Hermione. You don't have to doubt your talent. This is your first contact with the wizarding world, and it's not impossible to work hard to become a contemporary Merlin. Hermione felt a surge of happiness at being valued and recognized for her talents outside of school. Kain also mentioned that he could sponsor all her expenses in the wizarding world, including expensive flying broomsticks and pets. Hermione Granger wasn't motivated by greed, rather, she viewed Kain's proposal as a personal validation of her abilities. If he didn't value her talent, why would he go to such lengths to win her over? I would like to go home and discuss it with my parents. Personally, I lean toward agreeing with the proposal, Hermione replied, restraining the excitement that bubbled within her. She believed that such a significant decision should be shared with her parents before she made any commitments. Of course, it's best to inform Mr. and Mrs. Granger about this matter. Hermione, I plan to open a grocery store in the wizarding world to recycle some magical items. I may stay for a long time in Diagon Alley, Kain explained. Kain contemplated the wizarding world and found it lacking. The British wizarding community, with its several thousand inhabitants, had fragmented into many factions, including 28 pure-blood families, Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic, and others. Each faction had its own style, and navigating through them could be quite troublesome. As he thought further, Kain concluded that the magical world felt too shallow to support his ambitions. The number of wizards was too limited, and their disdain for Muggle items complicated matters. There were also management departments in place for Muggle-related items. His initial plan to engage in cross-communication with the wizarding world seemed increasingly unlikely. The most viable option was to earn gold in the Muggle world, exchange it for galleons at Gringotts, and then return to the wizarding world to purchase potions and magical creatures. After Hermione left, Kain took stock of his purchases. The most valuable item he acquired was a spellbook, but this was also one of the most common items, something anyone with enough money could buy at a bookstore. He had also acquired some potions, including valuable ones for blood, poison, and wound healing. A more expensive potion, the Polyjuice potion, was of no use to him since he already knew the transformation technique. Beauty potions and burn ointments were also worth something. If they could be mass-produced, bringing them back to the Marvel world could yield a significant profit. However, the most precious potion, Felix Felicis, was difficult to refine and rarely circulated in the market, even though it attracted many eager buyers. Sure enough, I still need to go to Nocturne Alley to buy things, Kain mused. After a moment's thought, he decided to send a shadow clone to Nocturne Alley for a while. It would be a safe and secure option. If someone attempted to deceive him, he would let the shadow clone handle it with an explosive. Nocturne Alley was a street that was less scrutinized, and Kain's supply of bombs could easily obliterate the entire street without anyone suspecting him. With that decision made, Kain set off for Diagon Alley. He remembered the location of the leaky cauldron, and the Muggle-repelling charm didn't pose much of a problem for him. While Muggles would typically be affected by the charm, Kain could ignore it due to his mastery of chakra. Upon arriving at the leaky cauldron, Kain ordered a few items and gathered valuable information from Tom, the innkeeper. He discovered that the 2 streets behind Gringotts primarily housed wizards, with various properties available for sale or rent. Most wizards opted to rent because buying property was far too expensive. The houses equipped with permanent traceless extension charms were even pricier. Many wizards who had worked in the Ministry of Magic for years couldn't afford such residences. From the outside, these houses might appear small, perhaps only as large as a few doors. However, once inside, they could expand to 200 or 300 square meters. These properties typically cost around 10,000 galleons. Kain learned that opening a shop was also a cumbersome process. It required reporting to the Ministry of Magic and obtaining the necessary permits. This procedure was complex and placed high demands on applicants. Conversely, no one paid much attention to Nocturne Alley. As long as someone owned a house, they could open a shop there at any time. After leaving the leaky cauldron, Kain felt satisfied with the useful information he had gathered. Perhaps after a few glasses of butterbeer, old Tom was feeling generous and pointed Kain in the right direction for purchasing a house. Kain first headed to Gringotts to exchange enough galleons for his purchases. Sola, a goblin there, was particularly enthusiastic about Kain's arrival. After facilitating such a substantial transaction, Sola even upgraded Kain's personal vault to a higher security level. Anything lower simply wouldn't suffice. There were numerous locations where wizards congregated, such as Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. Some wizards even lived alongside Muggles or resided in their own manors, enjoying convenient transportation methods like flow powder or apparition. Kain had neither option available to him at the moment, but he could still consider purchasing a house in Hogsmeade in the future. Once he did, he could apply to establish a flow network in both the Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley locations. Fortunately, buying a house in Diagon Alley didn't require Ministry of Magic approval. There was an organization dedicated to selling and renting properties that was half official and half folk, subject to the Ministry's review but lacking any real management power, similar to an intermediary. Following Tom's instructions, Kain made his way to the housing organization, where he found that Hogsmeade also had properties for sale. However, Kain had not yet visited Hogsmeade, and he didn't bring enough money today, so he decided to hold off for the time being. After browsing for a while, Kain chose a house that had been vacant for a long time. It featured 3 floors and an interior space of about 360 square meters, with a price tag of 9,800 galleons. The house was well located and secure, but its high price likely deterred potential buyers. Once the staff realized Kain was interested in purchasing, they quickly notified the owner. Within an hour, a wizard arrived to finalize the sale. Probably concerned that Kain might change his mind, the owner agreed to the deal immediately after confirmation. Kain paid the 9,800 galleons, securing the contract and control of the house. Now he had a place to call home near Diagon Alley. However, it had been empty for a long time, so it would need thorough cleaning. Kain figured it would be best to hire a professional cleaning wizard, though he also considered acquiring a house elf later from the Ministry of Magic's resettlement office. After finalizing the house purchase in Diagon Alley, Kain left the wizarding world through the leaky cauldron. When he returned to the Muggle world by car, Kain noticed a girl sitting at his doorstep. As soon as she saw him get out of the vehicle, she leaped to his side. "I thought I wouldn't be able to meet you today, but thankfully there's still time," Hermione Granger said, beaming with excitement. "My parents want to invite you for dinner to discuss what we talked about earlier today. They'd like to chat with you," she added, her enthusiasm infectious. The dinner prepared by the Granger family was quite sumptuous. While it might not have rivaled a meal at a high-end restaurant, it was clear that Mrs. Granger had put a lot of effort into the preparation. The table was adorned with various dishes, each one reflecting her culinary skills and attention to detail. If Hermione hadn't waited for Kain to arrive, it's likely that at least half of the meal would have gone to waste, a thought that made Kain a bit guilty but also appreciative of the Granger family's hospitality. During dinner, Kain shared details of his afternoon itinerary with the Grangers. "I've already bought a house in Diagon Alley," he announced, trying to gauge their reactions. "Unfortunately, the procedures for opening a shop are quite tedious. I need to apply to the Ministry of Magic for approval. Otherwise, I could have purchased a shop today as well. I heard Hogsmeade is also a popular gathering place for wizards." As Kain spoke, he revealed the wizarding contract he had obtained. It bore his handprint along with a photo. The Grangers were visibly surprised at Kain's decisiveness and ability to navigate the complexities of the wizarding world. The house in Diagon Alley had cost him a staggering 9,800 galleons, a sum that, to them, represented nearly a year's worth of hard work without any expenses for food or leisure. "The magical world is still very attractive to Muggles," Kain continued. "I've heard tales of fire dragons and phoenixes residing there. Mr. Granger, if you don't see these magical creatures for yourself after hearing about them, you might end up regretting it for the rest of your life." "You're quite right, Mr. Pent," Mr. Granger replied, his interest piqued. It was evident that he was curious about the wizarding world. After all, Hermione's eagerness to embrace this new environment had to stem from something captivating. "Can Muggles just walk into the wizarding world from the alley behind the leaky cauldron?" Mr. Granger inquired, genuinely interested in understanding more about how the two worlds interacted. Before he could finish his question, Hermione interjected. Dad, Mr. Kain isn't a muggle in the strictest sense. He may have magical powers, but he just can't use them yet. I'll ask about this when school starts. Professor Dumbledore is said to be the greatest wizard of this century, so I'm sure he'll have the answers we need. Hermione's enthusiasm was contagious. As for muggles, they can't access the wizarding world unless a wizard leads them. Every entrance is protected by muggle-repelling spells, and if they don't interact with wizards for an extended period, muggles will gradually forget about magic altogether. Once Hermione started explaining, she fell into a rhythm, her voice animated as she lectured on the intricacies of the wizarding world. The Granger parents exchanged amused glances, enjoying their daughter's spirited explanation. Hermione beamed with satisfaction after sharing her knowledge, but then she remembered the importance of the dinner and began to glance nervously at her parents. Noticing her anxiousness, Mr. Granger cleared his throat and addressed Kain. Mr. Pent, we are very pleased that you value Hermione's talents and abilities. We welcome your interest in her future. If possible, we would like to invite you to be Hermione's godfather. Kain nearly choked on the potato he was eating. After swallowing, he stared incredulously at Mr. Granger. Mr. Granger, are you suggesting that I become Miss Granger's godfather? He asked, still in disbelief. He found it hard to believe that he qualified for such an important role, especially since he and the Granger family had only known each other for a few weeks. Their relationship had become closer due to the exciting news about the wizarding world, but it still seemed premature to assume such a title. Why would you want me to be her godfather? Kain asked, perplexed. There were many criteria for being a godfather, and he felt he fell short on most counts, not to mention that he was still relatively unknown to the Grangers. Mr. Granger explained, how should I put it? It's about mutual support. While I agree with Hermione attending school in the wizarding world, I've gathered from your discussions over the past few days that, although the wizarding community is smaller, class discrimination is unfortunately quite prevalent. We are concerned that Hermione might face some form of discrimination in that environment. Kain began to understand the Grangers' perspective. It seemed that some of the spoilers he had shared with Hermione had reached her parents, painting a more realistic picture of the challenges she might face. The thought that their daughter could end up at the bottom of the social hierarchy in the wizarding world troubled them deeply. It was one thing to embrace magic, but another to grapple with the biases that could accompany it. We hope that by inviting you into a closer relationship with our family, it might help Hermione navigate any challenges she may encounter. Your investment in her talent is appreciated, and it could be of great benefit to her future, Mr. Granger concluded. Kain mulled over the proposal. While it was a bit unconventional, he recognized the sentiment behind it. The Grangers were trying to ensure that their daughter would have a safety net in a world that could be harsh and unyielding. Since he had considered helping Hermione along her journey, it made sense to formalize that bond. Well, Mr. Granger, I would be honored to be Miss Granger's godfather, Kain finally replied, a smile spreading across his face. Once Kain agreed, the atmosphere around the dinner table brightened considerably. He could feel the warmth of their growing relationship. Since none of them were particularly religious, the concept of a recognition ceremony was informal, allowing them to bypass traditional customs that might complicate their new bond. Following Kain's acceptance of the title, Hermione spent much of her vacation with him. Their shared experiences became a rich tapestry of learning and discovery. Kain introduced her to an array of texts covering the 1st to 7th grade curricula and various books from the magical world. He also provided her with high-quality materials and top-of-the-line cauldrons for potion brewing. Hermione was eager to practice, even attempting to brew potions several times. Though many of her early attempts ended in failure, Kain stood by her side, ready to intervene when things threatened to go awry. This mentor-student dynamic deepened their connection and fortified Hermione's understanding of magic. Kain also took Hermione to the house in Diagon Alley, handing her a key. You can choose any room you'd like to use, he told her. It just hasn't been cleaned yet, so you can't stay here just yet. I'm going to apply to the Ministry of Magic to open a shop soon, and I'll also see if I can arrange for a house elf to help with cleaning and maintenance. The house was expansive, featuring a special study room and a dedicated potion brewing area, likely left by the previous owner. The magical ambience resonated with Hermione, and she fell in love with the place instantly. This is amazing, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The house represented not just a new beginning in the wizarding world, but also a safe haven where her magical education could thrive. As Kain made plans for his future in the wizarding world, he felt a sense of purpose solidifying. His investment in Hermione was not merely financial, it was about nurturing talent and guiding her toward a bright future. In a world filled with wonders, dangers, and hidden opportunities, Kain was determined to help Hermione navigate it all, ensuring she could truly become the witch she was destined to be. In the end, the dinner at the Granger household marked the beginning of a beautiful partnership, one that would lead Hermione into the heart of magic, guided by her newfound godfather. Together, they would explore the vastness of the wizarding world, facing challenges and celebrating triumphs as they carved their paths through this enchanting realm. Since the house elves failed in their war against wizards, they have been subjugated and trained in a servile manner for generations. Differentiated as magical creatures, they are subject to the oversight of the Department of Magical Creatures Management and Control within the Ministry of Magic in the UK. Free house elves are virtually non-existent. The ministry believes that an idle house elf poses a potential threat to wizards and the human world, with consequences that could be more severe than those caused by some magical beasts. House elves possess magical abilities, and despite their status as slaves for centuries, wizards have maintained a vigilant stance toward these creatures. Moreover, adopting a house elf comes at a significant cost. A deposit of 5,000 galleons is required, which many wizards deem excessive. However, this high deposit reflects the fact that house elves do not require wages. Once they recognize a master, they serve that family for life, barring any extraordinary circumstances. Therefore, the financial commitment primarily revolves around the adoption process itself. For Kain, who considers himself lazy, having someone to serve him is more appealing than doing tasks himself. This practicality underscores his interest in adopting house elves. Hermione also decided to visit the Ministry of Magic. At this point in time, Voldemort had not yet returned, and the Death Eaters were lying low. The British wizarding community was relatively safe, aside from the more perilous Nocturne Alley and deserted areas. Eager to learn more about the wizarding world, Hermione's curiosity prompted Kain to agree to accompany her. Aside from the peculiar mode of transport to the Ministry of Magic, the experience was eye-opening for Hermione. It was her first encounter with such a large number of wizards outside of Diagon Alley, particularly in a central governing body of the wizarding community. Once they arrived, guided by ministry staff, Kain and Hermione made their way to the 4th basement floor. Exiting the elevator, Kain noticed a significant reduction in the number of wizards in the vicinity, but he could still spot several in the corridor. A dozen wizards were seen bustling about, clutching various documents. According to Boss Tom, the Fantastic Beasts Management Control Room employs the second large number of personnel in the Ministry of Magic, while the Department of Legal Enforcement home to the Aurors employs the most. The ministry exists primarily to maintain stability within the wizarding world. Its foremost aim is to combat dark wizards and, secondarily, to regulate magical creatures. Following the signs on the office door, Kain quickly located the House Elf Resettlement Office. After explaining his intentions, the ministry staff member who assisted him looked momentarily taken aback before proceeding with the process. "Here's what you need to know about adopting a house elf," she explained, handing him a form. "Please fill in your address and the number of elves you wish to adopt. Once you leave a deposit, you can return home and await further information." Most wizards seeking to adopt house elves are either affluent or simply willing to pay the high costs involved, which influenced the staff's relatively cordial demeanor. Kain completed the form quickly. After depositing the required funds, the staff informed him that he would receive a reply within 7 days regarding whether he could adopt the elves immediately or if he would need to wait. Once he had settled the house elf matters, Kain inquired about opening a store. There is no distinct departmental oversight regarding this. Primarily, 2 departments from the Law Enforcement Division dictate regulations. One cannot sell Muggle items or anything related to dark magic without proper reporting. The former requires contacting the Misuse of Muggle Items office, while the latter involves notifying the Auror office. Operating a shop in Diagon Alley without appropriate notifications would result in Aurors inspecting the establishment daily. This visit was primarily informational for Kain. He was not yet prepared to open his store but sought to familiarize himself with the required processes. He planned to return to the Ministry of Magic once he had everything in order. After concluding their business, Kain and Hermione returned. They stopped by Diagon Alley to enjoy some desserts before heading to the Leaky Cauldron for a casual meal, as Kain did not have a penchant for cooking. His goddaughter, full of energy when encountering new experiences, exemplified this enthusiasm during their outing. Hermione had spent the entire morning running alongside Kain, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. She informed him that she would reach out to her parents upon returning home, likely about schoolwork and preparations for the upcoming term. Hermione could sense Kain's genuine care for her, prompting her desire to meet his expectations. She was increasingly captivated by the wizarding world, directing more focus and energy toward her studies. After savoring the last sip of her juice, Hermione looked at Kain and said, "Godfather, I want to continue learning how to make potions when I get back." "Of course, you can, but I believe having a guide is essential for mastering the science of potions. Figuring it out independently can be quite challenging, as you probably realized over the past 2 days," Hermione, Kain advised. Once he agreed to her desire, Kain further elaborated on his perspective. He acknowledged Hermione's intelligence but pointed out that mastering potion making requires more than textbook knowledge. Even the simplest potion requires practical experience and guidance. "I'll help you find someone to teach you about potions. With a month left before school starts, having someone mentor you will facilitate significant progress. What do you think, Hermione?" "Thank you, Godfather," she replied enthusiastically. Her face lit up with happiness. She had already sensed the depth of knowledge involved in potion making, and the prospect of having a mentor excited her. Although Kain had been recommended as her godfather by her parents, spending time with him made her realize how much he genuinely cared for her. Without Kain, Hermione felt she would struggle to find motivation, even while immersed in her studies. Now, with access to a myriad of magical books, including the latest releases from the bookstore, and a plethora of magical materials to experiment with, her situation was vastly improved. The idea of securing a potions teacher before the school year began thrilled her. Hermione reflected that even if her parents doted on her, they likely wouldn't allocate such resources to her studies, given their circumstances. Kain, however, was different. With substantial galleons at his disposal, he could afford to hire a qualified teacher. While he might not secure renowned figures like Snape or Horace, he could find other skilled wizards or some Hogwarts graduates who excelled in potions and possessed sufficient knowledge to assist Hermione. Kain approached Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, to help him find a suitable teacher. Upon learning that Kain was willing to pay 50 galleons for the service, Tom enthusiastically agreed to assist. He viewed this as a straightforward task, simply finding a potions teacher to guide young witches and wizards who hadn't yet started school. As long as the candidates passed their NEWT potions exam and met Kain's standards, Tom was confident he could find several suitable options. The number of such qualified individuals was limited, but with Kain's generous compensation, it should be manageable. In addition to arranging for Hermione's potions teacher, Kain received a response from the Ministry of Magic 3 days later. His application for 2 house elves had been processed, and the ministry informed him that he could come to pick them up at his convenience. Within 2 days, Old Tom found Kain a wizard named Guy Turrell, who had just passed the N.E.W.T.S potions exam. Guy had graduated from Hufflepuff nearly 3 years ago but had yet to secure a suitable job. Despite his aspirations to build a career in the wizarding world, his N.E.W.T.S potions certification proved relatively useless within the Ministry of Magic. Potion shops in the British wizarding world typically have established partners and apprentices, making it difficult for Guy to find a position that matched his skills. If Old Tom hadn't contacted him, Guy Turrell would have returned home to inherit his father's bakery, earning a living as a muggle to support his family. This scenario is not uncommon in the wizarding world. Although he could brew potions, no one would purchase them without the endorsement of a recognized potion shop. A harmless potion could easily become dangerously toxic without proper oversight. Consequently, many individuals prefer to pay a little more for potions from established sources like St. Mungo's Hospital or Slug and Jigger's Apothecary rather than buy from unknown suppliers. Guy accepted Kain's invitation primarily due to the high salary on offer. After all, Aurors typically earned between 1,500 and 3,000 galleons a year, while Kain was offering 100 galleons a week. Although Guy would only work for a month, Kain revealed that if he performed well, he would hire him as a potions apprentice once Kain opened his shop. Kain's financial stability had already been demonstrated to Guy through the house elves he had adopted. Such servants have always been a symbol of considerable wealth in the wizarding world. It is impossible to maintain house elves without substantial family resources. The presence of 2 house elves confirmed Kain's financial capacity. After a moment of consideration, Guy accepted Kain's invitation. Along with the promise of becoming a potions apprentice, he began preparing lesson plans to teach Hermione Granger, Kain's goddaughter. In addition to recruiting Guy, Kain's most significant achievement was acquiring 2 house elves, Phil and Isaac. After signing the contract with the Ministry of Magic, these 2 house elves officially became Kain's property. The ministry also provided him with a book outlining the prohibited activities for house elves. The first rule stated that house elves are not permitted to touch wands, among many other restrictions. However, these rules can be arbitrarily defined by the ministry, and Kain had no intention of adhering to them. The subservience of house elves is deeply ingrained, particularly in Phil and Isaac. Knowing they would never betray him, Kain decided to empower the elves. For instance, he allowed them to practice offensive magic and to use wands, as this would enable them to better protect him and Hermione. He was confident that the elves would accept his commands without hesitation. Moreover, monitoring house elves is challenging for the Ministry of Magic. Even if they discovered that Kain was condoning house elf training, he would likely face only a fine. Ownership of the elves remains with Kain unless he passes away, so he felt secure in his decisions. After Phil and Isaac moved into Kain's home, they quickly began cleaning. Phil was particularly skilled at cooking and maintaining a tidy environment, while Isaac was more reserved and did not dispute Phil's approach to their tasks. Kain had issued several directives after they became his servants, including a crucial rule: the elves were forbidden from causing harm to themselves without his permission. Kain believed that the best way for them to atone for mistakes was through reflection rather than self-harm. This method would create greater value for him as their master, rather than incurring unnecessary medical expenses due to their injuries, which would be a loss for him. Kain instilled this principle in Phil and Isaac, and they quickly accepted it as their guiding truth. One night, after Phil and Isaac had cleaned the entire building, Kain called them in for a discussion. "Phil, Isaac, do you know any attack-type magic?" he asked. Upon hearing this, their bulging green eyes widened with panic. Their hands fidgeted, unsure where to place themselves, as they responded nervously, "Master, we will never attack you. Phil, I need you to protect me. And when I'm not around, you also need to safeguard my goddaughter, Hermione Granger. Therefore, you must possess a certain level of strength, understand?" Kain interjected, emphasizing the importance of his safety. Upon hearing Kain's words, Phil and Isaac immediately disregarded the rule that elves could not practice attack magic. Their concern for Kain's safety outweighed any fear of reprimand. "Master, our magic is somewhat different from that of wizards, but our attack magic is similar," they explained. Listening to their response, Kain gained insight into the abilities of house elves. Their magical prowess is fundamentally distinct from that of wizards, rooted in their different racial identities. House elves are born with innate magical abilities, often performing certain types of magic even better than pure-blood wizards. This superiority is partly due to the fact that house elves do not use wands. According to Phil and Isaac, they had never used wands since birth, and there were no wand makers who crafted wands specifically for house elves. Consequently, they lacked awareness of how wands might enhance their magical strength. Kain then retrieved 10 wands and asked Phil and Isaac to choose one to familiarize themselves with. If it proved useful, it would belong to them. He also instructed them to erase any memories of the witnesses, as this was part of his request. Meanwhile, Hermione was diligently learning from Guy Turle each day. In addition to potions, Guy could also teach Hermione about spell knowledge from the 1st to 5th year, prompting Kain to increase Guy's salary by 50 galleons per week due to the extension of his teaching hours. Phil and Isaac moved into Kain's new residence in Diagon Alley, with Isaac residing there permanently while Phil accompanied Kain on his outings. With their protection, Kain felt secure in both of his homes. Phil and Isaac even cast a basic protective spell around the house, ensuring that anyone with weaker magical abilities than theirs would be unable to breach the elves' enchantments. Dragon blood is incredibly hard to obtain. It seems that besides trading with powerful wizards, the only option is to try my luck in Nocturne Alley, Kain pondered aloud. He had never ventured into Nocturne Alley due to fears of being cheated. Dark wizards can be more ruthless than capitalists. Kain's experiences with money-hungry individuals had taught him that while they would at most only want his galleons, dark wizards could be capable of far worse, including violence. However, acquiring necessary items through formal channels was exceedingly difficult, even for something as essential as dragon blood, let alone rarer substances like unicorn blood or phoenix tears. Kain contemplated making a donation to Hogwarts, recalling that funding had always been a significant issue for the school. Lucius Malfoy's influence as a school trustee likely stemmed from his generous donations. After careful consideration, Kain decided he would venture into Nocturne Alley. At the very least, he hoped to gather blood and genetic samples from some magical creatures. Although Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley are separated by only a wall, the two locations present strikingly different environments and atmospheres. Upon entering Nocturne Alley, Kain immediately felt the oppressive air of darkness that loomed over the place. Shadows danced along the cobblestones, and the occasional flicker of dim lanterns cast an eerie glow. As he stepped deeper into the alley, he quickly noticed the predatory gazes of the dark wizards lurking around. They instantly fixed their attention on him, a newcomer in their territory. However, Kain was unperturbed. Anyone who dared to stir trouble should prepare for an explosive response. He had come prepared, carrying 5 explosive tags and 10 kilograms of explosives on him. The death of his shadow clone would leave him feeling somewhat uneasy, but he knew that for the inhabitants of Nocturne Alley, danger was a daily reality. Despite the Dark Wizard's reputation, the nearby houses remained intact, strengthened by powerful protective spells cast on each brick. It was clear that even in a place steeped in darkness, some semblance of caution prevailed. The onlookers hesitated, choosing to observe rather than act, perhaps weighing the risks of confronting someone who appeared unfazed by their surroundings. Kain's confidence radiated from him, and he knew that he had the means to defend himself should the need arise. As he approached the Bojinbok shop, he took a moment to survey his surroundings before stepping inside. The store was dimly lit and crammed with an assortment of strange and potentially dangerous items. Kain exercised caution, ensuring not to touch anything without knowing what it might be. "Welcome, esteemed guest. You look quite out of place here. Are you visiting from somewhere else? Whatever you desire can be found here." A thin, wiry man with sharp eyes emerged from behind the counter, tapping rhythmically on the table and displaying a phony smile that screamed of opportunism. "I hope your claims are true," Kain replied coolly. "Galleons are not a problem for me, as long as you can procure everything on this list." He retrieved the parchment containing the items he sought and slid it across the counter. Bojinbok's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at the list. His smile faltered and morphed into something akin to shock as he read through the requested items. No one can obtain these things. The phoenix is a rare creature, clearly documented in the British wizarding world at Hogwarts. No one would take such a risk to deal with a unicorn, he stammered, clearly unnerved. "Are you saying that aside from those two, you can acquire the rest? Including Felix Felicis?" Kain pressed, his tone firm. "The Bojinbok store has connections that extend to Romania. As for Felix Felicis, it can be arranged, provided you have the galleons," Bojinbok replied, regaining some of his composure. Kain considered this information carefully. If Bojinbok could indeed secure dragon flesh and blood, then acquiring the components from other magical creatures would be feasible. However, the difficulty of procuring a phoenix and a unicorn remained. If Kain truly desired these rare items, he would likely have to seek out Dumbledore. 2,000 galleons, Bojinbok stated, his eyes gleaming with greed. "That's just a deposit. Come back here in 20 days, and I'll have what you need." As the mention of galleons hung in the air, Kain could see the excitement written all over Bojinbok's face. "In addition to fixing that cabinet you mentioned, you'll need to ensure payment comes through later." Kain chose not to respond verbally, feeling that the matter was settled. However, Bojinbok added, "This cabinet is a pair. If you don't find the other one, fixing it won't make any difference." His implication was clear. He knew something about the whereabouts of the second cabinet. Just then, another figure identical to Kain entered the Bojinbok store. Bojinbok's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Kain's other shadow clone. But then, realization struck him, polyjuice potion. He recognized its potential for deception, but taking such a potion was also a sign of cowardice. In Nocturne Alley, it was best to assert oneself through strength rather than subterfuge. Bojinbok reasoned that his own safety lay in simply collecting the money, regardless of whether Kain's other self had any nefarious intentions. If something were to go wrong and Kain met his demise in the alley, Bojinbok would pocket an easy 2,000 galleons. Once the transaction was confirmed, Bojinbok waved Kain off, indicating that there were no issues. Kain felt no need to linger, wanting instead to purchase some additional black market items. However, he was acutely aware of his own lack of knowledge regarding dark artifacts. Hasty purchases could lead to severe consequences. Even the materials and potions he had just acquired would be scrutinized by his elf for traces of black magic upon his return home. Safe journey, sir, Bojinbok called as Kain made his exit. You should be praying for others, Kain replied cryptically, leaving the shop behind him. After Kain departed, Bojinbok hurriedly collected the 2,000 galleons, curiosity about Kain's confidence gnawing at him. He decided to follow discreetly, wanting to observe from a distance. Just as he stepped outside, an ear-splitting explosion echoed in the distance. It sounded like thunder tearing through the air, shocking Bojinbok to his core. He stumbled backward and fell to the ground, momentarily stunned. When he regained his composure, he cast a protective charm on himself, joining the gathering throng of dark wizards moving toward the explosion's origin. As he approached, Bojinbok began to hear the sounds of wizards screaming in terror. That unfamiliar wizard just exploded out of nowhere, one of them shouted. That was definitely powerful dark magic. They were like twins, identical to one another, another wizard exclaimed. Collecting information as he moved, Bojinbok raced back toward his shop, his heart racing. He had never expected that a customer would unleash such chaotic magic simply because of a disagreement. The ensuing devastation had likely claimed the lives of 4 or 5 dark wizards who had long dwelled in Nocturne Alley. Upon returning to his store, Bojinbok spotted a note on the counter that read, "Don't forget the time of the transaction, Mr. Bojinbok." What a crazy guy, he muttered, trembling slightly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurried to prepare the items for the transaction. He recognized that he could not afford to make any mistakes in this business, or the consequences would far exceed 5,000 galleons. News of the explosion quickly spread, attracting the attention of the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. Normally, the Aurors avoided Nocturne Alley unless there was significant trouble, but the commotion from the explosion was impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, after the demise of Kain's shadow clone, he felt a strange sensation as his eyes glowed faintly red. The sudden return of Chakra, laden with the memories of its death, left a troubling residue. However, Extremis swiftly repaired any damage to his mind, restoring his focus. Moments later, there was a knock on the door. Phil answered it, revealing Hermione's proud little figure as she bounced in, unable to conceal her delight. "Thank you, Phil," she exclaimed as she entered, which left Phil somewhat flustered. He finally retreated to the basement, overwhelmed by emotion. "Godfather Kain, I've made progress? This is the potion for treating scabies, and Guy said my results were outstanding," she beamed. "That's incredible, as expected from my talented goddaughter. I knew you would excel. But Hermione, you really should take a proper rest. If you'd like, I can show you around London," Kain suggested, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. He felt a responsibility to ensure she didn't overwork herself. "Also, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Once school begins, I hope you'll help me deliver a letter to Professor Dumbledore at Hogwarts." Kain had a rare period of peace. After spending a day playing with Hermione in London, he turned his attention to the world of the common people. Utilizing several shadow clones, he employed the transformation technique combined with monetary resources to clear the way, ultimately acquiring several identification cards. With these, Kain exchanged some pounds and ventured into the stock market, hoping to make a little extra money. This year presented a prime opportunity for wealth accumulation, but unfortunately, it was already too late. All the profits that should have been earned had already been seized by the financial oligarchs. Thus, Kain was left to rely solely on his memory, which still allowed him to earn a modest sum. Even so, he managed to increase his wealth several times over. Kain intended to use this money to exchange for gold, which could then be traded for magical resources in the wizarding world. Half of the money he earned was allocated for developing local strengths, while the other half was reserved for purchasing gold. After obtaining legal status, Kain no longer needed to depend on a security company to rent a house as he had done in the past. Now, he could legitimately invest in businesses as a local citizen. He entrusted these endeavors to his shadow clones. Currently, Kain possessed an abundance of chakra. After separating 3 shadow clones, each clone could maintain the transformation technique for an entire day without raising suspicion. The side effects of using shadow clones were also mitigated by the extremis virus, which effectively processed the substantial influx of memories. He comprehended the memories of his shadow clones without complications, allowing him to avoid any potential issues. Although there were wizards present, Kain's ninjutsu was on par with magic, particularly the combination of shadow clone and transformation technique. This method had become remarkably effective, resembling the tactics employed by terrorists who utilize human bombs. In Diagon Alley, Kain maintained a low profile, especially since the Ministry of Magic had dispatched Aurors to the intersection of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley to investigate the recent surge in Dark Wizard activities. Thankfully, the last explosion had occurred in Nocturne Alley, claiming the lives of Dark Wizards. If it had happened in Diagon Alley, the implications for Minister Fudge would have been dire. The Daily Prophet would undoubtedly have filled 3 pages detailing his incompetence. Consequently, Aurors had been working overtime, striving to show the Ministry's commitment to eradicating evil, even if they could not identify the mastermind behind the explosion in Nocturne Alley. As the days passed before Hermione's school year commenced, Kain remained in Diagon Alley, keeping to himself and only occasionally venturing out to purchase food from the wizarding world. Unfortunately, many magical desserts required magical power for production, making mass industrialization impossible. Otherwise, Kain mused that he could have easily become a dessert tycoon in the Marvel world. As the start of school approached, Kain wondered just how many days remained. "Godfather Kain, look at my work," Hermione exclaimed as she entered the room. With a wave of her wand, she maintained the levitation charm with a sense of pride. Floating before her were 2 potion bottles, one contained life and death water, while the other held a blood tonic. "See?" Guy praised it as the perfect potion. "Looks pretty good, Hermione. I'll take these 2 bottles for my collection, just in case I get hurt," Kain replied, taking the potions from her. He wasn't stingy with his praise. For a girl of her age who thrived on approval, Kain knew that positive reinforcement was essential. As long as Hermione excelled, Kain was more than willing to shower her with compliments. As for the stricter discipline, he knew that Guy and the Hogwarts professors would ensure Hermione remained grounded. If necessary, Kain could also adopt the role of the stern figure occasionally. "It was meant for you, Godfather," Hermione said, her happiness evident as she accepted the compliment. During her time with Guy, Hermione had diligently studied the first-grade potions and spells, quickly mastering them despite the accelerated pace. With that foundation, she now had ample time to delve into other subjects and read extensively. Guy had even encouraged her to relax before school began, suggesting she balance her time with leisure activities. However, Kain suspected that Hermione would continue to hold herself to high standards and not waste a moment. He could provide the Grangers with updates about Hermione's progress to help them guide her, though he noted a peculiar shift. The Grangers seemed less inclined to inquire about Hermione's progress recently, perhaps indicating a trend of hands-off parenting. "Is this Felix Felicis?" Kain wondered aloud as he inspected the potion in his hand. The lucky potion could alter one's illusory luck, but the effect was more about transforming the user than bestowing true fortune. It was important not to consume too much, as excessive amounts could lead to negative side effects like arrogance or dizziness. After acquiring the potion from Bojinbach, Kain had opted not to take it directly home. Instead, he had someone verify its authenticity. Upon returning, he had Phil and Isaac inspect it for any traces of black magic, ensuring it was safe. Felix Felicis could not be stored indefinitely, it was best consumed within its shelf life. There would be no point in buying it only to discover that its effects had expired. Fortunately, Kain had a space backpack, negating those concerns. Felix Felicis, while challenging to brew, was not a rare masterpiece. A couple of bottles circulated the market each year, making it feasible to acquire or brew more. Kain decided to divide the Felix Felicis into 3 portions, as recommended by the owner of Slug and Jigger's potion shop. Taking 1/3 of a bottle at a time was deemed the optimal dosage. He intended to keep one for himself, experiment with another, and give the last portion to Hermione, as his goddaughter deserved the opportunity to experience its effects. As for the flesh and blood of other magical creatures, Kain kept those safe, planning to research their compatibility with the new extremis virus once he returned home. Kain intended to stay put until after school started, as this coincided with the time to respond to the Ministry of Magic's application for opening a store. He also hoped to ask Hermione to deliver a letter to Dumbledore for him when school commenced. Time flew by, and soon the day of Hogwarts reopening arrived. On that day, Kain decided to try Felix Felicis. After drinking it, he felt a surge of clarity in his mind while other complex emotions receded, allowing him to enter a more rational state. In this enhanced mental clarity, Kain composed a letter to Dumbledore. The letter comprised roughly 1/3 greetings and compliments, 1/3 expressions of yearning for Hogwarts, and the remainder a reflection of his sadness as a squib who could not fully grasp the joys of the wizarding school. He also included a donation of 5,000 galleons to support Hogwarts education, along with a Gringotts fund transfer statement, which allowed whoever received the statement to withdraw 5,000 galleons from Kain's personal vault. Towards the end of the letter, Kain inquired about the possibility of purchasing Phoenix blood and body tissues, offering to pay 30,000 galleons for the privilege. "Mom, Dad, and Godfather, just send me here. I'm going to get in the car," Hermione announced, her voice brimming with excitement as she pushed her suitcase toward the entrance of King's Cross Station. She turned to the Grangers and Kain, her godfather, who stood beside them, filled with pride and a hint of melancholy as they prepared to see her off. Hermione had the option to magically stretch her bag to fit all her belongings, but Guy Turrell, her mentor during the summer, had advised her that freshmen should not rely on their magic too heavily. It was better not to be independent, especially since they would have house elves at Hogwarts to assist them with their luggage. Thus, she opted not to manage her own suitcase, which contained not only clothes but also some top-of-the-line magical equipment, including dragon leather gloves and a quality cauldron, thanks to her godfather's financial support. "Godfather, I will forward your letter to Professor Dumbledore. Please rest assured," she said confidently, her posture straightening as she spoke. After a month of rigorous study under Guy, Hermione felt thoroughly prepared and surprisingly calm about her first day at Hogwarts. She had absorbed enough knowledge to feel almost as capable as a second-year student, having mastered spells and potions that would serve her well in her magical education. "Then please, Hermione, if you need anything while I'm abroad, don't hesitate to reach out to Phil, Isaac, or Guy," Kain replied, his voice warm but slightly anxious. He wanted to ensure that Hermione had a smooth transition into her new life at Hogwarts. He reassured her that the matter of her first year could be managed through the house elves and her mentor Guy, affirming her role as their second master while he was away. Kain had hired Guy as a store clerk, having recently secured a business license from the Ministry of Magic. His new grocery store in Diagon Alley was ready to open, allowing Kain to recycle potions and magical materials while selling some concoctions brewed by Guy. Kain had grand ambitions to collect rare alchemical products but was cautious about the potential for deception from unscrupulous wizards. He relied on Guy's expertise in potions and magical materials, confident that his friend could help navigate the complexities of the market. In his pursuit of acquiring rare magical ingredients, Kain had taken steps to seek out Newt Scamander, a renowned magi-zoologist, hoping to learn about the elusive phoenix blood and flesh. He visited several bookstores to gather information about Scamander's whereabouts, but the shopkeepers were unhelpful. Undeterred, Kain left a letter for Scamander, expressing his admiration and hope that it would reach him. He included a donation intended for the protection of magical creatures and inquired specifically about the phoenix's genetic material. Once aboard the Hogwarts Express, Hermione found an empty compartment and settled in. Shortly thereafter, a plump boy knocked on the door, looking hesitant. Hermione learned his name as Neville Longbottom, a fellow first year who, like her, came from a complicated background. Despite her upbringing, Hermione retained her innate desire to help others, and when Neville introduced himself, she eagerly welcomed him inside. As they began to chat, Hermione's extensive knowledge of spells and magical creatures impressed Neville, who felt a mix of admiration and shyness in her presence. Hermione, who loved to engage with others and share her knowledge, found herself enjoying their conversation. When Neville discovered that his toad was missing, Hermione immediately offered her assistance, eager to help her new friend. "Don't worry, Neville. We'll find your toad," she reassured him with a determined smile. The two of them set off through the train, politely asking fellow students if they had seen a toad. Hermione was considerate, ensuring she didn't intrude on anyone's space and maintaining a cheerful demeanor even when met with grumpy responses. As they moved to the next carriage, Hermione noticed a group of 3 first-years gathered outside another compartment, blocking the entrance. Curious, she approached them, hoping they might have seen Neville's toad. "Excuse me, may I bother you? Have you seen a toad? It belongs to Neville Longbottom," she asked politely. One boy, pale and smug, smirked at her. "Neville? That Longbottom kid who doesn't look like he's from a pure-blood family? I doubt he'll be able to find his pet this time. Next, he might forget the way home," he taunted, eliciting laughter from his companions. Hermione felt a surge of indignation at their cruelty. "Why do you laugh at Neville? Just because he's not a pureblood doesn't mean he deserves to be mocked. Even outside the wizarding world, that kind of behavior is just impolite," she retorted, her small frame standing tall with conviction. She had heard stories from her godfather about the prejudices in the wizarding world, but this was the first time she had encountered it firsthand. "Uneducated? It seems like you don't know the history of pure-blood families, you ignorant mudblood," the boy sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Hermione felt her grip tighten around her wand, hidden discreetly in her sleeve. She wasn't entirely sure what to do, but she would not let them intimidate her or Neville. Just as she prepared to respond, a voice from within the compartment interrupted her thoughts. "Draco Malfoy," a boy named Harry Potter called out, identifying the smug first year. "That's his name." Encouraged by Harry's intervention, Hermione continued, "So, Draco Malfoy from a pure-blood family, huh? You should really learn some manners." Malfoy, realizing he couldn't intimidate Hermione, attempted to cast a spell to silence her. But before he could finish, Hermione quickly countered. "Silencio," she shouted, effectively silencing him. Malfoy's expression turned to shock as he realized he could no longer speak. "Looks like you can't find your toad here either, Neville. Let's keep looking," Hermione said, trying to ease the tension and moving away from the bullies. As they left, Neville looked both relieved and confused. "Thanks, Hermione. I've never had anyone stand up for me like that." After searching the train thoroughly, they eventually boarded the boats headed for Hogwarts. It was there that Hagrid pointed out Neville's lost toad, much to everyone's relief. Hermione's mood lifted at the sight of Neville cradling his pet in his arms, feeling a sense of accomplishment for helping her friend. However, her happiness was short-lived as she caught sight of Draco Malfoy again. The encounter left a bitter taste in her mouth. She was determined to not let such prejudice affect her studies or friendships. Now, she was more focused on her primary task, delivering her godfather's letter to Professor Dumbledore. Kain's absence from London meant she had to act quickly to assist him. The next day, Hermione seized an opportunity after class. With her hand raised, she approached Professor McGonagall, her heart racing slightly. Professor, I have a letter for Professor Dumbledore from my godfather. Could you please pass it on? She requested, her voice steady despite her nerves. McGonagall nodded, taking the letter with a reassuring smile. Of course, Hermione. I'll ensure it reaches him, she replied. As Hermione walked away, she felt a weight lift off her shoulders, allowing her to concentrate fully on her studies. In the principal's office, Professor McGonagall arrived and placed the letter on Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore, I think you should take a look at this. It was passed to me by a student's godfather. He doesn't seem to know your address. Dumbledore, intrigued, opened the letter and began to read. His eyes widened slightly as he recognized the name. Ah, I believe I know this gentleman. It seems he also reached out to Newt Scamander, he mused aloud. Mr. Pent? McGonagall asked, adjusting her glasses as she leaned closer to read the letter. Interesting. I assumed he was simply a muggle, but it seems he has quite a connection to our world. Yes, indeed. But what do you think we should do? The decision ultimately falls to you, as always, she said, looking at him expectantly. Professor McGonagall respected Dumbledore's judgment, especially regarding matters involving magical creatures. Only I can make this decision? While Cornelius Fudge may support my actions, I can sense his underlying fear of my power. But I am not Tom Riddle, Dumbledore replied, stroking Fawkes' feathers thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he made his decision. This will be for the best of Hogwarts, won't it, Fawkes? The phoenix emitted a soft trill in response, as if in agreement. With that, Dumbledore set forth his plans, knowing that both the future of Hogwarts and the magical creatures they protected would benefit from this new collaboration. In the Marvel Universe, Kain felt a sense of exhilaration that he couldn't shake off. The cost is indeed substantial, but the reward is equally great, he mused, reflecting on the recent developments. After waiting several days for a reply from Dumbledore, he was pleasantly surprised by the generosity of the White Wizard King. Not only had Dumbledore provided the flesh and blood of a phoenix, but he had also included feathers and tears, all of which were incredibly valuable materials. Gold consumes less than 1/3 of our resources, and considering the size of the magical world, this is all we can manage, Kain thought. The flesh and blood of 4 dragon species, along with materials from various magical creatures, underscored the vast power of galleons in the magical realm. Kain knew that preserving these rare materials was essential. With the exception of those intended for research, he could store the rest in the space backpack grid of his system. As for research, Rick is a suitable choice. I'll have him set up a dedicated team for me, Kain decided after careful consideration. Rick, a researcher in Killian's team, had an impressive academic background and demonstrated strong research capabilities. His commitment to the extremis virus project stemmed from a personal quest to find a cure for his daughter. Since Kain was now promoting the extremis virus initiative, he promised Rick similar benefits. Rick's desperation for funds to treat his daughter was palpable. He was doing everything in his power to maintain her medical treatment, which explained why he was eager to assist Kain. $1,000 was a generous offer, Kain thought, knowing how much Rick needed it. Betty, please have the driver pick me up and take me to the Biological Research Center. How are things progressing with the tasks I assigned you last time? Kain instructed. Betty Ross was taken aback by Kain's sudden call. Her boss had been missing for several days, and now he was contacting her out of the blue. I understand, boss. Driver Paul will be at your doorstep in half an hour. Everything is going smoothly. Currently, we have 7 individuals willing to join the project, she replied. Though Betty held the title of assistant at the Biological Research Center, her role extended beyond mere clerical tasks. She also managed Kain's schedule, a necessary function given her lucrative salary. In truth, she relished her boss's extended absences, which allowed her to delve deeper into the center's experimental projects without constant directives from Kain. 20 minutes later, Paul arrived at Kain's residence. The driver was known for his reliability and quiet demeanor. Upon arriving at the research center, Kain was greeted by Betty, who rushed to update him on recent developments. Your identity is proving quite useful, Kain noted. Betty had successfully contacted 19 experts and researchers in the field of biological genetics, but only 7 had definitively accepted his invitation. The others either had ongoing projects or were skeptical of Kain's confidential initiative, assuming it was a facade. The 7 who accepted were not particularly prominent, they seemed to be the overlooked members of their former teams. However, Betty held them in high regard, believing they could contribute meaningfully to Kain's research center. Kain intended to assess these individuals to determine their compatibility with Rick's potential research team. As they approached the research room, Kain paused and said to Betty, "This concludes your report for today. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. Please arrange a dinner reservation for me. If possible, add 1 more guest." "Okay, boss," Betty replied, her annoyance tempered by a smile. Although she wished to explore the laboratory, she knew Kain wouldn't permit her entry. The center enforced strict security protocols. Even with an ID, Betty couldn't gain access. With a forced smile, she turned away, but her mind was racing with ideas. "Ladies and gentlemen, how is the research progressing?" Kain inquired upon entering the laboratory. Maya and Killian quickly updated him on their progress with the extremis virus project. Under Kain's guidance, they had successfully cultured the cell genes of the extremis virus with those from 2 different animals, achieving favorable results in mice and apes. If these results continue to hold, the next step would involve conducting market research. The extremis virus showed remarkable effectiveness in repairing cellular damage and enhancing bioelectric functions. Kain envisioned a future where he could create superhumans, though he aimed to limit the effects significantly. He considered that the serum could ultimately be marketed only as a means to regenerate severed limbs, ensuring that all other enhancement effects would be removed. This would safeguard Kain from allegations of creating superhumans and allow his biomedical company to maintain a reputable image. Remember, he instructed Maya and Killian, we must weaken the serum's effects by at least 90% before releasing it to the public. While musing to himself, if we can only offer limb regeneration, we'll be an excellent biomedical company. However, if we mass-produce superhumans, we'll be contending with entire corporations, like the Umbrella Company from Resident Evil. After listening to Maya and Killian's reports, Kain urged them to expedite their progress. He then turned to Rick. Mr. Rick, I need you to assemble another research team. You fit my selection criteria perfectly. Rick froze at Kain's invitation, glancing around the room at his colleagues. While he typically followed orders without complaint, he was undeniably Killian's most reliable assistant. The unexpected attention from Kain caught him off guard. Killian felt a twinge of reluctance as he saw Rick being called away. However, he recognized Kain's authority. The Extremis project had reached a pivotal breakthrough, and Kain was still the boss. There was little Killian could do but accept it. Rick was escorted to an unused research room. Mr. Rick, I need your assistance with a crucial research project. In return, your daughter will be among the first to receive the mature extremis virus serum, and the company will cover her treatment costs. All I require from you is absolute confidentiality and adherence to my directives, Kain stated. Initially dazed, Rick soon realized the magnitude of this opportunity. He quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, of course, I understand. Excellent, Kain replied. I trust you will remember my conditions. Next, I'll assign you your research tasks. As for personnel, I recommend individuals from our current team, but you may seek out others as long as they can maintain secrecy. As Kain finished speaking, another version of himself entered the room, startling Rick. The duplicate's appearance served as both a demonstration of Kain's power and a subtle warning to Rick. Although Rick was generally trustworthy, Kain was determined to prevent any potential leaks. The research concerning magical creatures' flesh and blood cells was too sensitive to risk any exposure. Kain planned to triple the security measures at this research site. Unfortunately, without an advanced AI system like Jarvis, he had to rely on more traditional security protocols. After dinner, Paul drove Kain back to the villa. Just as Kain was about to exit the car, he stopped Betty, who was reaching for the door handle. Betty, I would love to invite you in for tea, but it may not be convenient at the moment. I promise to host you next time, he said. Caught off guard, Betty hesitated, unsure if she should insist on staying or respect his wishes. But Kain swiftly motioned for Paul to drive away, ensuring Betty was sent home. With the Marvel world managed, Kain prepared for his next venture into the realm of ninjas. Armed with newfound abilities and the extremis virus combined with his space shuttle system, he felt invincible. Unless the second Hokage resurrected and marked him with the Flying Thunder God technique, no one could threaten his life. Once in the ninja world, Kain was determined to seek revenge, especially against the third Hokage and Danzo, who had used Umbu to order attacks against him. They were his primary targets, and he would not rest until he had confronted them. Aya, long time no see, Kain said with a smile as he entered the room. Aya looked stunned for a moment but quickly gathered herself and hurried forward to greet him. Boss, you're back. Kain had been away for a considerable time, attending to various business matters in different realms, and he had quite a few things to manage upon his return. But his primary concern was Aya and her affairs, and her slightly altered demeanor didn't escape his notice. You seem surprised, Aya. Did something happen while I was away? Kain asked with a curious look. At this, Aya averted her gaze, her head lowering almost as if in admission of a mistake. Sensing her discomfort, Kain reassured her, go and prepare the recent account book. You know I don't place a high value on wealth, if there were losses, don't feel bad about it. Nodding, Aya replied, understood, boss. I'll prepare it immediately. She turned to leave, but Kain stopped her once more. Wait a moment. Give me your Chamber of Commerce badge, he instructed. Surprised but obedient, Aya removed the badge from her collar, handing it over. Kain handed her a new one, which she clipped onto her collar without question before hurrying off to gather the necessary documents. Being in charge of the Chamber of Commerce's general accounts, Aya also oversaw some of the dealings in both Konoha village and surrounding towns. Once alone, Kain examined the badge closely, extracting a small eavesdropping chip from it. From his space backpack, he retrieved a computer, uploaded the recording, and set it to an audio-to-text transcription, allowing him to quickly skim through. After reviewing the logs, he understood why Aya seemed tense. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Aya entered, respectfully handing him several accounting documents. Boss, here are the accounts, sorted by region, category, and personnel updates, she reported. Thank you, Kain replied, flipping through the documents. The chamber's revenue was quite promising, especially in the casinos, which had grown by 50% over the past 4 months. Kain's ventures now spanned multiple countries, with 4 casinos generating solid revenue, and projections for next year appeared even more optimistic. Though less lucrative than the casinos, Kain's line of desserts and high-calorie sweets was immensely popular in the Land of Fire, especially among ninjas. These sweets, designed to quickly restore mood, were in high demand, and his products had achieved a near-legendary status among civilians and ninjas alike. In Konoha, the ledger showed steady, conservative growth. Miwa, another trusted associate, had sensibly chosen to maintain stability rather than aggressively expand operations in Kain's absence. Generous donations to the orphanages were ongoing, building Kain's reputation as a benefactor. By providing food and shelter for war orphans both inside and outside Konoha, Kain had become a highly regarded figure among the populace. These orphanages, particularly in war-torn areas, were invaluable. Many civilians, even with parents present, couldn't afford to feed their children adequately. Yet thanks to Kain's initiatives, the orphanages ensured that children had food, shelter, and even education. However, these efforts consumed considerable resources. Around 70% of Kain's income from 13 shops in Konoha village, plus his book royalties, went directly into funding these facilities. Regarding the Land of Water, Kain noted that the transactions with Mist Shinobi, which he usually managed personally, might require his attention again soon. After Aya finished presenting the ledgers, she lingered, hesitating. Noticing her discomfort, Kain raised an eyebrow. Is there something else, Aya? After a brief pause, she handed him a list, explaining, Boss, this is a list of newly recruited personnel. I'm concerned that some may not fit well within the Chamber of Commerce. Kain waved it off with a smile. It's not a big deal, Aya, but I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. For now, let's adjust your responsibilities. Focus solely on the desserts and food expansions. I'll assign others to handle the casino operations. Aya nodded, clearly relieved. She couldn't shake the feeling that Kain saw through her completely, as if he knew every detail of her thoughts. Yet she felt reassured, knowing she could depend on Kain's sense of justice and integrity. He was generous, genuinely invested in good deeds, and respected the Senju clan's principles. Once Aya left, Kain considered the next steps for the Chamber of Commerce, pondering potential replacements who could handle Aya's former duties. He had high hopes for Yakushi Nono, a promising candidate who was expected to complete her training with Tsunade within a few years. Yakushi Nono might even become the first person under Kain's command to test the new extremis virus serum tailored specifically for ninja enhancement. Soon after, Kain summoned Kakuzu's subordinates to relay a mission. Handing over a mission briefing, Kain instructed, deliver this to Kakuzu. There's a caravan traveling to the Land of Waves soon. Here's the route and a list of the personnel. It would be best if none were left behind. The mission, Kain explained, would eliminate a group of individuals recently planted by Konoha as spies. While they might not possess any secrets, Kain wanted no loose ends. As his envoy left, Kain added, tell Kakuzu the mission reward is in the escort box. The so-called spies from Konoha might possess a few skills, but they were far from formidable, barely up to Chunin level. Yakushi Nono, the only one capable of significant espionage among ninjas, wouldn't make such minor mistakes. With Kakuzu's help, Kain could effortlessly clear this group while securing a hefty reward. Kain's responsibilities in the Land of Fire continued to grow. The war orphans under his care were ready to commence weapons training, with plans to expand war orphan shelters across the Land of Fire and smaller nations. These shelters would provide safe spaces, discipline, and skills, giving Kain both goodwill and a formidable reserve of loyal young warriors. Modern warfare required extensive units to wield maximum firepower, but Kain had an advantage in his shadow clone technique. Thanks to his proficiency and the Hashirama cells, Kain's clones could last for extended periods, performing multiple tasks simultaneously. However, another matter required his attention, the delayed business transaction with Kirigakure. The Land of Waves had sufficient resources reserved for Mist Shinobi, but Kain knew a personal visit was overdue. He wondered if Mist Shinobi's bloodline clans might be open to further cooperation. Though armament and weapons trading were complex fields, Kain was confident in his abilities to manage this delicate partnership, strengthening both his reputation and strategic alliances. For now, he prepared to finalize the Chamber's personnel adjustments, solidify his goodwill ventures, and fortify his business ties across countries. Whether dealing with allies or adversaries, Kain approached each step with meticulous planning and a steady resolve. With his resources, loyal followers, and shadow clones, Kain was ready to expand his influence, ensuring stability of his growth. I'm sorry, sir. Business has been busy recently, which caused a delay. Kain apologized, acknowledging that he was 2 months late in delivering what Kirigakure urgently needed medicines. Such a delay might have led to casualties. However, the Mist Shinobi representative remained composed, responding with understanding. It's all right, he said. The stock you reserved at the Land of Waves pharmacy has sustained us until now. After this transaction, Mist Shinobi will need more supplies, especially medicine. It's been a while since we've restocked. At present, Kain owned 7 shipping vessels, 3 purchased and 4 built independently. Although steam-powered vessels were available, an industrial revolution had yet to take hold, making this mechanical advancement somewhat unusual. After confirming the transaction details, Kain prepared to load the shipment, with Mist Shinobi representatives overseeing the entire process. The value of this cargo exceeded 100 million ryo, and Mist Shinobi had sent a Jonin and 5 Chunin for protection, each concealing their identities by refraining from wearing their village forward protectors. As Kain surveyed the Mist Shinobi team, he noticed that the leader, a Jonin, seemed eager to speak with him. Seizing an opportunity, Kain approached him directly. "Is there something you'd like to discuss?" Kain asked. The Mist Shinobi Jonin looked momentarily surprised before nodding. "Was I that obvious? My apologies, Mr. Kain," he replied, lowering his voice and scanning his surroundings. "I am here not only to facilitate this transaction but also to make an additional request. Mist Shinobi requires more than just medicines." Kirigakure's internal situation had worsened under the rule of the third Mizukage, who had imposed increasingly cruel and restrictive policies. Among these was a brutal mandate that ninja, when captured, were to destroy their own brains to prevent enemy intelligence gathering. Furthermore, the Mizukage's regulations demanded ninja meet monthly quotas of completed missions. Failing to meet this quota forced them into high-risk assignments in enemy territories. Even the Ninja Academy had seen a troubling shift in its policies. During the graduation exams, students were required to use actual weapons, and bouts continued even if one side was seriously injured. Students could even earn high marks for killing their opponents. These changes had alarmed the Terumi clan, a modest ninja clan with only a few Jonin and Shinin. Although small, they, too, were subject to the Mizukage's policies. Third Mizukage is no longer focused on the village's development, the Jonin continued gravely. The atmosphere in Kirigakure has become increasingly hostile, with ninja clashes escalating. There have been incidents where civilian merchants were nearly drawn into these conflicts. Kain nodded, absorbing this new information. He hadn't anticipated that Kirigakure's political climate would deteriorate so drastically in the months since his last visit. The Mist Shinobi Jonin hesitated before continuing. "Mr. Kain, regarding our additional request." "Additional supplies?" Kain interrupted with a nod. "Of course. I am a businessman, after all. There's no reason for me to decline a mutually beneficial transaction." After reassuring the Mist Shinobi Jonin, Kain suggested a broader collaboration. "However, I believe we could go further with this partnership, Shin-san. It's unwise to put all your eggs in one basket. We can establish diversified arrangements for added security." They discussed various forms of collaboration, from artisan training to cover task assignments. Though Kain didn't fully trust Terumi Shin at first, he recognized the benefits of dealing with Kirigakure's influential clans. This alliance could pave the way for future recruitment within Mist Shinobi. Given the current turmoil in Kirigakure, Kain hoped to ally with the descendants of smaller bloodline clans who might soon find themselves on the run. After finalizing the deal, Kain shifted his focus to his operations in the Land of Waves. Here, he ran 2 factories. The first, a fresh food processing plant, offered the local fishing community a steady source of income. Though this venture yielded modest profits, it secured goodwill from the Land of Waves inhabitants. In fact, more than 70% of local fishermen relied on Kain's business for their livelihood. The pharmaceutical factory, however, was far more crucial. With 50 guards on site and a workforce composed solely of locals, Kain had taken extensive measures to protect this operation. The factory's 2 head guards were individuals handpicked by Kain, each with families dependent on his goodwill, significantly reducing the likelihood of betrayal. Additionally, the manufacturing process depended on specialized chemical raw materials, making it nearly impossible for competitors to replicate his formulas. Kain instructed his guards in firearms training, sparing no expense on ammunition. These forces were a fraction of his goal to recruit 1,000 gun-wielding guards, but it was a promising start. Handing a list of names to an associate at an underground gold exchange, Kain's shadow clone arranged for a bounty on several high-value targets. The transaction was substantial enough to catch the attention of the exchange's regional manager, who nodded in understanding. "Quite the list, Mr. I see you harbor deep grievances against the Land of Fire," the manager remarked. "We've had our fair share of unusual requests, but the first 2 names on this list, well, those will be challenging." He pointed to the names at the top, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo of Konoha village. "Assassinating these 2 would be a monumental task," he cautioned. "Even if they venture outside the village, they're unlikely to be without substantial protection. Can you do it?" "It's all about probabilities," the manager continued with a wry smile. "At 100 million ryo per target, this is the largest reward we've ever encountered. With stakes this high, the shadows of other villages might be tempted to intervene. A bounty of this magnitude was unprecedented. During peacetime, Konoha received an annual budget of around 100 million ryo from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Allocations to other villages were even less, with the Land of Lightning being a notable exception. If not for a lack of intelligence, the cages of rival villages might very well mobilize elite ninja to hunt Konoha's leadership." Kain's shadow clone responded, "Understood. Regular reconnaissance will follow." With that, the clone departed, dissolving into a cloud of smoke in a secluded area. Receiving the clone's memories, Kain rubbed his forehead thoughtfully. Though the odds are slim, it's still a calculated step. His vengeance would not be limited to direct assassination attempts. Disguised as different individuals, his shadow clones placed additional bounties at underground exchanges in other countries. This time, the targets were Konoha's border strongholds. If each village eliminated 3 of Konoha's frontier outposts, Konoha would suffer considerable losses, losing up to 100 ninja, a significant blow in peacetime. This strategy would hurt Konoha and potentially delay any suspicions toward Kain himself. Instead, they might interpret these actions as a prelude to war. Shadows slain outside the battlefield included notable figures such as the Second Hokage, the Second Raikage, and several other prominent leaders across the 5 great nations. With each tactical decision, Kain inched closer to his objective, knowing well that in the complex landscape of the ninja world, revenge required patience and precision. Hiruzen, what did you call me for? Danzo entered the Hokage's office, noticing the unusually serious atmosphere. Apart from Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, his longtime comrades Mitokado Homura and Yudiden Kohara were present. Others, including Narashiba, Heitake Sakumo, and the Sannin Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had gathered as well. Danzo frowned slightly, sensing something critical was unfolding. Taking his seat, he waited for Sarutobi to begin. Danzo, you're late, Hiruzen remarked sternly, setting down his dry smoking pipe. He scanned the room with a solemn expression and addressed everyone. Now that everyone is here, let me inform you about urgent developments from the front lines. Our border strongholds in 4 key regions, the Land of Fire, the Land of Rivers, the Land of Grass, and the southeastern coastline have all been attacked and compromised. The room fell silent as the implications of Sarutobi's words settled in. The others exchanged worried glances. These 4 strongholds defended against each of the major hidden villages. If these attacks were coordinated, they pointed to something far more dangerous than isolated skirmishes. Lord Hokage, Narashiba spoke up, breaking the silence. Is it confirmed that these attacks were carried out by the 4 great ninja villages? Sarutobi exhaled deeply, his face etched with concern. They deny involvement, of course. But the precision and timing of the attacks make it nearly impossible to believe otherwise. Few others have the capabilities to destroy multiple strongholds simultaneously. A shadow crossed Sarutobi's face. The memory of the last Great War was still fresh, and the peace they'd fought to achieve had barely lasted 3 years. Were they now on the verge of another conflict? And if the 4 great ninja villages had indeed united against Konoha, it could mean a full-scale war. Danzo, Sarutobi turned to him, we need intelligence. Root will handle investigations in the Land of Grass and the Land of Rivers. Umbu will take responsibility for the remaining regions. Danzo nodded, his expression betraying a hint of frustration. He had recently started a new collaboration with Orochimaru, planning to provide resources in exchange for Orochimaru's help in researching the extremis virus. But if war broke out, all his operatives would be deployed, delaying his plans indefinitely. Despite his inner misgivings, he said, understood. Narashiba cleared his throat and proposed, we should increase our defenses at the borders. Doubling the number of stationed ninjas might help deter further attacks. We could also deploy 1 or 2 ninja brigades and send elite squads into enemy territories for retaliation. However, these squads should remain unidentified. He glanced towards Heitake Sakumo, known for his discretion and skill in covert operations. Missions of this nature were his specialty. Sannin would normally be formidable candidates, but their combat styles were too distinctive to go unnoticed. He continued, additionally, we need to prepare for the worst-case scenario of full-blown war. Logistical supplies should be stocked, leave for the standing ninjas should be cancelled, and envoys should be dispatched to other villages to question their involvement. It's essential to space out our inquiries from our retaliation missions to avoid suspicion. Sarutobi nodded approvingly. The measures Shiba outlined were thorough and necessary pre-war precautions. Jiraiya, who had been listening intently, suddenly interjected, all 4 great ninja villages attacking Konoha at once? There must be a conspiracy here. Sensei, let me go out and investigate this further. Hiruzen shot him a disapproving glare. You're staying in Konoha, Jiraiya. I'll call on you if needed. There's no need for you to leave the village right now. Jiraiya slumped in his seat, disappointed. He had been hoping for a chance to resume his travels and tend to the war orphans he'd taken under his wing in the Land of Rain. But Hiruzen wasn't about to let his wayward student wander off under the guise of a mission. Besides, Hiruzen continued, you have disciples to train now, Jiraiya. If you've taken on that responsibility, see it through. Realizing he wouldn't win this battle, Jiraiya grinned sheepishly and conceded, all right. I'll stay put and focus on my students. Turning to Tsunade, Hiruzen's expression softened, although tension lingered between them. They'd recently had a heated argument, and although things had improved slightly, there was still some lingering resentment. Tsunade, he began, I need you to coordinate with the medical ninjas. Check the stock of medical supplies. Tsunade's lips tightened as she replied, for daily needs, we're adequately supplied. But if war breaks out, we'll be short on critical resources. I've already contacted Kain to discuss a large order, but he's the only one with the authority to approve it. I can't authorize large transactions. Hiruzen's face fell slightly. Can you reach him? Tsunade's temper flared. How am I supposed to contact him? You know exactly why Kain isn't here, old man. Enough, Tsunade. Jiraiya hissed, tugging at her sleeve. The Hokage's office was not the place for personal grievances. Swallowing her frustration, Tsunade bit back her retort and sighed, fine. I'll try to get in touch with him. Sarutobi's face was grim, but he pressed on with other logistical concerns, discussing coordination with the daimyo, requisitioning military supplies, and mobilizing forces. After more than 2 hours of intense planning, the meeting finally adjourned. Outside the Hokage building, Tsunade muttered bitterly, this is all just a chain reaction of problems, and now he expects me to clean up his mess. Tsunade, Jiraiya whispered, trying to ease her mood, the old man isn't well these days. Shut it, Jiraiya, or do you want a beating too? Tsunade clenched her fist, and Jiraiya wisely backed off. She let out a huff and made her way toward Konoha Hospital. Besides managing her own students, she was leading a massive reform of the medical system, a colossal responsibility made all the heavier by the current crisis. Once Tsunade had left, Jiraiya turned to Orochimaru with a shrug. What's up with Tsunade lately? Orochimaru's voice was a hoarse whisper. You'll have to ask Sarutobi-sensei yourself. But I doubt he'll give you the answer you're hoping for. Whatever, Jiraiya sighed, I've got a disciple to train too. How about we see who raises the best student, Orochimaru? Orochimaru smirked darkly. Perhaps you should watch Noaki in action first, Jiraiya. With that, he left, leaving Jiraiya wondering what new intensity his rival had instilled in Noaki. Orochimaru had taken special care to drill ruthlessness into Noaki, assigning him grueling training missions that tested his limits. Noaki had emerged stronger, with newly honed wood style and snake techniques, positioning him as one of the most formidable young shinobi in Konoha. Bah, my student's just as strong. Jiraiya muttered defensively before hurrying off to find Namikaze Minato. During his stay in the village, he planned to intensify Minato's training, hoping to prove Orochimaru wrong. Meanwhile, Kain had just returned to Konoha, intending to visit the dessert shop as usual. However, he immediately noticed the change in the village's atmosphere. There were more ninja patrolling the streets, fully armed and alert. The usual lively chatter among the villagers had disappeared, replaced by hushed conversations and hurried steps. The entire village seemed to be bracing for conflict. So, the effect was that immediate, Kain mused to himself, shaking his head. He continued on his way, but the ominous tension in the air lingered, signaling the storm Konoha was about to face. He hadn't seen her in a while, and Kain suddenly noticed that Kushina had grown a lot. Although she was only 13, there was a certain charm in her presence, her fiery red hair flowing down to her waist, black stockings against her fair thighs, and the smile that blossomed when she saw him. Smiling so happily? Looks like you've saved up a bit. Go on, hand over that little orange wallet, Kain said in a gentle tone, though his words sounded more like those of a highway robber. Kushina's smile froze, as if she'd been startled out of her joy. How could those beautiful lips say such cold words? No, why was she even noticing that her boss had beautiful lips? Where's the wallet? He prompted again, extending his hand toward her. Ugh, what a waste of my excitement, boss. Kushina muttered, her expression twisting like tasting a sour lemon. Reluctantly, she pulled out a small orange wallet from her ninja bag. She had been practicing sealing techniques lately and rarely took missions, so her savings weren't much. What annoyed Kushina most was that Kain actually counted the money in front of her. After finishing, he returned the wallet with a grin, saying, this is only enough to cover half a month's interest. Keep working hard, Kushina. With a pitiful look, Kushina whined, please save a bit for me, I still need to buy food. Don't eat snacks. I'll let you keep 10% for buying snacks in the future. Kain thought for a moment, realizing his teasing might be a bit much. He reached into his bag, pulled out a chocolate frog, and handed it to her. Try this, a chocolate frog that can jump. Be careful, or it'll escape. Escape? Boss, what do you mean? Kushina asked, puzzled, as she opened the package. Inside was a frog-shaped piece of chocolate, which immediately sprang out of her hand, leaping from the box with surprising agility. But Kushina's reflexes were quick, and she caught the frog mid-jump. It wriggled in her grasp before eventually settling down. Boss, is this a frog? Or chocolate? It's a chocolate frog. It'll only hop for a bit. You can eat it now. This was a magical treat Kain had bought at a dessert shop in Diagon Alley. It didn't come with any cards or English instructions, just the simplest packaging. Kushina took a small bite and, realizing it was indeed chocolate and tasted good, closed her eyes in contentment as she finished the rest of the chocolate frog. After she finished eating, Kushina approached Kain with a smile. Boss, about that treat just now. My shoulders are a little sore, Kain replied. Without missing a beat, Kushina began to massage his shoulders with her delicate hands. As she worked, she noticed a bit of chocolate stuck to his collar, likely from the chocolate frog she'd just eaten. For a moment, she hesitated, but then continued the massage as if she hadn't seen anything. Just then, a blonde boy wearing a forehead protector ran past nearby. Namikaze Minato was on his way to training ground number 3, summoned by his teacher for practice, when he thought he recognized someone. He backtracked a couple of steps and saw Kushina giving Kain a shoulder massage, wearing a bright, eager smile. Minato could tell she was genuinely happy, not forced. A pang hit his chest as he called out, Kushina. He took a deep breath, determination filling him. I'm going to be Hokage. I'll become stronger and better so I can win her heart. With this resolution, Minato continued toward training ground number 3, doubling his training load for the day. Later, Tsunade brought a freshly prepared meal to the table. Seeing it, both Noaki and Kushina grimaced. Since their team had been reduced from 3 to 2 people, they had gotten used to ordering takeout every day, enjoying better meals. But Tsunade had insisted on cooking herself, saying ninjas needed to save money, meaning Kushina and Noaki had been eating her meals every day. Ugh, so gross. Kushina muttered under her breath and heard Tsunade asking about Kain's arrival. She then asked cautiously, Sister Tsunade, what did you need the boss for? Buying medicine, of course, Tsunade replied, then turned to Noaki. And recently, I'll be checking your training progress. If you're as careless as last time, you'll be flat on your back in Konoha Hospital. Tsunade trailed off, remembering that Noaki had been injected with the new extremis virus, which allowed him to recover from even serious injuries unless he completely depleted his chakra. She quickly corrected herself. Well, you know the consequences. Noaki nodded hurriedly. His close encounters with death and constant ambushes from Orochimaru's training had given him plenty of hard-won wisdom. Suddenly, Kushina spoke up, Miss Tsunade, can I take a mission outside the village? Tsunade paused, thoughtful, then replied, Kushina, I'd suggest holding off on missions for now. Once you're able to control the power of the Nine Tails like Grandma Mito, then we'll talk. Kushina fell silent. She was still learning to wield the Nine Tails chakra, and it had taken her 2 months just to reach a point where she could use it freely, like Grandma Mito. She wasn't sure how long it would take to reach that level of control. Grandma Mito had told her to fill it with love, but though Kushina believed she'd understood love, she wasn't quite sure how to fill it. And Grandma Mito hadn't explained in detail. When it came to Kushina's role as a Jinchuriki, Tsunade didn't have much sway. She could only ensure that Kushina was free to train and take missions within the village limits. If she wanted to leave Konoha, there wasn't anyone who would agree to it. Kushina wanted to gain full control over the Nine Tails' power as quickly as possible, but without anyone to teach her, she was forced to figure things out on her own. The next morning, Tsunade headed directly to Kain's place. You didn't even let me know when you got back. Do you not think of me as a friend? She said, feigning irritation. Kain glanced at her, brought her breakfast, and replied, what's the rush? Must be some business. How did you know? Tsunade asked in surprise as she picked up the breakfast. The bread was good, but she wasn't a fan of milk. Still, since Kain had prepared it, she finished it quickly, then got down to business. Konoha needs another batch of medicines and medical supplies. The quantity is the same as before. When can you have it ready? Kain put down his glass and smiled. Hold on, Tsunade. Let's discuss the price first. What's the issue with the price? Isn't it the same as before? She asked, only to see him raise 2 fingers. Kain replied, production has been tricky lately, and I offered too much of a discount last time. It's time for an adjustment. 20%, then, she suggested. Double. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Double? That's too expensive? Konoha can't afford such a high price. Kain's expression turned firm. Tsunade, some people in Konoha know what they did. Doubling the price is generous for your sake, otherwise, it would be 4 times as much. His stance was unyielding. Considering Umbu's actions last time, he felt he was being more than fair by still offering the supplies, even at twice the original price. After all, he had investments in Konoha, like Yakushi Nono and other academy students. Just tell them that, he added. Let's not let this affect our friendship. Seeing she couldn't change his mind, Tsunade sighed and prepared to relay the message to Konoha's leadership. At least she didn't leave empty-handed. She managed to snag 2 chocolate frogs. Eating those in front of Jiraiya would be fun. She had intended to ask for a few more, but Kain shut her down, saying, I didn't bring many this time. The rest are for Kushina. After sending Tsunade away, Kain noticed a letter from Yakushi Nono. At first glance, it appeared to be a simple greeting, but Kain quickly realized that Nono had embedded secret codes in the message. Kain had entrusted the funding of the orphanage for the school to Nono, and she had been managing it, including handling ninja equipment, daily expenses, and communication with the relevant parties. Nono didn't feel a deep connection to Konoha. Her gratitude was primarily directed toward the orphanage and Kain, who supported it. To her, becoming stronger and repaying Kain was her way of showing her appreciation. The letter contained a report. 4 people from the 5th grade, 6 from the 4th, 2 from the 3rd, and 7 from the 2nd were picked up by Umbu. Nono did a good job, and there are suggestions. As for the high evaluation, it's no problem providing appropriate funding for ninjutsu. After reading her report, Kain was pleased. He realized that Nono had been an invaluable asset, operating almost like an underground organization within Konoha, thanks to her status as Tsunade's disciple. Genin, who had just graduated, usually only knew shuriken techniques and body replacement, but with access to C-rank ninjutsu, their survival rate on the battlefield would increase drastically. For Kain, low-level ninjutsu, especially those with all 5 elemental attributes, was invaluable. Kain replied to her letter, noting that since her graduation, the two had rarely met. To outsiders, it may have seemed like their relationship had faded, but Kain knew that Nono was working tirelessly to strengthen herself. Training ground number 3. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw his disciple pushing through another grueling session. The amount of training the students had gone through the day before would have been enough to bring most adults to their knees, but it seemed Namikaze Minato hadn't reached his limit yet. The other 2 students, however, were too tired to even stand. Minato, I've seen your determination to get stronger. After spending some time together, I can see that both your character and talent make you perfect to be my disciple, the Toad Boy Jiraiya's apprentice. Today, I officially accept you as my disciple. Jiraiya struck an exaggerated pose, prompting an awkward round of applause from Minato, who replied, I'm very honored to be Master Jiraiya's disciple, and I'll be sure to follow your guidance in the future. Good, Jiraiya continued. As a greeting ceremony, I'll teach you a powerful technique today, the summoning technique. Jiraiya had observed Minato for a while and knew that he had a solid foundation, including proficiency in C-rank wind-style techniques. Now, he needed a signature move that could turn the tide of battle. Remember the seal for this technique, summoning technique. Jiraiya called out. He performed the summoning technique, and with a puff of smoke, a 2-meter-tall toad appeared at his feet, holding a large scroll in its mouth. This is the summoning scroll of Mount Myaboku, Minato. After you sign the contract on it, you will be able to summon toads to help you fight in the future. Before Jiraiya could finish explaining the summoning technique and Mount Myaboku, the toad suddenly spoke to him. Jiraiya, Master Fukazaku asked me to call you over. He said Master Fukazaku is looking for you. Don't resist when I summon you later. Teacher Jiraiya, is it really okay for me to be here? They might want to discuss something with you privately. Maybe I should go back to training, Namikaze Minato asked in a low, hesitant voice. He had just signed the summoning contract and was already called to the legendary summoning holy place, which left him feeling quite nervous. It's fine, Jiraiya reassured him. You're now a contractor of Mount Myaboku and my disciple. There's no harm in getting to know the Toad Sages early. He then leaned in close to Minato and whispered, if you can build a good relationship with them, it'll be a big advantage in future battles. Hearing this, Minato recalled the huge toad he'd seen just moments before and nodded. Understood, Teacher Jiraiya. I'll do my best. Jiraiya nodded, patting Minato on the shoulder. He was increasingly satisfied with this apprentice, who had a gentle attitude, a solid foundation, high talent in training, and clear goals. Sensei who recommended Minato had indeed chosen well. After a short walk, the two arrived in the depths of Mount Myaboku. The natural energy was very dense here, and streams of toad oil trickled down from the mountain. This was where the sage of Mount Myaboku resided. Jiraiya had only been here once before, today was the second time he'd been summoned. When Fukazaku saw Jiraiya, he greeted him. Little Jiraiya, you're here. And who is this? This is my disciple, Boss Fukazaku, Jiraiya replied proudly. He just signed the summoning contract with Mount Myaboku, and I believe his talent makes him even more suited for that training than I am. Fukazaku nodded. Since you're also a contractor of Mount Myaboku, let's all listen together. It's rare for the Toad Sage to make a prophecy. Shima, standing nearby, muttered irritably, calling it a prophecy more like sleep talking. Old lady, don't disrespect the Toad Sage like that. Fukazaku protested. Just an old guy who's half asleep, Shima grumbled. I was busy when he summoned me. Their bickering woke the great Toad Sage from his slumber. All right, stop arguing, he murmured groggily. When the great Toad Sage awoke, Fukazaku and Shima stopped talking and waited for him to speak of the prophecy. The great Toad Sage paused, then blinked sleepily and asked Jiraiya, now, what brings you two here? Shima, frustrated, yelled, you old fool, didn't you summon little Jiraiya yourself? Oh, right, little Jiraiya. Which one of you is little Jiraiya again? The great Toad Sage often became confused after making a prophecy, and Mount Myaboku was used to it. Shima, however, didn't fully trust the sage's prophecies, believing they were merely the musings of an old toad who slept too much. Then the great Toad Sage addressed Jiraiya after recognition, in my latest vision, I saw a split in the future of the ninja world. You must choose to guide the child of destiny along the intended path of reform, or another, different path, one that could lead to the end of the ninja world. The end of the ninja world? Was this truly the end of everything? Jiraiya asked anxiously, Great Toad Sage, can you be more specific? What is this split? The Great Toad Sage went silent, as if struggling to recall details from his prophecy. After thousands of years, his memory was often unreliable. Finally, he spoke, the split involves a person, someone in direct opposition to the child of destiny. It would be best to locate this person. If left unchecked, even the child of destiny may not be able to save the ninja world, little Jiraiya. Jiraiya felt both anxious and helpless, the clues were too vague. Without specific characteristics, finding either the child of destiny or this other individual seemed impossible. All I can say is, he doesn't fit into the world of ninjas. That sort of person is likely the one you're looking for, little Jiraiya. With that, the great Toad Sage drifted back to sleep, exhausted. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato left Mount Myaboku feeling a heavy weight. They still hadn't identified the child of destiny. Konoha was on the brink of war, and now this dark prophecy had come from the great Toad Sage. Back in Konoha, Minato noticed Jiraiya's troubled expression and tried to reassure him. Teacher Jiraiya, I'm now a contractor of Mount Myaboku too, so I'll do my best to help you. Hearing this, Jiraiya smiled slightly and replied, all right, but first, you'll need to become stronger. With your current skills, you wouldn't be of much help. Yes, I'll work hard, Teacher Jiraiya, Minato said firmly, his resolve strengthened not only for Jiraiya's worries, but also for someone he cared deeply about. Tsunade passed on Kain's words to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly crushed his pipe when he heard the demand to double the price. Tsunade, this price? Old man, don't look at me. Kain was very clear, and he said that you all know what you've done. I seem to be the only one in the dark here, caught in the middle. Tsunade replied in frustration. She was fed up with being caught between both sides, and she announced that, from now on, she wouldn't handle these matters. The Konoha hospital she managed wasn't the logistics department. With that, she left the Hokage building. After she was gone, Sarutobi Hiruzen called in Danzo, Mitokado Homura, and Yudiden Koharu. When they were all assembled, he relayed Tsunade's message to them. Boom! Yudiden Koharu slammed her hand on the table in anger. Double the amount? This man has no shame? The price is already high. Where is Konoha supposed to find the money if it's doubled? Mitokado Homura frowned and asked, hasn't our cooperation been good so far? There must be a reason for this sudden increase. Hiruzen, Danzo, what have you done? Yudiden Koharo, in charge of finances, and Mitokado Homura, in charge of logistics, were already stretched thin with military supplies. Now there was a major issue with medical supplies as well. Many critical medicines came exclusively from Kain. Other medical supplies, like bandages, were also sourced from the Kain Chamber of Commerce, leaving Konoha with no time and few alternatives. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo remained silent under Mitokado Homura's questioning. The matter had been a calculated risk, sanctioned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it had unexpectedly backfired. A foreign merchant daring to threaten us. Hiruzen, let Root handle this, Yudiden Koharo suggested coldly. Her ideal solution involved getting the drug formulas, though previous attempts by Konoha Hospital had failed. Tsunade, who was best suited to decipher them, was occupied with other matters. Danzo replied in a deep voice, it's difficult. Root has already tried, but he seems to know a kind of spacetime ninjutsu. We'd need a specific barrier to trap him. As disciples of the second Hokage, they knew well the challenges of spacetime ninjutsu. Had their retreat not been covered back then and with the strength of the Gold and Silver brothers, the second Hokage's strength alone wouldn't have saved them. The two Root squads are considered top-notch in terms of strength, able to capture the average Jonin. But against spacetime ninjutsu, numbers don't matter, and preemptive poisoning is equally useless. As for poisoning and illusions, they're probably ineffective, Danzo added. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo knew how resilient Noaki had become after being injected with the extremis virus. He had basic immunity to illusions and toxins, and could fully recover from severed limbs within a minute. His resilience was practically unmatched. And on top of that, Kain could also wield a mysterious spacetime ninjutsu. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, Mitokado Homura felt a wave of dizziness from the pressure now falling on him. But he had no solutions. Glancing at Yudiden Koharo, he said, it's too late to find a new merchant. Can you scrape together the funds? Absolutely not, unless Hiruzen can get the daimyo to approve a batch of war funds, Yudiden Koharo shot back. Konoha's income was limited, even covering pensions would be impossible if they spent all their money on medical supplies. So after hearing Homura's words, she passed the problem to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few puffs of his pipe, allowing the silence to linger before he finally said, I'll have Tsunade negotiate again. If it doesn't work, buy some essentials for now. In the meantime, both of you should try to find any alternatives. I understand, Hiruzen, Mitokado Homura replied, but he still felt a sense of helplessness. The Kain Chamber of Commerce's medical supplies were nearly monopolizing the Fire Country. And if Kain decided to bundle his products, they couldn't simply buy only what they needed. Hiruzen, give me the enchantment core for a while, Danzo suddenly said, resolved. It wasn't just for Konoha, it was for himself. He needed his strength restored. After seeing Noaka's abilities, Danzo's desire for the extremis virus serum reached its peak. Recovering from any injury, plus having Woodstyle's bloodline ability if he could attain this power, then the fourth Hokage's seat would be within his reach. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo carefully. Danzo, are you aiming for? Danzo replied firmly, yes. Tobirama-sensei left an incomplete spacetime ninjutsu barrier. If the enchantment core and sealing core work together to perfect it, we might have a chance. After a moment of silence in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally said, very well. The sealing core and enchantment core are yours for now. Miss Tsunade, Senior Orochimaru. Kushina blushed and shyly stopped massaging Kain's legs. Over the past 2 days, no one had paid much attention to her, and in exchange for those magical snacks, she'd gone from rubbing his shoulders to massaging his back, and now even his legs. Today, though, just as she was about to earn her snacks through her services, Tsunade and Orochimaru walked in, catching her in the act. This left Kushina feeling embarrassed. She could justify her actions to herself, but it was different when seen by familiar faces. Tsunade scoffed, you bastard, making Kushina do this kind of thing. There's nothing wrong with exchanging labor for payment, Tsunade, Kain replied calmly. He stroked Kushina's red hair, smiling, and handed her a bag of magic snacks from a nearby cabinet. Let's stop here for today. Thank you, boss. Kushina beamed, taking the bag of snacks. But she quickly realized that Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kain had things to discuss, so she stood up, dusted off her black stockings, and said goodbye. As Kushina left, she remembered she had wanted to gripe a bit to the boss. Since Grandma Mito's passing, she'd taken on more responsibilities and now, for a few snacks, she was rubbing her boss's shoulders and legs. Darn boss. Kushina chuckled to herself, hopping like a rabbit toward the sealing class. She was currently working there, and although the youngest, her sealing skills were among the best. Before Kushina left, Tsunade caught a glimpse of the snacks in the bag and started planning to borrow at least half of them from Kushina later. Her own expenses had recently gone through the roof. All her mission rewards and Noaka's earnings had been used to pay off her gambling debts, leaving her scrambling to find someone to cover her food and drinks. Right now, for example, she'd sent Noaki off for taijutsu training, and she'd dragged Orochimaru along to meet Kain, hoping to grab a drink after their business was done. Konoha's negotiations with Kain for medical supplies were almost complete, and the village had no choice but to accept his terms. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo could somehow manage to capture Kain, along with all his secrets and without leaking any information, there wasn't much else they could do. Tsunade had come to deliver Konoha's medical supply list, and since Kain had something to discuss with Orochimaru, she brought him along. Kain's izakaya was just a few steps away. After being seated, Tsunade eagerly waited for the wine to arrive and downed a bottle with delight. With her bold, almost reckless way of drinking, it was only her beauty and striking figure that made her seem like a woman at all. As the three of them were chatting and drinking, the curtain suddenly lifted, and someone poked his head in. Spotting Tsunade and Orochimaru, he said in surprise, "I thought I heard wrong, but it really is you, Tsunade, Orochimaru." It was Jiraiya, the other member of the Sannin, peeking in. Kain recalled meeting him on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, where Jiraiya had stayed to teach Nagato and the others. Apparently, he had returned. "And you," Jiraiya continued, looking at Kain, "I remember now Kain, right? Tsunade, let's make it a bigger table. I've got 3 on my side." Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and shrugged. "Do what you want, just remember you're paying the bill." Joining Jiraiya were 2 familiar faces, Konoha Jonin Kato-dan and Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya, having been away, hadn't been filled in on recent events, and nobody was willing to explain. After all, Konoha's actions hadn't exactly been transparent. However, Jiraiya quickly livened the atmosphere, even getting Kain to talk about Yahiko, Konan, and the others from the Land of Rain. Though Kain had wanted to avoid getting too involved with Nagato and his friends, he knew Nagato, now bearing the transplanted Rinnegan, was being watched by at least 2 white Zetsu. After a few rounds, Jiraiya started speaking more freely. Taking another drink, he muttered with frustration, "The ninja world's been restless lately, and it's delaying my search for the Child of Prophecy." The Great Toad Sage's prophecy was no secret to anyone. Jiraiya even planned to write a book about his journey to find this Child of Prophecy and their role in changing the ninja world. Many in Konoha were aware of Jiraiya's ambition, though few took it seriously. Tsunade and Orochimaru especially were skeptical, scoffing at the idea of a Destiny Child and dismissing Jiraiya's idealism as even more naive than a first-year ninja's. Yet Jiraiya remained stubborn, convinced his vision of peace would someday come true, which soon led to a spirited argument with Tsunade. "Kain, do you think Jiraiya's dream might actually come true?" Tsunade asked, her face flushed as she dragged Kain into the discussion. Both she and Jiraiya were known for their strong tempers, and Tsunade, already irked by Jiraiya's antics, was clearly skeptical. After Tsunade spoke, everyone turned to Kain, as if waiting for his answer. Minato and Kato-dan exchanged curious glances, seemingly interested in his take as well. "Peace can last for a time," Kain said thoughtfully, "but the idea of completely eradicating war? That's another story. Peace and war reflect each other, like light and darkness, they exist as opposites." Before Kain could finish, a drunken Jiraiya interrupted, "So you're on Tsunade's side, too? Just you wait, Master Jiraiya, will find the Child of Prophecy sooner or later and change this ninja world." Kain simply smiled, unwilling to argue further with Jiraiya. The idea of a ninja calling for an end to war was, to Kain, almost a contradiction in itself. Ninja life, by its nature, thrived on missions and conflicts. Ninja regulations, mission commissions, and the contracts between the villages and their respective countries all emphasized one fact: ninjas were, in essence, instruments of war. To end war would mean to end the role of the ninja entirely. But none of that mattered much to Kain. Whether in peace or in war, he could always find a way to profit. Later, Kain found himself back at his residence, and before long, Orochimaru entered. "Kain-san, what can I do for you?" Orochimaru asked. Although he'd had quite a bit to drink, he could easily burn off the alcohol with chakra, a trick every seasoned ninja mastered. Orochimaru, having noticed Kain had something specific to discuss, had made his way to Kain's place as soon as the gathering ended. "I'd like to ask you for a favor, if you're interested," Kain began, serving 2 cups of tea. Noting Orochimaru's intrigued expression, he continued, "I want you to develop a spell seal technique that can influence or control a person through chakra. Is that feasible? To influence or control someone? That sort of technique isn't difficult," Orochimaru replied, considering it thoughtfully. "There are many similar jutsu in the ninja world. What you're asking for could be achieved with just a few minor modifications." For Orochimaru, creating a technique to influence someone was only a rudimentary task. There were seals as powerful as the Root's tongue cursing seal, which could prevent the bearer from revealing secrets. Kain's request could be realized with a slight adjustment, as chakra inherently involved spiritual energy. "Kain-san, I believe we could deepen our cooperation," Orochimaru suggested, his eyes glinting with interest. Danzo had also approached him recently, but Danzo's offers were limited. He only provided funding and test subjects while constantly prying into the extremis virus serum. As a student of the Hokage, Orochimaru already had access to forbidden techniques, and Kain could offer resources beyond what Danzo could. To Orochimaru, Kain was a far more promising partner. Danzo simply sought to extract value without offering any true advantages in return. Kain, however, had exactly what he wanted. "Of course, Orochimaru. It would be wonderful if more of Konoha's leadership thought like you," Kain remarked. He had originally intended for a long-term partnership with Orochimaru, but now, under scrutiny from Konoha's top brass, such cooperation needed to be concealed. If exposed, even Orochimaru, as a Hokage disciple, would find it troublesome. "However, our partnership must remain hidden." If it were to be exposed, it would create difficulties even with your position. But if you were to become the fourth Hokage, then we could expand our collaboration freely. You'd have the authority and strength, I have the skills and resources. The mention of fourth Hokage gave Orochimaru pause. Among Konoha's elite, only a handful were considered eligible for the position, take Sakumo, the Sannin, and the Uchiha clan's patriarch. The others lacked either the age, strength, or reputation. It may be years before the chance for fourth Hokage arises, Orochimaru mused, but for now, hiding our dealings from Umbu won't be easy, especially given Lord Hiruzen's watchful eye. Your situation is rather delicate, Kain. My summoning snakes could be useful here. They're discreet, able to send messages and items, and they can alert us if needed, assuming, of course, that you aren't afraid of snakes. Kain was momentarily taken aback, then gave it some thought. Initially, he had considered giving Orochimaru a remote communication device, but in the ninja world, signal towers didn't exist. The summoning snakes of Ryokai Cave, though slightly unnerving, were indeed a suitable alternative for secure exchanges. Very well, Orochimaru, Kain agreed. In the following days, Kain continued to enjoy his time in Konoha. Besides Kushina's massages, he equipped Yakushi Nono with a small communication device and signal equipment with enough range to cover all of Konoha. This setup allowed Nono to communicate covertly with others and stay in touch with Kain without detection. Meanwhile, Danzo made significant progress. After consulting Tobirama's notes, he instructed the barrier team and transferred personnel from the sealing team. Together, they perfected a barrier capable of restricting spacetime jutsu. Within this barrier, even the summoning technique was unusable. After testing it himself, Danzo brought the results to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, it's ready. When will we proceed? Danzo asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long puff from his pipe, then replied, tomorrow night. I'll give Tsunade a mission first to get her out of the village. I'll also send 3 Umbu teams. I'll add 2 root squads for extra security, Danzo added. Inwardly, he thought of the rewards to come. Capturing Kain would grant him access to the extremis virus serum, allowing him to heal his injuries. He could almost see himself wielding wood style, rising to become the fourth Hokage. In the middle of the night, the sky was like a pitch-black curtain, completely obscuring the stars. Kain, who only needed about 3 hours of sleep to maintain his energy, was wide awake, studying biology. He felt it was a waste not to develop his talent further, especially since his goal of becoming stronger would rely heavily on advances in human biology. He wasn't one to hand over control of his body entirely to researchers, though he allowed them to handle certain parts of his work. The new extremis virus served not so much to enhance the human body but as to unlock its potential for evolution, enabling Kain's body to continually repair and optimize itself. Each repair nudged him closer to becoming the perfect life form. With every additional gene or ability he integrated, he gained more skills to handle any threats, inching ever closer to omnipotence. This path, however, was long. For now, he was only attempted to fuse Hashirama cells, and now successful, he would try to incorporate Phoenix and Dragon genes. Kain murmured as he noticed an intrusion on his surveillance system. Several figures had triggered sensors near his residence. Since the last incident with the Cloud Shinobi, he'd reinforced his property, layering iron sheets under the floor to prevent Earth-style users from sneaking in and upgrading his cameras with thermal imaging to detect activity even in the darkest corners. Moving stealthily, there are at least 4 of them. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen really did send his men, Kain muttered. These weren't mere spies, no ordinary infiltration squad would be so bold as to send out so many agents at once. They seemed to think the Konoha guard was blind. But the village guard, still led by the Uchiha clan, patrolled the village every night. No one around to interfere this time, huh? Let's give Sarutobi a little surprise. Deciding to take drastic action, Kain reached into his space backpack and pulled out 20 kilograms of TNT, enough to destroy everything within a radius of tens of meters. The surrounding area, developed into a commercial street under Kain's management, had already been cleared of civilians, so there was no risk of collateral damage. At worst, he'd lose a store, which he could always rebuild or buy back later. Oh, they're setting up the barrier now. Let's make things more interesting, Kain observed through his camera, noticing a dark red barrier being erected in the night sky around him. The barrier was nearly invisible in the darkness, distinguishable only under close observation, yet he could see it clearly from any camera angle. Regarding Konoha's actions, Kain wasn't holding back. He took out an additional 30 kilograms of TNT. The barrier's coverage was relatively small, which meant the TNT's power would be fully contained within it. He just hoped Konoha's barrier was strong enough, otherwise, the blast would definitely extend far beyond it. That should be enough, he muttered. Sensing someone approaching his house, Kain quickly teleported back to the Marvel world through the system's space, waiting to return moments later. Meanwhile, Umbu and Root agents were sneaking into the house through various windows, only to realize it was empty. Kain's property wasn't small. Over time, he'd acquired nearly half the street, including a large warehouse in addition to his living quarters behind the dessert shop. Captain, something's wrong, no one's here, reported one of the Umbu operatives, using sensory ninjutsu to confirm that the only people in the building were from Umbu and Root. Yet, just minutes earlier, they'd been certain someone was inside. Search for hiding spots, the Umbu sub-captain commanded. Not all 12 Umbu and 8 root agents had entered, half of them were still stationed outside, guarding other points around the barrier to prevent Kain from breaking through. The 200 square meter house was quickly searched by the 10 operatives inside, but they found no one. Eventually, they all gathered around the TNT explosives, with one of the Umbu members asking, "Captain, what is this?" "Clocks and some kind of machinery, but we don't have much time left." Where could the target have gone? They'd used perception ninjutsu immediately after setting up the barrier, confirming the target's presence in the house. But after entering, he seemed to have vanished. "Keep looking for a secret passage." The Umbu team leader's words were cut off as a blinding flash erupted in the room. Boom! A deafening blast echoed, and Kain's house exploded in a fiery surge. Smoke billowed into the sky like a storm cloud, while scarlet flames blossomed inside the barrier, destroying everything within. The inferno was as deadly as it was beautiful, like an otherworldly flower blooming in destruction. Under the power of this explosion, no one could have survived. Even someone like Noaki would face a 90% chance of death in that inferno. After all, for the extremis virus to repair the body, the head and most of the torso needed to remain intact, but 50 kilograms of TNT would obliterate anyone. Putting the pieces back together would require divine intervention from Kaguya herself. The entire village of Konoha heard the blast, even civilians at the farthest reaches were jolted awake by the thunderous noise. What was that sound? Tsunade shot up from her bed, wrapping herself quickly and wiping away some lingering sleepiness. She hastily threw on her clothes and rushed outside. "Kushina, stay here, there are people assigned to protect you." "Noaki, never mind, come with me." Initially, Tsunade wanted Noaki to stay within the clan compound, but he was already dressed in his ninja gear, while Kushina was still in her pajamas. The explosion had roused everyone. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Heitake Sakumo, Kato-dan, and members of the Uchiha Guard were all on alert, while the Ino, Shuka, Cho and Hyuga clans swiftly changed into their Jonin vests. The blast was so intense that they suspected an enemy infiltration. "Danzo, what's going on?" Sarutobi Hiruzen demanded, his face grim. The explosion had not only shattered the spacetime isolation barrier but had also killed 6 members of the barrier team who'd set it up. Hiruzen could only imagine the fate of the Umbu and root members within the barrier's range. With 3 Umbu teams likely dead, Sarutobi felt a pang of anguish. His Umbu forces were limited, with only around 70 members in total, and he'd just lost 12 of them. "How should I know? I was with you the whole time? Are you accusing me, Hiruzen?" Danzo's face was equally dark. He'd lost 2 full root teams, and Hiruzen's accusatory tone implied he might be blamed for the failure. That was unacceptable. Although Danzo had originally proposed the operation, only Hiruzen, as Hokage, could authorize mobilizing the barrier and sealing teams. Most of the fallen were Umbu under Hiruzen's command, so Danzo refused to take sole responsibility for this debacle. "Hiruzen, you." "Danzo, tonight's events were your fault. You will confine yourself and reflect on your actions," Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, his tone severe and his presence imposing. "Wars could break out at any moment in the ninja world. The truth behind tonight's events may come out sooner or later. I won't restrict Root's actions, as their external contributions remain essential." Based on the massive explosion, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo suspected that Kain had survived. The blast was even more intense than the last one, and it was clear that their opponent had prepared a way to escape. They had sorely miscalculated in thinking that a spacetime isolation barrier could hold him. What happened? Stay alert. Search for survivors or bodies nearby. The Uchiha Guard was the first to arrive. With ninjas patrolling the area overnight, they reacted before Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo could appear. Surveying the devastation, the Uchiha ninjas immediately activated their Sharingan, carefully scanning the area. Soon, ninjas from the Hyuga, Ino, Shuka, Cho, and other clans gathered as well. The Uchiha Guard quickly enlisted the help of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, as it was more effective than Sharingan in detecting hidden threats. They were on high alert, wary that untriggered explosive tags could still be present and pose a danger. What happened? Where is everyone inside? Tsunade, using her body flicker technique, arrived and shouted angrily upon seeing the wreckage of Kain's dessert shop. As she tried to move closer, the Uchiha Guard stepped in to stop her. "Tsunade Jonin, please don't go any further. There may still be undetonated explosives that could injure you," one guard cautioned. Even they were hesitant to approach until the Hyuga clan could assess the situation more thoroughly. Jiraiya stepped forward to stop Tsunade. "Tsunade, let the guards handle this. Going over there won't help right now." The explosion had been so intense that any survivors were unlikely left. If Kain had been inside, they'd need the corpse collection team instead. As more ninjas arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the 2 advisor elders finally appeared on the scene. "Captain Tomisuk, have the security team secure the surrounding area. Umbu will take over from here. The rest of you, return to your posts, don't let an enemy use this to distract us. Once we've clarified what happened, I'll hold a Jonin meeting tomorrow," Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered, swiftly dispersing the crowd. He wanted the other ninjas gone before any bodies of Umbu operatives could be found in the ruins, avoiding a scandal. Just as the crowd began to disperse, a lone figure approached from a distance. Surveying the destruction, he shouted loudly, "What happened here? Where's my house?" Seeing Kain appear at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his blood pressure rise. How could he have the nerve to ask what happened? But he knew there was little he could do. Even the space-time isolation barrier that blocked summoning techniques hadn't worked, and Hiruzen was running out of ways to deal with someone like Kain. Now that Kain had returned, he was probably here to mock them rather than burn any bridges. Otherwise, he could have just left and done business in other ninja villages, like the medical supplies that had already surfaced in Kirigakure. Kain-san, our preliminary investigation suggests an enemy tried to harm you. Fortunately, they didn't find you, or else it might have been dangerous, the third Hokage said, hiding the frustration marked by nail imprints in his palms. Losing 3 Umbu squads, including a captain, so close to a potential ninja war was a serious blow. Sarutobi Hiruzen regretted listening to Danzo, acting against Kain without solid intel or certainty. Another enemy? And they destroyed my home like this. Kain looked visibly angry, turning his anger toward the supposed enemy. It must be Cloud Shinobi? Those underhanded scoundrels, they tried to attack me last time, and now they're back again. Among the remaining ninjas were a few Uchiha Guard members who had been present during the previous Cloud Shinobi incident. Hearing Kain's accusation, they recalled how Umbu had been involved in that incident as well, ultimately taking over the investigation from the guard. And now, the same situation was repeating itself. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale, but he forced a smile. While we haven't confirmed it yet, the likelihood of Cloud Shinobi involvement is high. They've always been aggressive and unrefined, so this could well be their doing. Rest assured, I'll update you as soon as we uncover anything. Of course, I trust, the third Hokage swore. It's just my house and merchandise. Kain looked regretfully at the ruins. In the rush of setting off the explosion, he had forgotten that a shipment had arrived just days earlier. Now, everything was a total loss. Thanks to the containment of the spacetime isolation barrier, the explosion's radius was limited to about 30 meters, damaging 3 of Kain's shops and rendering the surrounding roads impassable. Buildings within 100 meters were structurally compromised, and without urgent repairs, risked collapse. After hearing Kain's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said in a firm tone, this time, Konoha's negligence allowed the enemy to infiltrate, so we will naturally bear the costs for the damage to the buildings. For once, Sarutobi Hiruzen was careful not to overextend himself. He offered to cover the repairs for the buildings but did not commit to reimbursing Kain's inventory. Kain's dessert shop and pharmacy were the busiest in Konoha, and who knew how much merchandise he actually had in stock? My house, that's fine. Thank you, third Hokage. I trust that under your leadership, Konoha will uncover the truth and make Cloud Shinobi pay for this. Kain knew that pushing further wouldn't yield anything more. Besides, judging by Hiruzen's grim expression, the Hokage had already suffered a significant loss tonight. This explosive lesson would surely leave an impression. Any further provocation, and Kain could just as easily send a present directly to the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Umbu and the guard ninjas started dispersing the lingering onlookers, and Uchiha left one team to monitor the area while the others went to calm the civilians. The explosion had woken nearly the entire village, and the guards needed to reassure the citizens. Just as Kain was about to leave, Tsunade appeared beside him, wrapping an arm around his neck and saying, "Come stay at my place tonight. Don't worry, the Senju compound is well protected." Tsunade, really? Kain began to protest. "It's fine. It's not like you haven't stayed there before," she said decisively. Jiraiya, observing from a distance, looked puzzled and envious. What had happened while he was gone? And why was Kain staying at Tsunade's place? The closeness between them and the sight of Tsunade's fair skin was almost too much for Jiraiya. "All right then," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with finality, glad to see everyone dispersing so they could collect the remains of the Umbu team. "Kain-san, I'll entrust you to Tsunade. I'll also station some Umbu to guard the Senju compound." He turned to the others. "Jiraiya, Kato-dan, Sakumo, get some rest. We have a Jonin meeting tomorrow." Kato-dan and Heitake Sakumo both replied in unison, "Yes, Lord Hokage." As for Jiraiya, he was determined to figure out what had happened during his absence from Konoha village. If Orochimaru wouldn't tell him, he wasn't leaving. With this thought in mind, Jiraiya quickly told Namikaze Minato, then used the body flicker technique to chase after Orochimaru. "Let's go. We have plenty of time tonight," Tsunade whispered to Kain. She didn't believe for a second that this was the work of Cloud Shinobi spies. No spy would be foolish enough to bring tens of thousands of explosive tags to detonate all at once, just to assassinate Kain. Besides, this happened right after the village purchased a large quantity of medicine from him at a high price. The Hokage's expression had been off as well, suggesting this incident might have been orchestrated within the village itself, much like the last time though without Kushina's involvement. Back at the Senju compound, only one house was lit, the rest standing empty and quiet. Tsunade opened the door and entered, with Kain close behind. Kushina, who had been waiting in the living room, quickly ran to the door, her small slippers pattering on the floor. She started to speak, but upon seeing Kain, she smiled and asked, "Miss Tsunade, is the boss staying here tonight?" As Kain changed his shoes, he replied, "Yeah, for tonight, maybe a bit longer, Kushina." Kushina smiled and shook her head. "It's okay, Miss Tsunade won't mind." "You too," Tsunade huffed, seeing how easily they reached an understanding. Frustrated, she took Kain by the arm and pulled him into her room. As she went, she called back to Noaki and Kushina, "You two get some rest. This doesn't concern you." Once Tsunade had dragged Kain into her room, Kushina finally muttered with a slight pout, "Miss Tsunade is really something." "Noaki, what happened tonight? Why did the boss come here? I don't know, but it was serious, Noaki replied, his tone somber. Having been trained by Orochimaru, Noaki was vigilant and had noticed signs of an enchantment barrier when he reached the remains of Kain's dessert shop. Along with all the unusual behavior from Umbu, he doubted this had anything to do with Cloud Shinobi. If you want answers, you'll have to ask Kain-san or Sis, he added. Though he suggested this to Kushina, Noaki planned to ask Orochimaru himself tomorrow. A blast of this magnitude in the middle of Konoha wasn't something he could brush off easily. If no explanations were given, he suspected that Konoha's civilians might very well storm the Hokage building. Honestly, what's going on? Tsunade asked seriously after bringing Kain into the room. Kain's brows furrowed as he looked around the room. Wine bottles lay scattered, gambling equipment was strewn about, clothes hung haphazardly, and something questionable was draped over the bed. Noticing his gaze, Tsunade blushed, hurriedly gathering up the clothes and shoving them into the closet. No matter how powerful a kunoichi might be, it was still embarrassing to have her messiness exposed, especially when she was the one who'd invited someone in. Tsunade, I can only tell you what happened on my end, Kain began. I noticed someone sneaking into my room late at night, so I got out by my own means. As for the huge explosion, those intruders might have triggered a trap I set up. Pretending to puzzle over it, Kain added, but the explosion seemed strange. Usually my traps wouldn't have that much force, and it seemed almost contained. That's an barrier technique, Tsunade thought, biting her lip. Someone had arranged a barrier to confine the explosion, likely in an attempt to trap or eliminate Kain. But why place such a powerful barrier? Did you catch a glimpse of who it was? Tsunade asked. She continued to question him, and Kain answered honestly everything except for the true explosive he'd used. All right, Tsunade said with a sigh, finally relaxing a little. I'll look into this for you tomorrow. You should stay here until your place is repaired. Kain nodded and replied, thank you. You should get some rest, you look like you've hardly slept. Tsunade smiled and waved him off, and Kain went to the guest room he'd used on his last visit. He settled onto the bed, mulling over the events of the night. I wonder how much Sarutobi Hiruzen lost in all this, he thought, grinning at the memory of the Hokage's frustrated expression. Well, tomorrow I'll see if I can get details from Orochimaru or Tsunade. Suddenly, a quiet voice came from outside the room. Boss, are you asleep? Kain got up and opened the door to find Kushina standing there, head slightly bowed. She tiptoed inside, softly closing the door behind her. Kneeling beside the bed, she looked up at him. Boss, what happened tonight? She asked. Oh, just a big mess. Probably Cloud Shinobi spies. That explosion made my head ring, Kain replied, not wanting to drag Kushina into the political drama and choosing instead to blame Cloud Shinobi, known for their ruthlessness. Cloud Shinobi, so annoying. Kushina grumbled in agreement. Noticing Kain rubbing his temples, she patted her knee and offered, Boss, let me give you a head massage. What? I'll give you a head massage, Kushina insisted, with a little breathlessness. But you have to give me more snacks in the future. She tapped her thigh, signaling Kain to lie down, as she'd seen in a book she'd once borrowed from Noaki. At the Jonin meeting, the village's Jonin had been informed in advance, and all arrived at the Hokage building, except for a few clan ninjas and others who had to remain on duty. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and 2 village advisors entered the room with serious expressions. Orochimaru was there as well, looking tired and irritated from being questioned by Jiraiya all night. Sarutobi Hiruzen began in a grave tone, regarding last night's explosion. Umbu worked through the night and only recovered the bodies of 3 enemies. It's been inferred that Root attempted to capture them alive by using a barrier, but the enemies, realizing this, chose to trigger their explosive tags in a final act of defiance. Midokado Homura added, the enemy not only intended to gather information but also seemed prepared to create chaos in Konoha. It's likely they were planning an attack, and by chance, Root's barrier trapped them in that area, leading to the explosion. Yudiden Koharo continued, aside from the loss of 2 Root teams, there were no other casualties, but some residential buildings were damaged and will require repairs. Danzo maintained a stoic expression, staying silent. The incident had been officially blamed on Root's oversight, and with the possibility of war on the horizon, Root would be responsible for supplementing Umbu's losses with its own forces. As Root was initially established under the guise of an Umbu training department, this served as a subtle reminder of Sarutobi Hiruzen's authority over Danzo. From her seat, Tsunade quietly scoffed. She didn't buy their explanation for a second, but neither Kain nor the Hokage would tell her the full truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen then briefed the Jonin on an enemy attack at a ninja outpost along the border. Coupled with last night's explosion, these incidents convinced most of the Jonin that an enemy was indeed responsible. Concluding the meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the opportunity to assign additional reconnaissance patrols, primarily formed from the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Abarame clans, to prepare for a potential conflict. With the meeting adjourned, the Jonin filed out of the Hokage building, and the Uchiha guards relayed the events of last night to the villagers, offering reassurance. Tsunade, wait a minute. After leaving the Hokage building, Jiraiya quickly caught up with Tsunade, who hadn't yet left. Tsunade turned around and asked, what's the matter, Jiraiya? It's nothing, I just wanted to ask if you think what the old man said is true, Jiraiya replied, scratching his head. He'd spent all night trying to get answers from Orochimaru, but Orochimaru hadn't shared a thing. Even the Jiraiya at the Jonin meeting earlier had been a shadow clone. Tsunade rolled her eyes. How would I know? If you really want answers, go ask the old man yourself. I don't know any more than you do. Then what about Kain? I met him on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, but I still don't know much about him, Jiraiya said. Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly. Why are you so interested in him? He's just a regular businessman. Forget it, I've got work at Konoha Hospital. See you, Jiraiya. With that, Tsunade turned away, flicking her ponytail as she left. After her conversation with Kain last night, she didn't want to discuss him with anyone. He was supposed to be just a businessman from another country, a routine transaction for Konoha. Yet things had escalated far beyond that. Seeing Tsunade's reluctance, Jiraiya scratched his head and let it go, deciding to drop the subject for now. Yesterday's incident reminded him that war was drawing near, and he was determined to help his students gain mission experience. His mind drifted to Namikaze Minato, his student who stood out from the others. Unlike them, Minato wasn't solely focused on learning powerful techniques. Instead, he was sharpening his own combat style. There are no powerful techniques, only powerful people, Jiraiya mused. Realizing this at Minato's age was impressive, Jiraiya had to admit that Minato might surpass him one day. Still, Jiraiya noticed that many of his own techniques weren't suitable for Minato's style, which was more like an assassin's focused on subtlety, deception, and precision. Minato needed techniques that matched his stealthy approach and tactical mindset. Maybe I should teach him the body flicker technique, but I'm not that skilled with it. Maybe I should ask the old man. With that thought, Jiraiya turned back toward the Hokage building. When it came to mastering techniques, no one in Konoha was more knowledgeable than Sarutobi-sensei. Asking him was Jiraiya's best option. Kushina, what are you doing? Kain asked curiously as he returned to find Kushina holding a bundle of scrolls. Earlier, Kain had been discussing the rebuilding of his shop and house with Nanami. This time, he wanted a stronger structure and planned to reinforce the steel plates at the base with 2 extra layers. Unfortunately, 13 shops had been damaged in the explosion, which meant a month or 2 of downtime, lost revenue, repairs, and the likely hesitation of villagers to visit anytime soon. This is sealing technique practice, Kushina explained. I've learned quite a lot, but some of the advanced techniques of the Uzumaki clan are tricky. I plan to practice those tonight. Boss, do you want to learn some sealing techniques? She blinked and looked at him, but after a moment, glanced away shyly, remembering how bold she'd been while giving him a massage the previous night. Thanks, but maybe not, Kain replied, weighing the risks. I'll be leaving Konoha soon, and I have some other business to handle outside. Besides, it wouldn't be good for you to teach sealing techniques privately. Wouldn't the third Hokage punish you if he found out? Kushina pouted and muttered, these are Uzumaki clan techniques. Some of them aren't even recorded in Konoha. Grandma Mito said I could pass them on to someone I trust. Her voice trailed off as she recalled Mito's advice to only teach them to someone she truly believed in, but now, offering to teach Kain seemed impulsive. Maybe next time, Kain said gently, brushing his hand over Kushina's red hair, feeling its smoothness. When I come back, I'll bring you some new gifts. Kushina closed her eyes, leaning into his touch, letting her hair brush against his palm. Then I'll get some beginner's guides ready for you, she murmured. And a few explanations on sealing techniques. Leaving Konoha had been on Kain's mind. He'd wrapped up his affairs here, and after last night's close call with Umbu, things seemed likely to settle down for a while. Now, he wanted to explore new business opportunities beyond Konoha. One deal with Kirigakure wouldn't be enough. The Land of Wind is located in a desert, rich in oil and mineral resources, but lacking in much else. Kain plans to trade food, basic supplies, and medical resources with Tsunagakure in exchange for ownership of oil and mineral veins. As for medicines, Kain can provide Sand Shinobi with raw powdered materials, along with instructions for dosage. Whether they choose to produce pills or tablets will be up to Tsunagakure. Even if Konoha's shinobi become aware of these trades, Kain has no intention of admitting anything without proof of the transactions. With ample supplies in hand, Sand Shinobi's ambitions will grow, and if ninjas can't demonstrate their strength through warfare, their missions and income dry up. Raza's cooperation with Orochimaru on the Konoha crush plan stemmed from the Wind Daimyo's decision to send his country's missions to Konoha, leaving Tsunagakure with little choice but to make a bold move to prove its strength. The ninja world is an archaic feudal system. Despite signs of industrialization, neither daimyo nor ninja clans fully grasp its importance. Kain shared his departure plans only with Tsunade, Kushina, Orochimaru, and Yakushi Nono. However, both Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen learned of his exit from the village through the gatekeeper Chunin, as Kain left Konoha openly. Danzo, don't act against him for now. If we're not absolutely certain, let me handle it, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, exhaling a puff of smoke. They both understood the difficulty of dealing with someone who controls spacetime ninjutsu, as their memories of Tobirama-sensei reminded them. Kain's technique was even more formidable, bypassing barriers and unleashing explosions that were clearly not from ordinary explosive tags. Sarutobi Hiruzen could envision the disastrous consequences if Kain ever decided to retaliate. To counter spacetime ninjutsu, they would need another user of it. His thoughts drifted to the blonde boy he'd met recently. With a sigh, he hoped that Namikaze Minato would master the Flying Thunder God technique. Without it, handling Kain and the potential forces behind him would be nearly impossible for Konoha. Training Ground 4 at Konoha Village. Only Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato are present, the other 2 students are practicing ninjutsu elsewhere. Jiraiya did not let them leave but instead taught them a sea-level ninjutsu suited to their chakra attributes, one that might also allow for potential cooperation. It's rare for genin to learn sea-level ninjutsu, but Jiraiya gave it to them because he saw that they were civilian ninjas. Minato, the Flying Thunder God technique is for you alone to study. As for spacetime ninjutsu, even I, your teacher, am not very proficient in it, Jiraiya said with a laugh, not shy about admitting his limitations. He then became serious. But if you need anything, I will help you, my student. Thank you very much for your help, teacher Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato replied with a bow, feeling genuinely grateful. Flying Thunder God technique was a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, and most people didn't have the qualifications to even approach it. But teacher Jiraiya had managed to request it from the third Hokage on his behalf. But Minato, Jiraiya said, noticing his student's subdued demeanor, you don't seem to be in a good mood lately. Is something wrong? Namikaze Minato fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. Mr. Jiraiya, how can I make someone I like me too? The environment in the Land of Winds is very harsh. At least 70% of the land is covered by deserts. The ninjas in Sand Shinobi Village suffer from wind and sand for half of the year, so turbans and veils are almost a necessity for them. The attitude of the first Kaze Cage is already clear. They would rather not have a tailed beast but want money and land because Sand Shinobi Village is not a place where ordinary people can live comfortably. The country's resources are scarce, so they have always welcomed businessmen from other countries. But the welcome is futile. The environment itself drives away 80% of the ninja businessmen who think about coming here to do business. Oil has not been widely used, and iron ore is sold to other countries. Sand Shinobi Village's poverty stands in stark contrast to the wealth of other ninja villages. So when the third Kaze Cage learned of Kain's arrival, he became more interested and even entertained him personally, unlike the third Mizu Cage, who was oblivious to such matters. Mr. Kain, I wonder what kind of deal you plan to strike with Sand Shinobi Village, the third Kaze Cage asked. In Kazekige's office, along with the third Kaze Cage, was a young ninja with short brown hair, who appeared to be his right-hand man. This is a list of materials that can be traded by the Kain Chamber of Commerce. And please don't worry about the efficacy of the medicines, Sand Shinobi Village. Our medicines have already been sold in some areas of the Land of Fire, and the effects can be guaranteed. Kain said as he handed the third Kaze Cage a list of potential trades, which included food, canned seafood, medicines, gauze bandages, and other medical supplies, basically what Sand Shinobi Village currently needed. The first few items would ensure the supply of materials in the village, and the latter could be used as war reserves. Some time ago, someone in the underground gold exchange in the Land of Wind had announced the destruction of Konoha's ninja stronghold on the river border. The third Kaze Cage couldn't resist and dispatched 3 Umbu teams to eliminate all of Konoha's ninja strongholds. Afterward, when Konoha came to inquire, Sand Shinobi Village denied any involvement. There was no evidence, and thanks to this incident, Sand Shinobi Village's finances were slightly richer. However, the third Kaze Cage knew that buying in large quantities would still stretch their funds. Konoha would undoubtedly be suspicious of them. According to Sand Shinobi Umbu's investigation, Konoha had dispatched most of their ninjas to the border of the Land of Fire and River. The price is reasonable, but can it be cheaper? The third Kaze Cage asked. Having dealt with many businessmen from other countries, the third Kaze Cage was quite familiar with the price of food. The price Kain had given to Sand Shinobi Village was indeed cheaper than what other businessmen offered, but the medicine was still somewhat expensive. Sand Shinobi Village knew a little about Konoha's medicine, and while it was indeed valuable on the battlefield, the price was something they could not easily afford. The above price is already very low, at least I can't change it. However, Kazekage-sama, Sand Shinobi Village also has what we need. I believe the two sides can exchange what we require. The oil, iron ore, and other resources of the Land of Wind are exactly what our Chamber of Commerce needs, Kain told third Kaze Cage, indicating both parties were interested in trading. After hearing Kain's suggestion, third Kaze Cage found it to be very feasible. There was some debate about the price. He felt that the medicines were too expensive, and Sand Shinobi Village would need to process the finished products themselves. However, the oil and iron ore had almost fixed prices, so Sand Shinobi Village was still at a disadvantage. In the end, Kain promised to assign a certain number of tasks to Sand Shinobi Village each year, which led third Kaze Cage to agree to the transaction. The number of tasks completed by a ninja village can reflect its strength to some extent and also increase the ninja's income and experience. As for the location of the transaction, it would be better to set it up near the sea in the Land of Wind. We plan to establish a base in the Land of Tea. When the time comes, the goods needed by your village will be delivered directly to this location by sea, Kain said, pointing to the map. If transported by land, the Land of Fire would be an unavoidable obstacle. If Konoha discovered he was trading with Sand Shinobi Village, they would likely interfere. The Land of Fire is their domain, and it would be difficult for Kain to prevent them unless he personally delivered the goods or used all the sealing scrolls, but that wasn't realistic. Therefore, shipping by sea was the best option. It could be kept secret, and the speed was not slow. The gas engine ship would transport goods faster than a horse-drawn carriage. After confirming the content and timing of the transaction, third Kaze Cage signed the contract with Kain. Raza, go call the other high-ranking officials and prepare for a meeting, third Kaze Cage instructed after Kain left. Now that there was a larger supplier of materials and the possibility of exchanging resources within the Land of Wind, they could begin preparing a war material reserve. During the last ninja war, Sand Shinobi Village had been hindered when their material supplies ran out, and even the poison used by the puppet master had been completely deciphered by Tsunade, leading to their defeat. This time, Third Kaze Cage had already made up his mind. After stocking up on supplies, he would conquer the Land of Rivers and merge it into the Land of Wind. Only by doing so could Sand Shinobi Village acquire more land to cultivate food and escape the embarrassment of relying on external sources for food. Why is the sealing technique so similar to the principles of mathematics? When Kain took his group to the Land of Tea, he would often take out the sealing technique scroll Kushina had given him whenever he had free time. It contained the simplest principles of sealing techniques, including 2 basic sealing techniques, one for sealing chakra and the other for sealing actions. Not only did it provide detailed explanations of the sealing techniques, but it also included Kushina's own practice insights. Judging by the ink's color, it seemed to have been written in the last few days. Not only must you have precise chakra control, but you also need a certain foundation in mathematics. This is a bit like the principles of matrices. No wonder the textbook knowledge in ninja school seems a bit advanced. It looks like the students are already being screened for talent, Kain mused. Kain's chakra control was not bad. He had practiced tree climbing and water walking in private before, and had also learned some ninjutsu. While he couldn't be called a genius, his chakra control was certainly better than some shinin. He was genuinely interested in sealing arts. Ninjutsu and taijutsu had limits in the ninja world, but sealing arts seemed to be limitless. Even the immortal Kagaya had been sealed in the end, and Kain was most interested in the tailed beasts. If he wanted to get his hands on one of these creatures, mastering sealing techniques was essential. It's just that I don't need to learn it myself. I can leave this kind of thing to shadow clones, he thought. The biggest advantage of shadow clones was that they could bring back memories. As long as they could endure it, they could save a lot of time. When Kain returned to the Marvel world, he planned to use shadow clones combined with transformation techniques to learn from the people in the Biological Research Center. Kain's memory was already quite good. By spending 3 times as long learning and understanding, his biological research skills would continue to improve. By the way, I should leave a portion of the dragon's flesh and blood for Orochimaru. Maybe the next time I meet him, I'll have something new to discover. Kain suddenly remembered this matter. When he left Konoha, he had only remembered to greet and guard against Sarutobi Hiruzen, but had forgotten about it. Fortunately, he had learned the summoning technique and signed a summoning contract with Ryokai Cave. Kain wrote a letter to Orochimaru while on the carriage, attaching a magical photo of the dragon. He placed the letter, the magical photo, and the dragon's flesh and blood all into a sealed scroll. Making a sealing scroll was difficult, but using it was very convenient. The sealing formula had already been drawn in advance, and as long as the formula on the scroll was activated, anything could be sealed inside. Summoning technique. Kain directly summoned a 2-meter-long white snake. This was a special summoning snake for him to communicate with Orochimaru. It had chakra in its body and was a Ryokai Cave snake that understood human language. After summoning it, Kain stuffed the sealing scroll into the mouth of the little white snake and then lifted the summoning technique. Once the little white snake returned to Ryokai Cave, it would deliver the message to Orochimaru. Kain's first summoning had been a green snake, almost 2 meters long, which was closer to him. He intended to use this green snake to see if he could bring it to the Marvel world using a space backpack or freezing methods. If he succeeded, it could be used to watch over the home, or even to bring the house elf. This would be the real housekeeper. Although the Land of Tea faces the sea on 3 sides and is only adjacent to the Land of Fire, it is not very safe. Kirigakure and Sand Shinobi Village often go to war, but Sand Shinobi generally does not fight Mist Shinobi on the surface of the sea. Once on land, Mist Shinobi ninjas lose the advantage of the environment and often stalemate with Sand Shinobi Village ninjas. After all, Kirigakure doesn't have a medical master like Tsunade, who can break all poisons. The Land of Tea is a country where both sides compete for interests, but fortunately, there are only 2 ninja villages, unlike the Land of Rain, where the 3 kingdoms are at war. In such places, there is no room for civilians to live. Civilians in the Land of Tea can live far away from the battlefield where the 2 ninja villages are fighting. Kain plans to build a port here, along with a military camp, an arsenal, and a centralized commodity factory. If everything goes as planned, the Land of Tea will become his future base camp. Once Kain's power develops, he can persuade Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi to avoid fighting in the Land of Tea. If they still want to buy medicines and other commodities from Kain, they will have to give him this favor. The Land of Tea is not small, and its daimyo is cowardly and incompetent. He brutally suppresses the civilians in his own country and turns a blind eye to the killing between Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. To deal with such a person, as long as Kain's force is stronger than his, the daimyo naturally won't dare provoke him. This time, Kain brought 30 guards and 10 members of the Chamber of Commerce, 20 of whom were gunners specially trained by him, while the other 10 were warriors. 4 of these 10 possessed chakra, which is considered a considerable force in the Land of Tea. They focused on buying land, hiring people, and planning the construction of factories. Kain stayed in the Land of Tea for a while and decided to leave after arranging everything for his subordinates. He had received a letter from Terumishin, who had arrived in the Land of Waves and was waiting for him at the Chamber of Commerce. Kain-san, I'm really sorry to call you back. After seeing Kain, Terumi Shin immediately apologized. Kain waved his hand dismissively and changed the subject, asking, Shin-san, what happened? There are two things, Terumi Shin began. First, the craftsman Kain-san mentioned last time there's news. The shipyard is struggling to hold on. Nearly 100 workers are at risk of losing their jobs. There's talk of selling the entire operation. I made some arrangements. My cousin, the one with same surname, is planning to buy it. Once the deal is finalized, the shipyard can be handed over to you, Kain-san. Hearing this, a smile spread across Kain's face. Acquiring those nearly 100 skilled workers was even more valuable to him than recruiting 5 jonins. I'm sorry to trouble you, Shin-san, Kain said with a smile. I'll make sure the appropriate reward is sent to you shortly. Thank you for such a great surprise. Then, tilting his head slightly, he asked, what's the second thing? Terumi Shin's expression darkened. The third Mizukage is becoming more unhinged. He seems to have completely lost his mind. As he spoke of the Mizukage, fear and disgust flickered across his face. After a moment to collect himself, he continued. Some time ago, 2 mission teams were sent near the Land of Fire. They were discovered, and after a battle, they were defeated. 2 members were killed, 2 were captured, and the remaining 4 managed to escape. But when they returned, the third Mizukage executed them? Executed them? Kain asked in shock. For what reason? The charge was leaking information. Because the 4 survivors didn't kill their captured teammates before retreating, the Mizukage believed Konoha might extract mission details from the prisoners. Terumi Shin's tone was filled with anger and bitterness. One of the executed ninjas had been his former teammate. That's not all. The third Mizukage has extended his blood mist policy to the Ninja Academy. The latest graduating class was required to eliminate 1 member out of every 4. Kain's eyes narrowed. Let me guess, he said suddenly, the competitions were conducted in small teams, and most of those eliminated were from bloodline clans, weren't they? Terumi Shin froze for a moment, surprised by Kain's insight. He nodded slowly. Yes, that's exactly how it is. It seems, Kain said, his voice cool and calculating, that your Mizukage is willing to openly tear apart his village just to target bloodline limit clans. Shin-san, what do you plan to do? Terumi Shin shook his head, looking a little confused by the question. I don't know, he admitted. I just hope Genji-sama and the others can stop Mizukage-sama's actions. Our Terumi clan is small, just a minor ninja family. We shouldn't be targeted by Mizukage-sama, especially not my daughter. His voice faltered as he thought of his young daughter, who was still in school. But in the current situation, even the Ninja Academy was far from safe. It's not a good idea to pin your family's survival on the kindness of others, Shin-san, Kain said, shaking his head. His tone was firm but calm. If internal conflicts have grown too large, there are solutions. However, the methods chosen by the third Mizukage are far too extreme. Shin-san, why not find an opportunity to steer the village toward war? If you die in battle, at least you'll gain military honors for your family. The third Mizukage is less likely to harm the relatives of so-called dead heroes. War. Terumi Shin hesitated, frowning deeply. Isn't that too drastic? Once a war begins, the casualties would be immense. Kain leaned back slightly and raised an eyebrow. Too drastic? What options do you have left? Negotiate with the third Mizukage? Do you really think he'd listen to you? Unless your entire clan gives up its power and pledges loyalty to him as subordinates or defects entirely and launches a coup, you'll be left with few choices. A war would shift his attention outward, away from his internal paranoia and targeting of clans like yours. There were many possible solutions, but Kain believed war was the most realistic and it aligned with his own interests. War would create a high demand for medicines, medical supplies, and other resources he could provide, making it an opportunity for profit. As for the third Mizukage's blood mist policy, Kain wasn't certain whether the Mizukage was acting of his own will or under the influence of someone like Uchiha Madara. If it was the latter, no political solution would work. Madara could not be reasoned with. Only a coup or external pressure like war could save Kirigakuer in such a scenario. At first, Terumi Shin had only wanted his family to secure some form of external aid. Kain, with his ability to mediate with Genji, was supposed to be a potential lifeline. If the Terumi clan were targeted, surrendering to Genji through Kain seemed like a viable backup plan. But as Shin continued venting to Kain, he began to feel that Kain's words made sense. A coup seemed nearly impossible unless all the bloodline limit clans united, but that was unrealistic. The Kagaya clan and Yuki clan, for instance, would never fight together. While their enmity wasn't as intense as the hatred between the Uchiha and Senjo, it was far from the kind of relationship where they could collaborate. Moreover, the third Mizukage himself was a formidable cage-level ninja. He commanded Umbu, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and a significant number of loyal supporters. Shin could already imagine the outcome of a coup, the annihilation of his entire clan, including his 5-year-old daughter, Terumi Mei. The more Terumi Shin thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Kain seemed to be enlightening him, but in truth, his words subtly nudged Shin toward the idea of war. After about an hour, Terumi Shin checked the time. It was almost time to take his leave. Kain-san, I learned a lot from talking with you today. I'll think carefully about your suggestion when I return, he said. Hearing this, Kain couldn't help but think Shin was too honest, and for a moment, he felt a bit guilty for deceiving someone so straightforward. Shin-san, he said, if you ever find that you can't stay in Kirigakure, you're welcome to come to my place. Kain knew that Kirigakure's blood mist policy would only intensify, and that Uchiha Obito would eventually take over from Uchiha Madara, leading to Kirigakure's ruin. When that time came, Mist Shinobi's ability to track down defectors would weaken, and Kain could easily hide a few refugees in the Land of Waves. I understand. Thank you, Kain-san. Terumi Shin replied with a touch of newfound confidence. After saying goodbye, he returned to Kirigakure under the cover of his mission and his clan. Once Shin had left, Kain shook his head and muttered, some ninjas are too easy to deceive. He put the issues of Kirigakure aside for the moment. His business interests required his attention, and with his current wealth, he could afford to expand his support for war orphans. For now, he wasn't concerned about the Land of Fire. Its stable environment was perfect for Aya's development. Her influence had been reduced significantly, so it was unlikely Konoha would take further action against her. Kain's primary focus remained on establishing control in the Land of Waves and the Land of Tea. Once those regions were on the right track, he intended to return to the Marvel world. Inside Konoha village, Kushina had just finished at the barrier class, where she'd completed another sea-level mission, helping repair the runes. Her performance naturally won the praise of her instructors. At only 14, Kushina had been personally trained by Uzumaki Mito, one of Konoha's foremost sealing masters. With her remarkable talent, few in Konoha could rival her in sealing techniques. Classmate Kushina. As she was about to head home, a voice called out to her. Turning, she saw it was Namikaze Minato, a former classmate from the Ninja Academy. It's you, Namikaze Minato-san, Kushina said, smiling slightly. What's the matter? Kushina took a small step back, clutching the scroll in her hand. Although her last encounter with the Cloud Shinobi spies had nothing to do with Namikaze Minato, she still felt awkward around him. For that reason, she wasn't keen on becoming friends with him. What do you want? She asked, her tone guarded. How about having a meal together? You should have some free time, classmate Kushina. Namikaze Minato replied confidently. As he spoke, he produced a bouquet of flowers from behind his back and handed them to her, trying to maintain a bold expression. Kushina's eyes twitched slightly at the sight. Without missing a beat, she stepped around him, leaving him with a curt response, I don't have time. Namikaze Minato froze for a moment, his composure faltering. Desperate to salvage the situation, he called after her, Kushina, I'll become the strongest ninja one day, just you wait. Whiz! A kunao zipped past Minato, grazing his hair before embedding itself in the utility pole behind him. Go be crazy somewhere else. Don't come near me, Kushina snapped. With that, she hurried off. She glanced around nervously, relieved that few people had been around to witness the scene. Her reputation would have been in tatters otherwise. Minato stood frozen in shock, staring at the kunao. It wasn't until Kushina was long gone that he finally shook himself out of his stupor. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a book and muttered, Why isn't this working? In the book, the girl with a similar personality to Kushina said yes. Scratching his head in confusion, Minato decided to seek advice from his teacher, Jiraiya. Meanwhile, back at her home, Kushina was still fuming. What's with that guy? Is this another one of someone else's schemes? She muttered. Her frustration lingered as she thought about the boys who used to mock her at school. Now they were acting like nothing had happened and trying to be friendly. But even if I wanted to eat with someone, she thought with a huff, it would be with the boss. At that thought, her mind drifted to Kain. She recalled the time she'd massaged his head late one night. Embarrassed, Kushina let out a few muffled squeals, covering her face as she paced around the living room. Fortunately, Noaki and Tsunade weren't home, otherwise, she would have died of shame. But is what the boss said really true? Kushina wondered aloud. He said the tailed beasts are like humans. That even if I can't befriend them, I should at least treat them like business partners. It sounds so strange, but I can't even get close to the Nine Tails right now. Her thoughts drifted to Kain's advice. If she could manage it, she might be able to control the power of the tailed beast sooner, just like Grandma Mito had. Kushina's expression turned serious as she remembered her last attempt to reach out to the Nine Tails. The overwhelming violence and negativity radiating from the beast had felt like a symbol of pure disaster. If I could really manage it, she murmured, then I could learn to control this power. Maybe, just maybe, I could become like Grandma Mito. After thinking it over, Kushina decided to give it a try, though she knew it might be dangerous. The seal on her body was powered by her own chakra, arranged in coordination with Konoha's sealing core. If Kushina herself were influenced by the Nine Tails chakra, the seals created by the sealing core wouldn't be of much use. After all, their skill couldn't compare to that of Uzumaki Mito. If someone with sealing skills on par with Uzumaki Mito were available to assist her, Kushina might have been able to transfer the Nine Tails chakra safely. Then, she could attempt to communicate with the beast more freely. I can really bring it back, but it's definitely dangerous. Snakes aren't okay with this kind of thing. Boa, I've wronged you. I'll go and prepare something delicious for you. After speaking, Kain took the green snake and headed to the kitchen. He remembered there was plenty of meat in the refrigerator. The green snake from Ryokai Cave clung to Kain in fear, its body twisting constantly. It had felt as though it was about to die earlier. Snakes are extremely sensitive to low temperatures, and if Kain weren't a contractor of Ryokai Cave, the green snake wouldn't have agreed to come at all. The green snake, though, was no ordinary reptile. It was a snake with human-like intelligence. In time, it would even be able to speak. The snakes of Ryokai Cave grew quickly, and within 10 years, this one would likely have a body several meters thick. By then, as long as Kain continued to develop his strength, protecting the snake shouldn't be a problem. After feeding it all the meat from the refrigerator, the green snake calmed down and lazily fell asleep in the living room. The conditions in Kain's villa were far better than those of Ryokai Cave. It seemed the snake didn't hold a grudge for nearly being frozen during the journey. Why do you sleep as soon as you're full? Kain kicked the green snake twice in annoyance. The snake responded by shaking its tail like a rattlesnake but didn't bother opening its eyes. He had initially planned to take the snake to the Biological Research Center for an examination, but seeing it sound asleep, he still decided to let it rest later. Still, there were plenty of matters to attend to. The pharmaceutical wholesale company required his attention, as did the accumulated emails. On top of that, the military security company Laura was managing had recently been established. Kain created 3 shadow clones, one to handle emails and communicate with Laura, another 2 to review the Biological Research Center's monitoring systems to ensure there hadn't been any incidents while he was away. Meanwhile, Kain headed to the Biological Research Center himself. The optimization of the new extremis virus and the research on dragon's blood were his main priorities. Boss, why did you come here so suddenly? You could have asked Paul to pick you up. Betty greeted Kain enthusiastically, but then she noticed the 2-meter-long snake he brought out from the back seat. Her expression shifted to panic as she stumbled back, nearly tripping over herself. What is this? It's for research, Kain replied nonchalantly. Don't worry, Betty. It won't attack anyone unprovoked. You can even touch it if you want. I don't like snakes, so no, thank you. Betty refused firmly, retreating several more meters as she shook her head. Kain shook his head and said, then you're out of luck. How can you not dare to touch such a cute creature? Come on, tell me about recent events. The corners of Betty's mouth twitched. She seriously doubted Kain's sense of aesthetics. Since when was a boa constrictor considered cute? Still, as an assistant, Betty Ross was highly competent. She reported on property expenditures, personnel recruitment, equipment procurement, and other business matters in an orderly manner. She even ensured all relevant emails were sent. However, she had no control over the experiments themselves, nor access to monitor the labs. This lack of access made her feel somewhat helpless, but in all other respects, she was an exemplary assistant. You've done a good job. I'll consider giving you a bonus, Betty, Kain said as they arrived at the door leading to the laboratory. Hugging the green snake, he added, the next area is off limits for you. Thank you. By the way, boss, there's a nice new restaurant in town. If you're free tonight, I think it'd be worth trying. As Kain was about to enter the experimental area, Betty quickly spoke up. Her interest in this job wasn't solely for the hefty annual salary of over $1 million. Tempting as it was, she had other motives. As an assistant, she might not gain access to the experimental area for years, if ever. To understand the research happening inside, she realized she'd have to get closer to the boss himself. It wasn't that Betty hadn't tried to glean information from the researchers, but Kain was meticulous about safeguarding the lab's secrets. Firstly, the non-disclosure agreements were strict, with penalties that could ruin a person financially. Secondly, security at the Biological Research Center closely monitored anyone attempting to privately contact a researcher. Betty had been questioned by security once, which scared her off from further attempts. She couldn't risk drawing unnecessary attention. Go ahead and reserve a table, Kain replied. If I have time, I'll try it tonight. If not, we'll go another time. With that, the door to the experimental area closed, leaving Betty Raw simmering with determination. Since Kain had agreed, she felt this was her chance. The last time Kain had invited her out to dinner, she hadn't managed to get the chance to glean information. But this time, she thought, she might have an opportunity to glean something useful or at least reveal a bit about her background. Betty wasn't just any college student. She knew the importance of networking with the upper class. Though her relationship with her father was distant, she could still leverage his influence to aid her cause. She also recalled stumbling across a.I.MS research venture capital details by accident. As a biologist, she recognized its immense value. Unfortunately, before she could act, the AIM team had been completely acquired and cut off from her reach. Kain had no idea what Betty Ross was plotting, nor did he care much. Her attempts at espionage were laughably amateurish. He first headed to Rick's research laboratory. The new extremis virus only required continuous optimization and refinement, but what Rick was working on held far greater significance. It was tied to Kain's potential ability to wield magic. Mr. Kain, I've sent you 3 emails and was about to ask Ms. Ross for your address, Rick said excitedly upon seeing him, immediately leading him to the core laboratory. The core experiments are all conducted by me alone, Rick assured. There's absolutely no risk of leaks. The rest of the team only handles data calculations and routine operations. They're completely unaware of the true nature of this lab's research. Kain nodded in acknowledgement, confirming Rick's adherence to confidentiality. His shadow clone's memories had already verified Rick's meticulousness in maintaining secrecy. Mr. Kain, while I don't fully understand the origin of these 2 types of biological cells, they exhibit remarkable vitality. One of them has even broken the Hayflick limit, Rick said, his excitement evident. Even after extensive study and accelerated cell division during experimentation, these cells remain active. One particular type has undergone 271 divisions and shows no signs of degeneration. On the contrary, the cells rejuvenate from a state of decline, almost as if they're reborn. I haven't yet determined their survival limit. Kain listened intently, then asked, and the other aspect? How is the serum study involving the other cell line progressing? Rick took a deep breath before answering. The other serum appears to have been injected with the extremis virus and incorporates traces of a second cell line. Interestingly, it shows no strong rejection of the extremis virus characteristics. However, to be cautious, I'd recommend conducting several more human trials before proceeding. Though Rick had been reassigned to this lab, the research on the extremis virus continued elsewhere. What intrigued him was the combination of the serum infused with extremis and the second cell line, which seemed capable of theoretically achieving longevity. Despite his scientific curiosity, Rick refrained from prying too deeply. His last experience and the memory of his daughter had instilled a healthy fear. The test results align closely with the simulated data, Kain noted, scanning the latest reports. So, the only hurdle left is human trials. He paused, feeling a twinge of hesitation. The Phoenix sample he had wasn't abundant enough to support multiple trials, and he couldn't fully control the emotional and psychological stability of human test subjects. If things went wrong, they could pose a serious threat to both him and the laboratory. Rick added, there have been numerous experiments on animals, and all the processes have gone smoothly, with no signs of rejection. But for safety reasons, human trials would still be necessary. As he spoke, Rick led Kain to observe the experimental specimens. Prepare a fusion serum directly, Rick, Kain ordered. Rick hesitated but complied as Kain reviewed the test data. The smooth progress of the experiments had made Rick apprehensive, but Kain remained confident. After all, he was a personal test subject for the new extremis virus and had witnessed its success firsthand. Rick's skepticism stemmed from his experiences with extremis during his time with Killian's team. Even though Kain had provided a sample of his flesh and blood, the extremis virus's effects diminished without bioelectric support once separated from the body. Yet, the current fusion had succeeded, fueling Kain's determination to proceed. If we move forward with human trials, we'd need to modify the subjects to be similar to me first, Kain mused. Otherwise, the data won't have much reference value. Rick voiced his concerns hesitantly, but, Mr. Kain, just do as I say, Rick, Kain interrupted, his tone firm. I understand the risks. Your job is to follow instructions. By this time tomorrow, I'll be back. Prepare everything. As for your team, have them study the information I provided about the green snake. Understood, Mr. Kain, Rick replied, realizing there was no room for further debate. After leaving Rick's lab, Kain visited the adjacent one. Maya and Killian's progress on their project was steady. Maya's goal was to develop a serum that could benefit humanity, while Killian was driven purely by revenge. The resources and security Kain provided hadn't alleviated Killian's hatred for Tony Stark, and it still lingered. Killian was resolute and undeniably talented, which was why Kain was doing his best to keep him on the team. However, Kain knew Killian was dangerous. If he ever decided to leave, it might be for the best. Otherwise, there was a risk he'd end up labeled a terrorist. Boss, I've reserved the restaurant, Betty Ross said as Kain emerged from the lab. It's a new spot, and it's been getting great reviews. Kain glanced at her, noting her eagerness. It was just past sunset, and Betty's eyes lit up with curiosity when she noticed his good mood, making her even more determined to pry some information out of him. It's rare for you to pay attention to my love for food, Kain remarked with a smirk. All right, let's go. He checked the time. Since his body's transformation, he required more sustenance, and hunger was already gnawing at him. Perhaps this dinner would reveal more about Betty's intentions. Paul is ready, boss, Betty said with a slight smile, leading Kain toward the underground garage. But as they approached, she suddenly hesitated, realizing the restaurant she had chosen was quite upscale. Should she change her outfit? Betty didn't usually skimp on her appearance, especially since Kain never showed any sign of stinginess when it came to her expenses. What's wrong? Kain asked, noticing her pause. Betty glanced at her outfit, a fitted pencil skirt, a crisp white blouse, and sheer black stockings highlighting her long legs. I was just thinking, maybe I should change clothes. Kain's gaze swept over her, assessing. You look fine. Nothing wrong with that outfit. I'm starving, so let's go. Betty nodded, abandoning the idea, and followed him into the elevator. After dinner, they returned to Kain's villa. Paul, you can head back. I'll call if I need you, Kain said to the driver as he helped Betty out of the car. Paul, ever discreet, gave a small nod and drove off without a word. Once Paul left, Kain turned to Betty with a slight smile. All right, Miss Ross, would you care for a drink inside? If you're inviting me, how could I refuse? Betty replied with a playful tone. She wasn't drunk, though she had tried to get Kain tipsy earlier during dinner. Unfortunately for her, his tolerance was impressive, and now she was the one feeling lightheaded. A glass of vegetable juice sounded far more appealing than more alcohol. Boss, you don't have any snakes in your house, do you? She asked with a faint laugh as they approached the door. Of course not. The only one I had is at the research center now, Kain replied, unlocking the door and stepping aside to let her in. His villa was spacious, but Kain was already considering purchasing a larger property with better privacy if he intended to keep more unusual pets like the green snake. Not that he needed much security short of a dozen RPG rounds exploding in his face, it was unlikely anything could harm him. After offering Betty a drink, Kain casually mentioned his plans to buy a new house. As it fell within the scope of her duties, she raised an eyebrow but decided not to discuss it further at the moment. Boss, can I ask something about the lab? Betty began, swirling the drink in her hand. The recent expenditures are through the roof, which seems unusual. You know, I have a background in cell biology. Maybe I could offer suggestions to streamline things and manage costs better. Kain's eyes narrowed slightly, though his expression remained pleasant. The dim lighting concealed the amused smirk tugging at his lips. Betty's words were riddled with inconsistencies, making her motives clear. She was acting alone, not as part of a team or under orders, likely a personal mission of curiosity. If General Ross was involved, he seemed oddly unbothered by his daughter's activities. Either that or he trusted her judgment to handle this on her own. You make a fair point, Betty, Kain said smoothly. But the research center is closed for the evening. However, I do have some materials upstairs in my bedroom if you'd like to take a look. Bedroom? Betty echoed, her voice tinged with surprise. Her breathing became a little uneven. At this time of night, entering a man's bedroom felt like crossing an unspoken boundary. She could almost picture the expression on Kain's face, serene, confident, and enigmatic, just like when he'd left the laboratory earlier that afternoon, smiling over the progress on the extremis virus. But the opportunity was too good to pass up. The research data was vital, and this might be her only chance to access it. All right, boss. After reviewing the pilot project, I can provide a more accurate assessment, Betty said, trying to maintain her composure while rationalizing her decision. Kain smirked slightly and led her upstairs, step by step. When they entered his bedroom, Kain switched on a few dim, atmospheric lights, keeping the room cloaked in a warm glow. He walked over to his closet, pulled out a folder, and held it in his hand as he turned to her. Miss Betty, he began, his tone casual yet firm. This is the project document on the extremis virus. You can look at it. He paused deliberately. But it'll cost you a little effort. Like a massage. Boss, I could provide a more professional. Dear Miss Betty, Kain interrupted smoothly, I'm not interested in hearing that tonight. Tomorrow, in my office, you can present yourself as an investor, and we'll have a professional chat. But for now, if you want to see this document, this is the price. The folder was right there, just within her grasp. If she left now, she might not get another chance. A massage wasn't too much to ask. It was just 10 minutes. Afterward, she'd demand the document and leave. I understand, Mr. Kain, she replied, taking a deep breath to steady herself. The room was sparsely furnished, with the bed being the only place to sit. She moved to the edge of the mattress, positioning herself next to Kain, and began the massage. Is this pressure okay? Of course. I didn't expect you to be so skilled, Miss Betty, Kain replied, a teasing tone in his voice. Mr. Kain, I promised you a massage. You've been working all day. You must be tired, Miss Betty. Relax. My massage skills are quite good, you know. Kain's warm hands found her shoulders, and Betty stiffened at first, unsure of how to react. But under the combined effects of exhaustion, alcohol, and his surprisingly adept technique, she found herself relaxing despite her better judgment. The atmosphere in the room seemed to heat up as his hands moved expertly across her tense muscles. Her own movements gradually slowed, transitioning from giving a massage to simply sitting there, letting herself enjoy the moment. Tear. The faint sound of silk ripping reached her ears. Betty didn't cry out in surprise. She barely noticed it. The sensations were overwhelming, and she felt oddly comfortable despite the situation. There was a rustle of fabric, a shift of warmth, and Betty's foggy mind momentarily cleared. I'm sorry, Bruce. Oh. Her voice carried softly in the dim light, and the rest of her thoughts dissolved into the haze. By early noon, Betty Raw slowly opened her eyes, blinking at the soft light filtering into the room. For a moment, she felt disoriented. Her body was sore and heavy, a numbing fatigue settling over her. You're finally awake, Kain's voice drifted over to her, calm and composed. I thought you'd sleep until the late afternoon. There's milk on the bedside table. Drink some to replenish your strength. Memories of the previous night flickered in her mind, hazy and fragmented. Her gaze landed on Kain, his relaxed demeanor contrasting sharply with her confusion. Without thinking too much, she reached for the glass of milk, drinking it in slow sips. With something warm in her stomach, she started to feel more grounded. What did I do last night? Betty murmured, rubbing her temples. Alcohol was a cruel mistress, and the more she thought about it, the worse the sinking realization became. She felt a pang of guilt as she pieced together fragments of the night. I have a boyfriend, she muttered, almost to herself. Kain raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his expression. Then his eyes flicked briefly to the marks on the bed. He sighed, his tone apologetic but nonchalant. Miss Betty, I didn't expect this either. But emotions ran high last night. Betty's lips tightened into a thin line. She wasn't hysterical, just deeply annoyed with herself. She knew the blame wasn't one-sided, but it didn't make things easier to digest. Let's just forget about last night, Mr. Kain, she said after a moment, her voice firm. Can I see the progress of the extremis virus research now? Her professional demeanor reasserted itself, though her frustration lingered. She knew she'd slipped up last night. Not only had she failed to extract any useful information about the project, but she'd also compromised herself in the process. Kain didn't seem fazed. Instead, he handed her a set of documents with a calm smile. This is a portion of the research progress and experimental data. It's not the core, but it's enough to showcase the project's value. Betty scanned the papers quickly, her sharp mind recognizing the significance of what she was looking at, even if it was just surface-level data. Kain leaned back casually. Miss Betty, I'd like to propose a collaboration with your father. General Ross, with his focus on super soldier research, should find this project intriguing. Betty froze, her heart skipping a beat. Her eyes narrowed as she looked up at Kain, realizing he knew far more about her than she'd assumed. You already knew about my background, she asked, her voice laced with suspicion. Miss Betty, did you try to hide it? Kain replied with a small shrug, his tone bordering on amused. His rhetorical question left her at a loss for words. She couldn't argue it was true she hadn't gone to great lengths to conceal her identity, but now she knew she'd underestimated him. Betty turned her attention back to the documents. While they didn't reveal the full picture, her expertise allowed her to glean a great deal. The potential in the project was undeniable, and she found herself eager to see the core data. But that wouldn't happen unless Kain had a reason to trust her or unless her father got involved. You really are a cunning boss, she muttered under her breath, shooting him a frustrated look. With a resigned sigh, Betty got out of bed, only to discover the remnants of her torn clothes. A flush of irritation crept up her neck. Great, she mumbled, I can't even wear these anymore. Kain's smirk deepened, but he said nothing, watching her with an air of quiet amusement. Kain had already prepared a new set of clothes for Betty Ross. After she went to the bathroom to take a shower, she changed into the outfit he had provided. It was similar to what she had worn yesterday, though Betty couldn't help but notice the black silk stockings again. The thought struck her, her boss clearly favored this look. Otherwise, why bother getting something so similar? Dressed but still feeling a little weak, Betty stayed for the sumptuous lunch Kain had prepared. Once the meal was over, she gathered her things and left, taking the project progress and data that Kain had given her. This information would be crucial in convincing her father. Rick, are you ready? It was late afternoon when Kain arrived at the Biological Research Center. He headed straight to Rick, who greeted him nervously and ushered him into the confidential laboratory. From an encrypted cabinet, Rick carefully retrieved a vial of serum and held it out. Mr. Kain, this is the fusion serum derived from the 2 cells. To be honest, while the data and all trials have been largely successful, I still recommend. The injection is here, Rick, Kain interrupted calmly. You've seen this already, but I need you to keep this completely confidential. At that moment, another Kain walked into the room, his shadow clone. Although Kain trusted Rick, he still wanted to take precautions. The duplicate stood silently, its presence unnerving Rick further. Rick's throat went dry as he nodded. Very well, Mr. Kain, he said, motioning toward the test bed in the adjacent room. We should do the injection there. It allows for real-time data monitoring. The test bed, typically reserved for recording experiments with high error margins, now had an entirely new purpose. Rick could hardly believe the boss himself was volunteering to test the serum. Relax, Rick, Kain said reassuringly. I trust your research. Without hesitation, Kain removed his shirt and lay down on the bed. For my daughter, Rick murmured to himself, steeling his resolve. He prepped the syringe with the fusion serum, his hands trembling as he attached various monitoring equipment to Kain. The instruments would record every detail of what happened next. Mr. Kain, I'm about to begin, Rick said nervously. Kain nodded, his tone steady. Go ahead, Rick. Be bold. Rick glanced at the shadow clone looming nearby, its cold, watchful gaze only increasing his tension. After meticulously double-checking the equipment, he gave Kain one last look for confirmation before pressing the injection button. The serum entered Kain's bloodstream, and almost immediately, changes began to manifest. Kain could feel it, the transformation taking hold. His eyes turned red, and the blood vessels under his skin glowed faintly, a telltale sign of the extremis virus starting to repair and enhance his body. But unlike his previous experience, this time there was no excruciating pain. Instead, he felt a deep, numbing itch spreading across his entire body. It was as if his skin were preparing to shed, evolving into something entirely new. The data looks excellent, as expected, Mr. Kain, Rick remarked, quickly moving to inject glucose and other nutrient solutions into Kain. Nutritional support was essential for the body during its transformation. 20 minutes later, large patches of dead skin began to peel off Kain's body. Despite the unsettling sight, Kain felt increasingly better, though there was a gnawing emptiness inside him like he hadn't eaten in days. Half an hour later, after Kain's vitals had stabilized, Rick asked cautiously, Mr. Kain, the injection is complete. How do you feel? As he spoke, Rick undid the metal restraints holding Kain to the bed. Kain sat up slowly, but his legs felt weak, and he nearly collapsed back onto the bed. While the transformation had made his body feel stronger, he was physically drained, and the layers of dead skin clinging to him made him deeply uncomfortable. Seeing his state, both the shadow clone and Rick moved to help him. Rick also brought over a tray of high-calorie food. Mr. Kain, the process went very well. You need to replenish your energy. Once you've regained some strength, you can freshen up, Rick advised. Without wasting time, Kain devoured the food, regaining a fraction of his strength. He then headed to the laboratory's bathroom to wash off the dead skin. However, just after the transformation, Kain hadn't fully adjusted to his newfound strength. With a casual push, he accidentally broke through the metal bathroom door, which was over 10 millimeters thick and weighed nearly 1,000 kilograms. This door is weak. Replace it tomorrow, Kain remarked nonchalantly. Rick, still in shock, nodded quickly. Of course, Mr. Kain. After cleaning up, Kain didn't linger in the lab. He handed Rick a pre-prepared check for $1 million and gave him precise instructions. Back up the experimental data and delete everything else. Take a few days off, and halt the trials for now. I'll let you know when to resume. Rick accepted the check, suppressing his astonishment. While the rest of the team remained unaware of the details, Rick knew better than to gossip about it. Kain left the lab and headed straight home, where he ordered an enormous amount of food to satisfy his lingering hunger. Once full, he began training to control his newfound strength. He could already feel how much stronger he had become, likely capable of flipping a car and hurling it effortlessly. This was impressive but potentially troublesome if he couldn't learn to manage his strength in public. There was also a peculiar feeling in his body, one that made him suspect a connection to magic. Though he couldn't be certain, he decided to investigate further. Kain retrieved a spellbook he had brought back from the Harry Potter world, along with a recording of Guy teaching Hermione magic. He had been preparing for this moment, determined to learn magic in the future. Wingardium Leviosa. The first time Kain attempted the spell, he felt a strange energy surging from within, but his lack of control caused the power to explode outward, leaving a large hole in the floor. This is magic power. I can use magic. I can control it. He recalled the sensation with a mixture of excitement and determination. During his first attempt, he hadn't thought to regulate the flow of energy, but now, reflecting on it, he felt confident that proper control would make a significant difference. Wingardium Leviosa. On his second attempt, Kain carefully focused on channeling the magic power. This time, the vase in front of him began to lift slowly into the air. Success. He laughed, elated by the breakthrough. He had tapped into his magic, and the energy coursing through him felt immense. It wasn't just raw power, it was a natural force that seemed to flow effortlessly, deeply rooted in his blood. This must be the influence of the phoenix and fire dragon cells, Kain mused. The magical creature's fusion had evidently gifted him an extraordinary reservoir of magic, one that was surprisingly easy to control. Curious about the extent of his abilities, Kain experimented further. He relaxed his control and let the magic power instinctively flow to his throat. Then, he exhaled sharply, following the sensation. Boom! A scorching, powerful jet of flame burst from Kain's mouth, instantly engulfing a section of the wall in fire. Shit! Panicking, Kain yelled as he scrambled to grab a fire extinguisher, frantically putting out the flames before the situation could escalate further. The power from the magical creatures gave Kain an uncanny affinity for magic, though it came at the cost of his house. By the time he managed to extinguish the fire on the front of the house with a fire extinguisher, the place was half burned, drawing the attention of the police and fire brigade. Since Kain lived in a wealthy villa area with large distances between the houses, and he acted quickly to put out the fire, the damage was contained. The police and firefighters offered assistance before leaving after confirming there was no further danger. The residents in this area were influential, with many being high-quality taxpayers or business elites. Kain's villa was the largest in the area, and while the first floor was destroyed, the second floor remained intact. The new residence had not yet been purchased, so Kain chose to stay for the time being. After the fire, Kain was able to relax a little. He tidied up the house briefly before resuming his magic training. He also divided 3 shadow clones to help with various tasks. 2 focused on studying sealing techniques and biological knowledge, while the last clone handled business affairs. Although Kain maintained communication with Laura through email and video calls, he still had to pay attention to the military security company. This company wasn't meant to be a profit-making venture. It would likely take on some government contracts for security or military operations, but Kain's real goal was to build his own armed forces. One of Kain's future plans was to create a zoo for magical creatures. This idea was still in its early stages, but he recognized the need for an armed force to protect and control his operations, especially once the extremis virus was released. He would also need a reliable and obedient army to deter potential threats. The fire-breathing ability seemed to be tied to the fire dragon gene, which granted Kain some magical abilities and an affinity for magic. He wasn't sure if the magic affinity came from the Phoenix gene, but his ability to perform magic spells was developing rapidly. In just 5 days, Kain had already mastered all the spells he brought back from the Harry Potter world except for transfiguration. This was an accomplishment that would be unimaginable in the wizarding world. If placed in the world of Harry Potter, Kain would be considered an extraordinary figure. He had essentially merged Phoenix and Fire Dragon cells, integrated Hashirama's cells, and injected the extremis virus to perfectly fuse all these disparate genes. That's essentially what Kain had become, an unprecedented fusion of power, magic, and biology. Moreover, his magic power was also very abundant. According to Guy, even an adult wizard cannot continuously cast spells to fight for a whole day, but Kain could practice spells with high intensity for an entire day without feeling too tired. The strength of the magic power determines the potency of the spells to some extent. This was evident from the spell Wingardium Leviosa. When Kain practiced this spell in the suburbs, he created a large hole in the ground with a diameter of 8 meters and a depth of 2 meters. Kain was taken aback by the sheer power of the spell. Then there was the shield charm. Although Kain hadn't tested it yet, he felt confident that an RPG rocket launcher wouldn't pose a threat to him. With his current physical strength and abilities, he could tear a steel plate 7 or 8 millimeters thick apart. Even if the shield charm were broken, it likely wouldn't cause him any harm. The remaining spells may need to be learned in the Harry Potter world, like Legilimency, Apparition, Animagus, and some dark magic. Regular magic can be taught by some down-and-out wizards, but black magic requires more specialized instruction. Should I ask some black wizard? Kain slowly thought about it. There were many spells that intrigued him, especially Apparition and Animagus. Without learning these two, it felt like learning magic wouldn't be complete. By the way, Snape, both spells and potions, have profound attainments, but his weaknesses are obvious. It seemed that Kain needed to discuss things with Orochimaru. If Orochimaru had mastered Impure World Reincarnation, Kain hoped to trade it with him or supervise its learning himself. He could teach Orochimaru all the magic spells and potion techniques in exchange for that ninjutsu to create some time when Snape and Lily could meet. If that wasn't enough, Kain could even bring James Potter back from the dead and let Snape hang him upside down as a form of retribution. 2 days later, Betty Ross arrived at Kain's villa with a few people. Seeing that the house was in ruins, Betty asked helplessly, "Boss, do you really need me to buy you a new residence?" "It was a bit of an accident, Betty. This must be General Ross." "Hello, I'm Kain Pent." Kain shook hands with one of the men, who had white hair and a lieutenant general's rank on his uniform. The others, apart from the 4 soldiers, appeared to be researchers from General Ross's super soldier laboratory. "I checked your information, Kain Pent." General Ross stared at Kain and spoke slowly. "A few years ago, you were not very conspicuous, but after the death of your parents, you gradually showed extraordinary talents in the financial field, and your academic performance was also exceptional. You've been developing rapidly and investing in the projects of the A.M team. Extremis virus, this serum is really amazing, but it's still a bit short of the super soldier I expected. Hehe." Before General Ross finished speaking, Kain chuckled twice, interrupting his next words. He said directly, "I didn't expect the generals of the military to negotiate in the business field." While speaking, Kain took a metal cup from the counter at the side and, in front of General Ross and the others, easily squeezed it into a metal ball with one hand. Handing it over, he continued, "Strength close to the limit of the human body, super resilience. If General Ross isn't interested, then I'll find someone else to cooperate with. The extremis virus project is mine. If you don't cooperate, General Ross, you won't get it." Kain's eyes glowed slightly as he spoke. Ninjutsu and magic allowed him to ignore the modern army, and he no longer needed to bow to politicians and generals. Cooperation was a win-win situation, but if General Ross had other ideas, Kain wouldn't hesitate to show him who had the upper hand. With his current strength, he could easily eliminate all members of Congress and officials with solid power in the United States. "You were injected with the extremis virus." After seeing this scene, Betty Ross asked in surprise. "Logically speaking, the experiment should have failed. How could he have done the experiment himself?" Kain replied, "The test has been 99% successful. We are now working on civilian restoration of limbs, but the original extremis virus still hasn't reached a 100% success rate." Betty Ross shook her head after hearing this. "You dared to inject yourself like that? You're too brave." Kain thought to himself that he had injected the enhanced version, with almost no failure rate, so of course, he could try it. As for the inferior version that he planned to offer for cooperation with the military, although it also strengthened the body and provided strong recovery ability, there was still a risk of self-detonation. General Ross held the metal ball, decisively thinking to himself, "I want to visit your laboratory. If what you say is true, I can approve cooperation with you on behalf of the military, as well as the limb restoration serum you mentioned. The military is going to approve more and more funding for the super soldier program every year. Then let's go. We'll have a good cooperation," Kain responded. After speaking, Kain led General Ross and his team to the Biological Research Center. He didn't mention other cooperation details. The original extremis virus serum and recovery serum were the main focus. If the military was willing to purchase, it was expected to bring in billions of dollars in profits each year. Stark Industries made its fortune relying on military orders. To this day, Stark's arms still accounted for the majority of American military contracts. After today, Kain planned to follow this path to develop his own business. In addition to the restoration serum, Tsunade promised him that the special medicine was about to bear fruit: 3 special medicines capable of curing terminal illnesses. Kain's biopharmaceutical company would develop into a pharmaceutical giant in just a few years, and no one could replace it. With his background in cooperation with the military, along with his own armed forces, he would then be able to build a magical creature paradise according to his own wishes. In this country, America, he could do whatever he wanted. Good cooperation, General Ross. Pleasant cooperation, Mr. Kain. After visiting Kain's Biological Research Center and seeing his ready-made serum product, and after discussing with others for a few days, General Ross approved the cooperation with Kain on behalf of the military. Even though Kain had threatened him quite severely at their first meeting, General Ross had to admit that there was no more suitable product for a super soldier serum in the entire United States than the extremis virus. The serum Captain America injected was slightly better than the extremis virus serum, but it had not been successfully researched. The military laboratory did some research without any apparent gains, and other biological giants failed to do so similarly. The only one who had any clues was Kain with a new serum. The signing of the contract went very smoothly. Kain's company would provide at least 100 extremis virus serums every year, with the success rate of serum fusion needing to be maintained above 70%. The recovery medicine would be provided in quantities of 2,000 pieces per year, with the military having priority when additional supplies were needed. As for the price, the extremis virus serum was set at $5 million apiece. This price had been determined after many negotiations. Kain had originally wanted to ask for more, as $5 million seemed too cheap for creating a super soldier. The serum for Captain America was definitely worth tens of millions. However, the military insisted on this price, arguing that the extremis virus serum was very dangerous and could even harm its recipients. The price of the recovery serum was finally set at $200,000 per piece, which was close to the final market price Kain would launch, but cheaper for the military. Moreover, this was an initial purchase, and the purchase quantity would certainly increase in the future. Orders from the military alone could bring Kain's company $900 million in annual revenue, and beyond the financial benefits, the most important factor was reputation. With the military's orders, Kain's biopharmaceutical company would go from a small, relatively unknown company to one of the top companies in the industry. After signing the contract with General Ross, Kain also made a few small requests on the side. The first was regarding his military security company. He asked if General Ross could provide some suggestions for soldiers when they retired. Kain's treatment of his staff was quite generous, and it was definitely an attractive option for veterans. The second request was for Betty Ross to stay with him as a bridge for communication between the two sides. He found that Betty worked very smoothly as his assistant, both for business and personal matters, and her long, graceful legs made a striking impression. Kain also observed that Betty hadn't mentioned the drunken incident to her father, and General Ross was completely unaware of it. So, when Kain made this request, General Ross agreed without much hesitation. He also needed someone to keep an eye on the progress of the extremis virus serum. Betty Ross was somewhat resigned to her father's arrangement. She had a boyfriend, and their relationship had been strong before the drunken incident. But as time passed, Betty found herself unable to harbor any resentment toward Kain. After just a few days, she noticed how much he had changed. His skin, appearance, and overall demeanor were all surprisingly attractive to her. After that, Betty accepted a few more dinner invitations from Kain. After sharing a few glasses of red wine, she often found herself thinking about her boyfriend, but she couldn't shake the sense of excitement it brought her. Afterward, Betty tried to focus her energy on her work, doing her best not to dwell on those feelings. Master Danzo, the operatives we placed within the Kain Chamber of Commerce have gone silent. Currently, I oversees desserts and casinos, while the responsibilities for pills and other divisions have been reassigned to different personnel, a root ninja reported, half kneeling on the ground. Although contact with most of their agents had been lost, a few remained reachable, those placed directly by Root without Aya's involvement. Some time ago, the Kain Chamber of Commerce had seen rapid growth across the Land of Fire, providing Root with an opportune moment to infiltrate. However, most of these agents lacked access to the Chamber's core secrets and were relegated to mundane tasks. While they earned substantial sums, espionage not income was their mission. Discovered? Or something else? Danzo asked, his brow furrowed. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen had explicitly ordered him to cease meddling with the Kain Chamber of Commerce, Danzo couldn't ignore its connection to his recovery efforts. The information on the extremis virus was critical, and he wasn't about to let it slip through his grasp. Orochimaru's evasive responses to his inquiries only deepened his frustration. The likelihood of exposure is high, the Root Ninja continued. Based on reports from our surviving agents and information gathered from covert sources, it appears the missing operatives were ambushed during a supply mission. They were killed, and the goods were stolen. While it looks like an accident on the surface, it's suspicious that our agents who were stationed in different roles were all gathered in one place before the incident. Danzo's expression darkened, his voice low as he pondered aloud, could Aya have betrayed us? It seems unlikely, the ninja responded. Her influence within the organization has been curtailed significantly. Reports suggest she has little authority left, and with her children enrolled in the Ninja Academy, she wouldn't risk defying Konoha or endangering them. The analysis appeared logical, but Danzo's instincts remained wary. Aya, though stripped of her surname, was still tied to the Senju clan, and Root was an organization tasked with safeguarding Konoha, operating under the Hokage's authority. Aya had little reason to betray Konoha or ally herself completely with an outsider, at least on the surface. Yet, the ninja's analysis overlooked a critical aspect of ninja culture. Loyalty, as often as not, was bought and paid for. While Aya no longer held the title of a ninja, she had accepted generous rewards from Kain in exchange for her service. And the Senju family, with their centuries-old traditions, held one principle above all: honor their obligations. In the Warring States period, failing to fulfill a contracted duty was considered treachery, a stain on the clan's honor. In such cases, the Senju patriarch would personally execute the offender before offering an apology to the employer. Thus, even under Konoha's shadow, Aya's dedication to Kain could not be dismissed. No amount of threats or orders from Danzo could easily dissuade her from upholding her professional integrity. Danzo contemplated for a moment before giving his orders in a cold, measured tone. Do not send any more agents for now. Focus on assisting those already embedded within the Kain Chamber of Commerce to climb the ranks. Also, have we heard of any new medicines circulating in the ninja world? The root ninja knelt respectfully as he responded, no new developments so far. Medicines can be freely purchased at the 3 pharmacies in the Land of Fire, so they've become widespread. However, the situation remains unchanged in the Land of Water. Medicines in the ninja world were invaluable commodities. With few doctors available, most serving exclusively under nobles, the advent of affordable medicine for the general populace was a groundbreaking shift. Even families with modest means would stockpile these remedies to treat common illnesses. Continue investigating. We need concrete evidence, Danzo ordered. Understood, Master Danzo. Given Kirigakure's precedent, Danzo refused to believe that Kain wasn't also distributing medicines to other nations. He deployed route operatives to key intersections across the Land of Fire and at critical checkpoints in smaller countries to gather intelligence. To facilitate this effort, Danzo secured additional funds from Sarutobi Hiruzen, ostensibly for expanding Ombu's manpower. His operatives disguised themselves as bandits, targeting caravans from rival nations under the pretense of weakening their economies and bolstering Konoha's security. Hiruzen, still feeling some guilt over forcing Danzo to take the blame for their last debacle, approved the funding request. He even allowed Danzo to recruit 10 promising graduates from the Ninja Academy to replenish Root's ranks. Reports indicated that Kain had established a large pharmaceutical factory in the Land of Waves. However, its security was formidable, with nearly 100 armed guards and samurai stationed there. To breach such defenses would require a Jonin-led team, which risked exposing Konoha's involvement. Even without hard evidence, Kain could easily deduce who was responsible. Moreover, Kain's mastery of spacetime ninjutsu presented a daunting challenge. His abilities had already proven capable of bypassing even Konoha's most advanced spatial barriers, leaving the higher UPS in Konoha wary. If Kain's factory were attacked, there was a real possibility that the Hokage building itself could become a retaliatory target. The factory isn't complete yet. Kain asked coldly, his displeasure evident. The delays had tested his patience, and his expression hardened as he faced the person in charge. I provided you with ample time and funding. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, you might as well return to farming. The factory manager, a traveling merchant named Dummo, looked visibly nervous. Having sought refuge with Kain after losing his goods and capital to bandits, he was now walking on thin ice. There is an aristocrat from the Land of Tea, about 10 miles away. He thinks that recruiting workers here will reduce the number of people available to farm for him. When Kain heard this excuse, a wave of irritation surged through him. He fought the urge to slap Dummo and instead placed a firm hand on the man's shoulder. Mr. Dummo, Kain said with a cold smile, do you think the guards I provided are just for show? Go deal with him. If the factory isn't operational within 10 days, you and that nobleman can accompany each other to the Pure Land. Why yes, boss, Dummo stammered, his entire body trembling. Without wasting time, he hurried out to gather the guards, ready to take immediate action against the noble. The hierarchy in the ninja world was rigid, and Dummo, a former traveling merchant, lacked the strength to challenge nobles. However, Kain had no patience for such weakness. After this issue was resolved, Kain decided he would ensure Dummo focused entirely on managing the pharmaceutical factory. The medicine Kain will introduce this time would be a game-changer for men in the ninja world, Viagra. Its appeal would extend even to nobles and daimyo, making it a must-have. Yet Dummo, a useless figure, couldn't even handle a minor noble from a small country. By evening, Dummo returned, his clothes stained with blood. The nobleman and his guards had been eliminated by the pharmaceutical factory's security forces. If Dummo hadn't succeeded, he knew he might very well have ended up in the Pure Land himself. Kain decided to remain in the Land of Tea for a while to ensure everything was properly arranged. This site wouldn't just house a pharmaceutical factory but would also serve as a base for an arsenal and ninja equipment manufacturing. More materials, such as iron ore, would be transported here to support these operations. This base was integral to Kain's plans, and no petty noble would be allowed to interfere. Even if the daimyo of the Land of Tea expressed dissatisfaction, Kain wouldn't hesitate to send him to the Pure Land as well. Dummo, for his part, wouldn't dare make another mistake, not unless he had a death wish. The pharmaceutical factory's machinery began to hum as production finally started. Watching the progress, Kain felt satisfied and prepared to leave. Before departing, he instructed Dummo to expect additional guards from the Land of Waves in a few days, ensuring the factory would remain secure. As Kain left the Land of Tea, he found himself lamenting one thing, not having learned how to apparate. It would have saved him time and effort, allowing him to skip unnecessary steps and go directly to Konoha. When Kain arrived at Konoha's gates, he was led in without so much as a glance at his identification. The gatekeeper ninjas were few in number, and Kain's frequent visits had made him a familiar face to them. Having been away from the ninja world for a little over a month, Kain expected that his house and shop in Konoha would have been repaired by now. As he approached, he noticed Nanami busy unloading goods. Boss, you're back? Your room has been rebuilt according to the final construction plans and blueprints you left. The shop is also almost ready to reopen, though some of the stock still needs replenishing, Nanami said, pausing her work to give him an update. The delay in earning revenue for over a month, coupled with the constant financial support to the orphanage, had nearly drained the profits of Kain's 13 shops in Konoha. Fortunately, the income from his novel sales managed to sustain their operations. Otherwise, Nanami might have been forced to seek assistance from Aya. Good work, Nanami. Go ahead and continue, Kain replied with a brief nod after surveying the area. Konoha's operations were relatively simple. Nanami only needed to keep an eye on the shop, check the accounts periodically, and handle any special situations that arose. Most of the time, her workload was straightforward. Once inside his newly rebuilt house, Kain pulled out some miniature cameras and began installing them both inside and outside the property. These cameras had been invaluable last time, allowing him to detect the presence of Umbu in advance. Kain couldn't help but smirk at how he was able to exploit Konoha's lack of technological development. If the ninja world had reached the technological level of Konoha 60, devices like cameras and walkie-talkies would already be commonplace. After securing the cameras, he inspected the house. Its concrete and steel plate structure ensured that ninjas would find it difficult to infiltrate using escapism techniques. Meanwhile, at the dessert shop, Kushina arrived looking visibly displeased. Before she could enter, she bumped into Nanami, who was just stepping out. "Manager, can I buy something today?" Kushina asked, her tone impatient. Nanami shook her head with a smile. "Not yet. The desserts haven't been restocked. But Kushina, Boss Kain is back." Kushina's expression darkened at the mention of the lack of desserts. A particularly annoying individual had been bothering her recently, and without her favorite treats for over a month, she felt even more irritable. "Is he inside?" Kushina asked quickly. "Not long ago, yes," Nanami replied. "I'm going to help a friend and ask the boss when the desserts will be available," Kushina said hurriedly before rushing inside, her head lowered and her small feet moving so quickly she seemed to be running. Nanami barely had time to respond before Kushina disappeared, leaving only a trace of her distinctive red hair floating in the air as she turned the corner. Nanami shook her head with a chuckle. "You don't need to ask the boss. I could have answered that." Shrugging, she closed the dessert shop's door and moved on to work at a nearby shop. "Boss, are you back?" Hearing footsteps, Kain guessed it might be Kushina. Only a few people could be let in by Nanami, and the light, quick steps sounded exactly like hers. "Of course. After working outside for so long without rest, I'm practically exhausted." Kain purposefully rubbed his neck, hinting to Kushina that he'd been very busy. During his time in the Marvel world, apart from practicing magic, he had been working with the military. He often met with Betty Ross, the middleman, to practice Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Betty, who was clearly obsessed with Jiu-Jitsu yet stubbornly resisted showing it, often left an impression that made communication interesting. Kushina's gaze lingered on Kain's face for a few seconds before she suddenly summoned her courage. "Then, let me help you, boss, by rubbing your shoulders." Her face flushed as she looked away, and she patted her knees with both hands. "Then I'll trouble you, Kushina." Kain agreed immediately, lying down on her lap just like last time. She was wearing those familiar black stockings again, with a hint of skin peeking out. Ever since Kain complimented how good she looked in stockings, she hadn't worn anything else. "Boss." Kushina hesitated, suddenly regretting her offer. She'd been out all day, and there was probably dust on her legs. But Kain was too quick. He lay down before she could protest. Now, his head rested on her lap, and his face pressed against her thighs, which were squeezed tightly together. It's too close." Kushina's cheeks burned bright red. She opened her mouth to speak but couldn't manage a word. With Kain so close, she couldn't resist sneaking a proper look at his face. Luckily, his eyes were closed, or she wouldn't have dared to be so bold. As she studied him, a quiet realization dawned on her. Something about his face had changed. The features were the same, but the more she looked, the more pleasing they became. It was like admiring something truly beautiful, so much so that she felt drawn in. "He looks amazing. If only I could keep looking at him like this forever," Kushina thought, a small smile curling at the corner of her lips. "Kushina." After a moment, Kain opened his eyes, confused by her lack of action. Just as he started to tilt his head, she quickly covered his eyes with her hands. "I'll start right now. I was just recalling the steps." Her cheeks flushed an even deeper red. In truth, she'd been a little lost in thought, but there was no way she'd admit that. Then Kushina began kneading his shoulders, her small hands trembling just slightly. Kain's body had become much stronger now, and Kushina's massage felt like kneading steel. Slowly, fine beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she worked. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato, having just finished training, was hurrying toward the location of the sealing class. Today, he'd made a small breakthrough with the Flying Thunder God technique. The progress had left him elated, as he'd finally begun to grasp the feeling of using the Flying Thunder God mark to teleport himself. However, the joy of improving his ninjutsu was fleeting. If he could get closer to Kushina, that would make him truly happy. Is the book recommended by Mr. Jiraiya actually useful? Why does it feel like Kushina dislikes me even more the more I follow its advice? The thought left Namikaze Minato feeling dejected. After his first failed attempt, he'd gone back to consult Mr. Jiraiya, who had assured him that the book was a masterpiece for wooing women. Determined to make it work, Minato had spent that night poring over the book, keeping the light on until midnight. Even when he forced himself to put the book down and turn off the light, its contents lingered in his mind. "It's truly an amazing book," Minato had thought after finishing it. The vivid, romantic scenarios described in its pages had left him captivated, even making him laugh out loud under the covers at times. It's too late to give Kushina a gift today. Missing one day shouldn't be a big deal, right? Just as Minato was debating what to do, he spotted Kushina near the entrance of Kain's dessert shop. Instantly, he stopped in his tracks, hiding behind a telephone pole to observe her more closely. It's definitely Kushina. No one else has such beautiful red hair. But something seemed off. Her face was flushed, and the strands of red hair framing her face were stuck to her skin with sweat. Her steps were unsteady, and she seemed to be limping slightly. This can't be. Panicked, Minato quickly ducked back behind the pole. Pulling out the book Mr. Jiraiya had given him, he flipped to a page that had left a deep impression on him the previous night. It's the same, all the same. No, I must be overthinking this. Minato tried to reassure himself, but when he peeked out again, the shop's door had already closed. Kushina and Kain were walking away together, heading in the direction of the Senju compound where Kushina lived. If she's heading home, there's no way I can follow her. I'm just Jiraiya-sensei's disciple, not Jiraiya-sensei himself. To go to the Senju compound, I'd have to get permission from Lady Tsunade first. Still, the scene he just witnessed left a bitter taste in Minato's mouth. The joy of his progress with the Flying Thunder God technique had completely evaporated. Tomorrow, I have to ask Jiraiya-sensei about this. On the other hand, Kain felt quite embarrassed seeing Kushina struggling to walk earlier. He'd rested his head on her lap and fallen asleep. By the time he woke up, her legs had gone numb. Let me help you, Kushina, just like before, Kain said, quickly casting a healing spell on her. The spell was capable of treating common ailments and injuries and worked similarly to medical ninjutsu's healing jutsu. Advanced healing magic in the Harry Potter world could handle even black magic-induced injuries, but for ordinary problems like this, it was a simple fix. Kushina's difficulty walking was merely due to poor blood circulation from having Kain use her lap as a pillow for too long. After the healing magic took effect, she immediately felt her legs return to normal. Kushina bounced on the spot and exclaimed, "Boss, was that medical ninjutsu just now?" "It's not medical ninjutsu, but another ability that only I can use," Kain replied with a smile. With that, the two began walking toward the Senju compound. Kain still had business with Tsunade. He wasn't sure if she had completed her research on specific drugs yet, but judging by their last conversation, she had likely finished at least 2 and possibly 3. 2 drugs would already be enough for Kain. They'd allow his biopharmaceutical company to secure a substantial share of the pharmaceutical market in the Marvel world, potentially making it an industry leader. When they arrived at Tsunade's house, Noaki was already preparing dinner. Upon seeing Kain, he immediately sat an extra place at the table. Not long after, Tsunade returned home. She barely acknowledged Kain, offering a casual, "You're here," before calling Noaki to help with dinner. After the meal, Tsunade led Kain to the Senju district. When Konoha was founded, the area had been bustling with Senju clan members. Now, just 20 years later, only Tsunade, Noaki, and Kushina lived there. The rest of the houses stood abandoned. "Tsunade, is the special medicine ready?" Kain asked, breaking the silence. "I knew you'd ask," Tsunade replied, folding her arms. "I've prepared 3 types. I've tested them on several cases, and all were cured. But you'd better run more experiments. I'll give you the formulas to take back with you. As for the 4th one, I haven't had time to study it, and cases for it are hard to find. As expected of a medical master. Your medical ninjutsu must be the best in the entire shinobi world," Tsunade, Kain said, sincerely impressed. Developing 3 specialized medicines in such a short time was no small feat. If word got out, other researchers might cry in despair. Tsunade smirked slightly but didn't reply to the compliment. "So, what's the reason you called me out here?" Kain asked, curious about her intentions. Tsunade shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to ask what your purpose is. You seem so busy, yet despite your wealth, you're not enjoying life like other businessmen." Kain replied directly, "Purpose? My purpose is simple. I want to do whatever I want. Right now, I'm working hard toward that goal." "Tsunade, don't beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it. I think we can count as friends." Tsunade fell silent for a moment. Lately, she had been hearing more and more about Konoha's situation and Kain's actions. It had left her feeling upset and even angry. For days, she hadn't touched her favorite wine or gambled, which was uncharacteristic of her. After dinner, she decided to confront Kain to clear things up. But now, she found herself at a loss for words. The truth was, Tsunade realized she had no real position to criticize him. Kain was a businessman, like many others in the Land of Fire. He was entitled to do business with Konoha, the Land of Lightning, or the Land of Earth. Besides, Kain wasn't even from the Land of Fire. "Did you sell the medicine to others?" Tsunade finally asked. "Of course," Kain replied without hesitation. "Konoha can't buy everything. Medicines are also sold in pharmacies across the Land of Fire and even in the Land of Waves. Once they're produced, they need to be sold. Otherwise, what do you expect me to do? Let them rot on the shelves?" His answer was quick and confident, though how much of the truth he chose to reveal was entirely up to him. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Can the price of the medicines be lower? Konoha desperately needs these supplies." She wanted to say more but ended up leaving it at that. Kain thought for a moment before replying, "I can sell them to you at a discount 30% lower than the initial price." However, if you're buying them through Konoha's channels, the price will stay the same as last time. Tsunade, I see you as a friend, so I don't want to see you in a difficult position. In Tsunade's case, it was likely because she listened to others too much, letting her sensibility surpass her rationality. Unable to figure it out for a while, she rashly asked Kain about it. From Tsunade's reaction, Kain could guess that someone in Konoha was hostile to him again. However, this time, the method was more sophisticated. Sowing discord was far more effective than simply sending Umbu to kill him. In terms of identity, the relationships between people in a village always held a natural advantage for such manipulation. Tsunade had recently received a batch of medical supplies from Kain, provided in his personal capacity and at an unprecedentedly low price. This generosity left her feeling a bit ashamed. When she returned, she was still somewhat embarrassed around Kain. She hurriedly handed him the finished products and formulas for 3 specific medicines targeting terminal illnesses, which she had prepared in advance. Without saying much else, she retreated to her room. At this time, Noaki had already fallen asleep. He spent most days either completing missions or being trained to exhaustion by Orochimaru. Since discovering the regenerative capabilities of the new extremis virus, Orochimaru had stopped holding back. He frequently employed harsh, even cruel, methods, sometimes resorting to snake venom. On one occasion, Noaki paid the price for his carelessness with 3 minutes of convulsions caused by Orochimaru's venom. Since then, Noaki had become exceedingly cautious. His only real reprieve was the chance to return home and rest. "Boss, are you finished?" Just as Kain was about to leave, Kushina tiptoed out of the kitchen hall and whispered to him. "Almost finished. What's up, Kushina?" Kushina shook her head, then said, "I just realized I never asked how your study of sealing techniques is going. Have you made progress? If so, do you want to learn some advanced techniques?" Hearing this, Kain felt a twinge of emotion. "Is that possible? The scroll you gave me last time had very detailed records. I've almost grasped the principles of sealing techniques, and I'm ready to put them to use." Kushina raised a finger to her lips. "SHH. This isn't the place for that. Let's go upstairs and talk." Tsunade's house was spacious, with 3 large rooms on the first floor. Noaki and Tsunade occupied 2 of them, while Kushina's room was on the second floor. Kain often thought that sealing was the only form of ninjutsu that could transcend other systems. If chakra was present, the sealing technique could seal chakra. If chakra was absent, it could seal the body and spirit, essentially physical energy and spiritual energy. He suspected that sealing techniques were not originally a product of the chakra system. Instead, they might have been an ability unique to the planet before Atsutsuki Kagaya's arrival. If explored deeply, sealing techniques could even touch upon the quantum realm, considering their ability to seal a tailed beast larger than a mountain into a human body. If Kain discovers a stronger energy source in other worlds in the future, he might even become a Jinchuriki provided he masters the sealing technique. For that, he must continue learning from Kushina. Kushina's sealing techniques improved daily, thanks to her unique inheritance from the Uzumaki clan. None of the other ninjas in Konoha's sealing class possessed such knowledge, and the village itself lacked access to advanced techniques. Only Kushina knew the powerful seals, like the 8 trigram seal used to contain the 9 tails, and the dead demon consuming seal, both hallmark skills of the Uzumaki clan. When Kain entered Kushina's room, he began asking her for guidance. He demonstrated the most basic sealing techniques in front of her, and Kushina patiently pointed out his mistakes and areas for improvement. After nearly 3 hours of study, Kain noticed the sleepy look on Kushina's face. Reluctantly, he thanked her and left. However, he knew Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't tolerate this for long. If Hiruzen found out Kushina was teaching him sealing techniques, he might intervene, regardless of Kushina's willingness to pass on her knowledge. Hiruzen certainly wouldn't want Kain gaining access to such dangerous skills. The next day, Tsunade's mood had improved significantly after receiving news about the medicines. She headed straight to the Hokage's office. When Mitokedo Homura arrived, she shared the good news and urged them to send her the funds immediately so she could purchase the supplies. Without waiting for a response, she left the Hokage building. At first, Mitokedo Homura was surprised by the news, but soon his expression turned to delight. Being able to buy enough medicines and medical supplies at such favorable terms was excellent news for Konoha. A few weeks earlier, Homura had visited the capital of the Land of Fire but returned empty-handed. If Tsunade hadn't come through, they had been prepared to send people to smaller countries like the Land of Sound or the Land of Grass in desperation. Now, thanks to Kain, they could procure enough supplies to support Konoha through a war at a price 30% lower than their initial purchase. Even after having paid double for some of the earlier supplies, this deal meant they were still coming out ahead. Hiruzen, what do you think this guy is up to? Is he trying to curry favor with Konoha? Mitokedo Homura asked, feeling uneasy about the sudden generosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a slow puff from his pipe and exhaled the smoke. It doesn't seem like he's trying to win Konoha's favor. If that were the case, he'd have approached you directly instead of selling through Tsunade. He paused before continuing. Tsunade mentioned that he's studying several medicines after success of the extremis virus. She brought it up a few days ago. Mitokedo Homura nodded slightly. So, he's afraid Tsunade won't share her findings with him? That does make sense. Anyway, if you can buy such supplies, it saves us the trouble of running around. To be cautious, it's best to thoroughly inspect all these medical supplies, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, putting down his pipe. He then mentioned that he had seen, through the crystal ball, Namikaze Minato mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Once fully mastered, Minato would become Konoha's second ninja to wield spacetime ninjutsu. Back in the day, the second Hokage was hailed as the fastest shinobi in the ninja world. Now, that title might be reborn in the hands of his apprentice's disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of the challenges spacetime ninjutsu posed. If Minato could master it, Konoha would have a significant edge and would no longer need to fear Kain's use of similar techniques. As soon as Mitokado Homura left, Jiraiya suddenly leaped in through the window, landing lightly. Without wasting a moment, he said, "Old man, Namikaze Minato has learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Their team is now capable of handling missions independently." Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice before replying, "I'm already aware. So, what are your plans?" Jiraiya hesitated briefly before answering, "I want to leave the village to gather information especially about the Child of Prophecy." "No," Sarutobi Hiruzen responded firmly. "The ninja world is too tense right now. You must remain in Konoha." "But, old man, the Child of Prophecy is just as important," Jiraiya protested. Hiruzen's tone turned sharper as he replied, "All the Jonin are stationed at their posts. Sakumo hasn't returned in nearly half a year. If you leave the village now, it will be the same as when Sakumo left." Jiraiya quickly shook his head. No, I'm not suited for that kind of mission at all." He thought back to how unsuitable he was for stealth missions. Sneaking into enemy territory to assassinate targets and frame other villages was not his forte. His strength lay in summoning large creatures like Gamabunta. The moment people saw the toad, they would know Jiraiya of the Sannin was involved, making framing someone else impossible. "Then stay in Konoha and wait for your next mission," Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded. The third Hokage was unwilling to let Jiraiya leave while the threat of war loomed. Though Hiruzen trusted in Mount Myaboka's power, he was far less convinced by the prophecy of the Child of Destiny. Jiraiya had already spent 3 years in the Land of Rain, causing unrest among Konoha's leadership. If it weren't for Hiruzen's personal protection, Jiraiya might have ended up in Konoha's prison. After all, no other shinobi in Konoha had ever been allowed to stay outside the village for 3 years during wartime. After a heated debate between master and apprentice, Jiraiya ultimately relented. He knew that if he left the village without permission this time, he might no longer be considered a Konoha shinobi. Reluctantly, he abandoned his plans. Konoha Hospital. "Tsunade-sama, these are the documents screened yesterday that require your approval," Yakushi Nono said as she entered Tsunade's office, holding a stack of papers over half a meter tall. After placing the stack of documents on the table, Yakushi Nono suddenly twitched her nose, adjusted her glasses, and said to Tsunade with certainty, "Tsunade-sama, you've been drinking, haven't you?" "Nonsense. As the director of Konoha Hospital, how could I drink alcohol while working?" Tsunade retorted, slapping the table. "That's just chemical alcohol. I was researching new medical ninjutsu, and the smell hasn't dissipated yet." "No," Yakushi Nono replied calmly, sniffing the air again. "This is Ayakawa wine from Kain's izakaya. The smell of medical alcohol is sharp and pungent, but this wine has a delicate fragrance." Her eyes flicked briefly toward the cabinet near Tsunade's desk. Then, with a small shake of her head, she continued, "It's rare to see you in such a good mood, teacher. But still, it's better to enjoy a drink after work." "All right, Nono, I get it." Tsunade huffed, trying to keep her composure. Tsunade didn't lose her temper. Nono was a responsible and attentive student, and in this instance, Tsunade was clearly in the wrong. She had no valid reason to snap at her. As Nono began organizing the documents, she asked casually, "Why was Tsunade-sensei in a bad mood recently?" Tsunade hesitated for a moment. Deciding it wasn't a big deal to share, she explained her recent troubles, mentioning the difficulty of being caught between her loyalty to the village and her personal friendships. One of those friends might inadvertently or deliberately bring harm to the village. "Mr. Kain wouldn't do what you described," Nono said firmly, her tone calm but decisive. "Medicine is meant to save lives, not harm the village. If that were the case, then doctors in other countries would also be considered a threat to Konoha." Her voice remained steady as she continued, though the reflection on her glasses obscured her true expression. "Mr. Kain has been supporting war orphans in 3 different orphanages. Tsunade-sama, why not ask those who vilify him whether they've ever done the same?" With that, Nono gave a slight bow and left the office, leaving Tsunade in deep thought. Afterward, Yakushi Nono began carefully piecing together clues about Tsunade's recent emotional state. She reflected on who had been spending time with her teacher lately and noted when the changes in Tsunade's demeanor had first begun. Once Nono had reviewed all the details, she compiled her findings, names, times, and her theories and relayed them through a unique communication method she shared with Kain. While she felt a pang of guilt for reporting on Tsunade, Nono's loyalty to Kain outweighed her reservations. The reason was simple: Kain was supporting children in 3 orphanages. For Nono, his actions spoke louder than any doubts or accusations, and if forced to choose between Tsunade and Kain, she would always choose the latter. "It feels like we're an underground party. Next time, I'll bring some good things. As long as I'm in Konoha village, we can talk anytime," Kain said, glancing left and right at the dim, Dempryakai cave. He was clearly uncomfortable with the environment. It was dark, humid, and likely crawling with snakes. The slick slime coating the ground only added to his unease. If it's about me, I can deliver it through a summoning snake, but the white snake sage insisted on meeting the new contractor. That's why I called you here, Orochimaru explained, smiling faintly. There was another reason as well. Konoha village was no longer safe. His teacher, the third Hokage, had begun to view Kain as a potential threat. Given the circumstances, Orochimaru had deemed Ryokai Cave a safer meeting spot. It might be due to the little pet I've been cultivating, or perhaps Ryokai Cave is simply excited about finding a new contractor, Orochimaru added. Curious, Kain asked. Orochimaru, are contractors in Ryokai Cave that rare? Wasn't Noaki, your apprentice, one of them? Orochimaru shook his head. He never signed a contract with Ryokai Cave. He only learned a few snake-based jutsu. Noaki's fighting style isn't suited for large-scale summoning, so he wasn't allowed to sign the contract. As for Ryokai Cave contractors, in the past century, it's only been you and me. Just 2 people. Kain frowned, thinking back. If he remembered correctly, the third Kaze Cage had also signed a contract with the snakes of Ryokai Cave. Orochimaru seemed to anticipate Kain's thoughts. Before Kain could speak, he clarified, there are individuals who have signed summoning contracts with specific snakes from Ryokai Cave, but you and I are the only ones to hold contracts with the entire cave. Back then, the timing wasn't right for you to sign with a single snake. The summoning scroll of Ryokai Cave has never been circulated outside. Even I could only sign the contract after coming here, Orochimaru added. I see, Kain said with a nod. They continued walking deeper into the cave until they noticed a faint light ahead. Emerging from the dark tunnel, they found themselves in a vast, open space at the base of a towering cliff. Kain suddenly felt something and turned to look to his side. Not far from him, a creature over 10 meters long lay coiled. It wasn't just a snake, it had 2 wings, metallic-looking scales, a ferocious head, and 4 limbs growing from its abdomen. Orochimaru, is this one of your creations? Kain asked in a low voice. Before Orochimaru could answer, the mist in the area began to clear, revealing a massive stone statue on the far side of the clearing. At the base of the statue sat a stone throne, upon which lay the white snake sage, coiled and smoking. Orochimaru nodded respectfully to the sage before introducing Kain. White Snake Sage, this is Kain, the new contractor. Welcome, new contractor. Since you haven't yet summoned a snake to fulfill your contract, I had Orochimaru bring you here, the sage said, her sharp voice echoing effortlessly across the open space. Her tone was like that of an elderly woman, piercing and commanding, carrying an ancient, otherworldly presence. After witnessing the scene, Orochimaru's interest grew even stronger. The White Snake Sage, who typically showed disdain for everyone, was being unusually polite this time. But what about the other test subject he had left here? Kain nodded to the White Snake Sage and asked directly, White Snake Sage, what do you want from me? The sage wasted no time and replied, it's about that creature over there. She slightly raised her massive snake tail and gestured toward the dragon-like, snake-like creature in the distance. This one was raised by Orochimaru. I hear cultivating this type of creature requires your support, continuous support. In fact, well, Kain began, in our country, this type of creature is called a fire dragon. I don't know if it's the same kind of dragon you're familiar with. Kain could sense the White Snake Sage's keen interest in the dragon but couldn't decipher its exact intentions. I have a request for both of you, the sage said. Could you provide Ryokai Cave with a batch of such dragons in the future? Preferably ones with a purer bloodline than this one. Kain felt something was off and asked cautiously, White Snake Sage, why do you want dragons? To eat, the sage replied bluntly. This type of dragon is highly appealing to us and extremely beneficial. Their flesh and blood are far superior to those of humans or any other creatures. The sage admitted that it hadn't eaten in centuries, but after seeing the 2 dragons Orochimaru had cultivated, it couldn't resist devouring one. Upon digesting it, the sage experienced a sensation of immense comfort, similar to when it first practiced absorbing natural energy thousands of years ago. The creature's flesh appeared to aid its evolution, which prompted the sage to approach Orochimaru and eventually Kain, the true supplier, with this request. However, Orochimaru's expression darkened. Eat? White Snake Sage, last time you claimed the other dragon had gone foraging. Apologies, Orochimaru, the sage said, offering an unusually humble response. Ryokai Cave will compensate you for the loss. This uncharacteristic humility surprised Orochimaru. From all the information he had gathered, Ryokai Cave was known to be the least accommodating of the 3 great summoning holy places. For example, when Tsunade or Jiraiya summoned their respective creatures, they would assist in battle without hesitation. In contrast, Orochimaru's Manda often demanded conditions, most commonly human sacrifices, before agreeing to fight. The White Snake Sage itself was even more aloof, rarely speaking to anyone at all. In the future, the sage continued, your agreement with Manda will be voided. You may summon it to assist in battle at any time, without requiring a sacrifice. Orochimaru frowned slightly and responded, even so, that's far from sufficient. Cultivating these 2 dragons alone consumed a significant amount of my resources and energy, not to mention the difficulty of acquiring more. His relationship with Ryokai Cave had always been transactional at best. Unlike unintelligent snakes, summoning Manda required significant effort, preparing numerous enemy corpses as sacrifices after every major battle. These arrangements often left Orochimaru overburdened even after a hard-fought victory. Otherwise, Manda would refuse to respond to his summoning in the future. The White Snake Sage continued, I can teach you the perfected sage mode and the sage arts of Ryokai Cave. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. White Snake Sage, I'm not entirely ignorant of sage mode. Such a dangerous technique. Do you really believe we can succeed in mastering it? Kain, remaining silent for now, decided to watch from the sidelines. He figured Orochimaru would negotiate first, and then he could follow up. That's because we didn't intervene before, the White Snake Sage replied. It is nearly impossible for ordinary ninjas to master sage mode on their own. However, Ryokai Cave has a method to ensure your success even if your chakra reserves are somewhat lacking. This is something the other two holy places cannot guarantee. Even Mount Miyaboku's techniques fall short compared to ours in this respect. Is that a boast? Kain couldn't help feeling skeptical about the sage's claims. He asked, White Snake Sage, could you explain the method you're referring to? The sage did not hesitate to reveal the secret. When you practice sage mode, you simply need the assistance of the snake princesses. They will extract any excess natural energy from your body, ensuring the balance of the three types of energy at all times. Orochimaru frowned slightly. If such a method exists, why haven't I heard of any ninja successfully mastering sage mode in Ryokai Cave? Before encountering the dragons you've raised, they were all cannibals, the sage admitted bluntly. They would offer no assistance to anyone attempting sage mode training. Hearing this, Orochimaru and Kain exchanged a glance. There's no issue on my end, Orochimaru said with a smile. If the supply is sufficient, I'll continue providing you with fire dragons. I'll agree to the terms you've outlined. It was clear to Orochimaru that Ryokai Cave had already gained something invaluable from their deal. However, he wondered what Kain might ask for next. As for the pure-blooded dragons the White Snake Sage wanted, Orochimaru was confident he could achieve that by adjusting genetic ratios during cultivation and experimenting a few more times. Still, the sage's interest in the dragons suggested he had yet to fully uncover the fire dragon's secrets. Originally, Orochimaru had only planned to create a flying summoning beast, but now it seemed he had overlooked something important. Kain stepped forward with a smile and addressed the White Snake Sage. White Snake Sage, obtaining the flesh and blood of dragons isn't as simple as it seems. Even for me, I can only secure a small quantity at a time and at great personal risk. Upon hearing this, the White Snake Sage suddenly realized what was happening. Both Kain and Orochimaru were strategizing to extract additional benefits from their negotiations. What more do you want? If it's a summoning partner. No, I don't need that, Kain interrupted with a smile. If possible, I'd like a small amount of flesh and blood from you, just a fist-sized piece from you, the White Snake Sage, and the three great snake princesses every so often. That's all I ask. Kain's smile widened as he spoke to the White Snake Sage. To him, the most valuable resource in Ryokai Cave wasn't the fire dragons but the unique properties of these four snakes. He also remembered that all of them had the ability to transform into humanoid forms, and the snake princesses could even partially display snake characteristics. Having their blood and cells in his possession would open up countless possibilities for research and cultivation. Orochimaru, understanding the immense value of the White Snake Sage's flesh and blood, narrowed his golden pupils. He silently hoped the sage would agree. The White Snake Sage pondered the request for a moment before responding. Very well. However, Ryokai Cave will require 6 fire dragons every month in return. Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled. No problem. As before, I'll raise them directly in Ryokai Cave. As they left Ryokai Cave, Orochimaru said with a grin, We've struck gold this time, Kain. It seemed Orochimaru subconsciously aligned himself with Kain, seeing him as a partner in this venture. After all, their gains were extraordinary: the perfected sage mode training method, the sage arts, and, most importantly, the flesh and blood cells of the White Snake Sage and the 3 great snake princesses. The latter was something Orochimaru wouldn't have dared to ask for himself, but thanks to Kain's fire dragons, he now had access to it. Kain replied with a smile, It's not a big deal. Isn't the point of our cooperation to achieve a win-win outcome? By the way, is it difficult to cultivate a fire dragon? Orochimaru shook his head. Not difficult, but I do need to study what the White Snake Sage mentioned further. That's magic power, Kain explained. Fire dragons are originally magical creatures where I come from. I've heard that they were much stronger thousands of years ago. Perhaps their power has diminished after centuries of evolution. As he spoke, Kain demonstrated magic to Orochimaru, using the levitation charm to lift a nearby object, widening the snake summoner's eyes in surprise. So, there's a whole other kind of power out there, Orochimaru remarked, looking at Kain with a spark of enthusiasm. However, he knew little about magic for now and resolved to proceed step by step. By the way, Kain, Orochimaru said, changing the topic, the project you entrusted to me is complete. Here's the spell seal you requested. He handed a scroll to Kain. This seal will continuously affect the target with the mental energy of the caster. Additionally, you can imbue them with your own chakra if needed. Orochimaru's thoughts wandered to his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The old man is losing his edge, he mused. If this continues, it won't bode well for Konoha village. An uninhabited forest outside Konoha village. In order to increase his disciple's experience in combat, Jiraiya had been training him for several days on his own. At this moment, Namikaze Minato hid his body among the dense trees. Jiraiya was doing the same. This time, he wasn't teaching ninjutsu to his disciples, rather, he was cultivating Minato's battle instincts in dangerous situations. he wouldn't be holding back. That said, Jiraiya wasn't using all his skills. If he did, he would summon Gamabunta directly. Once the toad was summoned, Minato would have no way to counter the attack. The forest was silent, the only sound being the wind blowing through the leaves. There seemed to be no other living creatures around. Boom! A cloud of smoke suddenly erupted in the woods. Someone had used a smoke bomb. Jiraiya, hidden behind the thick foliage, noticed the smoke but remained unmoved. Trying to lure me out like this? It seems like today, Minato's going to learn what being a ninja truly means. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Before Jiraiya could finish his thought, he heard several piercing sounds shurikens attacking him. To his surprise, Minato had found his position first. Jiraiya leapt from the bushes and landed on a different tree branch. However, before he could even locate Minato, several kunai were thrown at him. Following the kunai, Minato unleashed wind-style ninjutsu. Wave after wave of attacks came. Minato's fighting style was methodical. He observed his opponent's reactions, like a puppeteer manipulating his puppet, setting traps, and luring the enemy into them step by step. Jiraiya jumped to the ground to avoid the kunai, but he immediately faced an oncoming wave of wind-style ninjutsu. Earth-style, earth flow wall. An earthen wall rose before Jiraiya, blocking the sharp wind blades. But in the next moment, several kunai struck the wall, accompanied by the faint sound of a fuse lighting. It's the explosive tags. Jiraiya, recognizing the danger, couldn't help but feel a surge of pride in his disciples' strategy. If it had been an ordinary jonin, they would have been exhausted by now, and their mentality might have shown a crack. And a crack in one's mentality during a fight is often a death sentence. Although Jiraiya was pleased with Minato's progress, he had decided to hold nothing back during this battle. He quickly performed a hand seal and unleashed 2 ninjutsu before the explosion could trigger. Boom! The explosion of the explosive tags sent fireworks and grey fog into the air. Jiraiya seized the opportunity to leap out of the smoke. While airborne, he noticed a special flying thunder god kunai mixed among the regular kunai Minato had thrown, aimed directly at him. The explosive tag's fireworks had the added effect of impairing vision, and in midair, it was difficult for ordinary ninjas to deal with such a tricky kunai throw. However, Jiraiya used ninjutsu to harden his hair, making it as tough as metal, and wrapped his whole body to prepare for the kunai impact. But just as the kunai was about to strike, Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared beside Jiraiya. The kunai in Minato's hand quickly aimed for a weak spot, but in the next instant, Jiraiya's long white hair shot out from the cloud of smoke still lingering on the ground. Minato noticed the attack and quickly spun in the air, trying to cut the hair with the kunai in his hand. However, it was useless. The hair, infused with chakra, was incredibly tough. Minato couldn't hold on for more than 2 seconds before being bound by Jiraiya's hair. After the battle, Jiraiya pointed out, Minato, although the Flying Thunder God technique is convenient, if you want to integrate it into your fighting style, you need to keep refining it. Your biggest weakness right now is the lack of a one-hit kill move, which forces you to constantly distract me to create openings. If you know any ninjutsu with strong offensive power, you can try it out with Flying Thunder God. If it doesn't land, you can just retreat. You should also study Senior Sakumo's sword techniques. His Heitake sword technique, using wind-style chakra nature transformation, can easily cut through metal. Even my ninjutsu couldn't defend against it. Wind-style sword techniques. Namikaze Minato nodded thoughtfully. This could indeed boost the lethality of his close-range attacks, but he didn't know much about sword techniques, and he wasn't particularly familiar with them. Mastering swordsmanship was also a difficult and time-consuming task. Namikaze Minato was quick-witted and fully aware of his own shortcomings. While the wind-style chakra nature transformation sword technique could enhance his strength, it would only offer a slight improvement. I understand, Teacher Jiraiya. I'll go back and think about it, Minato said, bowing to Jiraiya to show his thanks for all the help. Jiraiya, knowing that Mr. Sarutobi had high expectations for Minato, smiled. The old man had told him multiple times to teach Minato well, which is why he didn't assign them many team tasks. It's all right. You're my student. The teacher's role is only to guide their disciples, Jiraiya chuckled, then suddenly changed the tone of his expression. With a mischievous grin, he put an arm around Minato's shoulder and said, All right, Minato, enough about training. How's it going with Kushina lately? At the mention of Kushina, Minato's face immediately dropped. He pulled out a book from his ninja bag with a sour look and handed it to Jiraiya. Mr. Jiraiya, please take this back. The methods in this book are useless. It wouldn't hurt to return the book, because he had already read it twice. Is it useless? It shouldn't be. This book is so well written. Jiraiya thought, slightly frowning, then took out another book. It seemed he had just bought it not long ago, and it still looked new. Minato, look at this. This book is completely different from the other one. To be honest, I feel like this one is better written. After reading it, I feel inspired. Maybe it's time to write a novel myself. Then I congratulate Teacher Jiraiya in advance. Namikaze Minato glanced at the cover of the new book Jiraiya had taken out, and though he wanted to refuse, his hand reached out almost instinctively. After returning from Ryokai Cave, Kain and Orochimaru discussed the follow-up matters. The dragon blood and dragon meat in his possession totaled more than 2 kilograms. Since there are many types of dragons, and dragons are not rare in the Harry Potter world, Kain had plenty in stock. These were enough for Orochimaru to consume for about 2 years. Orochimaru already had successful experience, and could make further adjustments from here. As for practicing Sage Mode, Kain planned to leave Konoha village before going to Ryokai Cave to train. The perfect Sage Mode could multiply the power of ninjutsu several times and also comprehensively improve physical strength, perception, resilience, and more. The most important part was Ryokai Cave's Sage Art, which could control inorganic matter, an incredibly powerful ability. It was an offer Kain couldn't refuse. However, he had to wait a few more days. Kain also wanted a flying dragon mount, something completely different from a flying broom in both experience and temperament. He could even build a magic chariot for the dragon to pull. This was unimaginable in the world of Harry Potter because the fire dragon's nature was so tyrannical that even the most skilled dragon trainers couldn't completely calm it. Yet, the fire dragons bred by Orochimaru were very obedient. As long as they were continually influenced by chakra, they became as obedient as Ryokai Cave's summoning beasts. It would take some time to breed special embryos, so Kain decided to stay in Konoha for a while. During this time, he could also learn the seal technique Orochimaru had given him. Once Kain mastered the seal technique, he could cultivate a group of loyal subordinates when he returned to the Marvel world. Those implanted with the seal would be constantly influenced by Kain's chakra and become extremely loyal. Furthermore, Kain was still waiting for the news about the medicine from the land of tea. If it was produced there, it would be shipped to the land of waves and then transferred to the town. When the time comes, Kain will take this batch of medicines to the capital of the land of fire. Given the feudal aristocracy, it's likely they will sell out in a short period of time. There are also herbal medicines in the ninja world, but their effects are nowhere near as powerful as Viagra. Moreover, Kain also plans to set up a newspaper in the ninja world for publicity. To do so, he went to the Land of Fire to find the owner of Lishun bookstore, hoping he could provide some support. Public opinion is a powerful weapon for ninjas. A ninja as strong as Heitake Sakumo could still worry rock shinobi Jonin 5 years after his death. If Kain can control the channels of public opinion, it will be easier to deal with certain individuals. For example, he could fabricate some damaging rumors about Danzo and spread them throughout the Land of Fire. Once people hear them, Danzo will no longer be seen as Hokage material, he might not even be seen as a proper ninja. If that happens, everyone will boycott him. If Danzo still insists on being a ninja, Konoha's reputation will be tarnished. This is the power of public opinion. In a world where the ninja society isn't particularly enlightened, as long as one person leads the narrative, 90% of people will be convinced. When learning seals at home, Kushina would often come to the back of the dessert shop to find Kain after a day of work. Although she claimed to be there to buy desserts, Nanami and the other shop assistants were suspicious. After all, it was rare for someone to only buy a small box of desserts every day. Kain welcomed Kushina's visits, not only because she taught him sealing techniques, but also because she had some involvement in the barrier sealing techniques. According to Kushina, whether it was barrier or seal, both originated from the art of sealing, and when it came to sealing, no one could surpass her. In Kain's opinion, this was a bit of an exaggeration. Kushina would have been qualified to say that 10 years from now, when she could bind the complete 9 tails with just one breath left, at that point, she would have learned all the advanced sealing techniques. But at this stage, she hadn't mastered everything yet. One night, after Kain had learned almost all the seal techniques under Kushina's guidance, he touched her beautiful red hair gratefully. "Thank you, Kushina. Without you, it would have taken me much longer to learn." After all, it hadn't been long since he started learning sealing techniques, and jumping straight into sealing was indeed a bit difficult. "It's nothing, just a small matter," Kushina replied with a smile, the corners of her mouth lifted. Then, she seemed to remember something, placed her hand next to her mouth, and coughed twice as if clearing her throat. She said, looking at herself, "It's just my neck and shoulders, they're sore. It seems I won't be able to sleep well when I go back. That's really troublesome." "You should take a bath before going to bed," Kain casually responded. But then, he suddenly realized something and looked at Kushina's evasive eyes. He thought to himself, is she mimicking him? So, Kain tentatively asked, "How about I give you a massage?"